5 years ago, in a desperate bid to save his mother, Shun Fei was compelled by his father to enlist in the military and engage in combat. This was framed as a noble sacrifice. Use your life, Shun Fei, to earn great merit for your younger brother. 5 years later, a series of 18 urgent letters were dispatched to the front lines, arriving at Shun Fei's desk, where a red phone and a green phone sat side by side. Unfilial son Shun Fei, return at once. Your mother is gravely ill and has little time left. Get back to Jincheng immediately. The chilling words, penned in a familiar script. Now a revered war god of the Huaxia military, bestowed with the title of National Protector General, Shun Fei soared into action, heading straight for Jincheng. Do you desire my military rank? Do you covet my achievements? Very well, I shall deliver. But does your Shun family dare to accept? In the northern reaches of Huaxia, a vast expanse lay frozen in ice. In a military camp that had just endured a bloody battle, the air was thick with a lingering scent of blood and gunpowder, intertwined with a unique stench known as demonic miasma, which only arose from the corpses of foreign beasts. Within the commander's tent, the atmosphere was even more stifling and frigid than the icy wilderness outside. At just 25, Shun Fei, the youngest war god of Huaxia, known as National Protector, sat quietly at his desk. Before him lay a neatly arranged stack of military reports and letters, each sealed in special envelopes, each concerning the safety of millions along the border. Yet, at this moment, these matters of great national importance, which would move any high-ranking official, were disregarded by him. His gaze was fixated on a thin family letter clenched tightly in his hand. The paper had been crumpled by his grip, and an almost tangible aura of terrifying fury emanated from him, causing the temperature in the tent to plummet, the teacup on the desk even developing a thin layer of frost. A harsh, suppressed laugh escaped his lips, echoing sharply in the stillness of the tent. The handwriting was unmistakable. It belonged to his so-called father, Shun Jiangwo, the head of the Shun family. The calligraphy flowed like a dragon in flight, as domineering as ever, yet the content was colder and more merciless than the frigid winds of the northern front. Unfilial son Shun Fei, return at once. Your mother is gravely ill and has little time left. Get back to Jincheng immediately. Return. Return. Mother gravely ill. Little time left? Shun Fei's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. A tempest of rage and malice surged within him, threatening to consume his sanity entirely. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Shun Fei's mind, as the humiliating and helpless scenes from 5 years ago surged forth like a flood, completely engulfing his thoughts. 5 years ago, at the Shun family in Jincheng, in the resplendent assembly hall, Shun Fei knelt upon the frigid marble floor, his fists clenched tightly, nails embedded deeply into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to his own suffering. Before him, seated in an imposing armchair, was his biological father, the head of the Shun family, Shun Jiangwo. Shun Jiangwo's countenance was austere. Devoid of any paternal affection, his gaze was cold and scrutinizing, as if he were appraising a mere tool that could be discarded at any moment. Beside him sat a woman of enduring grace, Jiang Weiyun, Shun Fei's stepmother. At that moment, she regarded the kneeling Shun Fei with a triumphant smirk, her lips curling in a barely perceptible sneer, a poison barb that pierced deeply into Shun Fei's heart. Next to Jiang Weiyun stood a young man, somewhat resembling Shun Fei, yet exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. Shun Fei's half-brother. Do you wish to save your mother? Shun Jiangwo picked up a teacup, gently blowing across its surface, his voice flat and devoid of any emotion. Dad, she is also your wife. She is on the brink of death. I beg you, save her. Shun Fei raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the man, his voice hoarse with desperation. His mother, long tormented by emotional burdens and overwork, had fallen gravely ill, now in dire need of a rare 100-year-old blood dragon ginseng to sustain her life. Such a precious herb, worth its weight in gold, could only be procured by a prestigious family like the Shuns. Yet, Shun Jiangwo remained an indifferent spectator, even severing all financial support for his mother's medical care. Wife? Shun Jiangwo seemed to find this notion ludicrous. He set down the teacup with a soft clink, the sound striking Shun Fei's heart like a chilling blow. Shun Fei, you must understand. She is merely a worthless woman incapable of birthing an awakened bloodline, bringing shame upon the Shun family. Were it not for her having borne you, I would have expelled her from this household long ago. As for you, Shun Jiangwo's gaze shifted to Shun Fei, revealing unmasked disappointment and disdain. Though you have awakened a bloodline, it is the lowest tier of mortal bloodlines, destined for mediocrity, unworthy to be my heir. His words were like daggers, shattering Shun Fei's dignity into fragments. Beside him, Jiang Weiyan chimed in with a mocking laugh. What the master says is true. Our little Yi possesses an innate Xian-level bloodline. He is destined to be a dragon among men, inheriting the Shun family legacy, bringing honor to our name. Unlike certain individuals who, like their ailing mother, are utterly worthless. Shen Yi puffed out his chest, casting a condescending glance at Shun Fei, his eyes filled with a patronizing pity. Brother, do not blame Dad if anyone is to blame. It is you and your mother for your misfortune. However, in the spirit of brotherhood, I might plead with Dad to grant you an opportunity. This trio's exchange resembled a meticulously orchestrated performance, with Shun Fei relegated to the role of a mock jester. Shun Fei clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He understood that their summons today was far from a mere act of humiliation. Speak, what do you truly desire? His voice became calm, tinged with a hint of despairing silence. Finally, Shun Jiangwo displayed a satisfied expression. He relished Shun Fei's perceptive grasp of reality. It is quite simple. Shun Jiangwo rose and paced before Shun Fei, speaking in a tone reminiscent of bestowing a favor. You shall enlist in the military, journey to the northern borders, where it is both a meat grinder and a gilded pool. I require you to return within 5 years, having risked your life to procure for me an immense honor. Be it a war god or a marshal, the higher your status and the more illustrious your military achievements, the better. When you return on the day of Xiao Ye's comingafage ceremony, when he turns 18, you will announce before all the dignitaries of Jincheng that you willingly transfer all the glory, ranks, and status you have acquired over these 5 years to your brother, Shun Yi. You must declare to everyone that all your accomplishments during these 5 years were achieved under Xiao Ye's remote guidance. You are merely a shadow, a puppet he has thrust into the limelight. He is the true mastermind behind the scenes. From that moment on, you shall withdraw from the military, sever your lineage, and return to being an ordinary person. Xiao Yi will then inherit the mantle of youthful war god and seamlessly become the next head of the Shun family. Should you agree, I will immediately dispatch someone to procure the blood dragon ginseng, ensuring your mother's safety. For these 5 years, I will provide for her abundantly, allowing her to enjoy her twilight years in peace. What say you? Will you accept this transaction? Shun Jiangwo gazed down at Shun Fei, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. To him, using a worthless son to pave the way for a prodigious son was the most advantageous and natural transaction in the world. At that moment, Shun Fei's heart felt deadened. He looked at the man who was ostensibly his father and at the mother and son beside him, their faces radiant with smiles, and he felt an overwhelming wave of disgust and desolation. To pave the way for Shun Yi, they had concocted such a malicious and shameless scheme. This was akin to draining his blood, stripping away his skin, and using his very bones as stepping stones for Shun Yi. Yet, could he refuse? He could not, for behind him lay his mother, frail and gasping upon a sickbed. She was the sole warmth and concern in this frigid household. Very well, Shun Fei forced out a single word through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with blood. I accept your terms. As the tide of memories receded, the murderous intent within the tent thickened like ink. Shun Jiangwo, Jiang Weiyan, Shun Yi. Shun Fei pronounced these 3 names with deliberate emphasis, the bloodlust in his eyes almost spilling forth. I, Shun Fei, have upheld my end of the bargain. In this northern battlefield, I have crawled and fought amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, surviving against all odds. I have slain the Beast King and quelled the chaos at the borders, bearing 365 scars upon my body, only to earn the title of War God. I have prepared everything, ready to present it at Shun Ye's comingafage ceremony, like a jester offering it with my own hands. But you could not even wait 5 years. You dared to break your promises. You dare to harm my mother. Shun Fei abruptly rose, an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure erupting forth. Crack! The grand table, crafted from a century-old ironwood, began to splinter under the weight of this force, crumbling into a heap of powder. Yun Qian, a roar erupted, resonating like a dragon's roar, piercing through the tent and echoing throughout the entire military camp. Swish, a graceful shadow, swift as a specter, appeared instantly within the tent, kneeling on one knee. The newcomer, clad in black combat attire, accentuated her voluptuous figure, her beauty striking yet infused with a fierce aura. It was none other than Shun Fei's most capable deputy, the foremost among the four great generals Yun Qian. War God, what are your orders? Yun Qian inquired in a low voice, though her heart was gripped by astonishment. She had never witnessed Shun Fei in such a state of disarray. The overwhelming murderous intent, potent enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth, caused even her, a decisive general on the battlefield, to feel a wave of trepidation. What on earth had transpired? I must return home at once. Shun Fei's voice was cold and piercing, leaving no room for dissent. You shall temporarily oversee all affairs of the military. Until my return, seal all information. Return home? Yun Qian suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. War God, you mustn't. Anchor of the Northern Realm, should you leave, the consequences of a beast invasion would be catastrophic. Moreover, abandoning your post is a capital offense. Yun Qian understood that military law was as unyielding as stone. Even the war god did not possess such privilege. Consequences? Shun Fei slowly turned, his blood-red gaze fixed intently on Yun Qian. I only know that whoever dares to harm my mother will face repercussions far graver than an invasion by the beasts. As for military law, a sinister smile crept upon Shun Fei's lips. Once I have resolved my matters, I shall face the military's punishment. But for now, whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise. Before his words had fully dissipated, he transformed into a streak of golden light, crashing through the apex of the tent and soaring into the sky. That terrifying speed left a long white shockwave in its wake, the sound of the sonic boom echoing like rolling thunder above the entire military camp. Yun Qian remained kneeling in stunned silence, feeling the suffocating pressure in the air that had yet to dissipate, her delicate form trembling involuntarily. She had followed Shun Fei for 3 years, witnessing both his elegant demeanor that could reduce foes to ashes with mere laughter, and his formidable prowess as he single-handedly defended the nation's gates. Yet today, witnessing Shun Fei's fury nearly beyond control was a first for her. The Shun family of Jincheng? What could his kin possibly have done to provoke him into bearing the stigma of a deserter just to return and confront them? Her hesitance lingered in her heart for less than 3 seconds. In her mind, memories resurfaced from 3 years prior, when she was pursued by enemies, gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was this man, descending like a celestial being, who annihilated all her assailants with a single move and saved her life. From that moment on, her life became his. War God, Yun Kei murmured, her gaze gradually solidifying with resolve and determination. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, striding out of the command tent. To the approaching elite guards, she issued an order with an undeniable tone, cold and authoritative. Relay my orders. The war god has sensed a calling, and shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving for a higher realm. The area within 100 meters of the command tent is hereby declared a no-go zone. Any trespassers shall be met with merciless reprisal. All troops are to enter a state of heightened readiness, and the patrol shall be doubled. Ensure the defense line remains impenetrable. Understood. The guards responded in unison, promptly executing her commands. Once everything was arranged, Yun Kei gazed toward the direction Shun Fei had vanished, taking a deep breath. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy enveloped her, transforming her into a streak of light as she followed Shun Fei's trajectory, soaring into the air. War God, I shall guard your blade, but your back also deserves protection. The Shun family. I shall see who dares to threaten the benefactor of Yun Kei. Chapter 2. The ancestral hall murder of the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Shisui stared in shock at Uchiha Kenya. Unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his body became adorned with an array of black runes, the mark of self-imposed bondage. Do not blame me, Shisui. Everything I have done is for our clan's future, Kenya declared. Paralyzed with disbelief, Shisui felt the chilling touch of fingers at his eye sockets, and in the next moment, his eyes were mercilessly plucked from their depths. Relax, Shisui, Kenya spoke coolly. It is I who should express gratitude. Your Sharingan now belongs to me. With both Sharingan in hand, Uchiha Kenya closed his eyes, channeling the system to merge the ocular powers. In that instant, a profound transformation occurred within Kenya's gaze as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually opened, exuding a hauntingly potent energy. After a brief period of acclimatization, Kenya closed the kaleidoscopic eyes. He procured a single Tomo Sharingan from the system marketplace. Shisui, awaken, Kenya whispered, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. What is happening? My eyes. Uchiha Shisui struggled to open his eyes, his expression one of incredulity. I seem to recall you removing my eyes. I have replaced them with a new pair, Kenya replied. His tone deep and resonant, weaving a lie with effortless ease, covertly employing the abilities of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Those are the eyes of a fallen Uchiha warrior, and I have bestowed them upon you using the yang release techniques. What are you plotting, Kenya? Shisui's voice trembled. The higher-ups of Konoha are preparing to annihilate the Uchiha clan. You must gather your resolve and fight for our family, Kenya asserted, his voice cold and resolute. Otherwise, our clan will face utter ruin. You cannot wish for our kin to be slaughtered, nor for the children to perish. Shisui was momentarily stunned. He had never fathomed such a calamity could befall them. His heart swelled with a tumult of anger and sorrow, yet simultaneously ignited a fierce determination. We must inform our clansmen. At the very least, I must alert the clan leader. I want to save them. Clenching his fists with unwavering resolve, Shisui declared. We have to act, just as I hoped. Let us go. Kenya nodded, leading Uchiha Shisui away from the forest. Upon escaping the deadly woods, they traversed through shadowy alleyways until they finally arrived at the residence of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were still awake. Upon seeing Kenya and Shisui, they invited the two to join them for tea. Clan leader Fugaku, Lady Mikoto, Kenya bowed deeply, stating, I have crucial matters to discuss with you. Please prepare yourselves mentally. Exchanging a glance, an ominous premonition surged within their hearts. On a frigid night, what transpired? The voice of Fugaku Uchiha bore a hint of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Kenya Uchiha recounted in detail the nefarious actions of Itachi Uchiha and the root ninjas to the two individuals before him. As he narrated, the expressions of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha grew increasingly grave. How could he? How could he? Mikoto's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. He has betrayed our clan. There was no trace of emotion in Shisui Uchiha's voice as he stated. He has colluded with the root ninjas, and they have been assassinating our kin for some time, plotting to annihilate our clan after eliminating me. The two stared in disbelief at Kenya and Shisui. They could scarcely accept the truth, yet Kenya's gaze was resolute and unwavering, revealing no hint of deception. We must prepare ourselves, Fugaku declared, his tone filled with determination. For the honor and dignity of our clan, we must fight to the bitter end. With those words, he stealthily exited the room and discreetly released a carrier pigeon. Witnessing this, Kenya Uchiha sprang into action, utilizing the lethal ability of his Mangeki Sharingan to slay the pigeon. The bird plummeted from the sky, landing on the courtyard ground. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Clan leader, what do you mean by this? Are you signaling Itachi to eliminate us? You hold culpability as well. As the clan leader, you have betrayed your family, Haven to you? In response to Kenya's barrage of inquiries, Mikoto wiped her tears, clutching a kunai in her hand. She was prepared for battle, yet she was no match for Kenya Uchiha. Moreover, their earlier encounter had already sown the seeds of a binding curse mark upon them. Shisui, bring the clan leader to me. I want him to witness how I treat his wife. I want him to suffer. Kenya Uchiha overpowered Mikoto, exacting fierce retribution upon Fugaku, declaring, Traitor, you have forfeited your rights. You are no longer the clan leader. Thus, the clan leader's wife is no longer yours. I want you to see clearly. With every emphatic word from Kenya, his actions grew more fervent. The following day, Kenya summoned all clan members in the name of Fugaku Uchiha. Setting aside the duties of the guard, all clan members gathered in the ancestral hall, save for Itachi Uchiha. As the clansmen congregated, engaged in fervent discussion, the atmosphere became tense and somber. Suddenly, Itachi burst in, silencing the commotion within the hall. He exuded a coldness and authority alien to the Uchiha clan. What are your intentions? Do you intend to betray Konoha? Do you still hold Konoha in your hearts? Itachi's voice pierced like an icicle, striking at the core of their souls. He positioned himself as if embodying the protector of Konoha in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clan members exchanged glances, a wave of inexplicable panic surging within their hearts. They could not comprehend why an internal gathering of the family had provoked questions from Konoha. The presence of Uchiha Shisui was intimidating, yet he stood resolute, unperturbed. You are a traitor to the clan. You are the disgrace of the Uchiha. His eyes gleamed with a faint crimson light, the tomo of his Sharingan activated. With a tone laden with resentment, he pointed an accusing finger at Uchiha Itachi, exclaiming, "You proposed the massacre of our clan. What right do you have to question us?" A flicker of shock crossed Itachi's face. His eyes widened as he stared at Shisui, shouting, "What has become of your Mangekyou Sharingan? Where has it gone? To whom did you give it?" His voice betrayed an incredulous astonishment. "Was it not you and Danzo who conspired to take it from me? What pretense are you putting on? A thief crying out for justice." Uchiha Kenya interjected coldly, deliberately directing the ire towards Danzo and Itachi, seeking to incite the anger of the clan members. "You speak nonsense," Itachi roared, but his voice gradually drowned in the murmurs of the clan. "You know well what you have done. You traitorous son, you deserve death. I could kill you right now." Shisui continued, his voice firm and powerful, his expression contorted with intensity. He gestured to his own Sharingan, stating, "To obtain my Mangekyou Sharingan, you colluded with Danzo. You stole my eyes. Now, this is the evidence. Do you see this? Are these my own eyes?" The clan members began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes shifting between Itachi and Shisui. Some displayed expressions of anger, while others fell into deep contemplation. "You are slandering me," Itachi bellowed in rage. "I have never done such a thing. I refuse to accept it." Yet, his words appeared feeble amidst the clan's rising skepticism. "Kenya, what is the meaning of this? Why does Shisui possess a Tomo Sharingan?" An elder member inquired of Uchiha Kenya. "At that time, I fortuitously discovered Shisui. Otherwise, he would have perished." Kenya's voice bore a hint of pride as he continued. "At that moment, his eye sockets were empty. I had no choice but to secretly bring him back to the clan and replace them with the eyes reserved by the family." The gaze of the clan members sharpened, now firmly fixated on Uchiha Shisui. The scales of their judgment began to tip in favor of Kenya's words. Shisui was the pride of the clan. Though the members were unaware that he had previously awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, they now recognized its significance, viewing it as a treasure of the family. The fact that his eyes had been taken was undeniably a profound disgrace for the clan. Shisui's eyes, someone whispered in disbelief, the incredulity evident in their voice. The atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe, as the clansmen began to murmur amongst themselves, their accusations against Uchiha Itachi surging like a tidal wave. "It must be Uchiha Itachi. He has betrayed our clan. He has taken Shisui's eyes. We cannot let him escape. Uchiha Itachi must be dealt with severely." The voices of anger echoed through the crowd, their fury palpable. Uchiha Itachi stood amidst the throng, isolated and desolate, his gaze brimming with unending rage. In a moment of heightened emotion, he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, poised to strike. At that very instant, Uchiha Kani also unleashed his Mangekyou Sharingan, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. He invoked his lethal ability, an invisible force emanating from his eyes, striking directly at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's body stiffened, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Yet, he was too late to react, as life ebbed swiftly from within him. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed onto the ground of the shrine. His visage twisted in agony, his Mangekyou Sharingan revealing itself, shimmering with an eerie glow. The clansmen stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. As he deactivated his Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Kani slowly approached, delicately grasping Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was on the verge of crushing those eyes. In truth, he had absorbed and fused Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan through a mysterious system. Chapter 3. The Requiem of Danzo and the Third Hokage. Uchiha Kani's Sharingan had undergone a remarkable transformation. The pattern of 6 tomos slowly rotated in his eyes, emanating a mesmerizing brilliance. In addition to his own Mangekyou Sharingan, he had fused the eyes of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Itachi. With each fusion, he gained the opportunity to select or enhance new abilities. His powers had surged immensely, granting him mastery over space concealment, instant death vision, hypnotic manipulation, pocket dimensions, colossal manifestations, and spatial teleportation, each ability at his fingertips like a mere plaything. Having employed his hypnotic manipulation, Uchiha Fugaka's family complied obediently, the sole exception being Uchiha Itachi, who had perished. Thus, in the wake of Itachi's demise, they remained eerily quiet, their gazes akin to those of strangers witnessing death before them. I have purged the traitors of our clan. What am I? I am a hero. I shall lead our family to greatness once more. I will restore the Uchiha to their former glory. Therefore, I shall become the clan leader. Who is in agreement? Who opposes? Uchiha Kami's voice resonated within the shrine, his eyes brimming with confidence and authority. The clansmen, intimidated by his imposing presence, bowed their heads in submission. In the ensuing moments, Uchiha Kenya wasted no time and continued to wield his hypnotic and brainwashing abilities, instilling trust among the clansmen gathered within the shrine. Before the body of Uchiha Itachi had even grown cold, Uchiha Kenya ascended as the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Standing within the shrine, he surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Perhaps due to Uchiha Itachi's prolonged silence, Shimura Danzo could no longer contain his impatience. As he stormed into the Uchiha territory with his root ninjas, he discovered that all had congregated within the shrine. Upon witnessing the 3,000 clan members, regardless of age or gender, activating their Sharingan or evolving it further, a chill surged through his heart. Several clansmen, previously possessing the 3-Tomo Sharingan, had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. These crimson eyes fixated upon the root ninjas, instilling a sense of dread within them. What are you plotting here? A rebellion? I warn you, surrender at once. Otherwise, I shall bring ruin upon you, roared the one-eyed Shimura Danzo, stepping forth and striking his cane heavily against the ground. Yet, his voice echoed faintly outside the shrine. Uchiha Kenya offered him no response. Instead, he employed his death-inducing gaze, an invisible force enveloping Shimura Danzo in an instant. Before Danzo could invoke his Anaji, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes closing forever. The root ninjas he had brought also succumbed in rapid succession, their hearts halting as they fell lifeless. Witnessing this turn of events, the Third Hokage, orchestrating everything from the shadows, could no longer restrain himself. He approached with numerous clan leaders and elite ninjas. Uchiha Kenya, how dare you slaughter indiscriminately on the territory of Konoha? This is the act of a demon. You mercilessly kill the innocent, sparing not even your own kin. You are the very embodiment of evil, bringing disaster and suffering upon Konoha. The Third Hokage's voice grew louder, yet beneath his words lay an unmistakable facade of hypocrisy. His fury was merely a theatrical display, his disdain a mask to conceal his true nature. Uchiha Kenya regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, his gaze rife with scorn and derision. Hiruzen Sarutobi, your duplicity repulses me. You profess to act for the sake of Konoha, yet you secretly conspire with Danzo to consume our Uchiha clan. How many Uchiha vanished mysteriously after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War? How many perished on missions? Dare you claim these matters are none of your concern? You are the true demon. As his words fell, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance turned ashen, and he bellowed in fury, nonsense. You slander me. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have dedicated my life to Konoha. How could I stoop to such despicable acts? I am the benevolent father of Konoha. As soon as his words fell silent, the surrounding clan leaders and elite ninjas began to murmur among themselves. They observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, yet doubts crept into their hearts. After all, the conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha had long been an open secret, and as the leader of Konoha, Sarutobi had yet to take any action. This itself presented a significant issue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think we are unaware of your true nature? We have long known of your collusion with Danzo. You profess to act for the sake of Konoha, yet in reality, you merely safeguard your own rule and interests. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being Hokage. The clan leader spoke with conviction. You are the true traitor. We shall fight for the honor and dignity of the Uchiha. The voices of the Uchiha grew louder, their emotions increasingly intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your hypocrisy is truly nauseating. At one time, the fourth Hokage survived, yet he perished. Why was it not you who died? Why was it not you who invoked the dead demon-consuming seal? Uchiha Kagaya spoke again. Do you believe you can deceive everyone? I tell you, Your conspiracy has been uncovered. Today, I shall restore clarity to the villagers of Konoha. I seek justice for the Uchiha clan." As his words concluded, a formidable aura erupted from him, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being twisted by his presence. Sarutobi and the other clan leaders were taken aback by this overwhelming force, retreating a few steps involuntarily. However, Sarutobi, being the leader of Konoha, quickly regained his composure. How outrageous! This is sheer tyranny. He inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Uchiha Kagaya, do not be so arrogant. Today, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall slay you, the demon." For the peace of Konoha, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Sarutobi, igniting the air around him. Yet, before Uchiha Kagaya, this chakra felt feeble, merely a fade. He coldly regarded Sarutobi and remarked, "Having said so much, the time has come. You may join Danzo in the afterlife." The 6 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, like brilliant stars in the night sky, unleashing a terrifying power. Sarutobi, the legendary invincible Hokage, appeared utterly powerless before this force. "How can this be? It is impossible." Sarutobi's voice trembled, his teeth clenched, each word laden with disbelief. He attempted to summon the chakra within him, striving to resist this insurmountable power. But in the face of such overwhelming energy, his efforts appeared utterly insignificant. In the next instant, Sarutobi's figure crashed heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust enveloped his body. As he struggled to rise, he realized that his strength had been utterly depleted, his body seemingly drained of all vitality, rendering him incapable of motion. After a few desperate attempts to rise from the ground, his power waned further, and ultimately, he succumbed to death. "Are you also here to slaughter us, Uchiha? The enemies of the Uchiha deserve death." The gaze of Uchiha Kanya was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over the crowd. His voice cold and merciless, as if he were poised to take lives at any moment. In the presence of numerous clan leaders, he made his intentions clear, subtly urging them to choose sides, stating, "If you are enemies, then prepare to lose your lives." No. We were compelled to come here. It was all the Third Hokage's coercion. One clan leader trembled as he spoke, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. "We truly harbor no such intentions. Please, show mercy and spare us." Another clan leader wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily echoing his sentiments. His voice tinged with urgency and panic. They attempted to distance themselves from the Uchiha clan's adversarial stance, yet under the immense pressure, their words seemed feeble and powerless. "Just speak, and I will know you are not my enemies," Uchiha Kenya replied coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. His piercing aura remained undiminished as he gazed at the assembly, continuing, "You will accompany us now." The clan leaders exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Yet, under the formidable presence of Uchiha, none dared to dissent. What are we to do?" One clan leader mustered the courage to stammer. Uchiha Kanya cast a frigid glance his way, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "You will have your clans encircle the territories of the 4 great families of Konoha. The Sarutobi, the Nara, the Shimura, and the Mito, leave none behind. They all shall be annihilated." These words struck the assembly like a thunderclap, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Uchiha Kanya. Chapter 4. Gathering the villagers for the public trial. "This is madness," one clan leader exclaimed, his voice trembling with terror and anxiety. "Madness?" Uchiha Kenya sneered. "They were the ones who initiated hostilities against our Uchiha clan. If they are devoid of compassion, they cannot blame us for our ruthlessness. Now, you have 2 options. Either follow me, or..." He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he continued, "Perish here. Accompany the Third Hokage to the grave. Accompany Danzo to the grave. Accompany the root ninjas to the grave." The clan leaders bowed their heads, overwhelmed by his imposing presence. They understood that Uchiha Kanya was no longer an adversary they could easily confront. They had no choice but to submit and follow in his wake to carry out this audacious plan. As Uchiha Kanya led thousands of followers, surging like a tide towards the bustling streets of Konoha, the entire village of ninjas seemed to tremble with trepidation. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to reduce the splendor of this land to ashes. Before him, Konoha was no longer the tranquil and prosperous place it once was. It had descended into chaos and panic. People fled in all directions, their terror palpable in the dust-laden air. It was evident that this state of alarm had persisted for some time. Uchiha Kanya furrowed his brow, sensing the pervasive unease among the villagers. He turned to the clan leaders behind him, his voice icy and authoritative, inquiring, "Why have the four great clans fled in advance? Have you betrayed us?" The clan leaders quivered in response, their voices nearly drowned out by fear, stammering, We truly do not know." One leader, his voice trembling, felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead, terrified that a moment's displeasure from Uchiha Kanya could lead to his instant demise. Uchiha Kanya smirked coldly, an unmistakable resolve shimmering in his gaze. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, employing its hypnotic powers. Gradually, the leaders' expressions became vacant, as if their souls had been extracted. "Is that so? You genuinely have no knowledge of any betrayal?" Uchiha Kanya's voice flowed like a soothing lullaby, luring them into a trance. "I am unaware. I do not know," the leaders mechanically echoed, their words devoid of conviction. Satisfied, Uchiha Kanya deactivated his Manjiki Sharingan and turned to his fellow Uchiha, his voice resounding with fervor and strength, declaring, "My kin, we have triumphed. The cowards of the four great clans have fled. They are now traitorous ninjas. We shall reign over this land and become its true masters." Inspired by Uchiha Kanya's rallying cry, his clansmen erupted in cheers, brandishing shurikens and blades, their eyes alight with fervent zeal. "Capture the remaining members of the four great clans and bring them to the square before the Hokage building. And you, gather the villagers. I shall convene a public trial." At his command, the Uchiha ninjas sprang into action, darting through the streets of Konoha like hawks, infiltrating the domains of the four clans to seize the remaining individuals. The villagers were summoned to the vicinity of the Hokage building, filling the square with a throng that resembled a swarm of ants. Standing atop the Hokage building, Uchiha Kanya surveyed the crowd below with an expression of cold indifference and ruthlessness, as if gazing upon mere insects. The elites of the four great clans are truly ruthless. To abandon so many clan members without hesitation, how utterly devoid of sentiment. He scoffed derisively, as if witnessing a farcical spectacle. Suddenly, Uchiha Kanya shifted his tone, his voice growing grave as he declared, "While you may claim to be pitiful, you cannot be deemed innocent. The time has come to pay for all that you once enjoyed." At that moment, a member of the Uchiha clan rushed in, breathless, and reported, "Chief, the Nine Tails is missing. It appears to have been taken by the four great clans." Uchiha Kanya furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon regained his composure. He replied coolly, "It matters not. The Nine Tails is merely a creature of immense chakra. Should the tailed beast be needed, we shall simply capture it again. If Uchiha Madara can seize a tailed beast, so too can I." He waved his hand, and a clan member presented him with a megaphone. Uchiha Kanya took the device, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, I must convey a matter of great importance. The era of Konoha has come to an end." His voice thundered, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. "In the land of fire, the age of ninjas has also concluded. We shall establish a shogunate in the land of fire. And I, as the shogun, shall rule over you." The villagers of Konoha began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet, the event was far from over. A figure emerged beside Uchiha Kanya, the daimyo of the land of fire. His eyes were vacant and devoid of life as he took the megaphone and stated, "I am profoundly disappointed in your third Hokage. He has incited internal strife within the land of fire. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has restored order. A shogunate shall be established in the land of fire. You shall all serve as the shogunate's guards, just as ninjas have supplanted samurai. Now, the shogun, Uchiha Kanya, shall deliver judgment upon the transgressions of the four great clans of Konoha." As the daimyo's words echoed, the entire square fell into a profound silence. The people gazed up at Uchiha Kanya and the daimyo on the platform, holding their breath in anticipation of what would come next. "I thank you for your support, esteemed daimyo, and I also express my gratitude to all of you for your cooperation. Now, allow me to briefly outline why they are guilty." Uchiha Kanya fixed his gaze upon the men of the four great clans kneeling in the square, declaring, "Your leaders have shown cruelty, yet I shall not mirror their heartlessness. After all, there are too many of you. Thus, I will only deal with you adult men." A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, as if to crush the anger that simmered within him. "Your crimes, while seemingly distant, are intricately connected to the events before us. The second Hokage was ambushed and ultimately perished during negotiations in the village hidden in the clouds. Yet, why did Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who served as his guards, allow the second Hokage to sacrifice himself while they returned to Konoha unscathed?" A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he continued to weave a false narrative of history. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen, entangled in culpability, ultimately ascend to the position of Hokage and become the ruler of Konoha? His voice turned low and frigid as he stated, "Though the era of the second Hokage was brief and glorious, it has revealed its decline. He was exceptionally intelligent, yet he led Konoha into the abyss." Chapter 5. The approval of the four great clans and execution. The second Hokage established the Umbu, consolidating his power. He created the Guard Division, binding the Uchiha clan as his watchdogs. He even founded the Ninja Academy, pushing the commoners into the battlefield, thus generating an endless supply of war fodder. All of this was merely to maintain his dominion. Uchiha Kanya's gaze was filled with fury and disdain, and his words revealed a profound aversion to the second Hokage. He continued, "Most of the ninjutsu he devised were aimed at our Uchiha clan Sharingan. The Guard Division has become a tool to erode our will, allowing us to squander our time on trivial matters, hindering our self-improvement. Simultaneously, he sowed seeds of resentment among the villagers towards us, gradually distancing us from the center of power." Uchiha Kenya took a deep breath. As if to release all the fury within him, he fabricated a false narrative, stating, at that time, the ninja clans were not united. They were all wary of one another. The various tactics employed by the second Hokage instilled fear in everyone. They feared becoming the next Uchiha to be suppressed. Thus, they conspired with the ninjas of the Cloud Village, including Sarutobi Hizashi, who served as a guard, to orchestrate this assassination. Raising his left hand, with fervor in his expression, Uchiha Kenya proclaimed, "As a result, Sarutobi Hizashi became Hokage. Yet, he is merely a puppet. Even wielding great power, he is but a shadow of his former self." He also learned to conspire with enemies, uniting with outsiders, leading to the demise of the Senju clan's elite during the war. After the conflict, the Senju clan fell into utter decline. Can you still see their presence today? Even the princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade, has distanced herself from the power center of Konoha. Pausing momentarily, Uchiha Kenya continued, "Is there not a problem with all of this? And you, who enjoy the benefits he has brought, are you not guilty?" His words were filled with questions and indignation, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. He fixed his gaze upon the crowd below, as if intending to devour them one by one. He then declared, "Now that the trial has concluded, I shall execute you." As his words fell, a dark sphere suddenly coalesced in Uchiha Kanya's hand, seemingly devouring all light. Without mercy, he hurled the sphere into the center of the square, watching as it instantly expanded, resembling a colossal black hole that ravenously consumed the men of the four great clans. To the bewildered onlookers, Uchiha Kenya appeared as a demon, ruthlessly erasing the lives of those men. Yet the truth was far more complex. The men who were consumed had not perished. Instead, they were transported by Uchiha Kenya to his hidden realm. It was a small world resembling the real one, yet filled with mystery and the unknown. After accomplishing this, a glimmer of cunning shone in Uchiha Kanya's eyes. He gently called out to the system, inquiring, "System, do you possess any additional functionalities? Perhaps something related to resource utilization? I have no desire to kill for the mere sake of it. I seek profit." A chime resonated, indicating the activation of the recycling feature in response to the host's query. The system's cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Members of the four great clans can be exchanged for system points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hanya's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he replied, "Exchange. Exchange them all. This is simply marvelous." Ha. His voice brimmed with exhilaration and ecstasy, as if he could already envision boundless wealth beckoning to him. The fierce winds howled around Uchiha Hanya, accompanied by a group of loyal Uchiha clansmen, their eyes glimmering with a blend of reverence and fervor. "Lord Clan Leader, how shall we deal with the remaining women and children?" one clansman cautiously inquired, his voice trembling amidst the roaring wind. Uchiha Hanya's gaze was as frigid as ice. He slightly turned his head and replied nonchalantly, "Boys, all shall undergo sterilization, severing their bloodline. The girls will serve as child brides for a time. As for the adult women, they shall become concubines for the men of our clan, enriching our household. The elderly women can attend to domestic chores, thereby rendering their final value." There was not a trace of compassion in Uchiha Hanya's words, as if these lives were merely insignificant insects in his eyes. This was precisely the method he aspired to employ. He abhorred waste. Every resource must be utilized to its fullest potential. At that moment, a forgotten figure flashed through his mind, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Uchiha Hanya snapped his fingers, as though commanding the world itself, and inquired, "Where is Sarutobi Asuma? Is he still at the Fire Temple?" The clansman promptly responded, "Report to the clan leader. He remains at the Fire Temple, possibly unaware of the situation here, though we cannot rule out the possibility that someone has notified him." Uchiha Hanya nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. He turned to his clansmen and declared, "I shall personally capture him. You will oversee matters here. Ensure order is maintained and chaos does not ensue. Furthermore, the body of Sarutobi Hizashi must be preserved. It will prove useful later." With that, he summoned a colossal bird-like summoning beast. The creature soared into the sky with remarkable speed, carrying him directly to the Fire Temple. Nestled within a tranquil valley, surrounded by towering mountains and enveloped in mist, the Fire Temple awaited his arrival. As Uchiha Hanya descended, the entire valley seemed to be shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. He knocked on the door, simultaneously surveying his surroundings with a sharp gaze. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a monk who peered out. Upon seeing Uchiha Hanya, a flicker of panic crossed his face, but he quickly composed himself and ushered Uchiha Hanya into the temple. The abbot of the Earth Temple personally received Uchiha Hanya. With a grave expression, he stated, "Sarutobi Asuma has departed." Uchiha Hanya furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Where has he gone? Did he mention anything to you?" As he spoke, he slowly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and a powerful hypnotic force instantly enveloped the surroundings. Under the influence of this force, the abbot began to struggle to recall his conversation with Sarutobi Asuma. He revealed that the Sarutobi clan had sought him for a matter, but after he left, he headed south towards the Land of Fire. The abbot answered with great difficulty, "Are there others? It seems there may be unexpected gains." Uchiha Hanya nodded. "Do you possess any mutual items that facilitate communication?" The abbot hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. "Our identity tags have a mutual sensing function." Chapter 6. Capturing and tormenting Sarutobi Asuma. Having obtained the identity tag of the Fire Temple, Uchiha Hanya smiled with satisfaction. He expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your cooperation." Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, the sixth tomo began to spin within. A formidable suction emanated from him, enveloping the entire Fire Temple. Without reservation, Uchiha Hanya drew everything within into his domain and sold it to the system in exchange for system points. He precisely infused chakra into the identity tag. The tag quivered slightly, then emitted a faint glow. The sensing waves spread like ripples, ultimately locking onto the direction of the southern Land of Fire. Uchiha Hanya's eyes shimmered with determination and ferocity, as if he could already envision his target, sensing the imminent storm. He leapt into the air, mounting the prepared flying ninja beast. The beast let out a soaring cry, its wings beating fiercely, creating a whirlwind as it swiftly pursued the target. The silhouette of the flying creature traced a brilliant arc across the night sky, akin to a shooting star piercing through the heavens. After a period of pursuit, Uchiha Hanya indeed spotted the familiar figure of Sarutobi Asuma in the southern Land of Fire. His signature beard stood out distinctly in the night. Accompanying Sarutobi Asuma was a group of fleeing ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. The sight of them ignited an uncontrollable fury within Uchiha Hanya. His eyes activated the Manjiki Sharingan, and at the focal point of his gaze, a tremendous chakra erupted, ultimately forming a colossal black hole. The black hole exuded a destructive aura in the night sky, like a demon that devours all, opening its gaping maw to pounce upon Sarutobi Asuma and his companions. Sarutobi Asuma and the surrounding ninjas, confronted with this sudden assault, were left utterly stunned. They were utterly unprepared to react, and in an instant, were mercilessly engulfed by the dark sphere. Under the night sky, piercing screams echoed, but were swiftly drowned by the void, leaving only a profound silence in their wake. As tranquility descended, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Uchiha Hanya stood upon the back of a bird-like beast, his gaze icy and profound, murmuring to himself, "Let me take the first cut. It's time for some amusement. The anger of my clan needs an outlet." Utilizing the power of his hidden realm, he traversed space and returned to the Hokage building. When Uchiha Hanya reappeared, he held the battered body of Sarutobi Asuma in his grasp, devoid of any trace of pity or sympathy in his eyes. In the square before the Hokage building, another lifeless body was bound to a cross, a silent testament to despair. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, now reduced to a mere shell devoid of vitality. His eyes were hollow and profound, seemingly narrating tales of past glory and honor, Yet all that remained was an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow. Uchiha Kenya commanded that Saratobi Asuma be bound beside his father. When Saratobi Asuma regained consciousness, he was confronted by the sight of his father's lifeless form. In that moment, it felt as though a heavy hammer struck his heart, an overwhelming surge of grief and fury flooding his being. This cannot be true. He struggled against his bindings, but the ropes held him firmly in place. Helplessly, he gazed upon his father's corpse, tears cascading down his face like a torrent, soaking his cheeks. His heart brimmed with despair and anguish, unable to accept this brutal reality. He attempted to scream, but his voice emerged hoarse and feeble, dissolving into a silent lament. Oh, already weeping? Saratobi Asuma, is this how fragile the so-called 12 guardian ninjas are? Uchiha Kanya's voice sliced through the silence of the square like a chilling blade, forcibly drawing Saratobi Asuma's attention back. He looked up to find himself bound in the square before the Hokage building, surrounded by a throng of Uchiha clan members, their eyes glinting with a sinister crimson hue, embodying their wrath and hatred for the Saratobi family. A shudder coursed through Saratobi Asuma's heart. He struggled to maintain his pride and dignity. How could he, the son of the third Hokage, show weakness before this assembly of Uchiha? You are truly rebellious. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He shouted, though his voice trembled, betraying the fear he desperately tried to conceal. Yet Uchiha Kenya remained unfazed, advancing with resolute steps towards Saratobi Asuma. His gaze was filled with indifference and disdain, as if he were merely observing a performance by a jester. What are you saying? Do you still consider yourself the Prince of Konoha? Your father was the true embodiment of rebellion. His voice was low and frigid, each word piercing like icy needles into Asuma Saratobi's heart. He proclaimed, Konoha is now but a relic of the past. The daimyo has declared it. Asuma's complexion instantly drained of color, unable to fathom such an insult and accusation. He struggled to retaliate, yet the ropes binding him were unyielding, rendering him immobile. All he could do was glare furiously at Uchiha Kenya, his eyes brimming with wrath and indignation. Pitiful, lamentable, and absurd, Uchiha Kenya observed Asuma's contorted face, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He shook his head slightly, seemingly dismissing Asuma's fury. Do you truly believe you can alter anything? The sins committed by your father will exact a toll on the Saratobi clan. His cold, merciless voice enveloped Asuma in an unprecedented despair. Surrounding him were 3,000 Uchiha clansmen, their eyes aglow with crimson light, erupting in derisive laughter. They reveled in Asuma's disgrace, their hearts filled with sadistic pleasure. Regardless of age or gender, they approached him like merciless executioners, weapons in hand, each step echoing their intent. The Sharingan in their eyes flickered with a cruel and frenzied light. With every slice of the blade, Asuma was inundated with excruciating pain, his body marred by an array of wounds. Just as blood threatened to pour forth, Uchiha Kenya waved his hand lightly, and the radiant essence of yang release enveloped Asuma, miraculously healing his injuries. This relentless oscillation between life and death brought Asuma's mind to the brink of collapse. He writhed in agony. Yet what tormented him further were the indifferent gazes of the villagers encircling the square. Those who once revered and feared him had now transformed into witnesses of his suffering, some even participating in inflicting deeper wounds. Asuma Saratobi, do you comprehend the essence of true despair? Uchiha Kenya observed him with a smirk filled with mockery and disdain, stating, Perhaps you are currently enduring unprecedented torment, but let me assure you, this is but the beginning. I shall make you taste the ultimate humiliation. With that, he had Asuma suspended in midair, a wooden donkey placed beneath him. Asuma was mercilessly slammed against the wooden contraption repeatedly, each impact rendering him closer to despair. Sweat drenched his face as his body trembled from the searing pain. Are you hungry? Shall I provide you with sustenance before we continue? Uchiha Kenya remarked coldly, a hint of mockery gracing his features, but I will offer you something rather unique. He gestured toward Saratobi Kinoamaru, who had been brought forth. The once lively and charming youth now bore a pallid complexion, his eyes brimming with terror. Chapter 7. The ultimate insult of excruciating pain under the harsh glare of the light. Asuma Saratobi's face appeared strikingly pale. Choose one, Asuma Saratobi. Will you gnaw on your father's aged flesh, or savor the tender meat of your nephew? The voice of Uchiha Kenya was as frigid as ice, chilling the very air around them. Each word struck like a cold blade, mercilessly piercing the heart of Asuma Saratobi, plunging his entire soul into an abyss of darkness. In the suffocating silence, someone suddenly lunged forward, violently yanking down Konohamaru Sarutobi's trousers, revealing the starkly bare area, devoid of anything. This shocking revelation shattered the last vestige of Asuma's resolve. His eyes widened, his pupils ignited with flames of rage and despair. The fire blazed fiercely, threatening to consume his sanity. He struggled desperately, yearning to break free and shield his helpless nephew from this brutal humiliation with his own body. Yet, he was bound tightly, unable to move. Asuma Sarutobi, this is the retribution for your family's misdeeds. Uchiha Kanyai's voice resonated again, laced with a morbid excitement and cruel satisfaction. We have eliminated your nephew's worries. Now, do you have anything to say? Tears shimmered in Asuma's eyes, a turmoil of anger, despair, and helplessness coalescing into droplets. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to roar, Uchiha Kanyai, you despicable beast. You will meet a fate worse than this. One day, you will face retribution 1,000-fold. However, his furious outburst was drowned out by the laughter of the surrounding crowd. His anger felt utterly powerless. The onlookers resembled a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, reveling in the inhumane torment, delighting in the bloodshed and thrill. Uchiha Kanyai merely regarded Asuma with a cold stare, his indifferent eyes seemingly capable of penetrating his very soul. He understood that Asuma's wrath and despair were but futile struggles. In this cruel game, he was destined to become the wretched creature tortured to death. If you refuse to speak, then I shall make this harrowing choice for you. Uchiha Kanyai's voice was icy and resolute as he waved his sleeve, orchestrating a gruesome ceremony. Soon, 2 enormous frying pans were brought forth before Asuma, steaming ominously and sending chills down his spine. After ensuring Asuma had feasted to his fill, Uchiha Kanyai taunted, "Have you had your fill? How utterly nauseating. Asuma Sarutobi, you truly are a wretch unworthy of a beast. How does it feel? Is it more unbearable than any pain you have ever known?" Asuma's throat was choked with morsels of flesh, rendering him voiceless. His heart was engulfed by a tempest of rage and despair. Yet what weighed most heavily upon him was a profound loathing for his own ineptitude. He despised himself for his inability to protect his kin, for his failure to avert this tragedy. "This is merely the beginning. I shall no longer indulge you." With those words, Uchiha Kanya cast one last glance, then turned away. He left behind a cadre of medical ninjas, instructing them to take shifts by Sarutobi Asuma's side, ensuring his survival, determined not to let him succumb too swiftly. In a shadowy corner, anxious and fearful eyes fixated on the harrowing scene unfolding in the square. These individuals had once been loyal hounds of the 4 great clans. Now facing an unprecedented predicament, their hearts brimmed with sympathy and concern for Sarutobi Asuma, yet they were equally consumed by terror at Uchiha Kanya's ruthless methods. They gazed upon the square, where the once mighty Sarutobi Asuma now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, enduring relentless torment. Each anguished groan pierced their hearts like a sharp blade, sending their emotions oscillating wildly between fear and fury. Yet, they dared not act recklessly. Surrounding the square, a throng of spectators gathered, with the formidable members of the Uchiha clan omnipresent. They understood all too well that any hasty movement could plunge them into an abyss of irreparable consequences. All they could do was silently pray in the shadows, hoping that Sarutobi Asuma would weather this trial. This was precisely the outcome Uchiha Kanya desired. He sought not only Asuma's agonizing cries, but also aimed to ensnare all hidden factions of rebellion with this brutal spectacle. He resembled a calm angler, using Sarutobi Asuma as bait, casting his hook and waiting for the insurgents to take the lure. He intended to eradicate all dissenters, leaving them no room for resistance. This was his strategy, to secure the internal front before confronting external threats. The following morning, though the sun shone gently, its rays felt like the cold edge of a blade upon Sarutobi Asuma. The brilliance once found in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a hollow despair. As he wandered the square like a mere shell of a man, not long ago, his beloved, Yuhi Kurenai, had witnessed his wretched state. He had come to grasp the true weight of Uchiha Kanya's words. The sight of his own misery, laid bare before the woman he cherished, was the ultimate humiliation. At that moment, Uchiha Kanya stood beside 3 crosses in the square. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the assembly of elite shinobi around him. He took a deep breath, his voice resonant and unwavering. "Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you here today to announce a piece of momentous news that bears great significance for us all." As his words echoed through the air, the atmosphere around the square shifted to one of solemnity and tension. An indescribable sense of anticipation and unease permeated the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Every shinobi's eyes widened, breaths held in anticipation as they awaited the next move of Uchiha Kenya. Their heartbeats resonated like the beating of a drum, heavy and powerful. Every cell within them trembled in anticipation of the forthcoming revelation. Uchiha Kenya spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. For too long, the power and resources of Konoha have been monopolized by the four great clans. This state of corruption has reached a point where change is imperative. This statement detonated like a bombshell, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Each shinobi felt an unprecedented surge of excitement and shock. Uchiha Kanya's voice rang out, resounding with an unassailable gravitas and determination. I shall lead an unparalleled transformation. The distribution of power and resources will be completely rewritten here. His words blazed like a wildfire, instantly igniting the passion and yearning within every shinobi present. The eyes of the shinobi sparkled with expectation, as if they glimpsed new hopes and opportunities shimmering ahead. In addition to the existing 6 departments, I shall establish the departments of agriculture, craftsmen, foreign affairs, resources, construction, and commerce. These will become the new pillars of our shogunate. Chapter 8. The lure of power and the oath of allegiance. The bustling square thrummed with fervent chatter. The voices of the people surged like tempestuous waves, each cresting higher than the last, reminiscent of countless sprays crashing against the rocks. Villagers gathered, animatedly discussing the shogun's reform plans, their emotions soaring as if they might burst through the heavens. Each voice carried the villagers' excitement. Have you heard? The shogun is instituting reforms, exclaimed one villager, fervently waving his arms, his voice brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Indeed, I have heard. This reform should overturn the old system, granting everyone a chance to shine. Another villager chimed in, his eyes sparkling as if already envisioning his future glory. Yet, reform always accompanies risk. What if it fails? Won't we all suffer the consequences? Interjected a worried villager, his brow furrowed with concern. Frisk. Without risk, how can there be reward? I suspect you fear losing your position after the reform, retorted a towering villager, casting a scornful glance. You speak nonsense. The provoked villager exclaimed, his face flushed as he pointed an accusing finger. The surrounding villagers quickly gathered, some attempting to mediate, others instigating, and chaos ensued. In a quaint tea house on a nearby street, an elderly man cloaked in a mysterious black robe sat quietly in a corner, resembling a solitary mountain. He listened intently to the fervent discussions of the villagers outside, his emotions simmering within him like a raging flame. The elderly man furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft sigh. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the tabletop, creating a stark contrast to the cacophony outside. Meanwhile, within the line of sight of the man clad in white, the elite shinobi whispered among themselves around the square. Although their voices were hushed, they resonated in the expansive space like the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, particularly grating. The shogun had just announced intentions for reform. One of the elite shinobi lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with excitement. He inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Indeed, this is significant. Generally, newly established departments wield immense power and resources. We must devise a strategy to secure our positions. Another elite shinobi eagerly chimed in, his tone rife with ambition and greed. The discourse among the elite shinobi intensified, their emotions swirling in a tempest of anger, anxiety, and uncertainty, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. In the center of the square stood Uchiha Kenya, as still as a stone statue. His icy gaze swept over the crowd. The agricultural, artisan, foreign affairs, resource, construction, and commerce departments have just been founded, and they are in dire need of talent. Is there anyone willing to serve? He spoke slowly, his expression inscrutable, as if he could see through their innermost thoughts. Uchiha Kenya was patient, waiting for them to process this overwhelming influx of information and make their decisions. Moments later, one of the elite shinobi stepped forward, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. I wish to join the resource department. Whatever plans the shogun has, I shall lend my full support. I, too, am willing. I will fight for the shogun. Count me in. As more elite shinobi rose to their feet, the square erupted in fervent shouts. A peculiar smile crept upon Uchiha Kanya's lips as he took a step aside. With his movement, 3 bodies bound by a cross became increasingly visible in the eyes of the crowd. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the air, rendering even breathing a heavy task. Among the 3, Aside from the pallid Asuma Sarutobi, the other two were already lifeless. Hisashi Hyuga lay as a corpse, while Konohamaru Sarutobi clung to life by a thread, as though he could expire at any moment. Uchiha Kanya's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally settling on the elite shinobi, who displayed fear and hesitation. Then show me your loyalty. Use your kunai to inflict harm upon Asuma Sarutobi. He spoke softly, yet his voice struck each heart like a heavy hammer, declaring, "If you fulfill this, I shall acknowledge you. You will become the most loyal allies of the Uchiha clan." His words reverberated through the square like a command, stirring the depths of every soul present. Some gazed with flickering eyes, evidently weighing the pros and cons. Others clenched their fists, as if suppressing an inner turmoil, while a few turned pale, seemingly foreseeing the impending bloodshed. "No, I cannot do this," an influential J-nin suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and conflict. His gaze drifted towards Asuma Sarutobi, revealing his inner struggle. Asuma was his friend and former comrade. How could he not hesitate at such a choice? "Do not waver. This is our opportunity," another J-nin urged in hushed tones, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He gripped his kunai tightly, poised for action. No sooner had he spoken than someone nearby scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "Humph, if you lack the courage, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Taking a deep breath, the J-nin steeled himself, and with a swift motion, he swung his kunai. A glint of cold steel flashed, and blood stained the blade, leaving a crimson mark upon Asuma Sarutobi's form. Uchiha Kanjuro extended his hand, employing a healing jutsu to staunch Asuma's bleeding. "What position did you desire?" Kanjuro feigned a pause, not continuing his discourse, prompting the J-nin to quickly respond. "My Lord General, I wish to join the Resource Department. Please grant me a chance to prove myself." "Very well. Henceforth, you shall be the Minister of the Resource Department," Kanjuro proclaimed, clapping his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Congratulations. Let us all applaud. We have birthed the highest leader of our Resource Department." Meanwhile, another J-nin concluded his deliberation. He looked at his companion, determination blazing in his eyes, stating, "I shall join as well. If we do not act, how do you think Lord Kanjuro will regard us? Will there be any future opportunities?" Chapter 9. The establishment of the Shogunate Council and its members. Uchiha Kanjuro's instigation for the J-nin to harm Asuma Sarutobi was, in essence, a calculated scheme. Once they committed this act, they would no longer have the chance to be mere fence-sitters. With one leading the charge, the psychological burden on the others dissipated. The kunai in the J-nin's hand dripped with blood, akin to the first strike that breaks the ice. This scene, propelled by an invisible force, compelled the remaining J-nin to surge forward, each emulating the act. Their eyes sparkled with zeal and resolve as their kunai fell like rain, leaving a series of grievous wounds upon Asuma Sarutobi's body. With a sharp sound, each wound emerged accompanied by the visceral noise of blood spurting forth, coalescing into a gruesome symphony. Asuma Sarutobi's injuries grew more severe, yet in the next moment, Izumi Uchiha healed his wounds. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, igniting the nerves of all present, quickening their heartbeats and hastening their breaths. Having done this, the remnants of the four great clans, along with those who once stood against us, will no longer tolerate our existence, murmured a seasoned shinobi. "But if power can be attained, it is worth the cost," he declared, his gaze ignited with fervor as he exclaimed, "We shall attain unparalleled glory and status. We will become the benefactors of the Uchiha clan, our names immortalized in history, sung by future generations." The faces of the elite shinobi were alight with frenzied smiles, their movements more rapid and resolute. They appeared to have completely forgotten the past kindnesses and status of Asuma Sarutobi, consumed solely by their thirst for power. "Ha! Now is the era of the Uchiha. You have shown great understanding, which pleases me." Izumi Uchiha's laughter rang out, filled with pride and arrogance. "The four great clans? Whether they can rise again remains to be seen. From this moment forth, the entire shinobi world shall bow before our Uchiha clan." As the last seasoned shinobi delivered the final blow to Asuma Sarutobi, they sealed their cruel and resolute pact. The atmosphere around the plaza reached a boiling point, the very air trembling with tension. Izumi Uchiha acted once more, swiftly healing Asuma's injuries, dangling his life by a thread. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across every elite shinobi present. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips, as though everything lay within his grasp. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "I hereby declare, to further refine our governance structure, I shall introduce a brand new position, council member. Each of you present has the opportunity to become one. This proclamation fell like stones into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of excitement. The expressions of the elite shinobi transformed into a tapestry of emotions. They exchanged glances, bewilderment and curiosity intermingling with excitement. A council? What is this? I have never heard of it, remarked a shinobi from a lesser clan, scratching his head. Confusion etched across his face, as if shrouded in a thick mist. It seems the general truly seeks reform, even proposing such an unprecedented concept. Another shinobi murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation, as if foreseeing a transformative storm sweeping through the village. A council? A council member? Echoed another shinobi from the lesser clan. Repeatedly savoring these unfamiliar terms, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for the unknown and a desire for exploration. Thus, could we, the common ninjas, ascend to the echelons of power and partake in the decision-making process? A youthful elite ninja exclaimed with fervor. His voice resonated with an ardent yearning for the future, as if he envisioned himself standing in the grand halls of the parliament, strategizing for the future of the shogunate. Uchiha Kanyo wore a faint smile, exuding confidence and composure. The shogunate will establish a parliament, divided into an upper and a lower house. He continued, the upper house shall be entirely under the auspices of the Uchiha clan, wielding judicial authority. Meanwhile, the lower house will gather the wisdom of esteemed representatives to collaboratively devise the future of the land of fire. Kanya's words reverberated like thunder, resonating deeply within every heart present. The elite ninjas, swayed like reeds in the wind, began to murmur among themselves. The discussions surged like tumultuous waves in a storm, stirring the entire square. The Uchiha clan monopolizing judicial power? Is this not a perilous concentration of authority, surpassing even past transgressions? A seasoned elite ninja from the great ninja clan furrowed his brow in discontent. His voice betrayed a palpable unease, as if an undercurrent surged beneath a placid lake. The general must possess far-reaching foresight. We need not rush to conclusions. An experienced elite ninja spoke slowly, his tone steady and resonant, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, imbued with a unique wisdom and calm. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of piercing through layers of fog to discern the trajectory of the future. At that moment, Uchiha Kanya's voice thundered once more, shaking every soul in attendance. The lower house, also known as the House of Commons, will grant you, as its members, the authority to legislate, oversee finances, and administer executive powers. The legislative process shall be driven by your collective efforts, culminating in vigorous debates, 3 readings, and ultimately submission to the upper house for deliberation, before being presented to me for approval and promulgation. Is this truly the case? Can we, the common ninjas, wield such significant power? An elite ninja abruptly rose, trembling with excitement, his voice quivering under the weight of this momentous revelation. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, as if he could already envision himself at the pinnacle of power, advocating for greater rights for his clan. Yet, this elation was short-lived, shattered by the apprehension of an elder elite ninja. The elder's brow was furrowed, his voice heavy with concern as he queried, "But the Uchiha clan controls the upper house. Can we, the common ninjas and the lesser clans, truly make an impact in this game of power?" His question detonated like a heavy bomb, igniting the emotions of the elite ninjas once more, their discussions swelling like a tempestuous sea. However, at that moment, an elite ninja from the great ninja clan let out a sudden scoff. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he declared, regardless of the circumstances, "This is an opportunity we must seize to advocate for greater rights for our clan." Chapter 10. The Offender and the Ambush from the Shadows. Once the Jonin received their respective appointments, they entered the Hokage building and commenced their duties in their individual offices. Yet, amidst this solemn occasion, a shocking scene unfolded. Uchiha Kenya tightly grasped the hand of Yuhi Kurenai, her heart racing as if caressed by a warm spring breeze. In an instant, Uchiha Kenya raised the massive iron pincers held by both of them and viciously clamped them down on Asuma Saratobi's groin. With a shattering sound, the spring bag burst open, a metallic scent of blood immediately permeating the air. Uchiha Kenya nonchalantly released his grip, discarding the pincers from his hands. His gaze fixed solely on Yuhi Kurenai, captivated by her eyes flitting about in panic. "Kurenai, look at him. How can such a feeble and inept fool merit your genuine affection? Is his weakness, his incapacity, truly what you desire?" His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic allure. As if imbued with an irresistible charm, he caressed Kurenai's hands, now stained with blood, yet they appeared remarkably tender at that moment. Kurenai's mind felt as though it had been emptied, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. She could hardly accept that a comrade with whom she had fought side by side had met such a gruesome fate at the hands of Uchiha Kenya and herself. What astonished her further was the profound gaze of Uchiha Kenya, one that seemed to threaten to engulf her entirely. "Will you marry me? My general's residence is in need of a mistress." Uchiha Kanya's voice resonated again, this time softer, as he implored, "Become my general's wife. Allow me to use my strength to safeguard your life." Kurenai's thoughts spiraled into chaos. She instinctively wished to refuse, but found herself at a loss for words. Gazing into Uchiha Kanya's ardent eyes, feeling the warmth radiating from his grip, her heart was ensnared in a tumult of confusion, unable to clarify her thoughts. She never anticipated that Uchiha Kenya would propose in such a bloody setting. "Kurenai, what are you truly contemplating? Are you still lost in memories of Asuma Saratobi? Do you not realize that since the day I met you in my youth, my heart has been irrevocably yours? All that I have sacrificed for you, does it pale in comparison to that of Asuma Saratobi?" Uchiha Kanya's voice echoed across the vast square, each word infused with profound emotion and unwavering resolve. His very being harbored a deep-seated obsession, one that continually influenced his thoughts of Yuhi Kurenai, compelling him to eradicate this fixation. At that time, he was the prince of Konoha. I could not possibly compare to him. However, the four great clans have failed in their attempt to annihilate the Uchiha clan. They are left to flee like lost dogs from this land. Uchiha Kanya's voice grew increasingly fervent, his emotions swelling as if he were about to unleash all his pent-up resentment and fury. He became animated, startling Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai found herself swept up in this torrent of emotion, her heart surging with an inexplicable fear. Gazing upon Uchiha Kenya's contorted visage, a chill crept into her heart. Saratobi Asuma is but a man on the brink of death. But what of me? I am the shogun of the land of fire, wielding immense power. I stand only second to the daimyo in name. Yet my authority is unparalleled. Uchiha Kanya's words brimmed with arrogance and hubris, as if he sought to trample the entire world beneath his feet. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging ominously. It appeared he was on the verge of unleashing all his wrath, yet ultimately, his hands fell weakly to his sides. He slowly approached Kurenai, whispering, "Forgive me. I should not have lost my temper with you. But I assure you, my intentions are sincere. Marry me." His voice resonated with a blend of pleading and hope, akin to a lost child yearning to find his way home. Kurenai gazed into his earnest eyes, her heart wavering slightly. Yet, at that moment, Uchiha Kenya suddenly descended into madness. He bellowed, "No need to ponder. Let us consummate our union at once." His words startled the Uchiha guards surrounding them, who leaned in to discern the commotion. As Uchiha Kenya engaged with Kurenai, he cast a derisive smile at Saratobi Asuma. He brandished a whip and struck Asuma with ferocity, each lash landing like a hammer upon Asuma's heart. "Wake up, Saratobi Asuma. Witness what I am doing. I am the ultimate victor." Uchiha Kanya's voice dripped with provocation and mockery, his gaze alight with the glow of triumph. Meanwhile, Kurenai stood silently, bearing the weight of it all. Her heart was a battleground of conflict and turmoil. She felt powerless to resist. Deep down, she understood that Uchiha Kenya held no love for her. Were he truly in love, he would never act in such a manner. This was merely retribution against Saratobi Asuma. At that moment, an unassuming villager approached, his steps hesitant, as though he were grappling with an internal struggle. Summoning what courage he could, albeit with a hint of shyness, he spoke. "My lord, may I take a stab at him? I too wish to attain a position of authority." His voice trembled, each word seeming to emerge from between clenched teeth, imbued with a yearning for the future and a challenge to his own courage. Uchiha Kenya, engrossed in his own affairs, lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes flashing like lightning as he cast a glance at the villager. He smiled gently, as if perceiving the desires and unease within the heart of the man before him. With a swift motion, he drew a shuriken from his waist and lightly tossed it to the ground, casually remarking, "Oh, what position do you aspire to? A civil role, perhaps?" At that very moment, the sunlight suddenly became blinding. The villager's shadow, under the sun's glare, slithered closer to Uchiha Kenya like a cunning serpent. In an instant, a knife flickered within the shadow. With a speed that was almost imperceptible, it struck toward the space between Uchiha Kenya and Yuhi Kurenai like a bolt of lightning. The atmosphere tensed to a breaking point, as if all breaths around them had been suspended. The knife carried a lethal intent. Should it land, Uchiha Kenya would surely suffer grave injuries. Yet, in this moment of crisis, Uchiha Kenya remained remarkably composed. He had long anticipated the villager-s attack. In an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through his palm, which coiled around the incoming blade like a serpent, firmly grasping this deadly strike. His gaze sharpened, akin to a beast poised to unleash its fury. Chapter 11. Interrogating Jiraiya from all angles. In the next breath, Uchiha Kenya formed a hand seal with one hand, and an identical shadow clone appeared beside him. Together, they seized the blade and, with synchronized force, yanked the hidden assailant from the shadows, hurling him violently across the square. The man with white hair traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. This spectacle ignited a fervor among the surrounding Uchiha clan members, who activated their Sharingan, their unique crimson eyes fixated intently on the man rising from the ground. Their gazes brimmed with fury and vigilance, as if ready to strike at any moment. "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you ambush the general of the Uchiha clan?" One Uchiha member bellowed, his voice reverberating through the square, laden with indignation and contempt for the assailant. "We cannot allow him to escape. Let us carve him to pieces." Another Uchiha cried out in rage, brandishing his kunai as he appeared eager to advance. The Uchiha members surrounded the escape route, blocking any chance of flight for the assailant. However, Uchiha Kenya seemed oblivious to the clamor. He continued his endeavor as if the preceding events had never transpired. No matter what transpired, nothing could deter him from his purpose. Meanwhile, his shadow clone approached slowly, eyes filled with wariness and indifference. "It is your turn now, Uchiha Fugaku." With these words from the shadow clone, a distortion in the space before him materialized, and a figure appeared like a wraith, none other than the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku unleashed the great fireball technique. With the command issued, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Every movement flowed like water, smooth and precise, as if forged through countless trials. The chakra within him surged like the magma of a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with boundless energy and destructive power. His gaze sharpened and steadied, the Sharingan activated, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstruction, targeting the enemy's vital points. Uchiha Fugaku expelled a torrent of blazing fire-type chakra from his mouth, instantaneously igniting the surrounding air. The flames roared like a colossal beast, rapidly expanding into a gigantic fireball akin to a burning star, casting a crimson glow over the entire plaza. The fireball traced a searing trajectory through the air, propelled by an aura of annihilation, lunging fiercely toward Jiraiya. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The air around the plaza appeared distorted by the fireball's intense heat, and the Uchiha clan members were awestruck by the might of this strike, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. They understood that this was Uchiha Fugaku's full-force attack, a symbol of their family's honor and dignity. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Jiraiya remained remarkably composed. His eyes betrayed no panic, his heartbeat steady, radiating an air of calm and confidence. He was well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's prowess, yet he believed in his ability to counter this assault. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Employing his signature ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu, he gathered chakra-infused oil in his mouth, gently expelling it, while simultaneously igniting it with the Fire Release technique. The oil ignited mid-air, transforming into a fiery projectile that clashed fiercely with Uchiha Fugaku's massive fireball. The moment produced a deafening roar, flames scattering in all directions. The surrounding temperature soared, as if the very air had been ignited. Following their collision, Uchiha Fugaku's colossal fireball's tail morphed into a brilliant blue-white hue. The massive fireball, with its overwhelming force, bore down upon Jiraiya's fireball. On the other side, after Jiraiya's continuous chakra output was refined, the tip of the flames also turned blue-white, engaging in a fierce struggle against the massive fireball. The once disadvantaged fireball, under Jiraiya's control, began to push forward once more. A stalemate ensued between the two forces. At that moment, both attacks reached their zenith, the air thick with tension and intensity. After a prolonged standoff lasting several minutes, the chakra output from both sides abruptly ceased, akin to a string snapped on a musical instrument. The raging flames, like a tamed beast, swiftly dissipated into the air. Yet the residual heat still imparted a sense of scalding oppression. Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone stood before Jiraiya, his voice cold and piercing like the bitter winds of winter. What have you returned for? Is it out of compassion for seeing your teacher's son being tormented? He demanded sharply, each word striking Jiraiya's heart like a heavy hammer. And what of the past? When the vulnerable find themselves in dire straits, in need of aid, where were you? His voice brimmed with disappointment and fury directed at Jiraiya. His gaze flickered with a complex array of emotions, a poignant nostalgia for the past intertwined with an acute sense of helplessness regarding the present. When the fourth Hokage fell in battle, were you wandering the shinobi world in search of the so-called child of prophecy? And when his orphan legacy was being tormented, where were you? Still traversing the shinobi realm, reveling in your freedom and joy. The voice of Uchiha Kanaya's shadow clone grew increasingly agitated, his chest heaving as if to unleash all his pent-up dissatisfaction. And now you return, what is your purpose? He continued to question, his tone laden with confusion and incredulity. Is it for the justice you profess to uphold? Or is it merely for your hypocritical compassion? You are nothing but a selfish escapist. You have never truly cared for their lives or their suffering. The shadow clone of Uchiha Kanya gestured wildly, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. He roared, each word landing like a heavy blow upon Jiraiya's heart. Do you not see them as human? Were it not for the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups orchestrating the massacre of my clan, would I need to resort to such measures? I have the right to exact vengeance. To torment him. What authority do you possess to impede me? The very air around them seemed to resonate with the weight of his anger and disappointment, becoming dense and oppressive, especially the members of the Uchiha clan, who felt an acute sense of empathy. Jiraiya remained silent for an extended period, his deep-set eyes reflecting a tumult of pain and helplessness that was indescribably complex. He understood that, in the face of Uchiha Kanaya's inquiries, he could neither evade nor refute. Taking a deep breath, his voice emerged low yet resolute as he spoke. You are correct. I indeed lack the standing to prevent you from taking vengeance upon Asuma Sarutobi. My previous avoidance and negligence have, regrettably, overlooked many. However, I still wish to convey that to treat others with kindness is the path to enduring peace. His gaze conveyed a profound plea and hope. However, Chapter 12, after failing with words, action must follow. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Uchiha Kanaya's shadow clone contorted in rage, his eyes like pools of blood, howling in fury. His voice thundered through the open space, shaking the very air around them. His clenched fists seemed to condense all his anger into a tangible force, intent on obliterating everything before him. What do you understand? He continued to roar, each word erupting from the depths of his heart. He gazed up at the sky, tears glistening in his eyes, which he struggled to hold back, and declared, You are an orphan. Can you fathom the anguish of a family on the brink of annihilation? His voice resonated with boundless sorrow and fury, as if he were desperately pouring forth all his anguish. You urge me to relent? He sneered, his tone sharp as a blade, seemingly poised to pierce the stillness of the air, and then released the tiger back to the mountain, waiting for them to overturn everything? A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes, as if he were irrevocably ensnared in madness. Do you take me for a fool? He bellowed once more, his voice thick with disdain and mockery. I, Uchiha Kanya, would rather shatter into jade than remain whole as mere pottery. Today, Asuma Sarutobi must perish, and his family shall pay the price. At that moment, Jiraiya stood on the opposite side, composed, his gaze as profound as the ocean. He exhaled softly, his voice calm, yet resolute. Is it not possible to repay enmity with kindness? Though his words were softly spoken, they struck Uchiha Kanya's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Kanya's face. He shook his head, retorting, to repay hatred with benevolence? What, then, shall one offer in return for kindness? Is there no room for discussion? Jiraiya took a deep breath, the tips of his fingers suddenly pierced, blood trickling down to his fingertips as he swiftly inscribed a mysterious and imposing visage upon his face. Immediately thereafter, he formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground. As the surrounding air seemed to solidify, a powerful energy quietly converging. With a billow of smoke, 3 colossal toads materialized out of thin air. Their immense bodies glowed with a yellow luminescence. The first to capture attention was a red-skinned toad with a pipe in its mouth, its skin as vibrant as flames. This was Fukasaku. Exhaling tendrils of smoke, it exuded an aura of authority, as though at its command, the entire toad realm would tremble. Beside Fukasaku stood a red-skinned toad equipped with a shield and a fork. This was Shima. Its skin, equally fiery, bore a demeanor of steadiness and resolve compared to Fukasaku. Armed with a massive shield and a spiked fork, it stood steadfast in a corner of the arena. On the opposite side of Fukasaku was a blue-skinned toad. Wielding dual blades, this was Gamma. Its skin was a deep azure, starkly contrasting with the two red-skinned toads. Each shoulder bore a sharp blade, which it waved lightly, glimmering ominously under the moonlight. A sharp, killing intent radiated from its gaze, as if ever ready to engage in battle. Jiraiya stood firmly atop Fukasaku, clapping his hands, prompting the toads to unleash a thunderous roar, heralding an impending storm. Let us discuss this further, lest we escalate the situation. The voice of Jiraiya echoed in the vast arena as he endeavored to quell the impending storm with his last vestiges of reason. Yet, Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone radiated with unwavering determination, as if he had resolutely decided to see this battle through to its conclusion. He gestured for the surrounding Uchiha clan members to swiftly evacuate, simultaneously instructing them to guide the nearby residents to safety. In an instant, the area transformed into a desolate expanse, leaving only a handful of individuals and 3 imposing giant toads. You are a ninja, one who has taken many lives, thus. You lack the authority to condemn me. Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and resolute, locking his gaze onto Jiraiya's eyes, seemingly piercing through the turmoil and hesitation within his heart. Moreover, your intention to unleash large-scale ninjutsu here demonstrates your utter disregard for the weak. Your concern lies solely with those you cherish. His words struck Jiraiya's heart like a sharp blade. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, aware that this confrontation was now unavoidable and that he must exert his utmost effort. He merely wished to buy time to complete his preparations for Sage Mode. Friends, why not sit down once more and converse calmly? Jiraiya attempted to defuse the imminent conflict with a gentle tone. However, in the face of Uchiha Kanya's frostbitten shadow clone, his words appeared feeble and powerless. The clone's eyes gleamed with steadfast resolve, seemingly scoffing at Jiraiya's proposition. He raised his chin slightly, a mocking curve gracing his lips, and spoke with a voice that was both crisp and chilling. Since we have reached this juncture, why not fight to the finish and allow victory to determine our fate? As he spoke, another figure materialized from the void, Uchiha Shursui, akin to a sword in the night, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to draw forth. In the next instant, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui simultaneously summoned their chakra, unleashing the complete form of Susanoo. They manifested as 2 colossal giants clad in resplendent armor, towering nearly 200 meters high, as if they had emerged from the annals of mythology. The blades they wielded shimmered with a cold light, seemingly capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Their eyes exuded an insatiable bloodlust, intent on annihilating their adversaries before them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone employed the even more formidable technique of H-Rin no Jutsu. His form trembled, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. Instantly magnifying to an unimaginable scale, he transformed into a titan larger than even Susanoo itself. His appearance bore little difference from his true self, save for the fact that he wielded a sword in each hand, radiating a searing brilliance that appeared capable of incinerating all in its path. Humph. Do you think your little cunning can deceive me? The shadow clone of Uchiha Kanyue, resembling a colossal figure, curled the corner of its mouth in a disdainful arc. Its piercing gaze fixed intently upon Jiraiya as it declared, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions to delay time and employ the Sage Mode of Myaboka Mountain." The tone was imbued with a sense of unwavering confidence and contempt, as if victory were already assured. It continued, "Though I harbor immense faith in my ability to vanquish you, I, Uchiha Kanyue, shall afford you no opportunities today. Your fate is singular, to fall beneath my blade." Chapter 13. Yet my suffering exceeds yours. The sword wielded by the colossal figure blazed with fervent flames. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed ignited by this inferno, the air thick with a searing atmosphere. The flaming blade descended upon Jiraiya, who stood steadfastly atop Gamabunta. With a firm grip, Gamabunta drew his own weapon in an instant, striking forth with the swiftness of thunder to counter the fiery onslaught. Yet, the colossal figure stood unmoving, akin to a towering mountain, its strength seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. The clash of their blades resonated through the air, producing a deafening roar. In this contest of might, Gamabunta palpably sensed the disparity in power. Gritting his teeth and tensing his muscles, he struggled against the overwhelming force that felt as if the earth itself was collapsing. In a moment of peril, Gamabunta demonstrated remarkable agility. With a sudden twist of his body, he adeptly evaded the lethal strike. However, his heart brimmed with resentment and fury, the flames of his fighting spirit leaping fiercely in his eyes. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged alongside them. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, two formidable pillars of the Uchiha clan, were engaged in a life-or-death struggle with Gamakichi and Gamaken. Fiery eruptions soared skyward as flames intertwined in a scorching sea of fire. The potency of their fire techniques was fully manifested in that moment, as their flames clashed and erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. The square was enveloped in this blazing inferno, as if the very air had ignited. The colossal figure suddenly unleashed a powerful kick, imbued with the force of a tempest, sending Gamabunta hurtling through the air. His massive form traced a breathtaking arc, hurtling directly toward the tumultuous flames above. The flames roared like a ferocious dragon, wreaking havoc in the skies, every inch of air contorted and distorted by the blaze. Gamabunta's body was instantly engulfed by the flames, his skin rapidly turning a fiery red, akin to charred bark. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit a tormented roar, a sound reverberating across the battlefield, filled with despair and helplessness. Yet, the sound was abruptly silenced, as his entire form transformed into a dense cloud of white mist. In the air, a ripple occurred, and Gamabunta's massive silhouette re-emerged. In his gaze flickered a sharp glimmer, while his blade shimmered with a chilling light under the sun, piercing directly toward the head of the colossal figure. The dual swords wielded by the giant moved with the swiftness of lightning, fiercely thrusting upward and accurately penetrating the resilient skin of the toad, Frosi Wentai. The flames igniting on the sword blades licked at its body with abandon, producing a sizzle that seemed to mock its helplessness mercilessly. At this critical juncture between life and death, Frosi Wentai resignedly remarked to Jiraiya, "I am sorry, I have lost." No sooner had the words left his lips than his form dissolved into a plume of white mist, swiftly vanishing into the air as he returned to Mount Myaboku. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained in a posture of prayer, his hands clasped together. He swiftly spun mid-air, descending gracefully onto the shoulder of the colossal figure like a delicate butterfly. The giant, however, did not lower its guard despite Frosi Wentai's retreat. Its form began to tremble violently, subsequently shrinking as if being constricted by an invisible force. Witnessing this, Jiraiya felt a tightening in his chest. He had already witnessed the formidable power of the giant. The consequences of being struck now would be unimaginable. He quickly leapt from the giant's shoulder, bracing himself for the impending assault. Just as he landed, the flaming sword thrust toward him with the speed of lightning. In that critical moment, a burst of white mist erupted from his shoulders, revealing two imposing toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Their presence infused the tense atmosphere with a mysterious and potent energy. In an instant, Jiraiya vanished from sight, elusive as a wraith. He deftly evaded the lethal strike. The flames trailing the sword carved a long arc through the air before dissipating. "Please, esteemed sages, utilize the 5 right gate." Jiraiya's voice resonated, deep and resolute, as he expelled a copious amount of chakra oil. Fukasaku nodded, clapping his hands together, unleashing a powerful gust of wind, while Shima joined her hands in prayer. Exhaling a torrent of fire, the vast stream of oil surged toward the now 3-meter-tall giant. The combination of the 3 techniques generated immense destructive force. The flames, fueled by the oil, blazed more fiercely, while the wind enhanced the rapid spread of the fire. The battlefield seemed engulfed in a sea of flames, as if all tangible matter were reduced to ashes within the inferno. Yet, amidst this chaotic ocean of oil and fire, a cold and derisive voice suddenly echoed. It taunted, "I have grown weary of this game. You two bothersome toads, it is time for you to perish." The colossal figure broke through all surrounding flames, charging forward with relentless fury. The ominous 6-tomo Sharingan within his gaze began to whirl, and he unleashed the deadly power of his sight. Fukasaku and Shima felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies trembled as if struck by an invisible force. Under the impact of this power, they slipped from Jiraiya's shoulders and fell heavily to the ground. Jiraiya's voice was filled with despair and rage as he helplessly watched his 2 comrades collapse, lifeless before him. In that moment, his heart was engulfed by boundless sorrow and fury, as if the very world had crumbled around him. "Your suffering is merely the tip of the iceberg." Uchiha Kanya's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the abyss. His colossal manifestation stood amidst the ashes of flames, resembling a messenger emerging from the depths of hell. True pain is akin to an unfathomable chasm. A sardonic smile curled upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied light as he proclaimed, "Feel this agony. Let it etch a profound mark upon your soul. Understand it. Experience it. Until you are utterly consumed by it." His voice grew increasingly somber, as if each word harbored boundless resentment and torment. The surrounding air seemed to thicken with this oppressive emotion. "Do you despise me? Are you in anguish?" He gazed intently at Jiraiya, his six-tomo Sharingan harboring a swirling universe that devoured all emotion, declaring, "Yet my pain surpasses yours." Chapter 14. Jiraiya's severed arm returns to my Bokuzen. The blade danced with a ferocious flame, resembling a bloodthirsty dragon of fire. Uchiha Kenya, exuding an air of invincibility, swiftly swung his sword at Jiraiya. In that critical moment of life and death, Jiraiya's body moved with ghostly agility, darting aside. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. However, the fiery blade, though it did not directly strike him, cleaved into his left arm. The searing pain pierced through him like 1,000 arrows, causing his brow to furrow in agony. In the next instant, accompanied by a sharp crack of breaking bones, Jiraiya's left arm fell limply to the ground. The mingling sense of fire and flesh painted a tragic tableau. Uchiha Kenya coldly observed this scene, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Holding his single-handed sword, the fiery blade pointed at Jiraiya. His voice was frigid and merciless, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. "This time, I shall take but one of your hands, a minor lesson for you. Depart," he commanded. "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you again, or next time. I shall not only sever your hand, but will also ensure you taste the true essence of hell." His voice dripped with endless threat and murderous intent. "I have not yet." Jiraiya's voice trembled, laced with a hint of defiance and resolve. His sage mode has been exhausted. At this moment, he is grievously wounded, staggering as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, his gaze is remarkably resolute, as though an indomitable force sustains him. "Do you still wish to rescue Asuma Saratobi? How admirable! Are you truly unafraid of death?" Uchiha Kenya coldly regarded Jiraiya before him, having dispelled the manifestation of his technique, causing all phenomena to shatter like fragile bubbles, revealing his true form. With a single hand gripping his sword, the once flickering flames have been extinguished. Nevertheless, the blade still emanates a disquieting heat, an invisible intensity potent enough to melt anything. Jiraiya did not flinch an inch. He held his head high, locking eyes with Uchiha Kenya. His eyes seemed to blaze with unwavering fire, drawing in a breath laden with the spirit of battle. His voice rang out powerfully. "I am Jiraiya. I know not the meaning of fear in this life. In today's fight, even in death, I shall not retreat." Uchiha Kenya was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration of resolve. He had not anticipated such determination from Jiraiya. The coldness in his gaze slowly transformed into a flicker of astonishment, only to be swiftly replaced by a more intense murderous intent. "Do you truly wish to die? Your choice will determine your fate." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a specter, reappearing before Jiraiya. His fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful blow, an immense force erupting instantaneously, with the wind of his punch howling as though the air itself were being torn apart. Although Jiraiya was prepared, the suddenness of the attack caught him off guard. As a tremendous force struck him, he was sent hurtling through the air like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading towards the tumultuous battlefield nearby. In this critical moment, Gamaken extended his long tongue, agile and forceful, coiling around Jiraiya like a serpent and securely placing him atop his head. "Jiraiya, this battle has concluded. It is time to depart." Gamaken's voice was deep and resolute, urging Jiraiya to abandon his intent to fight. Meanwhile, Gamaguchi stood vigilant, wielding two massive blades directed at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, poised to respond to any sudden developments. Uchiha Kenya approached slowly, his gaze fixed upon Jiraiya atop Gamaken, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Coldly, he declared, "Now, while I have not changed my mind, I can allow you to leave. But if you remain obstinate, you shall endure suffering far worse than Asuma Saratobi." His words dripped with endless threats and murderous intent. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui ceased their battle, their eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Kenya, glimmering with complex emotions. "I shall not leave. I can still fight. I will never flee." Jiraiya's voice resonated above Fukasaku's head, resolute and unwavering. Though severely injured, his eyes shimmered with an indomitable spirit. Yet, Fukasaku paid no heed to Jiraiya's determination. It extended its tongue once more, gently placing Jiraiya into its mouth. Then, the two colossal toads transformed into a dense cloud of white mist. They had departed from this place, returning to Mount Miyaboku. The Uchiha clansmen, having earlier led the surrounding villagers to safety, were now returning in droves, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. The elite Jonin in the Hokage building emerged in succession. Their gazes fixated on the distant figure of Uchiha Kenya, their expressions brimming with shock and admiration. This was simply inconceivable. The esteemed commander had triumphed over Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin, an elite Jonin exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulous awe. We had chosen to retreat in the face of such formidable foes, another Jonin lamented, his tone heavy with self-reproach and shame, his face flushed as if stung by his own cowardice. A weighty and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, yet it was interspersed with a hint of respect and reverence. The Uchiha clansmen whispered among themselves, while the other elite Jonin expressed their profound sentiments. They were in awe of Uchiha Kanya's strength. The esteemed commander was truly unflappable in the face of danger, his demeanor unwavering. His eyes betrayed not a flicker of panic. This was the mark of a true warrior. An experienced Jonin remarked with genuine admiration, his gaze shining with respect. Indeed, the commander had effortlessly dispatched Jiraiya using merely a shadow clone. His prowess was unfathomable. A younger individual concurred, his voice brimming with admiration for Uchiha Kenya. The onlookers dared only to murmur from a distance, unwilling to approach the square. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kenya remained absorbed in his tasks. Hong, are you still concerned about Asuma Sarutobi? He has yet to respond. The glimmer in Uchiha Kanya's eyes revealed an insightful understanding of people's hearts, as if he could penetrate every crevice of Yuhi Kurenai's innermost thoughts. He relentlessly pursued his goals, akin to an artist meticulously crafting a masterpiece. With a deft touch, he arranged flowers with grace, exuding confidence before the multitude. Uchiha Kenya sighed softly, a deep resonance in his voice as he remarked, "Moreover, your prolonged pursuit of him has yielded no fruit. Does that not attest to your lack of genuine affection for him?" Chapter 15. Uchiha Obito's Phantasmagoria is defeated. Uchiha Kanya's words struck Yuhi Kurenai's heart like a hammer. She covered her mouth, as if to stifle the emotions threatening to spill forth. A whirlwind of complex feelings flickered in her eyes, sorrow, anguish, struggle, and an inexplicable joy. She wished to remain silent, to bear it all in quietude. The heart of Sunset Red, akin to a tumultuous sea ravaged by a tempest, surged with unrelenting waves. Unable to find tranquility, she recognized her inability to escape or resist. She could only silently endure the onslaught of these emotions. At that moment, behind Uchiha Kenya, a sudden vortex of air materialized, heralding the imminent storm. A figure gradually emerged, cloaked in a dark robe, its face obscured by an orange-striped tiger mask, exuding an aura of chilling danger. The masked figure gripped a chain that shimmered with a frosty light, poised to unleash a lethal assault. Yet, Uchiha Kenya displayed no hint of alarm. Instead, a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Oh, it seems today is rather lively," he mused, a smirk playing upon his lips, as if he regarded the looming peril as a mere game. Sunset Red found herself enveloped by this tense atmosphere. Her fists clenched in anxiety. She instinctively tightened her hold on Uchiha Kenya. Just as the masked figure launched its attack, Uchiha Kenya moved with sudden force. He seized Sunset Red by the waist and executed a powerful spin, using her as a weapon to strike fiercely at the tiger-masked adversary. The impact was tremendous, as if intending to obliterate everything in its path. With a resounding crash, the masked figure was sent flying, tumbling through the air before landing steadily upon the ground. However, Sunset Red suffered a head injury from the collision, blood trickling down to the ground. "Red, do not worry. Allow me to heal you," Uchiha Kenya exclaimed upon seeing her plight. He promptly utilized his yang-released ninjutsu, gently placing his palm upon her wound. A wave of warmth surged from his hand, instantaneously mending her injury. Uchiha Kenya's demeanor remained stern and proud, reminiscent of a ruler commanding the battlefield. "Obito, you have sullied the name of the Uchiha. You do not deserve to bear that name. I once believed you would cower in the shadows, yet here you are, eagerly revealing yourself at the slightest provocation." He raised his chin slightly, coldly mocking, "Your recklessness is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui charged forth like bolts of lightning. The shadow clone stationed at a distance also initiated an assault, hurling shuriken aimed directly at the masked figure. And the masked figure, now referred to as Uchiha Obito, remained unfazed by the oncoming barrage, the shuriken piercing through his form without inflicting any harm. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui employed his body flicker technique, swiftly appearing beside Uchiha Obito. His body flickered with such speed that it was nearly impossible to capture his silhouette. Although Uchiha Obito was in a phantasmal state, he found himself compelled to tread cautiously in the presence of Shursui's specter-like figure. Just as he prepared to pivot and retaliate, he was astonished to discover that Uchiha Shursui had multiplied into a dozen or so figures. These clones launched simultaneous attacks, appearing as phantoms yet possessing substance, making it exceedingly challenging to discern the real from the illusion. This is quite troublesome. Obito's voice resonated with a hint of shock, evidently taken aback by Shursui's unique assault method. This was an offensive combining the body flicker technique with intangible clones. Shursui, you truly live up to your reputation, Obito said in a hoarse, somber tone. But do you believe this will be sufficient to defeat me? The two engaged in a fierce exchange, employing nearly identical tactics. Unable to break one another's defenses, each collision produced a thunderous sound, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the battlefield. Their combat skills had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, with every strike and parry executed with breathtaking precision. As the battle intensified, Uchiha Fugaku, observing from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He anxiously scrutinized the unfolding conflict, yet the speed of both combatants seemed to transcend the limits of the naked eye, rendering his intervention nearly impossible. Obito flitted between the realms of the intangible and the corporeal like a wraith, each transition making it difficult to ascertain his true position. His form danced erratically, akin to an elusive mist, defying capture. This ability appeared insurmountable, yet Uchiha Kanjuro possessed the means to contend with Obito. His space concealment technique similarly straddled the line between reality and an alternate dimension. His shadow clone seemed capable of transcending spatial constraints, directly pinpointing Obito's true location. Obito, do you believe your phantasmagoric technique renders you invincible? Kanjuro's voice was icy and self-assured. Before his words fully dissipated, one of his shadow clones surged toward Obito like a leopard. The clone's speed seemed to transcend the constraints of time, reaching Obito's side in an instant. With a sudden surge, he launched an attack, raising a foot and delivering a crushing kick towards Obito. The force of that kick seemed capable of shaking the very heavens, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Boom! With a deafening crash, Obito's figure soared through the air like a meteor. He was sent crashing a considerable distance away, ultimately landing in a disheveled heap on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling in agony to rise, Obito's mask shattered upon impact, revealing a contorted and grotesque visage. His body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains, the shockwave nearly shattering his very bones. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The arrogance and confidence that once defined him had vanished in an instant. How could this be? How could you possibly? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled, his eyes wide open as if striving to pierce through the veil of confusion and unveil the truth before him. You merely hide in the crevice between reality and the other dimension. Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and composed. As he continued with his task, his gaze glimmering with sharpness, he proclaimed, "Thus, if my shadow clone can strike you, what challenge could that possibly present?" Chapter 16. Restoring his true name and hosting the gathering. Uchiha Kanya's voice echoed across the vast plaza, akin to a chilling wind that penetrated the hearts of all present. Each of his words sliced through the remnants of Uchiha Obito's defenses, ruthlessly shattering his pride and arrogance. "Fool! Do not presume that you," Uchiha Obito roared in fury. But before he could finish, his voice was suppressed by an unseen force, gradually diminishing into weakness. Anguish and resentment intertwined in his gaze. Yet he found himself powerless in that moment. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly contorted and then vanished from sight. He retreated into his Kamui space, leaving behind chaos and a profound silence. He resembled a jester. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly flaunted his power, attempting to impress the onlookers, only to be instantly incapacitated by Uchiha Kanya. This stark contrast instilled a chilling sensation within the spectators, fostering a deep respect for Uchiha Kanya's prowess. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito roared in fury, unable to accept his defeat. Yet, he could only place his hopes in White Zetsu, yearning for a glimmer of recovery for his injuries. Driven by the desire to survive, Uchiha Obito returned to his lair. There, White Zetsu awaited him, and upon seeing his injuries, promptly melded with him. The tendrils, seemingly brimming with vitality, deftly replaced his damaged bodily tissues. Black Zetsu, I command you to keep a vigilant eye on that Uchiha Kanya. Uchiha Obito's voice was laced with determination and coldness. At that moment, an oddly shaped creature appeared within his line of sight. It was White Zetsu, half of its face shrouded in darkness. Its form resembled a Venus flytrap, yet the eyes concealed in shadow revealed cunning and ruthlessness. It was the greatest puppet master of this world, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu regarded the pale Uchiha Obito with a flicker of barely perceptible disdain in his eyes, yet his tone remained respectful. Rest assured, Obito, I shall record every one of his actions and will not disappoint you. Meanwhile, on the other side of the plaza, Uchiha Kanya had concluded his business. As the sun set, Asuma lay defeated upon the ground. Her gaze seemed to lose focus, yet remained steadfastly fixed upon Asuma Sarutobi, who hung upon the cross. Sunlight cascaded gently upon the figure of Uchiha Kanya, who stood enveloped in a golden glow, tilting his head up to embrace the warm rays that graced his face. It appeared as if the warmth sought to dispel all fatigue and gloom. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, as if unburdening his heart of its weight. My spirit has finally found a moment of tranquility, he murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a sense of relief and ease. Since the moment of his transposition until now, a singular obsession had lingered in Uchiha Kanya's mind, akin to an inescapable shadow, perpetually haunting his soul. Yet, in this instant, that fixation seemed to dissipate like a gentle breeze, allowing his thoughts to become increasingly lucid and serene. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, a reminiscence of his identity intertwined with a nostalgia for the past, revealing a profound longing. He pondered. Lu Tian is my true name. How could I forsake the essence of the person I once was? If forgotten, can I still claim to be myself? A subtle smile graced Uchiha Kanya's face, one that embodied relief and liberation. It seemed he had arrived at a significant decision. In his heart, he resolved. The obsession of Uchiha Kanya is finally destined to fade. It has hindered my rest and clouded my judgment. Now, I shall reclaim the authentic self I once knew. Uchiha Kanya, though perhaps he should now be called Lu Tian, turned to face the gentle figure of Yuhi Kurenai, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. He yearned to shed the influence of this corporeal form, no longer shackled by the identity of the past. Thus, he resolved to reclaim his true name and embark anew upon the journey of life. With a heartfelt demeanor, Lu Tian gazed at Kurenai, his voice resonating with conviction and hope. Kurenai, this evening we shall celebrate a wedding, and you, as my beloved wife, shall call me by my new name, Lu Tian. He tenderly lifted her in his arms. As if cradling a rare treasure, and with determined strides, he made his way towards the bathhouse, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Kurenai, let us cleanse ourselves and adorn ourselves in fresh attire. As for Asuma Sarutobi, he appeared to be forgotten amidst the clamor of this world, neither mentioned nor regarded. As night descended, the clearing above Hokage Rock erupted with vivacity. Lu Tian had meticulously arranged for the Uchiha clan members to prepare a grand feast, with tables laden across the expansive space. The interplay of firelight and starlight infused the evening with an air of mystery and romance. Prominent figures from various clans gathered, their presence sending ripples of excitement through the Hokage Rock. The leaders of the ninja clans convened, whispering amongst themselves about this unexpected wedding. I heard that he publicly toyed with Sunset Red for such an extended period. Does he truly not mind? Is he actually getting married? One chieftain inquired, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. I initially believed he was merely seeking revenge on Asuma Sarutobi, a fleeting amusement, but I never anticipated a marriage would ensue. The thoughts of this youth are truly elusive. Another chieftain concurred. Hey, do not speak so recklessly. I have heard that Lu Tian genuinely pursues Sunset Red with sincerity. He has been enamored with her since childhood, interjected a seemingly informed chieftain. His actions are merely to showcase his prowess, compelling Sunset Red to willingly wed him. After all, he is a general. His perspective is undoubtedly unique. As the banquet reached its third round of drinks, the revelry began to subside, leaving behind the dimly lit Hokage Rock and an expansive, vacant plaza. Lu Tian, cradling the slumbering Sunset Red, traversed the tranquil night with steady steps. Their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight, reminiscent of lovers traversing through time and space. However, below, an atmosphere of tension began to surreptitiously permeate the plaza. A dozen shadows, like phantoms, breached the defenses with astonishing swiftness, swiftly abducting the unconscious Asuma Saratobi. The occurrence was so abrupt that even the air seemed to freeze momentarily. As someone hurriedly approached to report the unforeseen turn of events, Lu Tian merely shook his head slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It is of no concern. Let him go," he remarked with an air of nonchalance, his voice imbued with a self-assured calmness, as if he had already foreseen everything. Asuma Saratobi was rapidly whisked away by the group, heading south towards the Land of Fire. There lay an expansive forest, undulating hills, and countless caverns, resembling a labyrinth crafted by nature itself. They navigated through the thicket, each movement exhibiting agility and proficiency. Chapter 17. Extermination of the remnants of the Saratobi clan. Upon entering a profound cave, the mysterious figures rescuing Asuma Saratobi swiftly employed earth release techniques to seal the entrance, ensuring no external prying eyes could intrude. The interior of the cave was dim and enigmatic, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps casting a feeble glow. With a subtle rustle, a figure emerged from the depths of the cavern, bearing a striking resemblance to Hiruzen Saratobi, albeit younger, with sharp glimmers in his eyes. He was Hiruzen's younger brother, the current head of the Saratobi clan, Hiruzen's Moon Slash. Approaching Asuma, he lightly prodded him with his foot, his tone laced with mockery. "Awaken, my foolish nephew." Yet, these seemingly innocuous kicks possessed a remarkable enchantment. The previously unconscious Asuma Saratobi gradually regained his senses, much to the astonishment of those present. "What should I do, uncle? I consumed them." Asuma Saratobi's voice trembled with despair as he clutched his throat, as if attempting to expel the agony and guilt festering within his stomach. His eyes, bloodshot and brimming with unshed tears, reflected his inner turmoil. Yet he fought valiantly to prevent them from cascading down his cheeks. A profound sense of hopelessness and helplessness enveloped him, as though the very fabric of the world were crumbling, leaving him a forsaken soul amidst the ruins. His pallid complexion resembled that of parchment, and beads of cold sweat cascaded from his forehead like a waterfall, mingling with the tears escaping the corners of his eyes, culminating in a poignant tableau of sorrow. In the face of Asuma's breakdown, Konohamaru Saratobi merely cast a fleeting glance his way before settling upon a nearby stone. His voice emanated with unwavering steadiness as he spoke. "Asuma, the past is immutable. All you can do now is look forward. Contemplate how you can grow stronger and exact your vengeance." His words struck Asuma's heart like a powerful hammer, jolting him into clarity. He lifted his gaze, meeting Konohamaru's with his bloodshot eyes, a hint of resolve threading through his voice as he inquired, "Uncle, how many of us remain? Are all of our kin here? Do we possess the capability to strike back?" Konohamaru nodded slightly, satisfaction glimmering in his expression. His gaze deepened, as if he were reminiscing about bygone days. He spoke slowly. "Though our numbers are few, we are the elite of the Saratobi clan. We hold steadfast beliefs and unwavering determination. As long as we stand united, we shall undoubtedly vanquish our foes and restore the glory of our family." Asuma listened intently to his uncle's words, a surge of fervor igniting within him. He clenched his fists tightly, as if to concentrate all his strength in that moment. He understood that he could no longer wallow in the pain and despair of the past. In the hours that followed, Asuma appeared as a traveler groping through darkness, tirelessly navigating the enigmatic cavern. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the foliage, the outside world erupted into chaos. The Uchiha clan poured forth like a relentless tide, their gazes sharp and indifferent. Following closely behind them were the leaders of the ninja clans, resembling a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with cruelty and avarice. At the forefront stood Rutian, clad in a black battle robe, his long hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. He surveyed the cavern ahead with piercing eyes, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Yesterday, you all feasted and replenished your energy. Thus, in this battle, we must exert ourselves fully and leave no room for hesitation." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the vast wilderness, igniting the fighting spirit within each listener. The surrounding Uchiha clan members and other clan leaders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with determination and resolve. Within the cave, Asuma Saratobi and the members of the Saratobi clan were anxiously preparing for battle. They understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of their family, and thus, each individual appeared particularly tense. However, under the encouragement and leadership of Saratobi Moon Slash, they gradually steadied their emotions and began to methodically establish their defensive measures. Standing at the forefront was Luton, wielding a one-handed sword with fervor. He inhaled deeply, feeling his chakra surge as he instantly entered the fire release chakra mode. In that moment, the blade of his sword seemed to be kissed by the blazing sun, as searing flames danced upon its surface, distorting the surrounding air with a slight tremor. "Allow me to demonstrate." Luton's voice resonated deeply with strength as he elegantly flicked his wrist. The flame-imbued sword shot forth like a meteor, piercing the solid entrance of the cave. Before the astonished onlookers, the blade, imbued with destructive power, penetrated deeply into the unyielding rock. At that instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the cave. Flames erupted spectacularly, creating a magnificent scene. A massive crater was blasted into the cave's entrance, sending debris flying, as if the entire mountain itself trembled. "I call this move Flame of Funeral," Luton remarked, slightly tilting his head as he surveyed the devastation he had wrought, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Though his words were humble, the innate dominance and confidence radiating from him were unmistakable. This explosive technique had emerged from his profound understanding, inspired by the sacrifice of Captain Yamamoto's severed arm. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A searing tongue of fire, akin to the breath of a fiery dragon, violently surged forth. The flames resembled a demon that had been imprisoned for millennia, now finally breaking free to unleash its fury and strength upon the world. Luton showed no signs of retreat. He stood resolute like a boulder, shielding his comrades. The flames enveloping him seemed to resonate with the raging fire erupting from the cave, together presenting a visual spectacle. He inhaled deeply, his chakra boiling within him like molten lava. Behind him, his comrades were equally resolute, swiftly forming seals to collectively summon the water-release water barrier. A deluge of water gushed forth, coalescing into a formidable shield. The clash of water and fire produced a tremendous roar and steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick mist. The forces of both sides continuously collided and intertwined. Each encounter between fire and water felt like a breathtaking duel, causing everyone present to hold their breath in anticipation. Just as the two forces faced off, locked in a stalemate, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cave. It reverberated like thunder, filling the cavern's walls with a potent mix of anger and defiance. "Asuma, you traitor! How dare you launch a surprise attack on us? Have you forgotten how your father met his demise? Have you forgotten the torment you endured? Do you not recall who sent forth aid to rescue you?" Chapter 18. The destruction of the Sarutobi clan by the filial son within the cavern. The raging flames that once consumed the air were abruptly stifled by an unseen force, extinguishing their fury in an instant. The embers flickered in the darkness, casting a glow upon the fierce battleground within the cave. The clashing of metal echoed through the chamber, intertwined with low growls and anguished cries, resembling a chaotic yet fervent symphony. "How intriguing, they have turned upon one another." Lu Tian smiled faintly, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. His voice, deep and resolute, resonated like a boulder plunging into a lake, sending ripples of command throughout the ranks. "Let us search for any alternative exits. We must not allow them to escape." At Lu Tian's directive, the once formidable army swiftly splintered into smaller factions, dispersing like a pack of cheetahs. They moved stealthily, gathering in clusters, executing a silent encirclement. Lu Tian deactivated his fire-release chakra mode, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Turning to Hinata Hizashi, he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What transpired within, clan leader Hinata? Has the battle escalated to its zenith?" At that moment, Hinata Hizashi's countenance darkened ominously, akin to a sky laden with storm clouds. Veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin. His Byakugan activated, perceiving all within the cavern. He witnessed the heart-stopping clashes, turmoil surging within him. Before him stood Sarutobi Asuma, a frenzied beast unleashed. He wielded chakra blades with reckless abandon, assaulting his own kin. His gaze revealed an indescribable madness, as if he were wholly consumed by some overpowering force. Sarutobi Mochizuki fell victim to Asuma's treachery, a ghastly gash marring his back, blood staining his garments. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony yet defiantly cursing, expressing his fury and indignation. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, his voice trembling slightly as he remarked, "Sarutobi Asuma is attacking his own clan. He appears to have lost his sanity, spiraling into madness." "Madness? To what extent?" Lu Tian's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a penetrating authority. His words carried an ineffable weight, sending a chill coursing through Hizashi. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, despite the morning chill, Hizashi's forehead glistened with perspiration. He lifted his gaze to Lu Tian. a complex blend of astonishment and unease flickering in his eyes. "My lord, do not jest with me. The intensity of the battle within the cavern. Surely, it bears your signature?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He appeared to be deeply impressed by Hinata Hinashi's insight. "Oh," he feigned surprise, elongating his tone. Raising an eyebrow and infusing his voice with a hint of mockery, remarked, "It seems you know too much, which unsettles me somewhat." As his words lingered in the air, an almost palpable stillness enveloped the surroundings. A chill surged from the depths of Hinata Hinashi's heart, compelling him to involuntarily step back. Meanwhile, Lu Tian maintained his smile, though his gaze conveyed a disquieting coldness. "Should I contemplate silencing you?" Lu Tian's voice suddenly turned low and ominous, carrying an unspeakable threat. His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Hinata Hinashi's heart. In an instant, Hinata's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing uncontrollably. He realized that he was entirely at Lu Tian's mercy, subject to his whims. "General," Hinata Hinashi inhaled deeply, striving to imbue his voice with firmness. "If you truly wish to silence me, then by all means, proceed." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Tian halted in his tracks. He scrutinized Hinata Hinashi, seemingly assessing his courage and resolve. After a brief moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, his tone infused with appreciation and delight. "Haha, what a bold Hinata Hinashi." He patted Hinata's shoulder, saying, "I was merely jesting. Why take things so seriously? Were you frightened?" As Lu Tian's words dissipated, the tension in the atmosphere gradually lifted. Hinata Hinashi exhaled a long sigh, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief and liberation. Just then, Lu Tian abruptly turned, gazing towards the cave, stating, "The battle within the cave is nearing its end. I must go and conclude it." His voice was deep and resolute, brimming with undeniable authority. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself yielded to him. Upon entering the cave, a strong scent of blood assaulted his senses. Lu Tian frowned slightly, yet his expression remained impassive. His gaze swept through the cave, landing on Asuma Saratobi, who was battered and bloodied, yet still radiating an indomitable and frenzied spirit. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of the Saratobi clan, their lives extinguished like snuffed candles, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Lu Tian advanced, treading upon the fallen corpses. He approached Asuma Saratobi, pausing before him, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. "Asuma Saratobi, you have indeed performed commendably. You are a well-behaved dog," he stated flatly, his voice echoing in the cave, imbued with an indescribable authority and appreciation. Asuma Saratobi lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze, perhaps gratitude, perhaps resentment, and perhaps resignation. Lu Tian paid no heed to Asuma Saratobi's reaction, redirecting his gaze towards the prone figure of Tsunade Saratobi. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips, his voice icy and cruel, laced with a palpable mockery. "Ha ha ha," he declared, "Saratobi Moonslash. Did you ever anticipate this? This lad has now become my loyal assassin. When I command him to go east, he shall never venture west. His fate is entirely within my grasp. What have you done? Why would he?" The voice of Saratobi Moonslash trembled, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. He struggled to sit up, yet the wounds and exhaustion rendered him powerless. He could only lie on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury and despair, fixed upon Lu Tian, yearning for answers. Lu Tian regarded Saratobi Moonslash, the smile that once adorned his face now absent. Coldly, he replied, "Curious to know? Do you truly think I would divulge such information? There are myriad matters in this world that remain beyond your grasp, and I am not your teacher, nor am I obliged to satisfy your inquiries." Chapter 19. Lu Tian's Konoha Reconstruction Project. Lu Tian's voice echoed within the cavern, imbued with an indescribable indifference and derision. "However, you might want to hasten your steps," he continued, a glint of mockery flickering in his gaze. "Otherwise, you shall not see your brother in the Pure Land. You two could certainly reunite there." At these words, Saratobi Moonslash's body jolted violently. His eyes widened as he gazed at Lu Tian, filled with boundless rage and despair. He understood that he would never uncover the truth. All he could do was depart this world, burdened with bitterness and confusion. Silence enveloped the cavern once more, punctuated solely by the faint sound of Saratobi Asuma's labored breaths and the dripping of blood. "Next, you must infiltrate the remaining 3 great clans and seek opportunities for assassination, as you have done today. Do you comprehend?" Lu Tian's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the war drums of antiquity, shaking Asuma's very soul. A flicker of determination ignited in Asuma's eyes as he inhaled deeply, as though drawing in every ounce of courage and resolve. Bowing slightly, he replied with reverence, "Yes, Master. I shall not fail in my mission." At that moment, Lu Tian extended his palm, chakra shimmering with the warmth of the yang release technique, radiating a healing aura. He gently pressed his hand against Asuma's wounds, a surge of warmth flowing into his body, soothing his injuries. As Lu Tian withdrew his hand, the light within the cavern gradually faded. With a subtle wave, he transported everyone present into the sanctuary of his hidden realm. The deceased were reclaimed by the system as points, while Sarutobi Asuma was cast into the depths of a dense mountain forest. To Lu Tian, the system points resembled precious gems. Yet, he was not blindly pursuing the mere increase of power. Rather, he meticulously orchestrated each step of his journey. His strategy for skill enhancement is predominantly centered on chakra and insight, akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece, where each stroke encapsulates profound wisdom. Lu Tian has reached a level of strength that allows him to devote all his system points to the enhancement of his insight. It is as if he possesses the ability to perceive the essence of the world, grasping truths that elude others. As his insight continues to grow, the requisite system points swell in magnitude. This appears to be an endless challenge, yet Lu Tian finds joy within it. He revels in the sense of accomplishment that each advancement brings, as well as the process of continual progress through challenges. Rather than directly allocating points to ninjutsu or taijutsu, Lu Tian prefers to cultivate and comprehend through the elevation of his insight. He understands that true power does not stem from external bestowals, but emerges from self-realization and practice. Knowledge gained from mere theory is inherently shallow. True understanding necessitates personal experience. Only the power that rightfully belongs to oneself can provide a sense of peace and assurance. Emerging from the dim cave, Lu Tian cast a glance at Hinata Hizashi before speaking with undeniable resolve. "Let us proceed, clan leader Hinata. The threat posed by the Sarutobi family has been entirely eradicated. However, the transformation of Konoha is far from complete, and challenges and opportunities lie ahead." He then turned, swiftly forming hand seals, and unleashed the earth release. Rock collapse. The cave's ceiling trembled violently, rocks cascading down, shattering the equilibrium of the cavern in an instant. Heralding a monumental collapse, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, as if even the sky quaked in response. Dust soared, obscuring the sun, and the once visible cave was swiftly buried beneath massive stones and earth, concealing everything in the depths of this ruin. This sudden upheaval attracted the attention of those nearby, many rushing to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the scene before them, expressions of shock and reverence adorned their faces. Yet Lu Tian remained unfazed, clapping his hands to draw their focus. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter has been resolved. The threat of the Sarutobi family has been wholly eliminated. We must now continue our efforts towards the transformation of Konoha. Let us return." On the journey back, Lu Tian glanced at the composed Hinata Hizashi beside him. A playful smile graced his face as he remarked, "Clan leader Hinata, it has come to my attention that within your esteemed family, there exists a remarkable young woman of exceptional talent, formidable in strength, unmatched by many of her peers. Alas, she hails from the branch family, does she not?" Hinata Hizashi's expression reflected a blend of pride and regret at this observation. He nodded slowly, responding, "You must be referring to Hinata Rin, Sir General. She is indeed a brilliant gem of our Hinata clan, unrivaled among her contemporaries, and even those older than her find it challenging to compete with her." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I intend to take her as my personal guard. I wonder what the esteemed clan leader of the Hyuga thinks of this?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's face immediately lit up with surprise. He hastily clasped his hands and responded, "It is indeed an honor for Linner to be so valued by you, General. On behalf of her and the Hyuga clan, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you." However, a flicker of doubt quietly arose within Hyuga Hizashi's heart. He pondered to himself, why does the general specifically mention Linner? Although her prowess is remarkable, it is her breathtaking beauty that captures attention. It seems the general is also entranced by her allure. Despite his suspicions, Hyuga Hizashi did not reveal them. He was, after all, a man of discernment. He understood that Lin's favor from the general was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for the Hyuga clan. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Lu Tian was immediately captivated by the fervent construction of the Hokage rock. It was not only the busy figures of the construction workers, but also the shinobi skilled in earth-style jutsu weaving through the site, crafting the new edifice with their hands and techniques. They employed earth-style jutsu to lay the foundation, solidifying a robust base. Meanwhile, patrolling ninjas, like guardian deities, meticulously examined the sensory barriers to ensure no oversight went unnoticed. Stepping into the once familiar Hokage office, Lu Tian was struck by its complete transformation. All the old items had been cleared away, leaving behind an expanse filled with anticipation. Gazing through the bright, glass windows, he surveyed the surrounding buildings and the bustling crowd below. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him. Just then, a gentle knock on the door was heard, and a graceful woman entered. It was Hugo Lin, and her presence dazzled Lu Tian. She was indeed more stunning than in her photographs, her delicate features and tall stature radiating an indescribable charm at every moment. Chapter 20. The Speculations of the Shinobi Nations. In an instant, Lu Tian felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force, rendering him breathless. Echoes of a single call reverberated in his mind. These voices grew increasingly clear and piercing, threatening to tear apart his thoughts. He understood that this was an appreciation and yearning for Hugo Lin's beauty stirring within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of the underlying issue. These feelings did not wholly belong to him. Rather, they were the fervent obsession of Uchiha Kanya for beautiful women subtly influencing him. Lu Tian found himself ensnared, his eyes gleaming with avarice as a hint of drool escaped his lips. He struggled to speak, his voice laced with temptation as he said, "Lin, you wouldn't wish to remain confined, like a caged bird unable to soar freely, would you? Allow me to help you break free from these constraints." His words were steeped in hypocrisy and selfishness. His so-called assistance was merely an excuse crafted to satiate his own desires. Upon uttering these sentiments, Lu Tian, driven by lust, engaged in inappropriate actions towards Hinata Lin. He attempted to disguise his sordid intentions under the pretense of imparting wisdom and knowledge. His conduct was rife with disrespect and violation of Hinata Lin, utterly divergent from the essence of genuine help and care. Meanwhile, the nations of the ninja realm had long received the heart-stirring intelligence from Konoha village. It rippled through them like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of unrest. They now found themselves in a state of astonished ferment. In the towering lands of the Land of Lightning, the village of Kumobikure was erupting with an uncontrollable fervor and impulse. The Fourth Hokage, renowned for his muscle and might, resembled a tempest in his fury. In a fit of rage, he shattered a sturdy desk into splinters, with chips scattering like confetti. He roared, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha is now in chaos, and the Third Hokage has met his demise. Why should I not lead our forces to seize this moment and conquer the fragile land of fire?" The Fourth Hokage's thunderous bellow echoed across the skies of Kumobikure, as if even the heavens trembled in response. Just then, a composed voice, gentle as a drizzle, extinguished the blaze of his fury. It was the seasoned lava-style ninja, Dodai, an elder of Kumobikure. He approached with a measured demeanor and spoke calmly, "Hokage, please temper your wrath. You have once again destroyed a piece of our village's property." Dodai's words, though serene, bore the weight of a sharp blade, piercing the heart of the Hokage. He understood that the Hokage's anger was not unfounded, yet at this critical juncture, calmness and wisdom were paramount. He continued, "Moreover, that Uchiha Kanya, now known as Uchiha Lu Tian, possesses the capability to slay the Third Hokage. Such power must not be underestimated. It is said that his abilities are enigmatic and unpredictable. The Third Hokage was slain without even a chance to retaliate. We must proceed with caution." Dodai's remarks fell upon the Hokage like a bucket of cold water, gradually quelling his tempestuous emotions. He recognized that Dodai's words were not mere conjecture. Uchiha Lu Tian's prowess was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, the fervor and battle spirit within him remained difficult to suppress. "Dodai, you speak the truth. We cannot act recklessly." He inhaled deeply, a resolute gleam in his eyes as he declared, "Yet we cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate Uchiha Lu Tian's whereabouts and capabilities, while simultaneously fortifying our village's defenses. The moment we identify an opening, we shall strike." Almost concurrently, a similar scenario unfolded in the Land of Earth. In the vast expanse of Iwagakure, a majestic tapestry of rock and yellow earth sprawled before the eye. Within the office of the Tsuchikage, the third Tsuchikage, Noki, sat solemnly across from his son, KT. Their faces bore the weight of seriousness and concern. The aging Tsuchikage had deep lines etched into his visage, a testament to the passage of time. His gaze exuded a sense of calm born from experience. Yet it was unable to conceal the anxiety that stirred within him. Furrowing his brow, he clenched his fists tightly, as if striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within. KT, what are your thoughts on the situation in the Land of Fire? Naki's voice resonated deeply, imbued with gravitas. I have heard that while Konohagakure still bears its name, it has effectively become a stronghold of the shogun. The power of this shogun rivals, if not surpasses, that of the former Hokage. KT, as the son of Noki, was no less formidable in his own right, serving as a capable asset to a Wagakure. His professional demeanor commanded respect as he sat upright, his gaze unwavering, undeterred by the fact that he was in the presence of his father. Lord Tsuchikage, I believe we must proceed with caution, he stated earnestly. Perhaps we should commission the Akatsuki to probe into this Uchiha Kagaya, or rather, Uchiha Ruten, as he is now known. Noki nodded, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. I share your sentiment. According to reliable intelligence, this Uchiha Ruten dispatched Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. His abilities are indeed peculiar and likely stem from the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. We must tread carefully and not underestimate him. The father and son exchanged a glance, both illuminated by a shared determination. Meanwhile, in the wind-swept land of wind, Sunagakure lay cloaked in a veil of relentless dust. Within the office of the fourth Kazekage, the red-haired RSA gazed intently at Kai's and Chiyo, his voice infused with fervor and resolve. Why not seize this opportunity? It is a fortuitous moment. We should dismantle this so-called alliance. Arsa's voice thundered, as if to shake the very foundations of Sunagakure. In this moment, we can invade the Land of Fire. Even if we must concede a few steps back, we must ensure our banner flies over the territory of the Land of Rivers. Chiyo, a sage seasoned by countless trials, gently shook her head. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction. Hold on, RSA. We cannot act recklessly. The Third Great Ninja War has already demonstrated that Sunagakure's strength is not yet sufficient. We must not be the first to rise, or we will only invite disaster upon ourselves. Kai's nodded in agreement, affirming Chiyo's counsel is wise. We should observe the unfolding events. Given the fourth Raikage's temperament, he will undoubtedly not remain idle. Let us wait. Results will emerge soon. Chapter 21. There are those who intend to test Ruten. The Land of Water is a mysterious realm composed of countless islands. Among the most renowned is the mist-shrouded village of Kirigakure, perpetually enveloped in a veil of water vapor. Yet, within the confines of the Mizukage's office, a stifling and tempestuous aura permeates the air. Uchiha Obito has transformed into a harbinger of wrath, wielding a long whip that strikes mercilessly against the youthful visage of the fourth Mizukage. His eyes blaze with a frenzied fire, his voice resonating with boundless rage and resentment. You wretched fool! You insolent scoundrel! This infuriates me beyond measure. Obito's roar reverberates through the office, as if intending to shake the very foundations of the Land of Water. Once he has vented his ire, a cold contemplation of his next course of action ensues. He resolves to channel his fury into formidable strength, manipulating the fourth Raikage to initiate a war against the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, he seeks to exact vengeance upon the Land of Water, a twofold triumph in his eyes. To him, the Land of Water embodies a persistent ache, an eternal adversary. He yearns to unleash his wrath upon them, compelling them to endure his fury and retribution. Over the years, he has plunged Kirigakure into a maelstrom of internal strife, with numerous bloodline clans annihilated. Previous attempts to orchestrate grand upheavals were thwarted by the intervention of the elder, Yuan Shi. That old curmudgeon consistently stood in opposition, obstructing his designs. However, the Obito of the present is no longer the same. He is more volatile and impulsive than the fourth Raikage. Consumed by rage, he casts aside all regard for consequences, fixated solely on witnessing the flames of war ignite. Even the revelation of his identity holds no fear for him. He growls, his voice imbued with resolve and madness. He is prepared, even if his manipulation of the fourth Mizukage were to be uncovered. He is determined to plunge both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water into chaos. A manic glint sparkles in his eyes, as if he can already envision the conflagration of war raging forth. He desires the demise of Lutien. Uchiha Obito orchestrates the fourth Mizukage to summon all elite shinobi of Kirigakure, ready to instigate a war. As this news circulates within the village, during the assembly, Elder Yuan Shi rises promptly to voice his dissent. Though aged and frail, Every word he utters resonates with authority and gravitas. Standing at the center of the conference hall, his gaze pierces through the manipulated fourth Mizukage, his voice booming with strength. Mizukage, what gain do we derive from waging war? Elder Yuan sure speaks sternly. War is no trifling matter. A single misstep could plunge the entire nation into oblivion. You are not without years. Despite your youthful appearance, do not forget. How old is your own son? You must consider the well-being of both the nation and your family. The fourth Mizukage, under Obito's control, momentarily stiffens, but soon regains composure. He lifted his head, his gaze revealing an unprecedented determination and fervor, as if completely under the influence of Uchiha Obito. Elder Yuan, heed my words. The land of fire is currently in turmoil. This is our opportune moment to strike. The fourth Mizukage's voice suddenly turned deep and resonant, declaring, why have we labored so diligently? Is it not to one day stand atop this world? We have nurtured our forces for 1,000 days. And now is the time to unleash our true might. Elder Yuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He was acutely aware of the fourth Mizukage's ambition and madness, yet understood the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should war break out. He observed the fervor and determination flashing in the eyes of the manipulated fourth Mizukage, and a twinge of doubt stirred within him. Are you resolute in this? Elder Yuan inquired solemnly, his thoughts wavering between clarity and confusion. Indeed, the fourth Mizukage replied without hesitation, I have made my decision. I will ensure that the land of fire pays dearly, regardless of the cost. Elder Yuan sighed deeply and shook his head in resignation. He knew he could not thwart the fourth Mizukage's reckless scheme, and could only strive to mitigate the losses of the impending war. Very well, Elder Yuan said gravely. You shall lead your forces to the battlefield, while we remain to guard the hidden mist village. Should you achieve any success, we will support you. But remember, war is not to be trifled with. Exercise utmost caution. With that, Elder Yuan turned and left the conference hall, his heart heavy with worry and uncertainty about the fate that awaited the entire land of water. Simultaneously, the hidden rain village remained shrouded beneath a continuous curtain of rain, the droplets adding a sense of desolation and silence to this cyberpunk settlement. Deep within the village, Nagato's frail figure seemed as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. Yet behind him, the imposing outer path golem loomed like a guardian, exuding an unsettling aura of oppression. He gazed at Konan before him, his eyes betraying a myriad of complex emotions. That Uchiha Luton, he has emerged like a comet, and his presence undoubtedly represents the greatest variable in our plans. Nagato's voice was low and hoarse, as if worn down by the passage of time and affliction. His words were laden with helplessness and anxiety, as if he foresaw an impending storm. Konan looked at Nagato, a wave of compassion swelling within her. She was acutely aware of his deteriorating health. The outer path golem was continuously siphoning his chakra, each breath seeming like a struggle against death itself. According to intelligence from the Rock Village, the third Hokage appears to be considering entrusting us to probe Uchiha Luton. Konan's voice was gentle yet resolute as she endeavored to alleviate some of Nagato's burden, saying, but it seems discussions are still ongoing. If the commission does come through, shall we accept it? Of course we shall. The Akatsuki organization requires substantial financial resources to support our ambitions. Nagato inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He nodded slowly, his voice resolute as he proclaimed, moreover, that Uchiha Luton will inevitably become our adversary. His power is formidable, and if we do not address him promptly, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. Upon finishing his statement, Nagato was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, covering his mouth in an effort to suppress the sound. His complexion paled further, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse him. Konan, observing his distress, hurriedly moved to support him, her eyes filled with concern. Nagato, your health. Her voice trembled, unsure of how to comfort the man who had always been the pillar for her and the entire Akatsuki. Nagato waved his hand, signaling that he was all right. I am aware of my physical condition, but I cannot simply surrender. I must exert my utmost effort for the Akatsuki and our plans. He took a deep breath, steadying his emotions before continuing. I am still capable of fighting. If the third Hokage truly entrusts us with testing Uchiha Luton, I will personally deal with this grave issue. As he spoke, another violent bout of coughing seized him, his body seemingly drained of all strength. Konan held him tightly, tears welling in her eyes. She understood the immense sacrifices this man had made for them and the entire Akatsuki, yet she felt powerless to alleviate his burden. Chapter 22. The creation of chakra breathing technique. In the tumultuous days that followed, Rutan appeared to transform into an unending harvester of points, wholly immersed in his endeavors. Under the pretext of national unification, he skillfully orchestrated connections, compelling various ninja clans to form alliances with him. In just a few days, he amassed a multitude of wives and concubines, exceeding 100, a staggering feat. Amidst this whirlwind of unions, Rutan showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he radiated vitality. He understood that these alliances not only yielded substantial system points, but also tightened his bonds with the major ninja clans, laying a robust foundation for his future plans. However, Rutan was not beguiled by the splendor surrounding him. He harbored an even grander ambition. He again poured a vast amount of system points into enhancing his comprehension, as if nourishing the tree of wisdom within him. In an instant, his understanding blossomed like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. His thoughts transcended previous boundaries, reaching unprecedented heights. At this moment, Rutan touched upon the essence of cultivation. Closing his eyes, he took a simple, deep breath, sensing the chakra that permeated the air around him. He began to experiment with the creation of a new cultivation method, the chakra breathing technique. This technique allowed chakra to be refined with each breath, circulating throughout the body and cultivating a powerful life magnetic field. Lu Tian was acutely aware that this method of cultivation would serve as a pivotal weapon on his future path of training. He immersed himself wholly in the practice, savoring the extraordinary sensation of chakra coursing through his body. Upon reopening his eyes, he found that his gaze had transformed into one both profound and luminous. He perceived that every cell within him seemed to be infused with newfound vitality, operating at an astonishing frequency. They spun like high-velocity tops, unleashing formidable energy. The intensity of this frequency and the magnitude of power left him utterly astounded. His heartbeat resonated within his chest like the rhythm of war drums, intertwining with the vibrations of his cells to create an exhilarating symphony. After several hours of arduous training, Lu Tian finally arrived at the moment of breakthrough. His cellular frequency soared to a remarkable 100 Hz, symbolizing not only a leap in speed, but also a testament to his burgeoning strength. His chakra, without undergoing any transformation, could instantaneously generate an electric current, reaching a staggering 10,000 volts in an instant. This force raged within and around him like a tempestuous storm, filling every muscle with explosive power. Lu Tian's heart brimmed with astonishment and joy as he realized the revolutionary impact this chakra-breathing technique could have on the world. Ordinary individuals, by merely practicing this breathing method, without the need for innate ninja talent, could attain the strength to defeat lower-ranked ninjas. The revelation nearly compelled him to release a triumphant roar to the heavens. However, a crucial prerequisite remained. One must successfully master the chakra-breathing technique. He understood that this method of cultivation was not without its hurdles. Not everyone could easily grasp it. Although the requirement was significantly lowered compared to the innate talent for ninjutsu, it still posed a considerable challenge for the average person. Nevertheless, Lu Tian did not succumb to discouragement. He firmly believed that by making this chakra-breathing technique public, he could ignite the latent potential of the common folk, enabling them to attain strength comparable to that of lower-ranked ninjas. A determined glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he could already envision a hopeful future. In Lu Tian's lexicon, there was no room for hesitation. When he conceived an action, he executed it without delay. This was his hallmark of decisiveness. At this moment, Lu Tian stepped out of the training room, his countenance radiating unprecedented resolve and confidence. He summoned all the council members, prepared to unveil a secret chakra-breathing technique capable of altering the course of the world. In the council hall, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Lu Tian stood before the assembly, his voice robust and unwavering as he declared, "Esteemed council members, I have convened you today to disclose a cultivation method that we have never encountered before, the chakra-breathing technique." As the details of the practice were revealed, the council erupted into a tumult of discussion. Those esteemed shinobi members, typically composed and contemplative, now found themselves swept away in a whirlwind of shock and incredulity. "General, is what you say truly the case?" A black-clad elite ninja rose, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Lu Tian. "Is this chakra-breathing technique truly so miraculous?" "Indeed, its effects surpass your wildest imaginations." Lu Tian nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. "With proper training, even an ordinary person can attain strength rivaling that of a lower ninja. This feels like a dream." exclaimed another elite ninja, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, unable to contain her excitement. General, how did you discover this training method? That remains my secret. However, I can assure you, no one comprehends the chakra breathing technique better than I do. Lu Tian replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Even after you have mastered it, you will never surpass me. His words detonated like a bombshell, stirring a tempest of shock and awe among the council members. They began to murmur among themselves, their faces etched with amazement and reverence. The general is truly remarkable to have uncovered such a wondrous training method. Indeed, this could double the power of our Fire Nation. Would that not position us to dominate the ninja world? Absolutely. If even ordinary people can practice this chakra breathing technique, the future of our Fire Nation is limitless. Conquering the ninja world is no mere fantasy. Amidst the fervent discussions, Lu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of pride swell within him. He recognized this as the gratifying satisfaction of having successfully impressed others. With a slight lift of his chin, he spoke with an unmistakable air of authority and confidence. Next, I call upon the members of the Education Department. You shall be the first inheritors of this training method. He continued, once you master the chakra breathing technique, your mission will be to instruct the Academy's teachers, enabling them to pass this knowledge onto the children. At his pronouncement, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of gravity and tension. The Education Department members, typically the architects of the nation's educational strategies, now appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless by their astonishment. General, do you mean we are to impart the chakra breathing technique to the children? Asked a bespectacled middle-aged council member, his voice trembling. This is simply unbelievable. Another young female council member could not help but exclaim. This is akin to opening the door to a new world. Can we truly accomplish this? A seasoned council member inhaled sharply. General, you are proposing that our children possess extraordinary powers. His voice quivered with excitement and admiration. This is not merely an educational revolution. It is a monumental leap for the future of our nation. Lu Tian smiled and nodded, his gaze shimmering with hope and confidence for the future. Indeed, I intend for our children to master this power from a young age, empowering them to forge a stronger path ahead. He remarked, Konoha is merely a pilot test. Once stabilized, it will be extended throughout the Land of Fire. I firmly believe that with our united efforts, this realm will usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity and brilliance. Time, akin to a fleeting galloping horse, swiftly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had quietly slipped away. During this brief period, Lu Tian imparted the chakra breathing technique to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, allowing them to experience an extraordinary surge of power and growth. Yet, Lu Tian did not cease his endeavor there. He understood that true transformation must permeate from the top down, comprehensively extending from the strong to the weak. His gaze shifted towards the elite jonin of the Education Department, the mentors entrusted with nurturing the next generation of ninjas. Under Lu Tian's meticulous guidance, these jonin eagerly absorbed the chakra breathing technique. Their faces were etched with concentration and excitement, as if they could already envision the future of their amplified strength. For the weak, the chakra breathing technique served as the key to unlocking their latent power. For the strong, it was a miraculous method to elevate their ninjutsu to the realm of formlessness. As Lu Tian observed that all the jonin had mastered the chakra breathing technique, an ineffable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He knew that this transformation had taken a significant step forward. He continued to delve deeper into the academy, assessing the learning progress of the Chunin instructors. It was there that he discovered Irika, a teacher of modest talent yet remarkably adept in pedagogy. His eyes sparkled with a passion for education and genuine concern for his students, prompting Lu Tian to regard him with newfound respect. Almost all the Chunin instructors had acquired the chakra breathing technique, their faces radiant with joy and pride. However, the treacherous Mizuki feigned encouragement towards Irika, saying, Irika, keep it up. It's normal to be unfamiliar with new things. Just practice a few more times. Lu Tian approached quietly, his gaze piercing, as if capable of penetrating Mizuki's facade of insincerity. He calmly inquired, Teacher Mizuki, how do you find the chakra breathing technique now that you have learned it? His words were imbued with a nonchalant acknowledgement of power. Under Lu Tian's scrutiny, Mizuki could only manage an awkward smile, wary of displaying any hint of negligence. He replied, General, this chakra breathing technique is indeed quite useful. It facilitates my ninjutsu execution, merely requiring a rhythmic adjustment of breath, far more convenient than hand seals. Is that so? That is splendid. Keep striving. Lu Tian nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Irika, a playful smile gracing his lips. With an air of feigned inquiry, he asked, Irika, I have heard you excel in teaching. How have you fared in your own studies? Caught off guard by Lu Tian's sudden question, Irika scratched his head, a hint of despondency crossing his face as he candidly admitted, General, this chakra-breathing technique is indeed a bit challenging for me to grasp. He sighed and continued, I feel that I need to ponder for a while longer. Lu Tian's face revealed no hint of disappointment. Instead, a flicker of admiration sparkled in his eyes. With a smile, he addressed Irika, you must work even harder. The formal teaching begins next month. If you have not yet mastered it by then, how will you instruct the children of the academy? Indeed, your words resonate, General. Upon hearing this, Irika's heart trembled slightly, and he straightened his posture, responding fervently. I will certainly strive to improve. Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the academy. As he walked through the streets, however, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed several suspicious figures lurking nearby, stealthily hiding in the shadows while casting furtive glances toward the academy. A cold smile curled on Lu Tian's lips. These were clearly spies from a rival nation, their intentions unmistakably aimed at pilfering the secrets of the chakra-breathing technique. Yet, he felt neither panic nor concern. On the contrary, a confident glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he had everything under control. He mused to himself, these spies are truly laughable, daring to attempt to steal my techniques. But it matters not. I fear not their learning. As long as I grow stronger, leaving others far behind, they shall only gaze in envy from afar. With this thought, a disdainful smile graced Lu Tian's face as he continued on his path. His silhouette elongated in the twilight's glow. Days passed, and times will silently rolled on, bringing forth notable upheavals. During this time, Lu Tian employed a long-line fishing strategy. With his keen observational skills and formidable strength, he successfully unmasked all the spies lurking in the shadows, capturing them without exception. Each time a spy was apprehended, Lu Tian's gaze became even sharper, as if he could see through all deceit and falsehood. In the intelligence department's interrogation room, he coldly scrutinized the captured spies. Regardless of their admissions of identity, Lu Tian unhesitatingly labeled them as spies from enemy nations. This method left the interrogator, Ninja Akibi, in awe. As Lu Tian regarded the captured spies before him, a sneer appeared on his face. Your actions have gravely infringed upon the safety and dignity of the Land of Fire. You shall face the consequences you deserve. He proclaimed to the spies, prepare yourselves. I shall make your nation pay dearly. Subsequently, Lu Tian personally drafted a condemnation notice, sending it to the nations of river, grass, waterfall, rain, wind, earth, lightning, and water. In the notice, he incisively pointed out the heinous actions of these nations in dispatching spies. He firmly demanded substantial reparations from them. A few hours later, within the solemn and austere office of the Third Hokage, Noki sat behind his desk, his brow furrowed and his gaze profound. Uchiha Rutan was indeed a formidable individual. His efficiency was remarkable. Within mere days, he had apprehended all those spies. He fixed his eyes on his son, Loam, who stood before him, his tone laden with gravity and resignation as he spoke. He has even issued denunciations to various nations, showing no fear of offending the entire world. He must possess immense confidence in his own strength. Chapter 24. The continued reactions of the ninja world. Loam, upon hearing this, also displayed a serious expression. He was acutely aware of his father Naka's loyalty and sense of duty towards their nation, and at this moment, he could feel the weight of his father's anxiety and pressure. Taking a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions, he cautiously inquired, Lord Third Hokage, should we continue to send people to steal that chakra-breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Naka's frown deepened. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons as he contemplated the next course of action. No, we cannot afford to take any more risks. While that chakra-breathing technique is powerful, it is not something we can easily acquire. After a period of reflection, he raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, and declared, if we fail again, the land of Earth will find itself in an even more passive position. In the Wind Country's Sunagakure, within the office of the Fourth Hokage, Raza sat at his desk, his hands clenched into fists and his brow tightly knit. His gaze shifted between his two advisors, Haizai and Shio, clearly seeking their counsel. That Uchiha Rutan is exceedingly arrogant. We cannot let this go unchallenged, Raza exclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation. However, Heizai shook his head, speaking with resolute conviction. That would be unwise. We need to observe the situation further. The current circumstances are far too complex for us to act impulsively. Moreover, Uchiha Rutan is not easily dealt with. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Heizai's eyes. He understood that the prevailing situation was akin to a sword suspended above their heads, where even the slightest misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chiyo echoed his sentiment. Indeed. Let's allow this storm to brew a while longer. We cannot be the ones to stick our necks out. The fourth Kazekage will surely take action. In the land of lightning's Kumogakure, within the office of the Raikage, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as though the air itself had solidified. The fourth Raikage's fury surged within him like a tempest, and he slammed the documents on his desk to the floor with great force. The papers scattering like his wrath unleashed. His eyes widened, flashing with anger and resolve as he turned to the steadfast one-eyed ninja, Dodai, beside him. That Uchiha Rutan had the audacity to publicly denounce so many nations and even demand compensation. This is an outright affront to our Kumogakure and the land of lightning. His voice, imbued with undeniable determination, proclaimed, "We must seize this opportunity to unite the nations and launch an assault on the land of fire." I wish to see if he dares to be so arrogant then. The earth beneath him furrowed with concern. He understood the temperament of the fourth Raikage. Yet at this moment, the Raikage was evidently blinded by rage. Lord Raikage, do you mean to convene an emergency meeting of the leaders of all nations in the land of iron? He pondered cautiously, his voice laced with trepidation. However, this matter is far more intricate than the Five Kage Summit, with the myriad entanglements of interests and contradictions among the nations. To achieve unity among them seems an insurmountable task. I care not. In any case, I shall ensure that Uchiha Rutan pays the price. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the fourth Raikage, whose fury was palpable. Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke my village, Kumogakure? Meanwhile, deep within the mist-cloaked village of the Land of Water, Uchiha Obito was deftly manipulating the fourth Mizukage, preparing for the impending war. Under Obito's control, the fourth Mizukage exhibited an unusual volatility, his eyes wide and fists clenched tightly, as if he were on the brink of shattering everything around him. Hurry and prepare, he bellowed. Why does it take so long to engage in battle? How many days have passed? Gather the troops at once. His voice echoed through the empty corners, as if threatening to uproot the entirety of Kirigakure. Yet, in response to his outburst, the higher-ups of Kirigakure displayed a remarkable composure. The young genius, Kirigakure's own Suigetsu, bore twin blades upon his back. Lord Mizukage, we must not rush. Before the army moves, the provisions must be in place. Taking a deep breath, he continued. We need to prepare a substantial amount of war supplies. Haste will not serve us well. Though his voice was youthful, it resonated with a sense of steadiness and determination. Beside him stood the formidable Kuratsuchi, a member of the elite Umbu, who added weight to his words. Lord Mizukage, your impatience is concerning. We cannot afford to act so hastily. We must await the opportune moment to ensure absolute success. His tone carried a hint of counsel, as if imploring the Mizukage to regain his composure. The warrior, Kiba Shikizo, who bore a severed blade, nodded in agreement. Lord Mizukage, should we act too impulsively? The casualties could be dire. His voice was low yet resolute, reflecting his deep concern for the future of Kirigakure. Standing nearby, Reiku of the Black Scythe remarked, Lord Mizukage, my troops are assembled, yet our supplies remain insufficient. His tone was tinged with resignation and anxiety, clearly apprehensive about the looming conflict. In the land of rivers, a tranquil and bountiful ninja village thrived. The leader of Kawagakure sat within a spacious and well-lit assembly hall, idly toying with an exquisite chess piece. His brow furrowed in thought. Upon hearing of Uchiha Rutan's actions, a serious expression settled upon his face. Indeed, Uchiha Rutan is a formidable individual, he mused quietly, a mix of admiration and trepidation in his voice. To simultaneously condemn so many nations and demand reparations requires a courage and audacity beyond that of ordinary men. In the land of grass, the leader of the grass-hidden village sat in his private chamber, deep in contemplation. His visage was stern, with a sharp glint in his eyes. A man of profound thought, he never rushed to make decisions. However, he now realized the urgency of choosing a course of action. Uchiha Rutan is indeed a troublesome individual, he murmured, his brow furrowed. His actions not only threaten our interests, but could also ignite a larger conflict. We must respond with caution. In the land of waterfalls, the leader of the waterfall hidden village convened with his council to devise a strategy. a decisive and resolute figure. He feared no challenge. Yet, the prospect of Uchiha Ruten's retaliation weighed upon him. Uchiha Ruten is audacious, he exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. Does he truly believe he can challenge the entire shinobi world single-handedly? How utterly absurd. Meanwhile, in the land of hot water, the leader of the hot water hidden village deliberated with his subordinates. A thoughtful individual, he excelled at analyzing issues from various perspectives. Uchiha Ruten's actions may appear reckless, yet they conceal deeper intricacies, he cautioned, his tone laced with vigilance. We must tread carefully and not allow him to lead us by the nose. Chapter 25. Elimination of nearby ninja hideouts in the Daughter's Kingdom, a unique realm comprised entirely of female ninjas. The leader of the Fuziko village sat upon an ornate throne, pondering the unfolding situation. Intelligent and audacious, she feared no challenge. Uchiha Ruten is truly an intriguing character, she mused, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Addressing her alluring subordinates, she declared, send a few more of you to employ the charms of seduction against him. I refuse to believe that a man can resist such a lure. I've heard he has taken hundreds of concubines. He must be a lecherous rogue. Lastly, in the land of rain, perpetually cloaked in showers, the rain-hidden village remained under the influence of the rain tiger's free technique, with rain never ceasing. At this moment, Conan stood by the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the drizzling rain. Her heart brimmed with confusion and unease. What manner of person is Uchiha Ruten? The rain shadow murmured. Her brow knitted. His actions seem mad yet appear to bear some profound significance. How shall we respond? Conan, do not overthink it. Only formidable strength is fundamental. Nagato, seated upon a moving toilet, his body cloaked in yin-yang release, coughed a few times before stating, I believe that the Third Hokage will undoubtedly entrust us with a mission. So prepare for battle. In the days to come, the winds of change swept through the shinobi world, as nations reacted like cats whose tails had been stepped on. They hastily issued diplomatic statements, vehemently denying any involvement in the espionage incident. They appeared to be engaged in an intricately staged drama, with each nation portraying itself as an innocent victim while directing accusations towards other potential adversaries. The notion of compensation, seemingly straightforward, had become an elusive concept at this juncture. Nations, akin to miserly fowl, were reluctant to part with even a penny. They collectively declared this to be sheer nonsense, questioning how they could possibly bear the costs of something that was fictitious. To Lu Tian, all of this was nothing more than ephemeral smoke. Like a masterful chess player who had long discerned the trajectory of the game, he continued to issue diplomatic statements with formidable fervor. He delineated a red line for the nations, demanding that they remit compensation within a span of 2.5 months, lest they face the consequences. At present, Lu Tian, accompanied by a cadre of elite Uchiha clansmen, departed from the bustling Hidden Leaf village, embarking on a mission to eradicate bandits. Under Lu Tian's meticulous tutelage, these Uchiha had mastered the essence of chakra-breathing techniques, significantly enhancing their prowess. They resembled a fleet of sharp arrows, poised to pierce the strongholds of those entrenched within the mountains and forests. These strongholds had originally served as refuges for wandering ninjas, who, disenchanted by the oppression of the major ninja villages or driven by their own ambitions and desires, had chosen to carve out their own domains. However, in Lu Tian's eyes, the existence of these strongholds posed a grave threat to the safety of the Hidden Leaf village. Thus, a fierce battle against the bandits erupted amidst the wooded landscape. Charge! For the honor of the general's estate, for the glory of the Uchiha, Lu Tian bellowed, his voice reverberating through the mountains like thunder. Eliminate these scourges. Restore clarity to the land of fire. The bandit ninjas, witnessing this rallying cry, unsheathed their weapons, preparing to defend themselves. Yet, when their strength was measured against that of the Uchiha, the disparity was stark. Humph, a mere rabble dares to obstruct our advance, sneered one Uchiha, vanishing in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the bandit ninjas, his blade glinting menacingly as it struck for a vital point. The bandit ninja let out a piercing scream, collapsing into a pool of blood. The battle was imminent, although the bandit ninjas were numerous. Their eyes betrayed a palpable fear of the Uchiha. A chilling atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the stronghold, yet it did not deter the Uchiha in the slightest. Maintain coordination. Do not underestimate them, Lu Tian urged, his gaze sharp as a hawk. He understood well that while the bandit ninjas varied in strength, there were among them those who were cunning, skilled in using the terrain and traps for ambushes. Indeed, shortly after the skirmish commenced, several Uchiha found themselves ensnared. They unwittingly triggered hidden traps concealed within the underbrush, immobilizing their movements. Sharp bamboo spikes erupted from the ground, piercing their garments, and some had already sustained injuries. A member of the Uchiha clan cried out in agony, his leg deeply impaled by a bamboo spike, blood flowing profusely. "Beware of the traps," another Uchiha member shouted, alerting his comrades. Fortunately, their fellow clan members reacted swiftly. One Uchiha, wielding a long sword, swiftly dashed to the side of the ensnared clan member. With a flourish of his blade, he severed the ropes binding his comrade. Meanwhile, another Uchiha brandished his sword, channeling his chakra to conjure a whirlwind that dispersed the surrounding traps. "Brother, hold on. We are here to rescue you," the Uchiha who rushed forward shouted as he cut through the bonds. His gaze was resolute and filled with strength, as if it could dispel all darkness. The trapped clan member, sensing the support of his comrades, gritted his teeth and endured the pain. With their assistance, he successfully broke free and regained his footing. At that moment, the other Uchiha launched a fierce counterattack. Empowered by the chakra breathing technique, their physical prowess surged several-fold. They moved like the wind, swiftly darting between the stronghold structures, their long swords and chakra intertwined, culminating in a series of lethal strikes. Despite their numbers, the stronghold's ninjas could not withstand the Uchiha's superior ninjutsu. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of anguish and screams. After a fierce battle, the Uchiha ultimately vanquished all foes, capturing several alive. "I must speak a few words here." Lu Tian's voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an invisible pressure that caused the surrounding Uchiha members to hold their breath involuntarily. His gaze swept over each individual, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate their very souls. "To be honest, I am profoundly disappointed." Lu Tian's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction and ire, as if the flame of disappointment burned fiercely within him. He furrowed his brow and continued. "The strength of this stronghold is so mediocre that it has allowed our clan members to be injured." The wounded Uchiha, upon hearing Lu Tian's words, lowered their heads. Guilt and self-reproach were etched upon their faces. They had no words to defend themselves, only the silent burden of Lu Tian's reprimand. Chapter 26. Seeking Orochimaru in the land of rice. Lu Tian took a deep breath, seemingly inhaling all his disappointment and anger. Then he opened his mouth, and the chakra within him was released in an instant. The chakra surged forth like a tempest, transforming into a blaze that consumed the ruins of the entire stronghold. The flames roared, illuminating everything around. It was as if the fire carried Lu Tian's fury and disillusionment. Lu Tian's gaze shimmered with unwavering determination amidst the flames, as if he sought to purify all filth and failure through their fiery embrace. This recent setback served as a stepping stone for our growth. He observed the flames amidst the ruins and proclaimed, "We must remember this lesson and devote ourselves to our training, preparing for the impending great battle." His words were as fervent and resolute as the flames themselves. The Uchiha clan members felt the weight of his conviction and faith, standing tall and resolute, ready to face the challenges ahead. In the ensuing days, Lu Tian swept through the surrounding mountain strongholds like a tempest. Their actions were swift and decisive, each strike resonating with the force of thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of the ninjas within those strongholds. As each stronghold fell, Lu Tian returned with a steady stream of captives. These captives were uniformly housed, becoming laborers at the construction site. Many of them displayed fear and unease in their eyes. Yet Lu Tian regarded them with a calm and steadfast gaze, as if he could perceive the depths of their trepidation. "If anyone among you possesses knowledge of the earth release techniques, step forward now." Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful, reverberating among the captives. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man trembled as he stepped forward, his eyes revealing a mixture of reluctance and resignation as he stammered, I can perform earth release techniques." Lu Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Excellent. You shall become a member of our Hokage rock construction site. As long as you work diligently, I assure you an opportunity for your release." The flicker of hope ignited in the man's eyes upon hearing Lu Tian's words. "Is that true? If I work hard, I can gain my freedom?" "Indeed," Lu Tian affirmed. "I am the shogun of the land of fire. I do not deceive. My word is as good as gold." With unwavering certainty, he added, "As long as you demonstrate your value, I shall grant you the treatment you deserve." In the days that followed, Lu Tian personally oversaw the construction of Hokage Rock. He frequently engaged with the captives skilled in earth release, encouraging them to harness their abilities. Under Lu Tian's encouragement, the captives gradually shed their fears and uncertainties, immersing themselves earnestly in their work. As time passed, the construction at Hokage Rock progressed smoothly. The once barren land, through the diligent efforts of the captives, began to transform into a level and solid terrain. "You have all worked hard," Lu Tian remarked, observing the industrious captives. With a smile, he painted a bright future, saying, "As long as you labor diligently, I promise you will receive the rewards you deserve." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the captives paused their tasks, turning their gazes toward him. Their eyes brimmed with gratitude and admiration, as if, in that moment, they had discovered newfound hope and belonging. Time flew by, and before long, more than 10 days had elapsed. The deadline for the compensation payment among the nations of the ninja world is approaching. Lu Tian has a destination to reach. Alone, he departed from the bustling Konoha and embarked on a journey to the land of rice fields. After a tumultuous journey filled with searching, Lu Tian finally discovered Orochimaru's hideout in the land of rice fields. It was a somber forest, where towering trees loomed above, their branches and leaves obscuring the sky. As if the sunlight itself had been consumed by this forest, leaving only coldness and silence. Lu Tian inhaled the chill in the air, sensing the eerie and perilous atmosphere surrounding him. "Come out, Orochimaru. You sinister and shadowy figure. I have finally found you." Lu Tian's voice echoed through the forest, imbued with determination and frostiness. His words pierced the silence like a sharpened blade, seemingly intending to penetrate the very essence of the forest. Without warning, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, striking with ferocity akin to a rampant storm. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Lu Tian reacted swiftly, moving like lightning to evade the sudden onslaught. Yet, everything around him was not spared. Enormous trees succumbed to the force of the wind, crashing down with a deafening roar. Leaves were swept into the air, as if an invisible force were tearing the forest apart. Regaining his footing, Lu Tian fixed his gaze ahead. This gust was no natural phenomenon. It was evidently a deliberate act of malice. From amidst the chaotic trees, a figure emerged slowly. It was Orochimaru. Draped in the dark cloak adorned with red clouds of the Akatsuki, resembling a specter in the shadows. A peculiar smile graced his face, and his eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, as if he intended to devour the entire world. "How does the taste of wind release? Great breakthrough feel?" Orochimaru spoke coldly, his tone laced with derision and disdain. However, Lu Tian remained unfazed. He regarded Orochimaru with a frigid stare, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your breath reeks. Is it that you haven't brushed your teeth, or perhaps your mouth is afflicted with some ailment?" Lu Tian taunted, his words slicing through the air like sharp blades, causing Orochimaru's expression to darken instantaneously. Lu Tian continued to gaze coldly at Orochimaru, asserting, "Orochimaru, no matter how insidious your methods may be, do not expect to succeed easily. Moreover, my strength surpasses yours. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Today marks your demise. Your Sharingan shall belong to me." Orochimaru roared, extending his hand as multiple serpent heads erupted from his sleeves, lunging towards Lu Tian. These serpentine heads were grotesque, emanating an unsettling aura. Yet, Lu Tian was well prepared. He swiftly activated his fire-release chakra mode, enveloping himself in roaring flames. He sidestepped the attacking serpent heads and retaliated with a swift stroke, severing several of them. The blade, imbued with intense flames and murderous intent, seemed poised to incinerate the very world itself. In an instant, the two combatants were engulfed in a fierce struggle. The glimmer of blades and the shadows of swords intertwined in the forest, forming a breathtaking tableau. Lu Tian's swordsmanship was sharp and swift, each strike infused with a palpable sense of lethal purpose. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, employing his uncanny agility and ninjutsu, deftly evaded Lu Tian's assaults, ever on the lookout for an opportunity to counterattack. "Orochimaru, I have had my fill of this. Now submit to me." Chapter 27. Orochimaru offers his forbidden techniques. Orochimaru possessed a clandestine base within the land of rice fields, the largest stronghold in the ninja world, which was precisely why Lu Tian had come here. As Lu Tian's words echoed, a mysterious and unsettling aura seemed to permeate the air of the forest. Within his gaze, 6 brilliant tomos spun rapidly in his profound pupils, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, emanating an enthralling radiance. This was the hypnotic power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru found himself enveloped by this sudden surge of energy. He felt as though his consciousness was being drawn by an invisible force, his mind gradually descending into chaos. The cunning and treachery that once characterized Orochimaru faded, replaced by a disorienting blankness. His memories appeared to be subtly altered by a mysterious power. In that fleeting moment, loyalty and admiration surged within him like a tidal wave, his reverence for Lu Tian unmistakable. "Master, what are your commands? Orochimaru shall spare no effort." His voice quivered yet remained resolute, imbued with absolute submission to Lu Tian. He no longer resembled the fearsome ninja of legend, but rather a devoted assistant to Lu Tian. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. He regarded Orochimaru intently before speaking calmly. "Lead me to your base." Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru respectfully took the lead. His steps were firm and purposeful, as if to demonstrate his familiarity and loyalty to the stronghold. Upon arriving at a certain location, Orochimaru unveiled a concealed passage beneath the ground. They traversed a labyrinthine corridor, navigating through layers of traps, each step an exploration of an enigmatic and hidden world. The dim lighting flickered, as if whispering untold secrets. Time seemed to stagnate, the air thick with a stifling and chilling atmosphere. At this juncture in the timeline, it was still quite early. Kabuto had yet to eliminate Yakushi Nanaka, thus Kabuto did not accompany Orochimaru. It is well known that in his earlier days, Orochimaru lacked any true subordinates. Those who followed him were mere tools, insignificant in his eyes, possessing almost no rights at all. Consequently, this secret base was devoid of any semblance of life. "O Orochimaru, impart to me your forbidden technique of the impure world reincarnation." Lu Tian followed Orochimaru into a secluded chamber, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority. He gazed intently at Orochimaru, his profound eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Orochimaru, shrouded in shadow, maintained a calm demeanor as if he had anticipated this moment. He slowly lifted his head, his serpentine eyes glinting with an eerie light in the dimness. A faint smile graced his lips, laced with a hint of amusement, as he replied, "This jutsu was originally created to cater to the needs of my master. Thus, I have long been prepared for this." As he spoke, he turned towards a concealed corner, his fingers gliding gently along the wall until a hidden door creaked open. From within, he retrieved a finely crafted scroll, simultaneously holding another scroll in his hand. Orochimaru pivoted, presenting the two scrolls to Lu Tian. "These are the forbidden techniques of spiritual transformation, akin to the impure world reincarnation." His expression bore a near reverent quality as he continued, "These are my most prized secrets. I humbly offer them to you, my master." Lu Tian accepted the scrolls, a glimmer of satisfaction and admiration flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice imbued with joy and excitement. "You have performed admirably. You have not merely fulfilled your task, but exceeded it. Your cleverness and loyalty have not gone unnoticed." "Excellent." As Lu Tian's praise resonated, a triumphant smile crept across Orochimaru's face. After perusing the scrolls on the impure world reincarnation and spiritual transformation, an indescribable exhilaration surged within Lu Tian. In that moment, his comprehension soared. Within mere seconds, he absorbed the essence of the scrolls, as if he had grasped their core principles. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, akin to a beacon piercing through the darkness. A spark of excitement ignited in Lu Tian's eyes as he realized he had uncovered something extraordinary. "I understand," he exclaimed, raising his head abruptly, his gaze radiant with fervor. He seemed to have discovered the method to project his soul beyond his corporeal form, though further contemplation and experimentation were essential. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he turned to Orochimaru, a satisfied smile adorning his face. "Orochimaru, this is the yin-yang release clone technique. Should you master this forbidden art, you will be able to create authentic clones." Lu Tian produced a scroll and extended it toward Orochimaru, his voice brimming with confidence. "If you utilize the impure world reincarnation, this clone will exhibit no adverse reactions, making this technique perfectly complementary to it." Orochimaru accepted the scroll, a glimmer of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. He unfurled the scroll and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. As he delved deeper into the text, astonishment and elation gradually illuminated his countenance. "This is truly a flawless pairing." Orochimaru lifted his gaze, looking at Lu Tian with eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. In his eyes, Lu Tian was not merely a formidable master, but a true sage. The ingenuity with which Lu Tian conceived such a pairing filled him with admiration. "Orochimaru, Your task henceforth is to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and gather intelligence for me. Lu Tian spoke with a grave tone, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve. Exercise utmost caution and avoid any conflict with others. Your mission is to remain undercover and report the daily movements of the Akatsuki to me. Understood, Master, Orochimaru replied. His head slightly bowed in a gesture of respect, determination gleaming in his eyes. He was mentally conditioning himself, believing this to be a test of his capabilities by Lu Tian. Once all instructions were conveyed, Lu Tian departed from Orochimaru's secret base and made his way directly back to Konoha. He was acutely aware that the days ahead would be exceedingly busy, as the prelude to a great battle was about to unfold. After all, the nations within the ninja world harbored no intentions of compensating for damages. This compensation was merely a pretext that Lu Tian intended to exploit to initiate war. However, upon entering the village of Konoha, an unexpected event transpired. A beautiful woman suddenly turned towards him, her complexion pale, before she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Feigning unconsciousness? Trying to ensnare me? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Tian's mind as he approached her. Gently tapping her shoulder, he noted her pallor and faint breathing. This was no mere ruse. Without hesitation, Lu Tian lifted the woman into his arms and hurried towards the hospital, his heart brimming with confusion and concern. Who was this woman? Why did she suddenly faint? Moreover, was I her intended target? Chapter 28. The Kingdom of Daughters uses marriage as compensation. The renowned hospital within Konoha was not a short distance away, and Lu Tian was anxious as he made his way. A gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the anxiety within his heart. At that moment, the beauty in his arms stirred slightly, as if awakening from slumber. Handsome, I am so hungry. Her soft and feeble voice resonated like the sweet trill of a nightingale, piercing through the silence with clarity. Lu Tian paused, hurriedly placing her upon a nearby bench. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a compressed biscuit, offering it to her with a glint of concern in his eyes. Have you fainted from hunger? What is the matter with you? The beauty accepted the biscuit, uttering a few words of gratitude before eagerly devouring it. Though her manner of eating was somewhat disheveled, her bright eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Standing beside her, Lu Tian quietly observed this enchanting woman. Her attire was indeed striking. The fitted garments accentuated her graceful figure, and her long hair flowed with the wind, resembling a beautiful painting. Lu Tian noted that her appearance was exceedingly captivating. He cleared his throat gently, attempting to dispel the ambiguous atmosphere, and inquired, Fair maiden, what brings you to Konoha? Me? I have come for the shogun. Her tone was resolute and powerful, as if she were making a solemn declaration. She swallowed the last morsel of her biscuit, delicately wiped the crumbs from the corners of her mouth, and then raised her gaze to Lu Tian, a flicker of determination shimmering in her eyes. A playful smile crept across Lu Tian's face. He leaned closer to her and whispered, Oh, what is your purpose in seeking the shogun? I could facilitate an introduction for you. A glimmer of delight flashed across her face, but she quickly cast a wary glance at Lu Tian. She seemed to sense the underlying implications in his words. Shifting uncomfortably in her seat, observing her reaction, Lu Tian stifled a chuckle. He deliberately shifted his tone, aiming to unsettle the enchanting woman before him. But let me be clear, should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall confine you to a cell. There are many ruffians there who would show you no mercy. As he spoke, he donned a fierce expression, though mischief danced in his eyes. The woman's face paled momentarily at his words, yet she quickly regained her composure. I mean no harm, she declared, clenching her jaw as if swearing an oath. I merely wish to meet the shogun and express my admiration. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lu Tian's gaze. He fixed his eyes on the distant beauty and calmly replied, First, esteemed maiden from afar, might you introduce yourself? Captivated by Lu Tian's demeanor, she inclined her head slightly. Her eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, as profound as the stars themselves. Please remember, I hail from the distant land of the Daughters' Kingdom, Fuzian Village. My name is Hoshino Jing. I am Lu Tian. I look forward to your guidance. He responded with a smile that exuded a sense of freedom and nonchalance. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. He asked straightforwardly, So, how do you intend to convey your feelings to the shogun? More importantly, from where does this affection arise? Hoshino Jing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected query. A look of surprise crossed her face as she furrowed her brow, seemingly striving to recall something. Lu Tian, she exclaimed suddenly, her expression morphing into one of astonishment, as if she had encountered something truly remarkable. Trembling, she asked, Are you not the legendary Shogun Uchiha Liu Tian? I prefer to be called Liu Tian. He replied with a slight smile, sidestepping her question and instead posing another. So, what is it that you truly seek? Is it the so-called compensation? Or perhaps, are you the very compensation sent from Fuzian village? His voice carried a hint of mockery and flirtation, as if he were testing Hoshino Jing's response. Hoshino Jing's complexion flushed slightly, her eyes revealing a flicker of embarrassment intertwined with anger, yet she swiftly regained her composure. With her head lowered, she averted her gaze from Liu Tian, seemingly lost in contemplation. I am the compensation. Hoshino Jing's voice quivered, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination as she implored, please. General, graciously accept. Forgive us, the hidden village of Fuzian. Forgive us, the kingdom of daughters. Upon uttering these words, a resolute expression graced her face. Her fists clenched tightly, as if rallying her own courage. Thus, does your hidden village of Fuzian seek to resolve its issues through matrimony? Liu Tian inquired, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with contemplation. Hoshino Jing, seated upon the bench, displayed a look of astonishment at his words. She had anticipated a frivolous response from Liu Tian, perhaps even being treated as a mere plaything, destined to entertain the nobility. However, the earnest demeanor he exhibited took her by surprise. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within her heart, Hoshino Jing inclined her head slightly, fixing her gaze upon Liu Tian as if striving to uncover his true intentions. General, are you sincere? She asked softly. Liu Tian nodded, responding with measured gravity. I am indeed sincere. Matters of marriage are no trifling affair. His voice was steady and resolute, conveying his sincerity and determination to Hoshino Jing. Her heart stirred at his response, a clash of contrasting values igniting a warm current within her. She had once believed her fate was dictated by destiny. Yet, in this moment, Liu Tian bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of reassurance. She gazed deeply into his eyes, gratitude and admiration shimmering within her own. Hoshino Jing's chest rose and fell gently, as if she had made a momentous decision. General, if this is the mutual desire of you and the hidden village of Fuzian, then I am willing to accept this arrangement. Why has it transformed into my desire? Liu Tian smirked at her words, a playful curve gracing his lips. His laughter carried a hint of teasing, yet it was steeped in a comforting reassurance for Hoshino Jing. He waved his hand, as if to dispel the tension in the air, then asserted, it is clearly the intention of your hidden village. I merely acquiesced. Leaning slightly forward, Liu Tian's gaze pierced into Hoshino Jing's. His eyes, resolute and profound, seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. He continued, Hoshino Jing, I respect your choice. Should you be unwilling to enter into this union, I shall not impose. At this juncture, Liu Tian's tone shifted, becoming suddenly sharp. A glint of fierceness flickered in his eyes as he declared, to war, then. The kingdom of daughters is but a small territory to me. Merely a declaration of war. Chapter 29. The various shocks across the ninja nation. Xingye Jing was profoundly startled by the sudden turn of events. Thoughts of her hometown flooded her mind, rendering her complexion pale and her eyes wide with terror. In a state of panic, she knelt and clasped her hands together, pleading to General Liu Tian, my lord, I was wrong. Please, do not attack our daughter country. I am willing to do whatever you command. Then let me personally assess your sincerity, Liu Tian replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. He gently lifted Xingye Jing into his arms, leaving her somewhat bewildered by this unexpected gesture. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Yet, amidst this shyness was a deeper sense of trust and reliance on Liu Tian. She clutched his garment tightly, allowing him to lead her into the tranquil grove by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon them. The grove resonated with deep and powerful breaths, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, as if narrating an ancient and mysterious tale. During this intimate moment, Liu Tian not only imparted knowledge, but also firmly grasped Xingye Jing's conscience in his hands. When all was concluded, Liu Tian carried Xingye Jing out of the grove. A faint blush adorned her face, while Liu Tian maintained an air of composure, as if the preceding events were merely a brief interlude in his life. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Liu Tian sat at his desk and began drafting diplomatic statements. His fingers danced swiftly across the paper, each stroke imbued with a sense of thunderous authority. The content of the statement read, the daughter country has submitted the required reparations, demonstrating respect and sincerity towards the land of fire. Other nations are also urged to submit their reparations promptly, as a sign of reverence for the land of fire. Should they fail to comply within the stipulated time, the Land of Fire shall regard you as foes and will not hesitate to launch an attack. He instructed the elite shinobi of the Foreign Affairs Department to disseminate this statement, conveying the will of the Land of Fire to other nations. Within mere hours of its issuance, this declaration reverberated throughout the entire ninja world, causing a tremendous uproar. In the daughter country, within the village of Fuko, it was simply marvelous. Xingye Jing's allure was indeed irresistible, successfully ensnaring Uchiha Lu Tian in a gentle trap. The leader of Fuko village sat upon her throne, delicately stroking her smooth jawline. A satisfied smile curved her lips, her eyes sparkling with cunning excitement. She gazed at a group of beautiful women before her, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Xingye Jing has set an excellent precedent for us. Go, urge the other beauties to take action as well, she softly commanded. Ensure that Uchiha Lu Tian is entranced amid this floral paradise, extracting every essence from his spring pouch. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful women nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with proud smiles. In the land of rivers, surrounded by majestic mountains and flowing rivers, the atmosphere in the village of Chuan Yin was thick with tension. The village leader sat in his ancient and solemn office, gripping tightly the diplomatic letter from the Land of Fire. His complexion was ashen, as if water could drip from it, and his eyes flickered with flames of anger and a fierce determination. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes wide as if lightning flashed within them. Through clenched teeth, his voice low yet resolute, he declared, Uchiha Lu Tian, how dare you be so arrogant as to disregard my Chuanin village? Do you think we are mere soft persimmons to be kneaded at will? His voice echoed through the office, igniting the very air around him with the intensity of his fury. With a forceful slap on the desk, the diplomatic letter shattered beneath his palm, causing the entire office to tremble from the violent impact. In the land of grass, the verdant village of Chao Yin was also engulfed in chaos. Within the leader's office, elders of the village gathered, their expressions grave, voices rising in a cacophony of discussion. The air was thick with tension and unease, as if a storm were about to break. Among them, an aged elder, brow furrowed and eyes reflecting deep concern, sighed heavily. With a tone steeped in resignation, he spoke. The Land of Fire is currently on the rise. Although we of Chaoyin possess a rich history and profound heritage, it would be difficult for us to confront them directly. As soon as he finished speaking, a younger elder stood, his eyes alight with unwavering resolve. He countered passionately, Great Elder, how can we so easily relinquish our stance? Shall we allow the Land of Fire to oppress us without resistance? We too have our dignity and boundaries. We cannot allow them to underestimate us. His voice resonated with strength, stirring a warm current within the hearts of those present. The other elders and the village leader began to share glimmers of hope in their gazes. Yet, the great elder remained troubled, gesturing for silence among the assembly. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. I understand your determination, but we must think calmly. The strength of the Land of Fire is formidable. Should we act rashly, we will only find ourselves in a deeper predicament. The elders and the village leader nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the truth in the elder's words. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit within them remained undiminished. In the land of waterfalls, hidden behind the cascading falls, the village of Long Yin was also in receipt of the diplomatic letter that had sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. The village leader gazed down upon his settlement, his expression solemn. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The roar of the waterfall thundered in his ears, yet it could not drown out the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. His gaze seemed to pierce through the waterfall, looking towards the distant Land of Fire. His brow furrowed in deep concentration, as if he were striving to decipher the profound implications behind the missive. The leader of Takigakure inhaled the humid air, pondering. What exactly does Uchiha Rutan intend? Is he truly prepared to oppose the entire shinobi world? His thoughts swirled within, his voice low and laced with uncertainty. The leader's fingers gently drummed upon the table, each tap resonating within his heart, invoking an inexplicable tension. A resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Yet beneath that radiance lay a profound unease. He understood that this proclamation was not merely a challenge to Takigakure, but rather a provocation to the entire shinobi realm. He knew he must tread carefully. Any misstep could unleash unforeseen consequences. Abruptly, the leader turned his gaze towards the elders behind him. Their faces mirrored his gravity, as if they too were grappling with the same quandary. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. We must rally all our forces and prepare for the impending storm. Uchiha Rutan may indeed seek to stand against the entirety of the shinobi world. Chapter 30. The shinobi world war appears imminent in the land of rain. Where the incessant downpour enveloped Amigakure, Nagato sat upon his specially designed mobile toilet, coughing repeatedly, his complexion pale. Yet, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, as if contemplating a matter of great significance. Conan stood beside him, holding the diplomatic missive. After reading it aloud, she gently set the document aside and turned towards the window, gazing at the persistent rain, her heart a tumult of emotions. Her brow knitted in worry. Her fingers lightly traced the windowsill, seeking solace. She murmured, "Is the land of fire truly on the verge of igniting a great war?" Nagato lifted his gaze to Conan. Clearing his throat softly before speaking, "This diplomatic missive reveals Uchiha Ruten's ambitions. The Fourth Shinobi World War may soon be upon us." His voice, though faint, resonated with conviction. The rain continued to fall, as if determined to engulf all of Amigakure. In the land of wind, the sandy village of Sunagakure felt the oppressive burden emanating from the land of fire. The fourth Kazakage, Gaara, observed the villagers toiling diligently. Their figures, obscured by swirling sands, resembled valiant warriors bracing for the approaching storm. A tumult of emotions surged within Gaara, his gaze deep and unwavering, as if he could foresee the shifting tides of fate. Breathing in the gritty air, he spoke solemnly. "Uchiha Ruten's audacity is evident. The ambitions of the land of fire are laid bare. We must prepare for battle. This conflict may indeed herald the Fourth Shinobi World War." His voice was low and powerful, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of his two advisors. As the words fell, the advisor, Kaizak, furrowed his brow beside him. Though his hair was as white as snow, his eyes sparkled with vitality. He spoke solemnly, "Rasha, we must swiftly convene all forces and devise a meticulous strategy." Chiyo, the advisor, nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting with wisdom. She added, "Kaizak is indeed correct. Although the land of fire is formidable, our sand-hidden village possesses its own fighting spirit. We can rally all our strength while also seeking the support of other ninja villages." Rasha nodded, recognizing the wisdom in their counsel. He inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "I understand. Let us summon all elite ninjas for an urgent meeting to discuss our countermeasures." In the land of earth, the rock-hidden village, fortified by stone, was steeped in a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The air was thick with the scent of dust, each particle seemingly narrating the impending battle. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, gazed into the distance from his office, his eyes flickering with resolute determination. Clenching his fists, the veins prominent on his hands, he turned slowly to his son, Karatsuchi. However, unlike his father's steadiness, Karatsuchi's gaze reflected a mix of anticipation and unease about the unknown. "If that Uchiha Ruten dares to encroach upon us, the rock-hidden village shall confront him in a battle to the death." Anoki's voice resonated deeply, carrying the weight of conviction that seemed to penetrate the very soul of those present. "Karatsuchi, prepare for war." As he spoke, Anoki's gaze sharpened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. His voice, though not raised, brimmed with strength and resolve, causing the air around them to tremble. Karatsuchi, bolstered by his father's unwavering determination, felt his own apprehension gradually dissipate. Drawing a deep breath, he straightened his posture and responded earnestly, "Yes, father. The rock-hidden village shall defend our dignity and honor." In the land of lightning, at the cloud-hidden village, which touched the edge of the heavens, the air was suddenly shattered by a resounding crash. The fourth Hokage's fury erupted like thunder as he smashed yet another exquisite desk, splintered wood scattering across the floor. His eyes blazed with wrath as he stared out at the sea of clouds, tumultuous like the storm within him, restless and turbulent. Taking a moment to breathe deeply, he sought to calm his emotions. Turning to face the steadfast Tsukadai, his gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. This act by Uchiha Ruten is a blatant provocation against the peace and dignity of the entire ninja world. His voice, deep and forceful, resonated with authority. Does he truly believe he can disrupt the order of the ninja world with his solitary strength? Such delusions. Tsukadai, witnessing the Hokage's fury, felt a stirring within himself. He understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that as representatives of the land of lightning, they must shoulder their responsibilities. "Lord Hokage, you are indeed correct," Tsuchikage remarked gravely. "The actions of Uchiha Obito have surely crossed the line. We must unite with other ninja villages to collectively confront the threat posed by the land of fire." The fourth Hokage nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Tsuchikage was not only his capable assistant, but also his most trusted ally. He patted Tsuchikage on the shoulder and stated solemnly, You are right. We must demonstrate to the entire ninja world our resolve and courage as the land of lightning and the village hidden in the clouds. In the land of water, amidst the hazy mist, the village hidden in the mist stood quietly, seemingly isolated from the world. Yet, at this moment, the village was rife with anxiety, as if a storm were imminent. Within the Mizukage's office, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. The fourth Mizukage sat at his desk, his countenance dark, scanning the faces of the surrounding ninjas, each one etched with tension and unease. His voice was deep and severe, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Manipulated by Uchiha Obito, he declared, "The land of fire is preparing to attack us. And what have we achieved? Our preparations are far from complete. What on earth are you all doing?" His tone was suffused with anger and disappointment, reflecting his profound dissatisfaction with the performance of these ninjas. In the shadows, Uchiha Obito's eyes glinted with a crimson light, exuding intense fury and a murderous intent. "Are you all waiting for the enemy to strike first?" The fourth Mizukage's voice was sharp and frigid, piercing through the hearts of everyone present like a keen blade. He continued to berate them. "We are the blood mist. Where is your fighting spirit? Have you all forgotten it?" As his words hung in the air, the tension in the office escalated further. The ninjas were shaken by his outburst, their faces revealing shame and indignation. They understood that, as shinobi of the village hidden in the mist, they ought to embody greater tenacity and fighting spirit. "We, the village hidden in the mist, are not mere lambs for slaughter." The fourth Mizukage gazed at the ninjas around him and proclaimed loudly, "We shall use our own strength to protect our homeland and our dignity." At that moment, the elder Yuanshi, supported by a few trusted aides, slowly approached the office. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady, each stride exuded composure and authority. He furrowed his brow slightly, his voice tinged with reproach and confusion. "Yagura, why have you become increasingly irritable?" Chapter 31. The pre-battle address by Obito in the southern region of the Land of Fire. The dense forests resembled an unfinished canvas, concealing the figures of several elite ninjas from the Mito clan amidst the layered green leaves. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, seemingly capable of perceiving all. Yet, within this realm, there was one figure that blended with them, yet appeared distinctly out of place, Asuma Sarutobi. His eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, and his complexion was far from healthy. He had not only penetrated the heart of the Mito clan, but also frequently visited the strongholds of the Jinchuriki clan and the Tenkai clan. He was a wanderer without a fixed abode, his movements erratic and elusive, making him difficult to grasp. The three prominent families regarded him as a pitiable vagrant, akin to a homeless soul. Little did they know that this seemingly unfortunate drifter was, in fact, an undercover agent meticulously arranged by Lu Tian. Through the intelligence provided by Asma, Lu Tian had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the strongholds belonging to the three families, preparing thoroughly for the impending operation. Before setting off, Lu Tian sought out Might Guy. "The chakra breathing technique complements you remarkably well. You have grown stronger once again, and I eagerly anticipate your performance," Lu Tian stated, his voice imbued with confidence and resolve. "Indeed, ever since I delved into the chakra breathing technique, I have felt a significant enhancement in my abilities," Might Guy responded, a hearty smile illuminating his face. He looked at Lu Tian, his eyes glinting with gratitude and admiration. "Previously, aside from summoning turtles, I had little knowledge of ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu and the 8 gates to engage in battle. But now, even without unlocking the 8 gates, I am certain my strength rivals that of the 4th Hokage." At this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. Recalling some motivational phrases from the workplace, he remarked, "Excellent. I believe you will excel in the upcoming mission. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you." With that, the two made their way to the main city gate. The crowd surged like a tide, each face reflecting a myriad of emotional hues. Lu Tian's gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, zeroed in on the familiar yet solitary figure of Kakashi. He approached Kakashi with measured steps, silently placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Though the touch was light, it conveyed an immense sense of determination and strength. Lu Tian's eyes glimmered with resolute brilliance, as if capable of penetrating the darkest shadows. "Focus. Today marks your day of vengeance, as well as the day you vindicate your father," he said in a low but powerful voice. "Those who once forced your father to the brink of despair stand right there, Mizuki, Kurenai. Their transgressions will be brought to an end by you." As he spoke, Lu Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan blossomed within his pupils, casting the hypnotic mind control technique once more. Kakashi's body trembled slightly, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, his expression growing increasingly complex. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as if struggling to contain the tempest of emotion and fury within. Lu Tian observed this scene with satisfaction, a profound sense of joy welling up within him. He turned his gaze to Might Guy beside him, a gentle smile gracing his features, though the six-pointed star in his eyes shimmered with a razor-sharp intensity. He spoke in a solemn tone. "Guy, do you know? The encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Their aim was to drive your father, Might Dewey, to his demise." Upon hearing this, Might Kai's body trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A flicker of shock and anger flashed in his eyes, his clenched fists nearly squeezing out water. He took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions and then resolutely nodded. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "Rest assured, General. Today, I shall avenge my father." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept through the bustling crowd of ninjas, ultimately settling upon Hinata Hisashi. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he were on the verge of unveiling a staggering secret long buried by time. With a tone deep and grave, imbued with an irresistible authority, he inquired, "Hisashi clan leader, are you aware?" Before he could finish, Hisashi appeared as if struck by lightning, his countenance shifting dramatically. He stepped forward abruptly, interrupting Lu Tian with urgency. "General, I know everything. Please, do not continue." His voice trembled, as if he wished to prevent any scandal from being revealed by Lu Tian. Faced with this unexpected interruption, Lu Tian momentarily paused, but soon his brow furrowed in intensity. His gaze bore into Hisashi with piercing scrutiny. His voice grew stern, akin to the biting northern wind of winter, as he admonished, "Do you comprehend what I am about to say? Do not interrupt me." Hisashi shuddered in fear, momentarily taken aback, before respectfully lowering his head and stepping back. Lu Tian took a moment to steady his racing heart. In the tumult of the Nine Tails incident, the fourth Hokage heroically sacrificed himself. Yet the village hidden in the clouds seized the opportunity to wage war. At a critical juncture in the negotiations between the two nations, your daughter was abducted by cloud ninjas. He began slowly, his voice laced with profound sorrow. "Have you ever considered why they were able to reach your home so effortlessly? Where were the Umbu? Were they completely unaware? Did the third Hokage know of all this?" Each of Lu Tian's words struck like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding against Hisashi's heart. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his eyes shimmering with shock and fury. The surrounding ninjas also displayed grave expressions, their murmurs rising in a cacophony. Noticing Hisashi's reaction, Lu Tian extended his hand, gently resting it upon Hisashi's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. His gaze swept across the crowd, observing the eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. He continued, "Do not be hasty, refrain from interjecting. Let me proceed. Have you ever pondered the possibility that the Umbu may have guided the cloud ninjas?" Hisashi's body trembled suddenly, and he raised his eyes to Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian paid no heed to his reaction and continued, "You killed the cloud ninja at that time, and the Umbu reported to the third Hokage, labeling you as the perpetrator. Subsequently, the third Hokage conspired with the cloud ninjas, coercing you into a corner." By this point, Lu Tian's voice brimmed with rage and sorrow. He fixed his gaze firmly on Hisashi, eager to discern any flicker of response upon his face. Hinata fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "The general is indeed correct. I have pondered these matters. However, the Hinata clan is weak and can only endure." Lu Tian gazed at Hinata's expression of anguish and helplessness, feeling an overwhelming surge of indescribable fury within him. He suddenly lifted his head, scanning the crowd with a fervent gaze, his voice resonating with grief and passion. He proclaimed, "The hour is still early. Allow me to share some revelations that may be unknown to you all." Chapter 32. The suppression of the remaining 3 great clans. The ninjas in the crowd were captivated by Lu Tian's words, their faces illuminated with curiosity and anticipation. It is known that Orochimaru once defected from Konoha, but are you aware that his experiments resulted in the disappearance of numerous children from Konoha and its vicinity? Lu Tian continued, "In that experiment, one child even fused with the first Hokage's cells, granting him the ability to wield wood-release techniques. That child should now be in the secret base of the Shimura clan." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a flurry of chatter. Whispers of astonishment filled the air as the shocking news reverberated through the assembly. Lu Tian observed the astonished faces, his fury seemingly intensifying. Why did Orochimaru manage to escape successfully? How did that successful experiment end up in the hands of the Shimura clan? He suddenly shouted, "Let me share something with you." Before Shimura Danzo's demise, that child, the wood-release experiment subject, was the Root's secret weapon. What? How dare he? A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, all eyes now fixed on Lu Tian. With every astonished face he beheld, his rage blazed like an uncontrollable fire. He bellowed, "The Third Hokage, a heinous criminal. He exploited innocent children for experiments, solely for his own selfish desires and ambitions. Such a Hokage is unworthy to lead us. Therefore, I shall oppose him. I shall slay him." His voice thundered, shaking every individual present. The fury and sorrow in Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with intensity. His voice cutting through the air like the chilling winds before dawn, sharp and powerful. He spoke slowly, each word a piercing blade, declaring, "Let me pose a question to you. Is the Third Hokage not a disgrace to our land of fire?" His tone carried an undeniable authority. His gaze traversed the crowd, seemingly seeking answers and resonance. The ninjas were moved by Lu Tian's fervor, their faces beginning to reflect anger and determination. They clenched their fists tightly, as if to consolidate all their rage into this singular moment. "The Third Hokage is a disgrace to the land of fire." A young ninja boldly shouted first, his voice brimming with fury and resolve. "Indeed, he is our shame. He betrayed us all." As the initial sound resonated, an uproar of furious shouts erupted from the crowd. These voices converged, ultimately forming a formidable force, as if determined to overturn the entire assembly. Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He spoke once more, his tone imbued with fervor. "Now, I shall pose another question. Should the remnants of the four great clans be exterminated?" This time, his voice was sharper, infused with greater intensity. His gaze swept through the crowd, as if striving to penetrate the innermost thoughts of each individual. The ninjas were profoundly moved by Lu Tian's words, their expressions reflecting a newfound resolve. They cried out in unison, "They must be eliminated. The remnants of the four great clans must perish. They are our foes, our disgrace. We shall avenge the innocents who have fallen victim to their malevolence." The clamor grew louder and more impassioned. The ninjas appeared to be propelled by an invisible force, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. Observing the ninjas, invigorated by his rhetoric, Lu Tian felt a swell of satisfaction and pride within him. He bellowed, "Excellent. Then let us unite for the land of fire, to seek justice for the innocent victims." Lu Tian gazed at the ninjas around him, their spirits ignited by his words, his eyes shimmering with approval. He had sketched a magnificent vision, and now was the moment to transform this vision into reality. The fervor burned like an intense flame within each heart. Anger, hatred, and determination intertwined, coalescing into an unstoppable force. This power would guide them toward victory and the annihilation of those remnants. Lu Tian turned, gesturing for the assembly to proceed. He led a cadre of elite ninjas onto their mission. As they advanced, the picturesque landscapes of the southern hills and forests of the land of fire gradually unfolded before them. Lush trees, rugged paths, and babbling brooks created an illusion of tranquility and serenity. Yet, Lu Tian and his elite ninjas remained utterly vigilant, their eyes brimming with determination. They were poised for action. Lu Tian halted, surveying his surroundings. His voice, though low, resonated with undeniable authority. "We are prepared," declared A.J. Nin, stepping forward with a bow, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Lu Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping across his comrades. Their faces bore the marks of resolve and fury, as if they could hardly wait to plunge into the woods and eradicate the remnants in a single sweep. "Very well, let us embark," Lu Tian shouted, leading the charge into the forest. His figure darted between the trees, swift and fierce as a leopard. The elite ninjas behind him swiftly followed, their movements lithe and agile, resembling bolts of lightning streaking through the forest. They divided into three distinct paths, akin to three sharp blades, poised to penetrate the secret strongholds of the remaining three noble clans, ready to unleash a thunderous assault. Lu Tian led a contingent of elite ninjas directly toward the secret base of the Uchiha clan. Their actions were rapid and soundless, gliding through the dense woods like specters, swiftly approaching their target. Kakashi and Might Guy stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fierce, radiating unwavering conviction. The leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans followed closely, each commanding a group of elite ninjas, resembling an unstoppable force of iron and blood, charging towards the hidden base of the Mito family, concealed deep within the mountains. Simultaneously, another team, led by Hinata Hizashi, comprised of the clan leaders of the ninja families, advanced toward the secret base of the Uzumaki clan. Their strides were resolute and powerful, each step echoing their determination and belief. Concealed within both squads was an unexpected presence, Lu Tian's shadow clone. They seamlessly blended in, becoming an unseen aid to these ninjas. Amidst the forest, the wind howled, as if rallying for the impending battle. The three groups surged past, their silhouettes weaving between the trees. Like streaks of lightning cleaving the sky, wherever they passed, the grass and trees trembled, seemingly cheering for their valor. Chapter 33. Pursuit of Uchiha Heizang. Unexpectedly, Lu Tian's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning the Uchiha family stronghold. All around, countless ninjas adorned with mysterious masks stood silently like phantoms. They were the root ninjas, seemingly the exclusive blades of the Uchiha clan. A cold smile crept across Lu Tian's lips, his eyes glinting with disdain. He opened his mouth, and torrents of energy erupted from within, transforming instantaneously into a violent storm. Infused with razor-sharp winds, howling forth. The root ninjas, confronted by this force, were as fragile as paper dolls, blown away and left with ghastly wounds. Indeed, the root is merely the Uchiha clan's dedicated force. A mocking smile adorned Lu Tian's face, his voice laced with contempt as he declared, with Uchiha Danzo's demise. You pitiful beings without autonomy will follow the Uchiha clan. How tragic. With that, surges of high-voltage energy, akin to 100,000 volts, coursed through his arm. The currents crackled like silver whips in the air. With a casual sweep, the surrounding trees were instantly severed, and some ninjas caught off guard were cleaved in two, their cries echoing through the air. Uchiha Heizang, have you fled? Lu Tian's voice resonated with fury and provocation as he thundered, Your brother, Shimura Danzo, has met his demise at my hands. Do you not wish to avenge him, you coward? His words echoed through the mountains and forests, as if shaking the very foundations of the stronghold. The root ninjas, under the weight of his presence, revealed expressions of sheer terror behind their masks. Just then, several wooden tendrils surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to grasping appendages. Yet Lu Tian remained unperturbed, not even flinching. The wooden attacks pierced through his form as if he were but a mere illusion. You are still too young, too impatient, Lu Tian remarked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In an instant, he materialized before the owner of the wooden tendril, Jia. He placed a hand upon Jia, and a mysterious force surged forth, as the intricate patterns of the binding curse enveloped Jia's body like creeping vines. The young Jia's face contorted with horror and despair. He struggled to resist, but the force tightened around him like unyielding shackles. Lu Tian's expression turned frigid, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he taunted, You are truly foolish. Today, many shall perish because of your actions. Outside the Shimura clan's stronghold, a contingent had infiltrated the area, an elite team of ninjas led by Lu Tian. They encircled the vicinity with the silence of a steel behemoth, their eyes glinting with lethal intent, ready to extinguish any flicker of resistance. Leave no stone unturned. Lu Tian's voice was sharp and resolute, akin to the biting cold of a northern wind that penetrates the heart. His gaze pierced through the shrouded darkness, aimed directly at the source of the commotion. However, chaos erupted within the outer perimeter. The clash of blades and the glinting of steel painted a breathtaking tableau in the air. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a figure darted through like a specter. His movements were swift and precise, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. Could that be Shimura Kai's? A cold smirk danced on Lu Tian's lips, his voice laced with scorn and derision. He truly seeks to break free. He slightly turned, issuing a command to the ninjas behind him. Keep a close watch on Jia. Allow no one a chance to escape. I shall personally confront that presumptuous Shimura Kai's. With that, Lu Tian vanished like a phantom, his speed so extraordinary that all that remained was a fleeting shadow. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in awe, marveling at Lu Tian's astonishing swiftness. In no time, he had caught up to the adept attempting to flee. The figure, clad in dark robes, bore a stern visage. It was none other than Shimura Kai's, the clan's foremost expert. Shimura Kai's, where do you think you are going? The ninja world is but a small place. There is no escape for you. Lu Tian fixed his icy gaze upon Shimizu Heizang, a chilling intent to kill flickering in his eyes. Ahead of him, Shimizu Heizang fled with an impassive expression, glancing back at Lu Tian. A derisive smirk graced his lips as he declared, "As long as I survive, there lies infinite hope." Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Tian's figure had vanished like a specter. In an instant, Lu Tian appeared before Shimizu Heizang with the swiftness of lightning. His fingers coalesced, radiating a blinding blue arc, a manifestation of surging high-voltage electricity. Lu Tian's eyes were as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. The weak are always prone to delusions. Shimizu TZ was like this, and so are you. Lu Tian's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the netherworld. The powerful current transformed into a blue beam of light, piercing directly towards Shimizu Heizang's heart. Amidst such lethal intent, a flicker of terror crossed Shimizu Heizang's eyes. Yet he found himself unable to react in time. The blue beam swiftly penetrated his body, annihilating his pulsating heart under the relentless onslaught of electricity. Lu Tian retracted his arm, casually flicking away the blood from his palm. His expression remained inscrutable, as if the act he had just committed was but a trivial affair. He cast a nonchalant glance at Shimizu Heizang's lifeless form, as though surveying a plaything stripped of all value. However, in the next moment, a shocking occurrence transpired. Shimizu Heizang's corpse inexplicably vanished before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The air lingered with a faint metallic scent of blood, whispering of the recent events. Lu Tian's brow furrowed slightly, yet he swiftly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings. His eyes glimmered with a sharp light, seemingly capable of penetrating all illusory facades. Izanagi, is it? Humph. The brothers seemed to delight in such tricks. Lu Tian scoffed, his voice laced with disdain and contempt. With a swift motion, he vanished once more. Not far away, Shimizu Heizang's figure re-emerged, pallid and gritting his teeth, as though summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Lu Tian, don't think you've won. This performance has only just begun. Shimizu Heizang's voice was hoarse, yet resolute, filled with unwavering conviction. Prepare to meet your end. In the face of such menacing words, Lu Tian remained unfazed, charging forward once again, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Shimizu Heizang. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. He abruptly turned, only to see a figure clad in root ninja attire stealthily approaching him. Alarm surged through Lu Tian, but it was too late for him to react. The kunai in the root ninja's hand shot toward his back with deadly precision. Chapter 34. The public opinion shifts towards Uchiha. The root ninja, like a phantom shadow, traversed through Lu Tian's form. In the air lingered a barely perceptible ripple, as if even the wind held its breath. At the moment the root ninja passed through him, Lu Tian swiftly flipped his wrist, effortlessly removing the opponent's dark cloak. The figure stood beneath the sunlight, their visage obscured by a mysterious veil, rendering it indistinct. Yet, Lu Tian beheld the multitude of Sharingan adorning the individual's body, a profound shock reverberating within him. Is it you? You are Shimura Rikazo, the younger brother of Shimura Danzo, his third sibling. Lu Tian's voice echoed across the vast expanse, imbued with an indescribable fury and disappointment. He fixed his gaze upon Shimura Rikazo, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very essence of the soul. He remarked coolly, I never imagined your Shimura clan would be so deranged as to conduct experiments on your own flesh. Shimura Rikazo stood there, his expression impassive, seemingly indifferent to Lu Tian's astonishment and anger. He slightly raised his head, a glimmer of inscrutable cunning flashing in his eyes, and replied, Oh, you actually recognized me? Beside him, Shimura Heizo appeared equally unyielding. He ripped off his cloak, revealing the same tight-fitting shorts as Shimura Rikazo, his body similarly adorned with an array of Sharingan. These eyes appeared as countless abysses, consuming the surrounding light, instilling a sense of eerie terror. Witnessing this scene, even Lu Tian could not suppress a wave of nausea. His fists clenched as solid as iron, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, as if etching that anger and disappointment into his very flesh. Influenced by Uchiha Hanya, Lu Tian's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes ablaze with a seething fury, as if he sought to engulf the entire world in flames. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Shimura Rikazo and Shimura Heizo, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. Lu Tian's voice erupted in a furious roar, resonating like a torrential flood, laden with immeasurable wrath and sorrow, echoing through the dense forest, shaking every corner. You wicked Shimura clan. Each word sliced through the air like a razor's edge. Targeting the transgressions of the Shimura clan, How many of my Uchiha kin have you sacrificed for these twisted Sharingan? The surrounding ninjas were awestruck by this declaration. They halted their actions, their gazes converging upon Lu Tian and his direction. It became evident that the Shimura clan was indeed a band of deranged lunatics, daring to meddle with such forbidden techniques. One ninja muttered curses under his breath, his voice rife with anger and discontent towards the Shimura clan. We cannot let them escape. We must capture them all. Another ninja clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. His voice conveyed an unwavering dedication to justice as he proclaimed, "This matter concerns the peace of the entire ninja world. We cannot afford to waver in the slightest." The Uchiha clan. How many lives have been claimed for those twisted Sharingan? Another ninja, filled with indignation, expressed his deep sympathy and sorrow for the Uchiha clan, stating, "Their crimes are perhaps too numerous to catalog. We must seek justice for the Uchiha family." The surrounding crowd was engulfed in anger and accusations, their voices resonating through the air. Yet, the two foremost experts of the Shimura clan remained strikingly composed. It was as if they existed in a realm apart, impervious to the clamor and reproach around them. How could the weak fathom our pursuit? Shimura Rukas scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with scorn and disdain. Gradually lifting his gaze, a glimmer of madness and obsession sparkled in his eyes as he declared, "We do not merely seek to harm the Uchiha for their Sharingan. Our ambition is power, a power that transcends all." His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, revealing a fervor that suggested he had become ensnared in an inescapable obsession. Shimura Hayes concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is only our Shimura clan that can truly harness the potential of these Sharingan. This is a truth you shall never comprehend." His voice brimmed with confidence and arrogance, as if he had already subdued the entire ninja world beneath his feet. At that moment, the space surrounding the two seemed to warp under an unseen force, rippling like the surface of a lake. They appeared to be drawn toward a terrifying power, on the brink of being swallowed into the celestial realm of Luton. A flicker of fear crossed their eyes as they desperately fought against the pull. Their figures flickered in the distorted space, as if engaged in a struggle against an intangible force. Just as they were about to be completely engulfed, their forms abruptly vanished from sight and reappeared at a distance. Their faces contorted in grimaces, they gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from their recent escape. Luton, witnessing this, displayed a hint of disdain. In a flash, he pursued them, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, leaving one breathless. "Will you only run? Is this what you deem strength?" Luton mocked loudly, his voice reverberating through the forest, imbued with provocation and contempt. With fists clenched tightly, he appeared poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Shimura Hayes, without a glance back, retorted while fleeing, "Do not mistake us for fools. We will not fall for your tricks." His voice was laced with wariness and cunning, clearly having seen through Luton's taunts. Shimura Rukus, also in flight, cast a glance back at the relentless Luton, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The soil beneath Lu Tian's feet transformed instantaneously into a fluid-like state, surging violently, as if it were a wild river, threatening to engulf everything in its path and sweep Lu Tian away. This force surpassed the ferocity of mountain torrents and mudslides, exhibiting an astonishing power. Lu Tian felt the terror of this force, yet his expression remained unchanged. He did not flinch, but rather, it ignited his fighting spirit further. He attempted to swim against the current, only to discover that his legs were ensnared by the viscous earth. This is the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Lu Tian struggled to break free, but the Earth's pull intensified. At that moment, Shimizu Rukuzu launched another attack. He formed hand seals once more, unleashing the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Before him, the soil swiftly coalesced into a massive dragon's head. The dragon's mouth opened wide, spewing forth countless mud projectiles that fell like rain, saturating the area where Lu Tian stood. Simultaneously, his brother Shimizu Heizang showed no signs of restraint. He rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a water release technique. Chapter 35. The conditions of the other two clans' water release. Water burst wave. Shimizu Heizang's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as he inhaled deeply, as if drawing in all the air around him. As chakra rapidly gathered, a low rumble emanated from his throat. A tremendous torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a dam that had broken, crashing toward Lu Tian. Preoccupied with fending off the earth release techniques, Lu Tian found himself caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of water. The ground around him was instantly submerged, swiftly morphing into a quagmire. The mire was thick with mud, as if even the air had grown heavy. Lu Tian felt the soil tugging relentlessly at his legs, a wave of irritation washing over him. Yet, Shimizu Heizang offered no respite. Utilizing the swampy terrain to his advantage, he launched another assault. Water release, water dragon bullet. The water within the swamp rapidly coalesced into a colossal water dragon, its body agile and its scales glimmering. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar before charging fiercely at Lu Tian. With a resounding crash, the powerful impact sent the surrounding mire flying, creating a vast cloud of mist. Within that mist, Lu Tian's figure appeared to waver. "Have you forgotten my abilities? Why do you not flee? What gives you such courage?" Just as his words faded, two blazing red flames cut through the mist, akin to two burning meteors, hurtling toward the brothers, Shimizu Heizang and Shimizu Rikuzu. This was the Uchiha's signature technique, the Great Fireball. The might of these flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the brothers, Shimizu Kaizang and Shimizu Ruzang, displayed no signs of panic. Their gazes shimmered with a calm intensity as their hands swiftly formed seals, chakra coursing rapidly within them. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Together, the brothers expelled a surge of chakra, which swiftly coalesced in midair, ultimately manifesting as a colossal wind-based projectile. Like arrows released from a bow, it surged forth to meet two colossal fireballs. The collision of these two forces erupted with a deafening explosion. Flames and wind intertwined, culminating in a magnificent energy tempest. The shockwave generated by the explosion dispersed the surrounding mist. Lu Tian had approached, and while the wind whipped around Shimizu Kaizang and Shimizu Ruzang, rustling their garments, their resolve remained unwavering. "It seems we must unleash our true prowess, otherwise we shall perish here." Shimizu Kaizang inhaled deeply, whispering to Ruzang at his side. Their words, though soft, resonated with clarity on the battlefield, as if declaring war upon Lu Tian. Meanwhile, within the clandestine stronghold of the Mito family, the atmosphere was so dense it felt as though the very air had solidified. A heavy scent of blood permeated the space, with bodies strewn about like withered blossoms, silently narrating the brutal battle that had just transpired. Kakashi wielded Raikiri, resembling a silver dragon in flight. He engaged in fierce clashes with the ninja tools controlled by Mito-en, each encounter accompanied by thunderous roars that seemed to tear the air itself asunder. Mito-en, at that moment, resembled a frenzied puppeteer, unleashing a torrent of weapons from the scroll in his grasp, cascading down like a torrential rain. His visage was etched with malice and fury as he maneuvered these armaments, striving to corner Kakashi into a hopeless predicament. "Damn it! How did you wretches find this place? Was it Asuma who betrayed us?" Mito-en's voice echoed within the vast base, laden with bitterness and resentment. The chakra threads in his hands, dense as a spider's web, held the ninja tools firmly in his grasp, each swing imbued with tremendous might. In another direction, Might Guy burst onto the battlefield like a flash of lightning. His muscles tensed, forged of iron, with each step resonating as if upon a war drum. He leapt high, executing the Leaf Hurricane. His astonishing speed and power seemed capable of rending the very air around him. Yet Mito-en's defenses stood as unyielding as a fortress. With astonishing reflexes, he maneuvered his shield to block Might Guy's assaults. Each collision resounded with a thunderous crash, threatening to shatter eardrums. The battle raged on, yet both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Though Kakashi and Might Guy are undeniably valiant, Mito-en, as a nascent shadow-level powerhouse, possesses formidable defenses and offenses that render them incapable of finding an opening. Despite his advantageous position, Mito-en is beset by feelings of unease and anxiety. He understands that he cannot afford to prolong this confrontation indefinitely. In his advanced years, he is ill-suited for a protracted battle. He must swiftly devise a strategy to overcome his adversaries. Simultaneously, in the secret base of the Uzumaki clan, Hinata Hisashi's visage is a tempest of fury and sorrow. His veins are prominently visible, and his Byakugan eyes seem to blaze with fervor. Fixating on Uzumaki Koharu before him, he appears ready to consume her whole. He bellows, "Uzumaki Koharu, your involvement is inextricable from my brother's demise. Today," he declares, "I shall demand retribution for blood with blood." With a sudden forceful step, Hinata Hisashi propels himself toward Uzumaki Koharu like a cannonball. His hands swiftly coalesce chakra, generating a tremendous energy pulse that reverberates through the air. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. The violent chakra shockwave surges forth like a rampaging dragon, crashing toward Uzumaki Koharu. Yet, she remains unperturbed. A cold smirk graces her lips, her eyes glimmering with a sharp intensity. With a delicate flick of her fingers, she conjures a chakra blade. The seemingly frail hand of the elderly woman instantly surges with astonishing power, colliding fiercely with Hisashi's shockwave. With a resounding boom, the shockwave is effortlessly dispelled by the chakra blade, dissipating into nothingness. Uzumaki Koharu steadies herself, her posture unwavering. She regards Hisashi with disdain, slowly articulating, "Hisashi, do not presume that my position as head of the medical department precludes my combat abilities. In my youth, I served as the personal guardian of the Second Hokage. Such trivial tricks cannot harm me in the slightest." Her words brim with confidence and pride, as if to convey, "You are unworthy to be my foe." Hisashi's countenance grows increasingly ferocious upon hearing her words. He roars as he charges toward Uzumaki Koharu once more. Yet she evades his assaults with the grace of a cat playing with a mouse. Her figure flits through the base, her chakra blade transforming into a silver flash that swiftly cuts into the arm of a J-Nin. The J-Nin cries out in agony, clutching his bleeding arm as he collapses to the ground. However, Uzumaki Koharu shows no signs of halting. She swiftly pivots toward another target. Chapter 36. The triumph after the campaign. Following a harrowing and exhilarating battle, Lu Tian stands resolute at the shoreline like a war deity. His gaze is icy, yet his actions betray no mercy. His left hand grips the throat of Shimura Kai's, while his right hand firmly restrains Shimura Ruka's head, as if controlling the very switch of life and death. The once proud Sharingan of the two now appears dim and lifeless, entirely closed, bereft of their former brilliance. In a relentless pursuit to eradicate the two brothers, Lu Tian expended considerable time and effort, relentlessly hunting them down. They narrowly evaded capture multiple times, almost plunging into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. However, through Lu Tian's unwavering determination, the time for the brothers, Jijun, finally ran out. He presented their lifeless bodies to the system for reclamation, and as the system hummed to life, a deluge of points surged into his account. Lu Tian nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal with one hand, swiftly assessing the status of his 2 shadow clones. His shadow clones were unique, possessing independent consciousness and combat prowess, as well as the ability to be remotely controlled through a special method. This capability allowed Lu Tian to navigate the battlefield with unparalleled ease, maintaining control of the situation from any location. At that moment, the battlefield of the Mito family was teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Countless ninjas were manipulated by his chakra threads, their bodies involuntarily executing various movements, as if they had become puppets of another. Even Kakashi and Might Guy, the elite ninjas of Konoha, were not spared, their movements becoming sluggish and clumsy. The leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were equally ensnared, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Yamashiro Kaichi, unable to bring himself to attack Mito-in, faltered in battle, his indecisiveness further complicating the dire situation, forcing everyone into a corner. Just as they were on the verge of being twisted into despair, Lu Tian's shadow clone suddenly materialized. With a flash, he appeared beside Mito-in, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning rapidly. In an instant, Mito-in collapsed, lifeless. After vanquishing Mito-in, Lu Tian's shadow clone turned to face Yamashiro Kaichi. His gaze was icy and accusatory as he questioned, "What were you doing just now? Do you not wish to see your daughter Ino lose her father?" His voice was cold and resolute, each word striking Kaichi's heart like a hammer. Yamashiro Kaichi's countenance turned ashen, momentarily stunned as he looked up at Lu Tian's shadow clone, his eyes filled with dread. He opened his mouth, attempting to explain, but ultimately found himself speechless. Unable to justify his actions, he could not mask the guilt and fear that gnawed at him. He understood that his moment of hesitation had led to irrevocable consequences. On the battlefield of the Nara clan, smoke enveloped the air, the atmosphere tense as if a taut string poised to snap. The once agile figures of numerous ninjas now resembled fragile leaves battered by a tempest, scattered helplessly across the battlefield. Their skin bore deep marks from chakra-infused blades, their muscles and ligaments shattered under the relentless assault of chakra, rendering them immobile and ensnared in despair. Even the formidable Hinata Hizashi, renowned for his extraordinary strength, could only rely on his indomitable will to sustain his defense in this moment. His eyes sparkled with an unwavering spirit as sweat and dust mingled upon his resolute visage. Just as the poised Komatsu Koharu prepared to deliver a fatal strike to Hizashi, her body unexpectedly lost balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash. This sudden turn of events enveloped the battlefield in a fleeting silence. From the shadows emerged the clone of Lu Tian, approaching slowly. A humble smile graced his face. Yet his profound gaze exuded undeniable confidence and power. He regarded Hizashi and softly remarked, "Hizashi, you have worked tirelessly. Your efforts in depleting her chakra have paved the way for my swift victory over her." Hizashi lifted his head to meet Lu Tian's clone, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes, elation for the triumph, coupled with regret for his missed opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, "Thank you for your assistance. General, I feel truly ashamed for not seizing the chance." Observing Hizashi's expression, Lu Tian's clone felt a ripple of emotion within him. He smiled gently and said, "Do not blame yourself, Hizashi. The outcome of battle is often unpredictable. You have performed admirably." After a prolonged 25 hours, the ninjas, divided into 3 paths, converged once more at the secret base of the Shimizu clan, like scattered stars reuniting. The gentle breeze carried the scent of the battlefield, still thick with the aroma of gunpowder. The figures within the crowd were noticeably fewer, many bearing wounds, their faces etched with fatigue and determination. Lu Tian stood at the center of the assembly, his gaze sweeping over each countenance, his voice resolute and powerful. "Friends, though this battle was arduous, our efforts were not in vain. The bodies of both comrades and foes, along with the spoils of war, have been carefully packed. Now, we return to the Hidden Leaf Village." His voice resonated like the tolling of a bell, awakening the inner strength of all present. Yet, amidst the crowd, Might Guy bore an unusually heavy expression. His head hung low, fists clenched tightly, as if grappling with immense pressure. "Guy, what troubles you?" Lu Tian inquired softly. Noting his distress, Guy raised his head, his eyes shimmering with remorse and regret. He pounded his chest with fervor, his voice quivering. "General, if only I had acted decisively and unleashed the 8 gates, those lives would not have been lost at the hands of Mido Manen. I have caused their demise." His voice escalated, tinged with an unmistakable anguish and guilt. Lu Tian regarded him with a heavy heart. "Guy, war is brutal, and no one can foresee every outcome. Your hesitation stemmed merely from a lack of experience." He stepped forward and gently patted Might Guy's shoulder. He comforted him, saying, "But remember, failure is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is the loss of courage and confidence. Next time you face an opponent, unleash your most formidable technique, aiming for a decisive blow. That way, there will be no issue." Lu Tian's words were like a gentle spring breeze, warming Might Guy's spirit. He lifted his head and gazed into Lu Tian's resolute eyes. A wave of warmth surged within him. He nodded vigorously, his voice firm and powerful as he declared, "Thank you for your guidance, General. I understand." In that moment, Might Guy seemed to be reborn. His eyes brimmed with determination and confidence. Lu Tian thought to himself, "Very well. Might Guy has been thoroughly won over by me." Chapter 37. The swift usurpation and establishment of the Great Han Kingdom. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. A mere 25 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, a majestic edifice symbolizing the rise of power and ambition had risen atop the mountain behind the Hokage rock. Lu Tian stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing upward at the bustling construction site. His eyes sparkled with steadfast and profound brilliance. He inhaled sharply, as if drawing the strength of the entire world into his chest. The gentle breeze caressed him, his garments billowing, imparting an otherworldly aura. A faint smile graced Lu Tian's face, a smile brimming with confidence for the future. "I am ready," he murmured to himself, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through the mists of the future, envisioning his own splendid era. Mastering military power is the first step to usurpation. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, as if he could already envision himself wielding great armies, controlling everything. He had consolidated the military power of Konoha, and many had become his capable subordinates. To hold a position of utmost power, one must oversee the governance of the state. Lu Tian's eyes revealed a fervent yearning for the future. He understood that to successfully usurp the throne, he must elevate his status to its pinnacle, commanding respect and awe from all. He planned a journey to the capital with thunderous momentum, entering the court with unyielding stride, unbowed and unacknowledged. He would compel all to kneel before him, submitting in reverence. To underscore his status, Lu Tian commanded the elite shinobi to carry him in a palanquin on his way to the capital. He envisioned the day he ascended to the throne, with the populace cheering and the heavens rejoicing. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future. He could almost see that glorious future beckoning to him. Upon Lu Tian's arrival in the capital, the entire city seemed to tremble, enveloped beneath his unyielding and mountainous majesty. Before the daimyo's court, the palanquin came to a gradual halt. Lu Tian stepped out with poise, each stride resonating like thunder, powerful and resolute. It was as if he intended to seize the very earth beneath him. His sword hung at his waist, swaying slightly with each step, radiating a chilling gleam that sent shivers down the spine. Lu Tian entered the imperial court, his gaze unwavering, directly advancing towards the lofty throne. The ministers, witnessing this, displayed expressions of astonishment. Those self-important officials, who had previously looked down upon Lu Tian, now felt a surge of trepidation, as if they foresaw an impending storm. Lord Lu Tian, you have finally arrived. A loyal minister hastily approached, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his penetrating gaze sweeping across every individual present. His eyes, profound and sharp, seemed capable of piercing through facades, revealing the treachery hidden beneath the surface of those who feigned respect. Yet, he paid no heed to them. His focus was solely on the exalted throne. Lu Tian strode directly towards the Lord, observing the pale figure being supported by a maid. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. He spoke, "It seems the Lord is somewhat fatigued today. Allow me to alleviate your burdens." His voice was calm and assured, as if everything lay within his grasp. Upon hearing this, the Lord's expression shifted. He appeared ready to utter a response. But Lu Tian's mere glance silenced him. Reluctantly, he nodded and, with the maid's assistance, began to retreat behind the screen. Without hesitation, Lu Tian took his place upon the throne. He surveyed the room, his gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing each minister's countenance. The Lord is unwell. Henceforth I shall govern in his stead. Ministers, are there any matters of importance to report? If not, you may disperse. His voice, calm yet resolute, carried an undeniable authority. The ministers, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. In the following days, Lu Tian swept through the land of fire like a tempest. He was not merely content with securing his position in the court, he intended to engrave his name upon this territory. He aimed to ensure that every stone and every drop of water felt his majesty and might. Lu Tian issued commands to establish ancestral temples, erect the pillars of the state, and posthumously honor his forebears. Each initiative resonated with thunderous impact, shaking the very foundation of the Fire Nation. He sought to make it clear to every inhabitant of this land that a new era had dawned, and he, Lu Tian, was the sovereign of this age. He summoned craftsmen and architects, urging them to toil day and night. The outline of the ancestral temple gradually emerged, the foundation of the state being built stone by stone. Each nightfall, the brightly lit construction site resembled a field of stars, illuminating the entire capital. Throughout this process, Lu Tian remained increasingly composed and resolute. He understood that this was merely the first step in his conquest of the land. The true challenges lay ahead. As the construction of the ancestral temple and the state altar neared completion, Lu Tian selected an auspicious day to commence the erection of the enthronement platform. He personally oversaw the progress of the project, meticulously selecting and confirming each plank and nail with his own hands. During these days, the esteemed Lord visited daily, expressing his willingness to abdicate the throne to Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian graciously declined each time, for he sought not merely the title of emperor, but the genuine allegiance of the entire populace of the Fire Nation. On the 9th day, news of the 8 refusals of abdication spread throughout the capital, prompting ministers to come forth to counsel him. They extolled Lu Tian's wisdom and greatness, portraying him as the destined sovereign. Yet, Lu Tian understood that the moment had arrived for him to make a decision. Sunlight bathed the enthronement platform as Lu Tian, adorned in royal robes, stood atop it. Gazing down at the throngs of people below, a surge of fervent passion welled within him. He proclaimed loudly, "Today, I, Lu Tian, accept the abdication from the esteemed Lord. I hereby announce the official establishment of the great Han Empire." His voice resonated like thunder through the entire capital, stirring the hearts of all present. The ministers knelt in reverence, chanting "Long live the Emperor," while the citizens erupted in jubilant cheers, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Lu Tian turned to a trusted minister by his side and commanded, "Quickly, go to Short Book Street and summon Princess Tsunade from the previous dynasty. I intend to bestow upon her the title of Empress of the Great Han Empire." The minister, overwhelmed by Lu Tian's commanding presence, felt a wave of respect wash over him. He promptly bowed his head and replied, "At once, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it immediately." The minister swiftly departed, while Lu Tian remained on the platform, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Short Book Street. His heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the pulse of the empire, each thud filled with strength and anticipation. Chapter 38. Princess Tsunade declines the title of Empress. Uchiha Izumi, clad in a flowing black robe, approached the bustling Short Book Street with a light and silent step. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swiftly locked onto the extraordinary figure of Princess Tsunade at the street corner. He observed the Minister of Rites returning empty-handed. Uchiha Izumi approached steadily, each step imbued with an irresistible force. "Lady Tsunade," his voice resonated, deep and powerful, as he slightly bowed in respect. Tsunade raised her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she regained her composure. "Uchiha, do you intend to take me away?" Her tone carried a hint of coldness. "Lady Tsunade, I must implore you to become the Empress of the Great Han Empire," Uchiha Izumi asserted, his tone unwavering and resolute. Tsunade gently shook her head, a wry smile gracing her face. "It is unsuitable. Lu Tian is merely in his 20s, while I am twice his age. I could very well be his mother. We are not suited for one another." Tsunade attempted to decline the proposal by citing her age, yet a hint of resignation lingered in her voice. Uchiha Shin furrowed his brow, determination flickering in his eyes. Age was inconsequential. The sovereign cared not for such trivialities. His words were imbued with unwavering resolve and tenacity. Tsunade sighed softly, gazing at Uchiha Shin, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of helplessness. She understood that she could not reject this request. However, she was even more acutely aware of her desire to remain uninvolved in this political maelstrom. She gently shook her head and declared, "I shall not lead a rebellion. You need not worry. However, marriage is truly not suited for me." A tinge of sorrow permeated her voice. Uchiha Shin regarded Tsunade, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. He recognized that he could not compel Tsunade to accept this decision. Yet, he also grasped that he could not simply relinquish his pursuit. He bowed deeply and stated, "Lady Tsunade, I comprehend your concerns, but please trust that this is not solely for the Land of Fire. It is also for the peace and stability of the entire shinobi world. I implore you to reconsider." Tsunade's gaze had become encased in a layer of frost. Her voice was cold and resolute, akin to the biting winds of winter, as she articulated, "What if I refuse?" A sinister smile crept across Uchiha Shin's face. He spoke slowly, his tone laced with menace. "Lady Tsunade, you surely do not wish for the noble lineage of the Land of Fire to face ruin, do you? After all, that is your lineage as well." His words struck like a dagger, targeting Tsunade's vulnerable spot. Her brow furrowed in anger and defiance. "If you do not consent to become the Empress of the Dahan Empire, His Majesty will eliminate all potential threats." Uchiha Shin continued, his tone increasingly severe. "The fate of the noble family of the Land of Fire hangs by a thread, swayed by your decision." Upon hearing this, an indescribable fury welled up within Tsunade. She swung her fist with ferocity, the gust of her strike echoing like thunder, aimed directly at Uchiha Shin. He deftly evaded the blow with a swift movement. Yet, Tsunade was far from finished. She quickly shed her green gambling coat, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, charging toward Uchiha Shin. Just as she was about to reach him, a powerful chakra field erupted. Uchiha Shin unleashed a kick, channeling 1,000 horses worth of power. This strike landed with the force of a hammer on stone, sending Tsunade hurtling away. She soared like a cannonball, crashing into the trees beyond the street. Leaves scattered, and dust billowed. The entire forest seemed to tremble under this force. Tsunade struggled to rise, her eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. She charged at Uchiha Shin once more. But once again, he easily repelled her. Uchiha Shin slowly approached the fallen Tsunade, a mocking smile etched upon his face. He extended his hand, intending to lift her up. Just as his fingers were about to graze her, Tsunade suddenly summoned her strength, delivering a powerful kick that sent Uchiha Shin sprawling to the ground. In an instant, Tsunade sprang back to her feet and launched a punch at him. However, Uchiha Shireen evaded the strike with an ethereal grace, closing the distance between them until they stood face to face. At that moment, his Sharingan had awakened, a strange light flickering in his eyes as if he could peer into the depths of her soul. He prepared to unleash a hypnotic technique, intent on shattering Tsunade's will. Yet, Tsunade's gaze suddenly hardened. Gritting her teeth, she fought with all her might against Uchiha Shireen's hypnotic assault. Their eyes locked in the air, sparks seemingly igniting between them. The surroundings appeared to freeze, leaves ceased their descent, and the wind stilled. In the critical moment of this life-and-death confrontation, a third presence emerged, a breath cutting through the tension like a breath of fresh air in a tempest. A powerful arm surged forth, seizing Uchiha Shireen with precision, yanking him away from Tsunade and hurling him violently against a nearby boulder. As Tsunade looked up, she recognized the newcomer as Jiraiya, now missing an arm. His expression was grave, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. "Tsunade, I'm late," he gasped. Guilt and concern etched across his features. "Let us go. I'll take you to save them." His words were imbued with resolve and strength, igniting a warmth within Tsunade's heart. She nodded, ready to follow Jiraiya away from this perilous scene. In an instant, the world seemed to shift. A blade forged from Ein-released chakra suddenly sliced through the air, its speed rendering it nearly undetectable. The lethal weapon pierced Jiraiya's body before subsequently impaling Tsunade as well. Their faces drained of color, both coughed up copious amounts of blood. "Jiraiya, how despicable!" Uchiha Shireen's voice echoed from afar, laced with scorn and fury. He retracted his Susanoo, and they fell to the ground. Uchiha Shireen approached slowly, a cruel glint in his eyes as he taunted, "Did you truly believe this could thwart me? The Lord was right. You are all nothing but worthless trash." Tsunade's eyes widened, fixated on the glaring bloodstains marring her and Jiraiya's bodies. Tremors coursed through her, as fear and despair surged like a tidal wave within her heart. "Tsunade," Jiraiya's voice echoed softly in her ear, imbued with unwavering resolve, urging her to swiftly dispel the Ein seal and employ the Yang-release ninjutsu. "If you do not tend to your wounds, you shall succumb to death from excessive blood loss." Chapter 39. The aftermath of battle reveals a Jinjutsu. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Jiraiya, only to find his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of shock. A tempest of profound sorrow and fury surged within her heart. Yet, she understood that this was not the time for grief. She had to survive, for Jiraiya, and for the sake of the land of fire. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sensed the Ein seal on her forehead loosening, a powerful force surging forth, instantaneously enveloping her entire being. A visage resembling a dark floral pattern emerged upon Tsunade's face, signifying her liberation from the Ein seal. As the mask appeared, the grotesque wound upon her chest began to heal rapidly, as if caressed by some arcane magic. She lowered her gaze to her injury, feeling the strength within her gradually returning. The fear and despair within her heart began to dissipate. She recognized this as Jiraiya's final gift of hope, one she must cherish. Tsunade lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed upon the menacing Uchiha Obito beside her. Gone were the traces of fear and hesitation in her eyes, replaced instead by an infinite fury and determination. "Hemophobia? Humph, have you truly overcome it?" A mocking smile crept onto Uchiha Obito's face. His brow arched slightly, as if to provoke, adopting an expression that exuded arrogance. He sauntered closer to Tsunade, moving with the playful demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. "Lady Tsunade, you truly have impressed me." Uchiha Obito's voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately emphasizing the phrase "impressed me," as if ridiculing Tsunade's previous fears. He slowed his speech, enunciating each word with deliberate slowness. "Lady Tsunade, you ought to thank me profusely." He continued to taunt her with a flippant tone. "Just think, had it not been for my goading, would you have so swiftly conquered your so-called hemophobia?" Tsunade clenched her jaw, her eyes wide as saucers with indignation. She glared at Uchiha Obito, as if she could consume him whole with her fury. Amidst her anger, she felt a flicker of surprise at the realization that she had indeed triumphed over her long-standing fear of blood, spurred on by Uchiha Obito's provocations. However, she recognized that it was not Obito's doing, but rather the resilience and courage deep within her that had vanquished her dread. Drawing a deep breath, Tsunade forcefully quelled the flames of rage within her. She coldly retorted, "Uchiha brat, spare me your self-indulgent musings." Whether I have conquered my hemophobia is of no concern to you. With the blood coursing through her veins, she summoned the slug. As a white mist enveloped the surroundings, a colossal blue and white form dominated a patch of grassland. The slug seemingly sensed Tsunade's battle intent and seized the initiative to attack. It opened its immense maw and expelled a glob of aged phlegm. That yellowish mucus, searing hot like molten lava and imbued with a potent corrosive quality, traced a yellow arc through the air. Uchiha Obito's gaze sharpened, and with the swiftness of a phantom, he deftly evaded the slug's assault. A cold smirk graced his lips, reflecting his disdain for Tsunade's prowess. The yellow mucus splattered onto the ground, instantly hissing with a corrosive sound, as if even the air was being consumed by it. At that moment, the slug's form unexpectedly split, giving rise to several smaller slugs. These tiny creatures flitted about like sprites, ultimately adhering to Jiraiya, healing his wounds. Witnessing this scene, Obito's expression grew grave. He moved with the speed of lightning, charging towards Tsunade, emanating an intense electrical aura, as if he aimed to rend the very fabric of the world. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a power of 2,000 horsepower, aiming a ferocious blow at Tsunade's delicate visage. Yet, Tsunade stood undaunted. Her eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve as she tightened her fist, meeting Obito's strike head-on. In the instant their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. With a thunderous boom, both combatants staggered back several paces. Tsunade's long hair danced in the wind. Her gaze intensified, as if she sought to pierce through Obito's very being. Obito, coldly fixated on her, seemed determined to vanquish her entirely. "Tsunade, you have finally become somewhat intriguing," he remarked, his voice laced with provocation and battle fervor. Tsunade responded with a slight smile, her eyes glinting with confidence. Her raised fist crackled with energy, echoing with a resounding assurance. "Obito, your strength is nothing extraordinary. Today, I shall ensure your defeat at my hands." In an instant, Tsunade's chakra coalesced like a tempest, the surrounding air seemingly locked by her commanding presence, allowing not even a whisper of wind to pass. The ground beneath her trembled under the weight of her power, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Drawing a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with determination. She propelled herself off the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at Obito. She unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at his chest. With a resounding impact, Obito was struck down, blood spewing from his mouth as his body slumped helplessly to the ground. His complexion turned as pale as a specter, his eyes shut tight, as if he had already departed from life. Yet, this was not reality. Everything that Tsunade has experienced is merely an illusion conjured by Uchiha Obito through the use of his Manjiki Sharingan, ensnaring her in a dreamlike state. She turned to glance at Jiraiya, who lay on the ground, his complexion remarkably pallid. "Tsunade, wake up. You are ensnared by the illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan. Awaken." Jiraiya's voice suddenly echoed in Tsunade's mind, imbued with urgency and concern. Tsunade's chakra surged like a tempest, her eyes abruptly opening, shimmering with unwavering determination. She had broken free from the illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan. The scene before her momentarily stunned her. Jiraiya had indeed arrived, employing the needle earth restraint technique. His once ordinary, soft white hair now transformed into a substance as unyielding as steel, lengthening drastically, enveloping them both like an indomitable fortress. Uchiha Obito stood not far away, his gaze cold and ruthless. He relentlessly hurled shurikens towards their position, launching a fierce assault. The seemingly fragile needle earth restraint functioned as an impenetrable barrier, deflecting his attacks with a thunderous clamor. Chapter 40. The appearance of Lu Tian captures the two Jiraiya. "Do you take pleasure in ambushing your opponents?" Uchiha Obito mocked, a smirk curling disdainfully at the corners of his mouth. "Previously, you ambushed His Majesty, and just now, you attempted to ambush me. How despicable you are." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. However, he refrained from responding to Obito's taunts, focusing intently on maintaining the defense of the needle earth restraint. He understood that their current predicament was exceedingly precarious. They could only hope for a reversal once Tsunade regained her strength. Feeling the chakra surging within her, Tsunade was filled with resolve. She recognized that she could not allow Uchiha Obito to hold her captive any longer. She must swiftly find an opportunity to break free. She inhaled deeply, her hands swiftly forming seals, preparing to summon the slug. "Humph, do you truly believe this will stop me?" Uchiha Obito sneered, his gaze growing even more sinister. You relics of the past, allow me to demonstrate my true power. He activated the Een release chakra mode. His eyes deep as an abyss. The Susanoo, under his command, danced like a dark specter, instantaneously transforming into a fearsome suit of black armor, making him appear as a god of war risen from the depths of hell. Faced with such a dire situation, Jiraiya refused to back down. He unleashed his assault like a tempest, his hair transforming into frenzied tendrils, growing wildly in an instant. Each tendril seemed to morph into sharp appendages, tightly ensnaring Uchiha Shin. Those white locks, akin to serrated blades, endeavored to shred this formidable warrior of the Uchiha clan piece by piece. Just as the battle reached an impasse, Tsunade stepped forth, her bright eyes shimmering with resolute light. With a melodic cry, a colossal slug materialized from thin air, its massive form reminiscent of a mountain. It opened its maw, expelling a torrent of yellowish phlegm, seemingly intent on submerging all in its viscous embrace. However, a new twist emerged. A cold, commanding voice suddenly reverberated, akin to thunder, resonating with overwhelming authority and majesty, as if a sovereign ruler was issuing decrees from the heavens. Have you had your fill? The time is nigh. As the voice faded, the surrounding space warped violently, as though torn asunder by an unseen force. Within this distorted realm, a towering figure gradually emerged, resembling a general who had fought through countless battles. Each step he took resonated in the hearts of all, evoking an involuntary sense of dread and reverence. This figure was Lutien. His presence instantly intensified the atmosphere. The force that shattered the space surged like tumultuous waves. Jiraiya and Tsunade felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them, inducing a sensation of impending asphyxiation. Jiraiya's visage reflected shock. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Lutien. Tsunade grit her teeth, straining to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin knelt on one knee, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Lutien cast a cold glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. He slowly raised his hand, a formidable aura erupting forth, as if seeking to envelop the entire world under his dominion. Jiraiya, did I not warn you? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall endure the torment akin to that of Saratobia's Summa. Lutien's voice dripped with confidence and authority. Tsunade, fear not. Even at the cost of my life, I shall ensure your safety. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. Clenching his teeth, he concentrated all his chakra into his palm. As his words hung in the air, he thrust forward, unleashing a spiraling sphere radiating a blue-white glow. The Rasengan soared forth, akin to a bolt of lightning in the night sky, propelled by an intent to rend all in its path. Yet, the attack bore no fruit. Just as the Rasengan was about to reach Lutien, his figure flickered like a specter. Lutien appeared before Jiraiya, his expression devoid of emotion. In Jiraiya's astonished gaze, Lutien swiftly extended a hand and pressed it against Jiraiya's abdomen. A low, resonant hum echoed as intricate runes materialized on Jiraiya's clothing, densely clustering upon his midsection. These runes emanated an eerie black light, binding him tightly as though they were chains. It was a contract seal. A flicker of terror crossed Jiraiya's eyes. He never anticipated that Lutien possessed such formidable sealing techniques. He was now utterly incapable of escaping to Mayaboka Mountain. Simultaneously, Lutien's other hand reached out with precision, firmly grasping the colossal water sphere that belonged to Tsunade. The sphere trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of shattering under Lutien's grip. Black runes also manifested upon Tsunade's attire, completing the contract seal. Now, neither of them could escape to the alternate dimension of the beast realm. Lutien's voice was cold and merciless, capable of freezing the very air around them. Akin to a heavy hammer striking Jiraiya's heart, Jiraiya struggled, attempting to break free from the suffocating black runes. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, those runes clung to him as if they possessed a life of their own. His complexion turned pale, and his eyes glimmered with fury and indignation. Previously, I let you off the hook. Did you truly believe I was powerless against you? Lutien sneered, his voice laced with derision, as if he were observing a feeble weakling. Suddenly, an abundance of black runes appeared simultaneously on the skin of both Jiraiya and Tsunade, resembling demons crawling from the abyss, devouring their life force. Is this the self-imposed binding seal of Shimura Danzo? How is this possible? Jiraiya's face contorted in horror as he felt utterly powerless, unable to move as his strength rapidly ebbed away. In that dire moment, Tsunade suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra. The runes upon her body dissipated in an instant, giving way to the release state of the Yin seal. A mask-like pattern appeared upon her face. "Take this," Tsunade shouted, unleashing a powerful punch infused with her rage and strength directly at Lu Tian. Though he was sent staggering back several steps, an exuberant smile spread across his face. "Haha, I suddenly feel invigorated." Lu Tian laughed heartily, his mirth resonating through the air. He lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Tsunade, as if she were an intriguing prey. "I must possess you." Lu Tian relentlessly closes in, advancing towards Tsunade. Each step seems to echo in Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 41. Tsunade performs sterilization on Jiraiya. A gentle breeze wafts through, reminiscent of nature's flutation, teasing the taut atmosphere of the battlefield. Lu Tian's feet firmly press against the solid earth, as if he were one with the ground. His gaze sparkles with unwavering resolve, akin to a spring compressed to its limits, brimming with boundless energy, poised for its moment of release. In the next instant, he propels himself forward like a cheetah, his body tracing an elegant arc through the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, charging directly towards Tsunade. Their figures intertwine on the battlefield, each clash igniting a surge of potent air currents, as if the very atmosphere quivers in response. The fight is fierce and brutal. Their garments are ruthlessly torn asunder in the heat of battle, resembling fallen leaves scattered haphazardly upon the ground. After several exchanges, their clothing lies in tatters, mere strips clinging desperately to their forms. With a swift strike, Lu Tian's eyes gleam with a fierce light, sharp and cold like an ice blade in the depths of winter. He channels the power within, his fingertips delicately pressing forth. The binding curse mark envelopes Tsunade like dark chains, pulsating with an eerie glow, as if imbued with life, writhing against her skin and ensnaring her body tightly. Yet, Lu Tian is not satisfied. With another subtle movement of his fingers, he invokes a more potent puppet curse seal. Upon its emergence, the air seems to freeze, a formidable force enveloping Tsunade instantly. In that fleeting moment, she appears ensnared by an invisible darkness, her body rendered immobile, her gaze growing hollow and devoid of strength. Observing this, Lu Tian's lips curl into a smug smile. He strikes fiercely, sending Tsunade crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he swiftly discards the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing his muscular physique, a testament to his strength. Tilting his head slightly, his piercing gaze fixates on Tsunade's exquisitely beautiful profile, reminiscent of a painted canvas. A greedy smile plays at the corners of his mouth, as if a hint of desire were subtly spilling forth. His eyes flicker with an indescribable yearning, as if he intended to devour everything before him. He emits a low, sinister chuckle, filled with madness and malevolence, capable of tearing through the surrounding air. "And Tsunade, at your age, shouldn't you be vacuuming the floor?" His voice was deep and ominous, each word seeming to emanate from the very depths of hell, laden with palpable malice. A wicked and twisted smile danced upon his face, reminiscent of a lurking wolf in the shadows, fixating its greedy and cruel gaze upon its prey. He continued to stare at Tsunade, his profound eyes gleaming with mockery and malevolence, as if he were relishing a meticulously orchestrated game. "Tsunade, it seems you have long been deprived of the taste of love," he taunted, his voice growing increasingly sinister, each syllable piercing Tsunade's heart like a sharp dagger. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade trembled, her face flushed with a mix of shame and fury. "Very well, let us dispense with the pretense and get straight to the point. I shall make you understand what it is to bring disgrace upon oneself." Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with a keen light. Tsunade could not suppress a sound of pain, her brows furrowing as a flicker of anguish crossed her features. With her hands pressed against the ground, her body quivered slightly, as if burdened by immense suffering. Her voice, faint and filled with unending agony and pleading, betrayed her distress. Tears welled in her reddened eyes, glistening as they cascaded down her cheeks, meeting the cold floor below, creating barely perceptible splashes. Not far away, Uchiha Shursui observed as Lu Tian began his sinister lecture, resembling a guardian spirit. He utilized the shadow clone technique, positioning himself in 6 different locations to form the 6 Crimson Sun formation. In an instant, a red, translucent hexagonal prism barrier coalesced, adorned with flames that prohibited outsiders from entering, while ensnaring enemies within, ensuring that any contact with its walls would result in burns from the fire. Uchiha Shursui's true self stood outside the formation, noting a shift in Tsunade's expression, which appeared to relax and brighten. A long sigh escaped her lips, as if she had been granted a second chance at life. Minutes later, Lu Tian supported Tsunade, steering her as if he were maneuvering a unicycle, relentlessly advancing towards the tear-streaked Jiraiya. The air thickened with a tense and eerie atmosphere, as if even the wind held its breath. Lu Tian's smile grew ever more radiant, resembling a cunning fox toying with its unsuspecting prey. Just as they were about to reach Jiraiya, Lu Tian's smile reached its zenith, and he reveled inwardly. I, Lu Tian, am truly destined to embody this minotaur. My methods are simply unparalleled. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind-infused chakra howled forth, like a razor-sharp blade. It swiftly tore apart Jiraiya's garments, leaving fragments scattered like autumn leaves. The tattered strips drifted down, exposing his body to the air, his eyes filled with terror and shame. With tears welling in his eyes, he gazed at the scene before him, seemingly at a loss for words, realizing he lacked the strength to even speak. I am so powerless. His heart brimmed with despair and helplessness, feeling as though the entire world had collapsed around him in that moment. Jiraiya, look, I have fulfilled your long-held dream. You should be grateful. Lu Tian's words pierced Jiraiya's heart like needles, inflicting unbearable anguish. Outside the 6 Red Suns formation, Uchiha Shurjin observed the pain and helplessness etched across Tsunade's face. But more than that, he sensed a profound sense of manipulation. He thought to himself, these two have truly brought shame upon themselves. There was no need for it to escalate to this. As Jiraiya witnessed this unfolding drama, despair and rage erupted within him like a volcano. He yearned to struggle, yet his body felt shackled by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before him, unable to intervene. Uchiha Shurjin perceived that Jiraiya could not resist. This Jiraiya has finally succumbed to his own instincts. Is this what it means to suffer and yet find joy? After a moment's reflection, it became evident that Jiraiya's expression bore a semblance of strange delight. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, does your expression not seem splendid? Your pain has vanished. Are you not elated? Lu Tian's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the 6 Red Suns formation, as if he sought to unleash all the world's suffering and humiliation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shurjin noted a new turn in Jiraiya's apparent joy. He mused, what a pity. He can no longer be considered a man. Jiraiya had undergone a definitive and irreversible sterilization procedure, plummeting from paradise into the depths of despair. This was the ultimate humiliation directed at him. His features contorted in agony. He had utterly shattered, transformed by Tsunade into a eunuch. Tears streamed from his eyes like a flood breaking through a dam, his heart swelling with boundless regret and torment. He loathed his own impotence, despised his cowardice, and harbored deep resentment for this cruel and absurd world. I told you to endure the pain of Sarutobi Asuma. You brought this upon yourself. Embrace even greater suffering. Lu Tian reveled in this sensation of pleasure and satisfaction, feeling as though he were the master of this world, toying with the fates of others at will. He continued to hurl taunts and provocations, subjecting Jiraiya's mind and body to even more profound anguish. Chapter 42. The watchful eyes of the flytrap. Jiraiya's injuries were truly horrific. Blood flowed like a shattered stream, meandering down his body and staining the surrounding earth a deep crimson. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips pressed tightly together, brows furrowed in distress. He appeared to endure an indescribable agony. El Tian observed with cold indifference, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Nonchalantly, he tossed aside a straw, as if toying with a helpless ant. Then, he unleashed a solar-style ninjutsu from afar. In a flicker of light, Jiraiya's wounds gradually began to close, the blood flow slowing to a halt. Yet this fleeting respite brought no solace to Jiraiya. He struggled, but his body remained immobile. Helplessly, he could only watch as El Tian continued to torment Tsunade. His heart brimmed with despair and fury. El Tian seemed to embody a demonic presence, mercilessly manipulating Tsunade, forcing her into a series of degrading actions under an irresistible force. Terror and helplessness filled her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks, yet El Tian remained oblivious. Regretful now, are we? You refused to be my queen before. Now you shall serve as my slave. El Tian's laughter rang out, brimming with delight at his complete dominion. The very air around them felt as if it had solidified under the weight of his mirth. Even the winds ceased their gentle caress. The surrounding trees trembled, whispering tales of this tragic scene. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, yet it failed to dispel the encroaching darkness. Jiraiya, just watch. Eltion turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, grinning maliciously. His eyes sparkled with provocation and derision, as if intent on trampling Jiraiya's dignity and pride beneath his feet. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, a steadfast light flickering in his eyes. He knew he could not succumb to Eltion's tyranny so easily. He had to devise a means to halt this madness. However, his body had reached its limits. Tragically, he lacked even the strength to move a single finger. Eltion persisted in his torment of Tsunade. His laughter intertwined with her sobs, ultimately composing a haunting symphony of despair. After more than an hour of relentless suffering, Eltion resembled an unending volcano, finally reaching the brink of eruption. At that moment, lightning crackled across the sky, and thunder roared from the clouds, as if the heavens themselves were wrathfully bellowing. The winds howled, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground. Eltion was poised to unleash his full power. He was akin to a raging torrent, unstoppable in his onslaught. "Feel my strength, Aunt Tsunade," he bellowed with maniacal glee. Eltion erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, his voice reverberating through the howling winds, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. In that fleeting moment when he poured forth all his savings, his countenance shifted drastically, transforming into a visage of grotesque horror. His features contorted, reflecting a madness that seemed poised to engulf the entire world. He unleashed his entire fortune with a forceful abandon, and the air felt as though it had solidified around him. With a soft pop, Eltion took a step back, yet his crimson eyes continued to blaze with a frenzied fire. At that very instant, an inexplicable aura wafted from a nearby thicket. Amidst the dense foliage, it appeared as though a pair of keen eyes lay concealed, quietly observing all that transpired before them, akin to a cheetah fixated on its prey, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The owner of these eyes belonged to a plant resembling a Venus flytrap, albeit with a peculiarly twisted form, as if it were whispering untold secrets. At the base of this peculiar flora, a head divided in black and white had begun to emerge. It was the enigmatic Hei-Baiju. He resembled an invisible envoy, stealthily lurking within the woods. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp, as though capable of perceiving all truths. They adhered to the directives of Uchiha Obito, acting as loyal sentinels, silently monitoring Eltion's every move. What a perverse individual. Are people truly this twisted nowadays? Bai Lianju mused, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and bewilderment, struggling to comprehend Eltion's bizarre behavior while harboring a sense of morbid fascination. Silence. We must not be discovered, Hei Lianju admonished, his demeanor grave and brow furrowed. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, apprehensive that even a whisper might invoke undue trouble. He reached out, gently placing a finger over Bai Lianju's lips, signaling him to remain quiet. The surrounding trees swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound, as if providing an eerie accompaniment to the uncanny scene unfolding. Eltion seemed to sense the presence of Hei-Baiju. He surveyed his environment, searching for potential clues. In the depths of the thicket, the eyes of Hei-Baiju flickered with caution. They subtly adjusted their positions, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Just then, Eltion appeared to detect something amiss. He abruptly turned to gaze into the depths of the forest, causing a tightening in Hei-Baiju's chest, although he quickly regained his composure. In the next moment, Eltion's figure emerged like a phantom, abruptly appearing within the shadowy woods. Oblivious to the fact that he had strayed far from the original vantage point where Hei-Baiju had been observing, now treading upon a different concealed patch of earth. The shadowy figures of black and white quietly sank into the earth, seemingly embracing the land as they utilized the enigmatic technique of mayflies. They merged their physical forms with the surrounding flora and soil, becoming one with the earth itself. Their bodies transformed into intangible specters, seamlessly blending with the ground. By infiltrating the organic networks of plant roots and subterranean water flows, they could instantaneously traverse to any location. During the activation of their ninjutsu, they severed all breath, as though vanishing from this world. Is it the flytrap form of black? Eltion's thoughts raced like lightning. His mind operated like a finely tuned machine, rapidly analyzing everything before him. A hidden shadow loomed over this world, an exceedingly cunning villain whose visage gradually materialized in Eltion's mind. A sense of inexplicable urgency surged within him. He murmured, "Black, this fellow excels at concealment. His escape speed is unparalleled. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scoured the surroundings in search of the lurking threat. After an extensive search yielded no results, Lu Tian reluctantly chose to return. His eyes inadvertently fell upon Tsunade and Jiraiya, lying on the ground, watched over by Uchiha Shursui, resembling two slumbering giants. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tian slowly opened a spatial rift. On the other side lay his resplendent palace, a grand and magnificent structure radiating golden light. He stepped through the rift, proclaiming, "Let us return. Prepare for war." His voice echoed within the rift, resonating like a command, imbued with determination. Chapter 43. Internal conflicts erupt in the four great nations. Lu Tian returned like a god of war, striding back to his resplendent palace with unwavering resolve, heading directly toward the training grounds. Meanwhile, Tsunade was surrounded by maidens summoned by Uchiha Shursui, leading her toward the deep chambers of the royal consort. The once meticulously prepared queen's quarters now felt like an abandoned hall, empty and desolate. Jiraiya, in a state of confusion, was silently dragged by several mysterious ninjas to a hidden laboratory, where an unsettling atmosphere pervaded the air, as if unknown dangers lurked nearby. On the training grounds, Lu Tian, adorned in splendid attire, stood atop the high platform like an invincible emperor. His gaze swept over the royal offspring of the Uchiha clan gathered below. His voice thundered through the training grounds as he declared, "Tomorrow, I shall demand reparations from the nations of the shinobi world. I, of the Uchiha clan, shall no longer be a meek lamb at the mercy of others. With an iron fist, we shall make the world aware of the grandeur of the Uchiha family." A resolute and commanding determination emanated from his gaze, stirring the hearts of all present. In the distant land of Earth, a storm was quietly brewing. The third Hokage, Inoki, renowned as the mightiest of Hokages, now led a multitude of rock ninjas towards the capital. His target was the daimyo of the land of Earth. Suspended in midair, his visage was etched with resolve and ambition, as if he sought to seize control over the entirety of the land of Earth. Behind him stood equally ambitious rock ninjas, their eyes gleaming with visions of the future. Today, I, Inoki, shall emulate the path of the heavens, overthrow this decaying daimyo system, and declare myself king. Under my leadership, the land of Earth shall rise to be the most powerful nation in the ninja world. Inoki's voice resonated with boundless authority and conviction. In the land of wind, within the council hall of Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, stood tall amidst the flickering candlelight, clad in ornate battle attire adorned with the intricate totem of Sunagakure. He epitomized the nobility and majesty of his position. Surrounding Gaara were numerous loyal sand ninjas, their eyes shimmering with admiration for him and hope for the future. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and solemn, as if the very air had solidified. Gaara inhaled deeply. Sunagakure was once a formidable ninja village, yet under the daimyo's oppression, we gradually lost our former glory. His voice resonated like thunder in the wind. He declared, "Today, I shall follow in the footsteps of the heavens, overthrow this rotting daimyo system, and declare myself king. We shall restore Sunagakure to greatness and dominate the entire land of wind." Upon hearing this, the sand ninjas displayed expressions of fervor. They recognized this as a moment brimming with challenges and opportunities. They were willing to follow Gaara, striving for the future of Sunagakure. For the sake of Sunagakure, for our future, we must unite to topple the daimyo and embrace a new era. Gaara raised his arm high, calling out passionately. The sand ninjas echoed in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the council hall. Ino and Chio offered their agreement, supporting Gaara's vision. With Gaara's command, the gates of Sunagakure slowly swung open. A fierce wind rushed in, as if heralding the impending transformation. Gaara led the multitude of sand ninjas down the path of overthrowing the daimyo. In the land of lightning, beneath a sky crackling with thunder, the palace's silhouette appeared majestic and enigmatic in the glow of the setting sun. The fourth Hokage entered the chambers of the daimyo of the land of lightning, standing alone. His footsteps were resolute and powerful, each stride resonating with the thunderous echoes of impending change. Within the confines of the royal chamber, the atmosphere had reached a palpable tension. On the golden carpet, the figure of the Lord appeared solitary and forlorn, his expression tinged with reluctance, yet dominated by a profound sense of helplessness. When the silhouette of the fourth Hokage materialized at the entrance, his gaze sharpened instantaneously. "Old friend." The fourth Hokage's voice was deep and commanding as he strode into the chamber, his eyes fixed on the Lord. "It would be best for you to abdicate gracefully. It is for the greater good. The Lord's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, veins bulging, betraying the turmoil within. Ultimately, he bowed his noble head, surrendering his resistance. His voice trembled as he spoke, I am willing to abdicate, but please, do not emulate that Lu Tian and humiliate me further. Do not make it a matter of repeated refusals and concessions. Upon hearing this, the Fourth Hokage's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Approaching the Lord, he placed a condescending hand on his shoulder, an action laced with an unspoken disdain. You and I are relatives. Why would I seek to humiliate you? However, since you mentioned Lu Tian, I must remind you. The Fourth Hokage's tone was rife with scorn. His humiliation of the Fire Country's lord stemmed from his lack of awareness and poor judgment. While you have made a similar choice, at least you possess some sense. The Lord's expression stiffened, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Yet, he was acutely aware of his predicament, compelled to swallow his pride in silence. He lowered his head further, choosing silence over protest. The Fourth Hokage, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, a sound that reverberated throughout the chamber as if it could shatter the very palace. He turned and reclined on a nearby soft couch, unceremoniously claiming his space. Tonight, I shall reside here. He stretched languidly, as if he had already seized control of the entire land of lightning. Tomorrow, you shall abdicate, in the land of water. Within the village of mist, shrouded in perpetual fog as if isolated from the world, a special envoy arrived this day. Sent directly by the Lord, he bore an important mission. Standing in the village square, amidst a throng of villagers, the envoy's expression was grave, his voice resonant and commanding. By the order of the Lord, I have come to condemn our Fourth Hokage. His prolonged aberrant behavior has plunged the entire village into chaos. As the envoy's words echoed, the square erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, villagers expressing their confusion and anger. Amidst the crowd, the elder Master Yuan slowly emerged, his gaze resolute and profound. Standing beside the envoy, he inhaled deeply, as if gathering all the pent-up fury within him for this moment. He proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I have a scandal to reveal. Our Fourth Hokage seems to have been manipulated. He is no longer the familiar figure we once knew, but rather a puppet under someone else's control. His words reverberated like thunder, shocking the crowd into hushed whispers and fervent discussions. The Fourth Hokage's complexion turned ashen. He stood upon the platform, his gaze averted, unable to meet the eyes of Master Yuan. Chapter 44. The Great Ninja War and the new member of Akatsuki, the Hidden Mist Village, was swiftly divided into two factions. One faction supported the Fourth Hokage, believing in his innocence, while the other placed their trust in the elder Master Yuan, opposing the Hokage. Tensions escalated between the two groups, as if a battle were poised to erupt at any moment. After a period of intense confrontation, the faction backing Master Yuan gained the upper hand. They launched a fierce assault, defeating all of the Fourth Hokage's supporters and successfully cornering him into a dire situation. Once vanquished, the Fourth Hokage's genjutsu was dispelled, revealing his true self. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice trembling with remorse as he uttered, I was wrong. I was controlled. I am sorry. Everyone. Witnessing this scene, the villagers were engulfed in a complex whirlwind of emotions. Some were filled with rage, while others felt pity and compassion. Meanwhile, Master Yuan stood to the side, observing silently, his gaze imbued with resolve and determination. It was evident that the Fourth Hokage was unfit to govern the village any longer. Yet a leader was essential to avoid chaos. He spoke softly, Now, I shall temporarily assume leadership. At that moment, the tides of fate shifted. Many small ninja villages, under the leadership of their leaders, stealthily launched a night raid on the daimyo's mansion. Their eyes glimmered with fervor, and the blades in their hands gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Their movements were swift and ruthless, as if intending to cleave through any obstacles that lay in their path. You insolent fools, roared the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, his face flushed with rage, fists clenched tightly, as if to channel all his fury into his palms. Yet, against the cold gaze of the leader of the river-hidden village, his anger appeared feeble and impotent. Rituals and music in disarray? That is merely the hypocritical facade of your nobility, scoffed the leader of the river-hidden village, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. With a casual wave of his hand, his ninjas surged like a tide towards the daimyo and his guards. At that moment, the sounds of clashing swords echoed within the daimyo's mansion, accompanied by the anguished cries of his guards. Flames flickered in the night sky, illuminating the war-torn landscape. The situation was no different in other countries, where the stars twinkled beneath the cloak of night. The tranquility of the shinobi world is on the verge of disruption. After tonight, the very fabric of the shinobi realm shall be irrevocably altered, with the old systems scattered like dust in the wind. While many nations descend into chaos, Lu Tian remains unfazed. War will commence, regardless of whether reparations are paid or not. As dawn breaks the following morning, the sun rises slowly, bathing the entire shinobi continent in golden light. Seated upon the dragon throne within the court, Lu Tian's dark dragon robe, adorned with golden threads, sparkles under the sunlight. His gaze is piercing, emanating an undeniable authority. Today, I shall initiate the fourth great shinobi war. Assemble the troops at once. I shall personally lead the charge into battle. Lu Tian's voice resonates with power and conviction, echoing like thunder within the court. Each word he utters is imbued with strength, causing the assembled ministers to feel a shiver of trepidation. His proclamations reverberate like the beating of war drums, igniting fervor within the hearts of all present. Upon concluding his address, Lu Tian rises abruptly. His dragon robe billows in the wind, reminiscent of a colossal dragon poised for flight. Swiftly, he sheds the robe to reveal his battle attire beneath, crafted from a unique material that is both lightweight and resilient. Embroidered upon his chest is a golden soaring dragon, symbolizing Lu Tian's valor and majesty. The ministers, filled with awe and astonishment, kneel in respect. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from Lu Tian, nor his willingness to personally command the forces. Their gazes reflect a mix of reverence and fear. They understand that this ruler is no ordinary man. Possessing unwavering resolve and boundless wisdom, he is destined to guide the shinobi world towards a new future. Under the watchful eyes of his subjects, Lu Tian strides forth from the grand hall. His steps are firm and deliberate, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. There is no sign of hesitation or fear upon his countenance, only a resolute determination to advance. His urgency stems from a profound understanding of the time-sensitive nature of his mission. While envoys may have arrived with reparations, Lu Tian is convinced that war is the sole path forward. He aims to unify the shinobi continent in the shortest possible time, necessitating swift action to unleash the onslaught with unparalleled speed. Lu Tian embarks on his campaign, accompanied by an elite guard formed from the Uchiha royal lineage. Clad in battle gear, their eyes are sharp, ready to confront any challenge at a moment's notice. Alongside them march the ninja armies of the other clans from the Land of Fire, now more appropriately referred to as chakra martial artists. This formidable force comprises a staggering 10,000 warriors. While it may not seem vast, it represents an undeniable power within the shinobi realm. Each soldier is a meticulously selected elite, having endured countless life and death trials. Their presence was akin to an undeniable torrent, instilling dread in the hearts of any adversary. Even Shin Urshi Huhai would feel a pang of anxiety within. The land of rain, shrouded in perpetual gloom, had skies that seemed eternally cloaked over the earth. Raindrops fell like endless yearning, never ceasing. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, accompanied by the youthful figure of Uzumaki Naruto, stepped into the legendary Akatsuki organization. The two of them arrived at the cyberpunk village of Amigakure, traversing through a labyrinth of corridors. Each step resonated upon the steps composed of ancient stone bricks and modern metal, producing a deep echo. Conan, leading the way, moved with a light yet resolute gait, akin to a lighthouse guiding through the darkness. Under her guidance, they entered a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall sat a tall figure cloaked in black, Nagato, the core figure of the Akatsuki. His gaze was profound and indifferent, as if it could pierce through all. In Nagato's hand was a ring that shimmered with a mysterious light, the red ring symbolizing the identity of the Akatsuki. The ring's glow danced in the darkness, as though narrating the tale of a new chapter about to unfold. Sarutobi Asuma approached, feeling a formidable aura emanating from Nagato. Yet, he did not waver. He straightened his posture, his gaze unwavering. Nagato regarded him, and a flicker of appreciation seemed to flash in his eyes. Sarutobi Asuma, Nagato's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the hall. You shall become Orochimaru's partner, and together you will undertake missions. The Nine Tails shall accompany you. Sarutobi Asuma nodded slightly, determination evident on his face. He turned to glance at Orochimaru beside him. Their eyes met, each aware of the other's covert intentions. They seemed to foresee the days ahead when they would fight side by side. Meanwhile, the young Uzumaki Naruto remained closely beside Sarutobi Asuma, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 45. The second target of the Akatsuki. In a concealed chamber within Amigakure, a figure appeared silently, draped in a black cloak, hooded, and bearing an orange whirlpool mask. The single eye revealed exuded a domineering aura, reminiscent of the night sky. This individual was Uchiha Obito, now manifesting as Uchiha Madara. Before him sat Uzumaki Nagato, perched upon a portable toilet. The atmosphere in the room instantaneously froze. Uzumaki Nagato, taken aback, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Obito. "I've heard you were discovered in the village hidden in the mist?" Uzumaki Nagato's voice was low and icy, as if it could penetrate the very soul. His gaze was filled with vigilance and curiosity. Uchiha Obito emitted a hearty laugh. With a gentle flick of his cloak, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the very room to tremble. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a Sharingan brimming with murderous intent, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. "And so what?" Uchiha Obito's voice was cold and resolute, reminiscent of an echo from the depths of the abyss. "When have I, Uchiha Madara, ever needed to hide?" His words dripped with confidence and dominance, as if no force in the vast expanse of the world could eclipse his brilliance. Nagato, known as Pain, was momentarily daunted by Obito's formidable presence, yet he did not waver. He understood that Obito's arrival was driven by a specific purpose. With a steady voice, he inquired, "Uchiha Madara, what exactly do you seek here?" A glint of cunning flickered in Obito's eyes as he approached with deliberate steps. He stood silently before Nagato, their gazes intertwining under the dim, yellow light, as if an invisible force was silently colliding between them. He peered into Nagato's profound eyes, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. His voice resolute and powerful, "I intend to wage war." This declaration was akin to a thunderous explosion, reverberating throughout the room and sending ripples of shockwaves. Nagato was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected proclamation. He inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his turbulent emotions, though the astonishment and confusion in his eyes remained palpable. He asked solemnly, "Whom do you wish to battle?" Obito afforded Nagato little time for contemplation. He turned to gaze out the window, where dark clouds loomed ominously over the hidden rain village. Flickers of distant lightning danced within the clouds, heralding an impending storm. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick veil of clouds, reaching toward the distant land of the Fire Nation. Gradually, he turned back, his focus once again locked onto Nagato. His eyes ablaze with fervor. "Who else but the Fire Nation?" he proclaimed. "We find ourselves amidst chaos, with flames of war raging everywhere. Moreover, if we do not strike the Fire Nation, do you truly believe they will spare us? It is utterly inconceivable, do you not agree?" His voice crescendoed, infused with fervor and zeal, each word seemingly ignited with flames, poised to set the entire room ablaze. Nagato, stirred by Obito's fervent emotions, also exhibited a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Yet, he maintained his composure and rationality, once more asking in a measured tone, "Are you certain of this course of action? The initial phase of our reserves has yet to be completed. Our strength remains insufficient." A flicker of confidence danced in Obito's eyes as he took a step closer to Nagato, his voice low yet unwavering. "Have you forgotten what the second step of the Akatsuki organization entails? You once articulated the ambition of establishing a mercenary organization that transcends national boundaries, igniting minor conflicts to gradually fortify our strength and realize our aspirations." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Initially, we shall monopolize the warfare contracts of smaller nations at a modest price, escalating the scale of these conflicts, and subsequently dismantling the economic framework of major powers, thereby monopolizing all warfare. Engaging in combat does not necessitate a direct confrontation with the Land of Fire. Rather, it requires us to persist as mercenaries, accumulating both experience and wealth." His voice seemed to resonate with the promise of future triumph. Uzumaki Nagato appeared to be moved by these words. He understood that Uchiha Obito's plan, albeit perilous, harbored immense potential and opportunity. He cast a deep gaze at Uchiha Obito and nodded affirmatively. He stated, "Our second objective remains unchanged. We must seize the moment to amass further resources amidst the chaos." The deliberations concluded. Uchiha Obito's figure swiftly warped and vanished from sight. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the edifices of the hidden cloud village. Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, sought out Asuma Saratobi. He stood before Asuma, his gaze profound and his voice tranquil yet imbued with authority. He proclaimed, "Asuma, You are now a member of our Akatsuki organization, and you are about to embark on your first official mission. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation and excitement sparkled in Asuma's eyes. He straightened his posture, fists clenched tightly, as if harnessing latent power. Raising his gaze, he met Nagato's eyes, awaiting the forthcoming orders. Nagato nodded slightly and continued. The land of water has contracted us to launch an assault on the neighboring land of grass. Hence, your mission is to collaborate with Orochimaru to disrupt the territory of the land of grass. This proclamation thundered in Asuma's ears like a bolt of lightning. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. He understood the significance of this mission and the stakes involved. Yet, as a ninja, he had never faltered, and he would not do so now. With unwavering resolve, he nodded affirmatively and declared, "Yes, leader, I accept this mission." Nagato regarded Asuma's resolute gaze with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. He placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder, his tone softening slightly. He remarked, "Excellent, Asuma. The success of this mission will directly impact the future of our Akatsuki organization. I have faith that you will execute it splendidly." In the ensuing days, Asuma Sarutobi busied himself with preparations for the impending conflict. He meticulously selected each weapon and piece of equipment, ensuring they would serve their utmost purpose. His eyes brimmed with determination and resolve, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Once all was in readiness, Asuma, accompanied by Uzumaki Naruto, set forth towards the rendezvous point with Orochimaru. They traversed the Akatsuki's base, walking in the embrace of golden sunlight. Orochimaru, the esteemed predecessor. Asuma Sarutobi had not yet approached the meeting point. From a distance, he recognized the figure ahead. He quickened his pace slightly, taking a few steps forward to greet respectfully. However, Orochimaru did not respond immediately. His gaze was profound, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. It was not until Asuma's voice echoed again that he slowly lifted his head. Casting a serpent-like glance at Asuma, he spoke in a calm tone, "Time is of the essence. We shall depart at once. Any queries may be addressed en route." Orochimaru's words carried a subtle hint of aloofness and vigilance, as if he were alluding to something unspoken. Hearing this, Asuma felt a slight chill within. Yet, he swiftly masked his emotions and nodded, proceeding alongside Orochimaru. The three departed from the hidden rain village, embarking on their journey toward the land of grass. Surrounding them were dense woods and winding mountain paths, with the rain gradually subsiding. Rays of sunlight filtered through the tree leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was imbued with the rich scent of moist earth and a faint fragrance of foliage, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort. However, this serenity did not linger for long. Shortly after they set forth, Orochimaru suddenly halted, turning to look at Asuma, saying, "You are also an undercover agent assigned by the master, are you not?" This remark struck Asuma like a thunderclap in spring, startling him. He glanced around, but maintained a placid expression. Asuma lifted his chin slightly, meeting Orochimaru's gaze for a fleeting moment before nodding and responding solemnly, "Indeed, senior." A complex emotion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he scrutinized Asuma intently. He spoke slowly. "In that case, we should collaborate effectively. Allow me to share an important piece of advice. Here, you must remain vigilant and not easily trust others." Minutes later, Liu Tian stood at the border between the land of rivers and the Great Han Empire. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama of winding mountains and rivers, interwoven with lush hills and dense forests. He found himself perched atop a precipice, with a swift river surging below, its waters crashing against boulders with a deafening roar. He gazed into the distance, where the battlefield between the two nations unfolded. Faint sounds of battle and clashing weapons echoed from the woods, and the mountain breeze carried a whiff of bloodshed. In that instant, a faint voice resonated in his mind, the product of his unique chakra sound transmission technique. This method proved exceedingly useful, more so than radio or mobile phones. As long as one remained within the same realm, information could be conveyed seamlessly. Ninjas must master the nature transformation of in-release chakra to learn this technique. However, chakra martial artists are not bound by such stringent requirements. Orochimaru's voice resonated in the depths of his mind as he meticulously reported the trio's mission to Liu Tian, who listened intently. His fingers gently tapped against the rock beside him, producing a crisp sound. His gaze revealed unwavering determination and composure, as if everything lay within his control. "I have received the information. You have performed admirably. Continue to keep in touch." Liu Tian swiftly replied to Orochimaru, his eyes once again drawn to the distant battlefield. The cacophony of combat echoed like thunder, painting the sky as sinister crimson. A surge of intense emotions welled within him. He muttered to himself, the land of water? Amidst civil strife, they still managed to hire mercenaries to assault foreign lands. They possess some strength. Turning to face the Uchiha royal guard behind him, Lu Tian observed the glimmer of fervor for battle and the anticipation of victory in their eyes. His chest heaved as he felt the vastness of the world's power resonating within him. It was time. The entire army would advance. Let the river ninjas and warriors know that we are an unstoppable force. We shall trample their defenses with the ferocity of thunder. Marching straight towards their capital and ninja villages, he exhaled slowly, his voice resonant and resolute, echoing like thunder throughout the valley. Lu Tian's words were imbued with determination and grandeur, each syllable striking the hearts of the soldiers like a hammer. His eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity, as if two flames burned within. The muscles of his face tightened, the contours sharp, revealing the strength and resolve that resided within him. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The land of rivers will become a possession of our great Han Empire." The Uchiha royal guard was moved by Lu Tian's commanding presence. Their eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. Gripping their weapons tightly, their bodies tensed, ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice. In unison, they roared, "For the great Han Empire! For glory! Long live the Empire! Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live!" With this thunderous shout, the entire battalion surged forward like wild horses released from their reins. They crossed rivers and scaled hills, racing towards the distant battlefield. Lu Tian stood at the forefront of the formation, his silhouette towering in the sunlight. He brandished his long sword, its tip pointed toward the horizon, leading the entire force toward triumph. Almost simultaneously, the sky above the great Han Empire seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. A tempest arose, dark clouds gathered, and amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Obito once again set foot upon this land, his steps imbued with an unstoppable fervor and resolve. His temperament has always been quite radical, known as Uchiha Kanji. Although his intelligence may not be exceptional, his madness and obsession are sufficient to instill fear in others. He has long suppressed the wildness within him, yearning to incite another tempest of bloodshed. After enduring for what seems like an eternity, he can no longer bear the torment of his inner turmoil. He must unleash all his anger and dissatisfaction. In the Imperial Palace's martial arts arena, the space abruptly twisted. A figure materialized out of thin air, Uchiha Obito. With his hands clasped together, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. He invoked the wood release, birth of the world tree. Just as he had orchestrated the Nine Tails rampage in the Hidden Leaf, this time, he intended to wreak havoc in the capital of the great Han Empire using wood release. The ground began to tremble violently, as if countless giant serpents writhed beneath the surface. An abundance of trees erupted from the earth, their branches lush and sprawling, casting a verdant shadow over the entire arena. Panic, terror, despair, tremble, perish. This world is but a hellish nightmare. Uchiha Obito stood amidst the sea of trees, howling at the sky. His voice resonated with madness and malevolence, as if he sought to instill all the fears of the world into the hearts of the people. The imperial palace of the great Han Empire descended into unprecedented chaos. The palace roofs were torn asunder, the walls shattered by the force of the trees. Countless treasures of gold and silver lay scattered amidst the turmoil, mere victims of this calamity. The innocent palace maids and guards suffered a devastating fate, crying out and struggling beneath the relentless onslaught of the trees. Meanwhile, the residents of the capital, confronted with this sudden disaster, were paralyzed with terror. They flooded into the streets, gazing in horror toward the palace. Those towering trees had become the source of their nightmares, invoking an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness. In their panic, they cried out for help. "Someone, come quickly. There is trouble in the palace. Someone is using wood release. Who could it be? Who wields the wood release of Senja Hashirama? Quickly, notify the city defense forces. This enemy is formidable. The palace guard may not withstand the onslaught." Chapter 47. The battle between the green-haired turtle Fugaku and Obito. As the leader of the city's defense forces, Uchiha Fugaku bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the tranquility of the capital. Faced with such a dire situation, determination and resolve shone in his eyes. Within him, an unwavering dedication to the safety of the imperial city burned like a fierce flame, illuminating his path forward. Yet, the worry that gnawed at his heart rendered him restless. For his ex-wife Mikoto and son Sasuke resided within the palace at this very moment. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer the lost and hesitant individual he once was. He had undergone a profound transformation. He devoted his entire being to his majesty, even willing to sacrifice his wife and child. This loyalty and determination rendered him stronger and more resolute. At his command, he led the elite guards of the Uchiha clan into the royal palace like a tempest of darkness. Empowered by the Shadow Clone Chakra mode, he seemed to transform into a war god clad in black armor, exuding an overwhelming presence that none could withstand. He rode a steed conjured of chakra, galloping down the wide boulevard, the thunderous clatter of hooves echoing as if to crush any obstacle in their path. Make Qn, SS. You must remain safe. Deep within Uchiha Fugaku's heart, a fire of anxiety burned fiercely. A flicker of undeniable concern flashed in his eyes, a profound yearning for his beloved kin. He was not only the leader of the royal guards, but also a former husband and father who had once cherished his family dearly. Gripping the reins tightly, his fingers turned pale from exertion. The chakra steed seemed to sense its master's urgency, whinnying as it raced down the street like a bolt of lightning. The leaves along the roadside danced wildly in the wind, rustling as if cheering for this valiant warrior. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon Uchiha Fugaku, illuminating his steadfast and stern countenance. His gaze sparkled with a fierce light, as if capable of piercing through the shadows to uncover the enemies ahead. He surged into the palace, yet his gaze abruptly fixated on a familiar figure before him, Uchiha Obito. Once a kin, now an adversary, standing before him like an insurmountable barrier. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes filled with wrath and murderous intent. He bellowed, "Impudent traitor! How dare you disturb the palace? Prepare to meet your end." His voice thundered, as if it could topple the entire palace. He swung his sword, the blade imbued with Shadow Clone Chakra mode, hurtling toward Uchiha Obito like a massive black dragon. However, Uchiha Obito merely scoffed, standing his ground as though dismissing Fugaku's assault. In a swift motion, Fugaku's sword passed through Obito's body. By the force of inertia, Fugaku charged forward on his steed. In the next moment, thick wooden branches, like tentacles, reached out from all directions. Under Uchiha Obito's command, these branches sought to ensnare Fugaku tightly. Yet, Fugaku was no ordinary foe. With a deft maneuver, he unleashed a fierce sword aura that severed the branches in an instant. Breaking free from the encirclement, he locked his icy gaze onto Uchiha Obito. "Fugaku, have you forgotten that you were once the clan leader? Your wife has been taken from you, yet you remain so loyal? Truly, there is something amiss with your mind." Uchiha Obito mocked loudly. Beneath his orange spiral mask, a playful smirk danced upon his lips. However, Uchiha Fugaku's heart remained as unyielding as a fortress. Unmoved by Obito's jeers and provocations, he stood resolute, as if all the cacophony surrounding him could not shake the steadfastness within. The depths of Fugaku's eyes shimmered with a fervent light, akin to the North Star illuminating his path. With tightly pressed lips, he spoke with deliberate clarity. "His Majesty embodies everything of the Uchiha clan. Whatever His Majesty requires, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall offer with both hands, harboring no ulterior motives." A cold smile graced his face, revealing an unwavering resolve and determination. His gaze sparkled with a steadfast brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the darkest shadows to illuminate the road ahead. And now, as the captain of the castle guards, protecting the palace and safeguarding His Majesty is merely the fulfillment of my duty, he declared with a voice that resonated powerfully throughout the wooden grove of the palace. No sooner had he spoken than two chakra arms behind him coalesced into long swords, glinting ominously as if they could rend the very fabric of space. His chakra-transformed steed became a fleeting shadow, swiftly charging toward Uchiha Obito. The pitch-black sword aura threatened to tear the palace asunder, causing the surrounding trees to topple under the force of Fugaku's assault, producing a deafening roar. In a state of intangibility, Uchiha Obito manipulated the wooden branches, launching a fierce counterattack akin to agile tentacles aimed at Fugaku. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku met every challenge with poise. His chakra-formed steed darted nimbly between the branches, each evasion executed with effortless grace. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if no force could ever sway his conviction. Fugaku's singular purpose was to protect Mikoto and Sasuke within the palace, shielding them from any harm. As the battle raged on, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly tense, the wind howling and leaves swirling violently. Despite Fugaku's formidable prowess, he found it challenging to subdue Obito decisively. Nevertheless, His presence stood as an insurmountable barrier. The once rampant wooden grove within the palace suddenly ceased its fury. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The wooden branches appeared to respond to an unseen call, converging toward the location of the two combatants. They intertwined and entwined in the air, forming a colossal wooden barrier, ensnaring the two adversaries within its confines. The expression hidden beneath Obito's mask shifted to one of grave seriousness. His gaze was as frigid as a blade, glimmering with a fierce radiance. He was acutely aware that his adversary, Uchiha Fugaku, was a formidable opponent, and he needed to muster all his strength to conquer him. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito made a swift gesture, and a powerful chakra instantaneously coalesced in his arm, formed from the white Zetsu cells. In the blink of an eye, sharp wooden spikes erupted from his arm, resembling a volley of arrows aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. This was the wood release, cutting technique. The wooden spikes sliced through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling towards Uchiha Fugaku with incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. He evaded the onslaught of spikes with a swift movement, yet he did not lower his guard. For he understood that this was merely the commencement of Uchiha Obito's offensive. Just as the spikes seemed destined to miss their target, they abruptly halted midair, then rapidly branched out, ultimately forming a dense network of wooden thorns. This thorny web resembled a colossal spider's web, descending upon Uchiha Fugaku. "Humph! Do you presume to ensnare and pierce me?" Uchiha Fugaku scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. He appeared to vanish as if performing a grand teleportation, reappearing behind Uchiha Obito. "Your tricks are futile against me," Uchiha Fugaku declared, launching 3 blades at Uchiha Obito's back. This strike was imbued with immense chakra, promising to inflict severe damage if it landed. However, Uchiha Obito had entered a state of intangibility. He did not even need to evade. He effortlessly sidestepped Uchiha Fugaku's assault. At the same time, he swung his arm once more, and the wooden spikes that had sprouted within him shot towards Uchiha Fugaku. As anticipated, Uchiha Fugaku was struck. The wooden spikes grew wildly, penetrating his body with a fervor. These spikes did not merely pierce. They continued to branch and proliferate within him, as though taking root in his flesh and blood. Eventually, they broke through Fugaku's skin, and buds emerged from the wounds, rendering him a living statue adorned in verdant foliage. The droplets of blood, akin to blooming flowers, intensified the eerie spectacle. Uchiha Obito's would release. Cutting technique was undeniably cruel. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku would not be so easily vanquished. A cold smirk graced his lips, and his eyes shimmered with contempt. This is merely a shadow clone he has conjured using the elusive chakra technique. His true form lies concealed in the shadows, observing everything with a cold detachment. Suddenly, the figure ensconced in wooden spikes erupted, unleashing a torrent of viscous black liquid. The surrounding air seemed to be engulfed in darkness. This viscous substance rapidly spread, resembling a demon of the night, completely obscuring Uchiha Obito's vision. The unexpected turn of events left Obito astounded. The black liquid was evaded by his phasing ability, yet it wriggled as though it were a living entity, mockingly taunting his ignorance. Obito widened his eyes, his Sharingan piercing through the orange vortex mask, seeking the whereabouts of Fugaku. "Umph, do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are woefully naive." Fugaku's voice echoed from the depths of darkness, laced with derision. His form surged forth from the inky liquid on the ground, towering and formidable as ever. "Traitor Obito, you rely too heavily on the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. That is your downfall. I can foresee a future far beyond your grasp," Fugaku coldly declared, his gaze rife with disdain. Chakra surged like a wild stallion, careening forth. It bore Uchiha Fugaku like a bolt of lightning towards Uchiha Obito. Fugaku's 3 swords gleamed with a chilling light, embodying his entire will and strength. He launched another ferocious assault against Obito. The tips of the swords sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Fugaku's silhouette glided through Obito once more, like a wraith. Witnessing this, a glint of malice flickered in Obito's eyes. He swiftly recalibrated his stance, preparing for a counterattack. His gaze fixated on Fugaku. The wooden tendrils on his arm were poised to seize the opportune moment for attack. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to strike, the black liquid on the ground erupted violently. It writhed as if endowed with life, transforming in an instant into countless sharp spikes, launching a fierce offensive against Uchiha Obito. These spikes fell like rain, leaving no sanctuary to evade. The sudden onslaught of spikes pierced Uchiha Obito, eliciting a scream as his body convulsed violently. He felt an immense force erupting from within, as if it sought to tear him apart. Unable to suppress it, he coughed up copious amounts of blood. The pallor of his face beneath the mask turned ghostly pale in an instant. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Obito cried out in terror, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable mode of attack, plunging him into a profound sense of despair. Uchiha Fugaku observed the scene with an icy gaze, his expression devoid of any emotion. He understood that this was merely a fraction of his power. With a subtle wave of his hand, the black viscous substance obediently enveloped Uchiha Obito. "Traitor Obito, you have been defeated. I shall end your life," Uchiha Fugaku declared, his voice betraying no hint of turbulence. Just as he was poised to strike, Obito's form suddenly dissipated like a fleeting dream, seemingly merging with the very air. Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. He knew that Uchiha Obito had invoked the reality-altering ocular technique, Izanagi. When Uchiha Obito re-emerged, his left eye had lost its former luster, now dim and devoid of brilliance. Yet in that moment, he seemed reborn. A peculiar smile gracing the visage concealed beneath his mask. He appeared behind Fugaku, unleashing a powerful wood-release technique, the advent of the sapling. Wooden spikes erupted instantaneously from his arm, slicing through the air like a multitude of venomous serpents, producing a sharp, whistling sound. They surged forth with insatiable murderous intent, aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku's body. A chill ran down Fugaku's spine as he sensed the impending danger from behind. He swiftly evaded, attempting to escape this lethal onslaught. The wooden spikes seemed to possess a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing Fugaku's silhouette. Realizing he was ensnared in a dire predicament, he took a deep breath, concentrating his chakra to its utmost limit, preparing for the final confrontation. At that critical juncture, a figure suddenly flashed in from the side. It was Uchiha Shursui. He activated his in-release chakra mode, a faint black aura enveloping him. Armed with 4 razor-sharp blades, he simultaneously lunged toward Uchiha Obito's back. In response to this unexpected assault, a flicker of surprise and rage ignited in Obito's eyes, his pupils ablaze like kindled flames, shimmering with madness and an air of invincibility. It was entirely unforeseen. In this life-and-death moment, someone dared to execute such a bold ambush against him. Instantly, a multitude of wooden spikes erupted explosively from his back, resembling twisted serpents launching a swift counterattack against Uchiha Shursui, who had dared to strike from behind. Chapter 49. The arrival of the Blossom Tree Realm and the method of resolution. The wooden spikes, akin to bloodthirsty snakes, closed in on Uchiha Shursui's nose in the blink of an eye. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Shursui's form flickered, and in an instant, he transformed into a multitude of figures. Like a phantom, he traversed the battlefield. Each clone appeared to possess tangible existence, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Uchiha Obito, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Shursui's ability to execute the shadow clone technique with such swiftness, nor the astonishing realism of each duplicate. He inhaled sharply, feeling the white Zetsu cells within him ignite like a dormant volcano, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. His skin hardened to a wooden-like texture, sprouting numerous tendrils resembling fierce serpents, lunging toward all manifestations of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Both men felt the onslaught of this overwhelming assault. Their expressions turned grave, yet they exhibited no sign of panic. In a flash, they leapt like bolts of lightning, deftly evading Obito's attack. Their forms intertwined in midair, resembling a breathtaking dance of combat. At this moment, the palace stood deserted, with all living souls having retreated to safety. The sudden eruption of battle had cast the entire palace into chaos and dread, yet it had now evolved into the stage for a decisive confrontation. Upon the rooftop of the palace, Uchiha Shursui swiftly regulated his breathing, his gaze resolutely fixed on Uchiha Obito. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed Uchiha Fugaku, "Uncle Fugaku. Everyone has evacuated to safety. Reinforcements are en route. We must not let him escape." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his eyes glimmering with trust and determination. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Shursui's capabilities and believed in their potential to triumph in this battle. Below, Uchiha Obito resolved to unleash his formidable technique. Would release, flowering tree world. In that moment, the heavens and earth appeared shrouded in a mysterious force. This was an advanced version of the wood release, tree world, a potent jutsu within the realm of wood release. Uchiha Obito inhaled sharply once more, his chakra surging like a bubbling spring, continuously infusing the ground beneath him. Instantly, the once tranquil earth began to stir, as if a slumbering giant were awakening. From the depths, colossal branches erupted from the soil, rapidly growing and coiling around the palace like mighty dragons. These branches, not only immense but imbued with tremendous strength, could cleave mountains and penetrate rock, enveloping the entire terrain. Even more unsettling, vibrant blossoms began to bloom upon these gigantic branches, releasing an enticing fragrance while concealing a lethal peril. Inhaling the pollen could incapacitate even a shadow-level ninja, rendering them unable to fight. Beware. This is the wood release, flowering tree world. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was grave as he continued to issue warnings. In the battle at the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama had employed this very technique. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara had succumbed to a state of disorientation after inhaling the pollen. As he spoke, he swiftly adjusted his in-release chakra mode. His face was shrouded by a faint black mask, leaving only his keen eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The air was thick with the fragrance of pollen, yet it bore a deadly menace. Beside him, Uchiha Shisui also recalibrated his in-release chakra mode, forcibly suppressing the fear and unease within. Uncle Fugaku, we must identify the flaw in this technique, Uchiha Shisui declared in a deep voice. He understood that he needed to pinpoint that critical element to unravel this seemingly impeccable technique. He attempted to employ fire release, vowing to incinerate the rapidly proliferating trees. Shirsue's hands came together with a forceful clap, as if he were harnessing the most searing energy from the cosmos. Behind him, the air began to distort. A powerful surge emerged, and suddenly, a multitude of black flames appeared from thin air, blazing like ghostly fires from the depths of the abyss. This was the legendary Amaterasu Black Flame. Unlike ordinary flames, its temperature was so intense that it could consume all. Its hue was deep and enigmatic, as if it could devour one's very soul. Under Uchiha Shirsue's command, these black flames ultimately formed a colossal ring of fire, representing the radiant form of the in-release chakra mode. A resolute light flickered in Shirsue's eyes. As he moved, the fire ring spiraled through the air as if it were a living entity. The black fire ring, in its rapid rotation, hurled forth countless fireballs. They streaked across the sky like meteors, bearing destructive power as they surged toward the flowers, emitting toxic gas. Burn! Reduce these poisonous flowers to ashes, Shisui roared, his voice brimming with unwavering conviction and boundless fury. He knew that only with this most potent flame could he hope to obliterate this seemingly invulnerable technique entirely. With each barrage of fireballs, the flowers began to wither and the toxic gas gradually dissipated. Yet the trees appeared to grow even more wildly, struggling to engulf the battlefield once again. Shisui gritted his teeth, aware that this was merely the beginning. He had to persevere until he could thoroughly dismantle this technique. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby rooftop, Uchiha Fugaku watched Shirsue's fierce determination and felt a surge of admiration. In his heart, he silently praised, "Shisui, you truly are the pride of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku was equally resolute. His eyes sparkled with steadfast brilliance as he swiftly brought his hands together, as if summoning some mysterious power. Behind him, the air instantaneously warped. A torrent of black flames materialized out of thin air, akin to the hellfire of the underworld. Intense and profound, swiftly coalescing into a fearsome ring of fire that accentuated Uchiha Fugaku's imposing figure. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes as he gazed down upon the noxious flowers, the corners of his mouth curling into a frigid arc. "Shisui, I shall lend you my strength," he proclaimed, his voice imbued with unwavering determination and might. Under Fugaku's command, the black fire ring spiraled wildly, resembling a colossal vortex of darkness. Countless Amaterasu fireballs erupted from the ring, hurtling forth with searing heat and devastating power, akin to a meteor shower descending upon the foul blooms. The fireballs traced ebony arcs across the sky, like the scythe of death, mercilessly cleaving through the wicked flowers. Each fireball harbored the terrifying potency of Amaterasu's black flames, incinerating its target to ashes in an instant upon impact. The two figures seemed to have transformed into celestial deities, their backs illuminated by the blazing black flames, reminiscent of the infernos of hell. Chapter 50. Uchiha Shirsue's fierce battle with Obito. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui stood poised atop the palace roof, their hands clasped as they deftly manipulated the fire ring behind them. With each fireball they launched, Their steadfast resolve and boundless fury surged forth. The black flames sliced through the night like lightning, illuminating the shadows of the surrounding branches under the radiance of Amaterasu's black fire. The once rampant branches and the noxious flowers swiftly turned to ash under the barrage of fireballs, as if consumed by endless darkness. Burn. Annihilate. Reduce these malevolent branches and flowers to cinders. Uchiha Shursui bellowed, his voice echoing with unwavering conviction. Fugaku nodded slightly in agreement, continuing to wield the fire ring, relentlessly launching fireballs until every last flower had been incinerated. After several minutes, the final bloom vanished, and the surrounding miasma gradually dissipated. Be cautious. That traitor Obito may be hiding nearby. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low and powerful. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he scanned every nook and cranny. Having just endured battle, he understood the terror posed by the traitor. His betrayal was not merely a disloyalty to the clan, but a threat to the entire Dahan Empire. In that moment of eerie silence, a chilling dread pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like a sharp arrow. He abruptly lowered his gaze. His pupils constricted in horror as he beheld a ghostly pale hand, seemingly extending from the abyss of hell, emanating a bone-chilling cold. With a force akin to a thunderous tempest, a hand suddenly pierced through the tiles of the roof without warning, like a piercing arrow breaking the ice. It precisely targeted the ankle of Uchiha Fugaku. The strength of that hand was formidable, as unyielding as steel, rendering Uchiha Fugaku's ankle firmly ensnared, leaving him utterly unable to escape, regardless of his struggles. In the next moment, a powerful suction erupted from that hand, swirling like an undercurrent, drawing Uchiha Fugaku into its grasp. This force was as profound as a black hole, seemingly intent on dragging him into an endless abyss of darkness. Uchiha Fugaku gasped in astonishment, his complexion instantly paling to a ghostly white, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize his form. Yet that suction gripped him like a malevolent claw, immobilizing him completely. Beneath the roof tiles lay Uchiha Obito, who had replaced his left eye with a new one, its depths shimmering with an eerie light. His right eye, distorting the fabric of space, conjured swirling vortices of air, as if seeking to engulf the entire world within its grasp. A cold, mocking smile played upon Uchiha Obito's lips as he observed Uchiha Fugaku's desperate struggles against the suction. Akin to watching a trivial play unfold, he forcefully pulled downward, intensifying the suction, which completely enveloped Uchiha Fugaku in a pitch-black realm. Just as the atmosphere thickened to a near-solid state, Uchiha Shursui suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he wielded 4 blades with unparalleled swiftness, unleashing them like 4 silver bolts of lightning that cleaved through the night sky, crashing down upon the roof tiles with a resounding impact. Boom! With a deafening roar, the tiles shattered instantaneously under the force of the blades, scattering like fireworks, dust swirling in the air. Amidst the falling debris, Uchiha Shursui descended like a wraith. At the moment of his descent, his pupils constricted as he pierced through the haze of dust, clearly discerning the figure beneath the roof, Uchiha Obito, who was channeling his ocular technique. The blazing halo of light behind Uchiha Shursui whirled with fervor, and several scorching Amaterasu fireballs erupted forth, akin to black holes, hurtling directly toward Uchiha Obito. The fireballs traced searing trajectories through the air, as if intent on igniting the very fabric of space itself. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Obito's expression shifted slightly. He was compelled to relinquish his grip on Uchiha Fugaku's ankle, his form plummeting rapidly as he nimbly evaded the lethal assault. The heated waves of air distorted the atmosphere around him. Uchiha Obito landed steadily, the sound of shattering tiles echoing beneath his feet, as though the ground trembled in anticipation of his arrival. As debris swirled and dust enveloped the air, Uchiha Shursui descended gracefully to the ground, akin to a silver bolt of lightning. His feet struck the earth with such force that the hard ceramic tiles beneath him seemed unable to withstand the tremendous power. Shattering instantaneously, cracks spread like a spider's web, and shards of broken tiles flew in all directions. He fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Obito, his eyes brimming with icy resolve. In the midst of the shattered tiles and swirling dust, Shursui's figure stood tall and unwavering, resembling an immovable mountain. His voice was sharp and clear, each word a chilling blade that pierced Obito's heart. Traitor Obito, you have betrayed your clan and forsaken your beliefs, and yet you dare to act so brazenly here. Shursui's voice reverberated through the room, laden with undeniable authority and fury. His expression bore no hint of hesitation or compassion, only a cold disdain for the betrayer. Uchiha Obito stood not far away, his face concealed beneath a mask, his demeanor dark and brooding. He sensed the formidable aura and frigid malice radiating from Shisui, a shiver coursing through him. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he squared his shoulders and met Shisui's gaze. "Humph, Shisui, who do you think you are to treat me with such disrespect?" Obito sneered, his voice dripping with provocation and arrogance. He shifted, preparing to launch an attack against Shisui. But Shisui denied him that opportunity. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he appeared before Obito in the blink of an eye. For blades glistening with the energy of released chakra poised at Obito's throat. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, as if he intended to slay the traitor before him. "Present your neck for execution," Shisui commanded coldly. The four blades swept through the air like a flash of silver. However, Obito once again activated his phasing ability, his form oscillating between reality and the Kamui dimension, shifting like a wraith. Though Shisui's blades were swift, they struck only at the void, achieving nothing against this extraordinary ability. Obito offered no respite. His figure flickered once more, darting past Shisui's body. A chain descended rapidly, dancing through the air like a serpent. In an instant, Obito materialized, ensnaring Shisui's form with the chain. At this critical juncture, Shisui demonstrated his remarkable body flicker technique, his upright silhouette vanishing like a specter, leaving only the chain to sway helplessly in the air, producing a crisp metallic clang. Chapter 51. Reinforcements arrived to confront Tobi. As Uchiha Obito witnessed this scene, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. His eyes widened like bronze bells. Unable to accept the reality before him, Uchiha Shisui had effortlessly broken free from the chains that bound him, with a speed that defied belief. He appeared above and behind Obito, his form ethereal as if conjured from a nightmare, reminiscent of the legendary Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once repelled him. In Shisui's hands, four blades shimmered like shooting stars, slicing through the air with an unwavering determination. His gaze was filled with resolve and ferocity, as though he intended to channel all his fury and strength into a single decisive strike. "Traitor Obito, your sins shall be met with retribution today," Uchiha Shisui bellowed coldly. As the blades instantaneously pierced Obito's torso, the sudden onslaught caught Obito off guard, his eyes round with disbelief and pain etched across his face. In that agonizing moment, as the blades penetrated his body, he felt an intense suffering coursing through him. He struggled desperately to resist, yet Shisui's strength was as unyielding as a mighty mountain. Helplessly, he watched as his body was pinned to the ground by the force of the blades. Dust and debris were sent soaring into the air, creating a chaotic whirlwind around them. Pain and frustration marred Obito's expression as he attempted to speak, yet the excruciating pain rendered him voiceless. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by Shisui's chilling voice echoing through the air. "Betrayer, accept your punishment." In an instant, Obito's form vanished without warning. Moments later, he reappeared several paces away, his body seemingly unscathed. All previous wounds mysteriously vanished. Anger twisted his features, his jaw clenched as he seethed. "Damn you, Shisui." The left eye he had just replaced now felt useless, as though it had lost its power once more. A cold sweat dripped down Obito's forehead, his heart pounding with trepidation. If he had not swiftly replaced his Sharingan, he might have lost his precious Mangekyou Sharingan forever. Had that been the case, blindness would have sealed his fate. Only death awaited him. Thus, Uchiha Obito, filled with indignation, cursed vehemently as a swirling vortex suddenly manifested in his right eye. In an instant, he vanished into the Kamui dimension, slipping away like an eel. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui remained vigilant, his senses acutely attuned to his surroundings, his gaze brimming with caution. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku gracefully descended from the rooftop, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Furrowing his brow, he pondered aloud. Has the traitor Obito made his escape, or is he lurking, waiting for the opportune moment? "My ability to sense chakra is rather inadequate," Uchiha Shisui remarked gravely. "We must not let our guard down. Remaining vigilant is the best course of action. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. Let us endure a little longer." His eyes shone with resolve and sharpness, fixed intently on the environment. His hands instinctively clenched, betraying his inner tension and alertness. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Silence enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a graveyard, save for the gentle breeze that whispered softly, barely audible. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. his expression one of profound seriousness. He nodded slowly, revealing a flicker of fatigue in his eyes, yet his determination was unwavering. In mere minutes, the tension escalated dramatically as the reinforcements finally made their grand entrance. The first to arrive was Uchiha Kuratsuki, his gaze as sharp as a frigid star, cold and piercing. Seemingly capable of penetrating all, he exuded a formidable aura that sent chills down the spine. Poised like a ferocious beast ready to pounce on its prey at the slightest opportunity. Next came Uchiha Shukuin, his demeanor as indifferent as an ancient glacier, radiating a chilling and ruthless presence. Finally, Uchiha Kiyoshi stepped forth, a confident smile gracing his face. His steps were steady and powerful, as if he commanded dominion over all that existed. These three were formidable warriors of the Uchiha clan, each a pinnacle of strength. They had all activated their in-release chakra mode, their expressions chilling to the core, invoking fear in all who beheld them. As trusted confidants of the emperor, their prowess surpassed that of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Kuratsuki's gaze was sharp as lightning, reminiscent of a hawk. With an air of authority, he declared, "Ha! I have arrived. That wretched traitor shall have nowhere to flee." Uchiha Shukuin, expressionless, surveyed the surroundings with a cold, commanding presence, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority without uttering a word. Uchiha Shin's lips curled into a subtle, self-satisfied smile. He spoke softly, asserting, "With my presence here, everything lies within my grasp." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Uchiha Heijua and the others. His voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "We are profoundly grateful for your assistance." Uchiha Shursui nodded slightly, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze as he declared, "With your presence, we are like a tiger augmented with wings." Uchiha Heijua let out a hearty laugh, thumping his chest in camaraderie. "We all serve the emperor. There is no need for such formalities." In stark contrast, Uchiha Shukuin remained as cold as ice, simply stating, "Let us swiftly eliminate the enemy. Delay is not an option." His tone was succinct and resolute, exuding an unassailable determination. Uchiha Shin smiled and affirmed, "We shall exert ourselves to the utmost, never to disappoint the emperor's expectations." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. "Then I entrust this to you all." Among the trio, Uchiha Shukuin possessed the most adept sensitivity to chakra. He surveyed the surroundings, releasing a surge of chakra waves. Contemplatively, he murmured, "I sense no other presence. The traitor Obito has likely fled." Just then, a voice echoed eerily, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. It was the unmistakable voice of Uchiha Obito, sounding oddly out of place in the oppressive silence, laced with a mocking tone akin to that of a cunning fox, replete with unabashed disdain, as if the others were but mere ants in his eyes. He taunted, "Who says I have fled?" Chapter 52. Jiraiya's trials. A few dozen meters away, a solitary tree stood, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. Suddenly, a peculiar, ominous black smoke wafted into the air. Uchiha Obito's ghostly figure manifested beside the tree without warning. Beneath the chilling mask, his expression radiated audacious defiance, an overwhelming aura of arrogance spreading like a tide. The wild, triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth resembled the fangs of a demon, stretching with unrestrained ferocity, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of this world. Alas, the mask obscured most of his visage, preventing others from witnessing his grotesque expression. Yet, the revealed Sharingan glimmered with an enigmatic and elusive light, concealing secrets from the unfathomable abyss, mysterious and perilous. Umph! Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort, replete with disdain and contempt. "You ignorant ants truly believe you can thwart me?" he declared. "Let me enlighten you. I have already perfectly accomplished my objectives." With his arms crossed over his chest, he adopted an air of unparalleled arrogance, as if proclaiming himself the sole sovereign of this world. Uchiha Obito seemed to raise his voice, exclaiming, "I have no intention of lingering here any longer. Let this farce come to an end." As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, casting a scornful glance over the crowd, akin to surveying a horde of insignificant insects. Then, with a slight shimmer, he disappeared from sight. Though he appeared nonchalant, it was evident he sought a rather tenuous excuse. While his demeanor seemed carefree, a closer inspection revealed traces of anxiety. He hastily retreated, vanishing into the shadows. The onlookers stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly, his face a mask of astonishment, mouth agape. "I thought a battle was imminent, and yet he fled?" he murmured incredulously. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui mirrored his shock, his eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment and bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Gradually, their gazes shifted to the surroundings of the palace, which had transformed into a verdant expanse. The dense forest, birthed from wood-released ninjutsu, enveloped the entire palace. Towering trunks, robust as giant limbs, intertwined with flourishing branches and leaves, seemingly narrating the intensity of the recent, heart-stirring battle. One among them could not suppress a deep sigh, his brow furrowed in concern. Alas, given the state of affairs, the palace shall likely be rendered unusable, Uchiha Fugaku lamented. The others nodded solemnly, their faces etched with resignation and unease. Uchiha Shursui softly concurred, indeed, it appears we must construct a new palace. In the midst of this scene, tinged with desolation and disorder, a palpable sense of sorrow enveloped the group. After some time, Uchiha Fugaku directed the city guards to address the myriad of chaotic matters within the city. Meanwhile, he summoned his chakra once more, miraculously conjuring a majestic steed. Without hesitation, he mounted the noble horse. The city remains in turmoil. Ensure everything is managed properly. Seek out any survivors. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with an air of authority, his right hand sweeping forcefully through the air. With a flick of the reins, the sound of hooves echoed around him. Like a tempest, Uchiha Fugaku surged towards the refuge outside the city. Upon reaching his destination, his gaze flickered like lightning, swiftly scanning the crowd. It did not take long for him to locate the Royal Yuan army, and among them, he immediately spotted two familiar figures, his beloved ex-wife, Uchiha Mikoto, and his cherished son, Uchiha Sasuke. In that fleeting moment, a wave of relief washed over Uchiha Fugaku's face, and he exhaled a long, deep breath. However, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. He was no longer suited to approach them. After all, within the twisted recesses of his mind, he had willingly offered up his wife and child. Thus, he could only observe from a distance, silently standing there, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He remained, in quiet vigil, safeguarding them from afar. Unbeknownst to many, beneath the mysterious and shadowy depths of the royal palace lay an immense barrier, a vast underground realm radiating an ancient and eerie aura. In this chilling place, Jiraiya found himself ensnared. Suspended by heavy chains, he dangled helplessly, his body swaying. His face was etched with pain and defiance, and his eyes shone with stubborn resolve. Surrounding him was a group of men with grotesque visages, their gazes dark and sinister, as though they had emerged from the very depths of hell. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya endured the torment he faced, akin to the trials of the second son's path, his heart brimming with wrath. If you have the guts, let me down. You wretched fools. Just watch, I will slay you all, Jiraiya bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at those around him. One of the men, with a mocking laugh, sneered, "Ha ha, Jiraiya. Cease your struggles and accept your fate. You are nothing more than our plaything." As Jiraiya writhed against the chains, they rattled ominously. "I, Jiraiya, shall never yield. Just you wait." He shot back defiantly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. The men surrounding him wore wicked, malevolent grins, erupting into laughter that seemed to pierce the very soul, sending chills down one's spine. Among them, a burly man glinted with avarice in his eyes. Gripping a vial tightly in his right hand, he suddenly exerted force, crushing the bottle with a swift motion. The sound of shattering glass resonated clearly in the silence of the space. The vial's contents erupted like a fountain, splattering through the air. The man licked his lips, a repugnant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He fixated his gaze on Jiraiya, who was suspended before him. With an exceedingly lewd tone, he chuckled, "Darling, I'm here." As he spoke, he writhed his body, resembling a loathsome insect. Gradually, he approached Jiraiya, his eyes blazing with insatiable desire. Jiraiya's expression darkened, his anger igniting as he glared at the man, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Stay away from me, you repulsive creature," he shouted, struggling against the chains that bound him. Chapter 53. The chaos in the land of rivers and the land of grass. The land of rivers had devolved into a battlefield. Lu Tian stood there like a cold, merciless deity of war, clad in a black trench coat that billowed in the wind. His stature was tall and resolute. At that moment, he activated his in-release chakra mode, exuding a profoundly sinister aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of darkness. A glint of cold light flickered in his piercing gaze. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed his sword, swift as lightning. With a sharp sound, He accurately pierced a warrior from the land of rivers. The warrior's eyes widened, filled with shock and agony. Lu Tian remained indifferent, his expression as unyielding as stone. He stood there silently, his icy stare fixed upon the scene before him. Gradually, he began to weave a technique. Channeling Yin-release chakra like a gentle stream into the wound inflicted by his sword. In an instant, the warrior's body was ensnared by a malevolent magic. As bizarre and ominous runes of curse seals rapidly manifested upon him. Indeed, this was the unique curse seal that belonged solely to Lu Tian. I have been employing and studying these seals for a long time. They never fail. Lu Tian scoffed, his voice low and filled with a menacing resonance, akin to thunder rumbling in the distance. As he had stated, he had mastered this technique long ago. Over time, his proficiency had grown increasingly refined, and the variety of techniques blossomed like spring blooms after a rain. Do you truly think you can hinder me? A slight smirk graced Lu Tian's lips, a smile laced with derision and disdain. Meanwhile, he retracted his sword and nonchalantly flicked it, the bloodstains dispersing like snowflakes. His movements were imbued with an elegance that was chillingly indifferent, as if he cared not for the world around him. His black cloak, woven from shadowy chakra, billowed in the wind, producing a haunting rustle that seemed to proclaim his invincibility to the world. Experience the seal I have meticulously researched. You shall all become my puppets. Lu Tian laughed boisterously, his mirth wild and unrestrained, echoing through the skies of the land of rivers. Those who heard him shuddered in fear, a chill creeping over them. The other warriors of the land of rivers wore expressions of terror as they beheld their comrade, tormented by the seal, writhing in agony. Their eyes reflected profound reverence. At that moment, the land of rivers appeared shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, thick and oppressive, evoking a sense of despair. I warn you, Lu Tian's voice thundered, cold and formidable, exuding an aura of intimidation. He raised his hand once more, effortlessly marking another warrior with the seal. His advancing army surged like a tidal wave, crashing through the battlefield, overwhelming the warriors and ninjas of the land of rivers who were powerless to resist the onslaught. They were captured one after another, brutally bound. Lu Tian stood, gazing at the distant, majestic capital of the land of rivers. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra, amplifying his voice like rolling thunder. Surrender at once, or I shall mark you all with the seal. He bellowed, his face a mask of arrogance and dominance. I offer you a path of retreat. There is still time to yield, but do not delay. As he spoke, he raised his sword high, in the dying light of the setting sun. The blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance, foretelling the brutality to come. Time was slipping away. The sky darkened, as if drenched in ink. Orochimaru and his two companions stepped onto the territory of the land of grass, their strides resolute and steady, advancing toward the stronghold of the grass ninjas and warriors. Their presence heralded an impending tempest. Soon, the clash of battle would erupt. A glint of malice flickered in Orochimaru's cold gaze as he unhesitatingly unleashed his signature wind release. Great breakthrough. With swift hand seals, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a powerful gust of air that roared forth like a ferocious tornado, sweeping ahead with unmatched force. Dust and debris flew in its wake, and everything in the vicinity was shattered by the ferocity of the gale. Many hastily erected structures crumbled under the relentless assault, collapsing like fragile cards. In an instant, swept away mercilessly, it continued to tumble through the air before ultimately vanishing from sight. Amidst the chaos, Asuma Sarutobi's expression grew grave, his mouth slightly agape. He suddenly exhaled a plume of gray dust. This dust was no ordinary debris. It appeared to possess its own vitality and strength. Rapidly spreading through the air, it coalesced into a hazy, grayish mist. This mist exuded a peculiar texture, seemingly imbued with some enigmatic energy, and exhibited a certain stickiness and persistent burning sensation. It was capable of interfering with and inflicting harm upon enemies who dared to tread within its confines, ensnaring them in a quagmire of disarray. The surviving ninjas and warriors were engulfed in confusion. Yet, the assault had not ceased. Asuma Sarutobi once more unleashed his signature ninjutsu. Drawing a deep breath, he forcefully expelled a torrent of scorching ash forward. The cloud of ash resembled a blazing fireball, hurtling forth with terrifying heat. Wherever the ash traveled, foes were met with unbearable thermal agony. After a spell, a fierce glint flashed in Asuma's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a tremendous explosion, the ash erupting into a colossal conflagration. Flames soared skyward, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Haha, let me entertain you further. came Orochimaru's sinister voice, his lips curling into a chilling, ghastly smile. His elongated eyes narrowed into slits, exuding an air of endless malevolence. Abruptly, he opened his cavernous mouth, resembling a terrifying gateway. With a hiss, countless serpents surged forth like a tidal wave from his maw. The snakes writhed with their slender, slick bodies, attacking the already chaotic battlefield with astonishing speed. The sky seemed to darken further in response to this sudden and horrific spectacle, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Facing the onslaught of serpents, the grass ninjas and warriors displayed expressions of sheer terror. Their eyes widened in despair and fear. Cries of agony echoed as they struggled futilely against the relentless assault of the serpents, ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood aside, reveling in the chaos, his twisted visage brimming with pride and arrogance. Chapter 54. The Akatsuki organization actively undertakes missions in the Land of Birds, westward from the Land of Rain. The night enveloped the land like a vast black curtain. Beneath the dim glow of the moon, two figures clad in red cloud and black robes moved stealthily. They were none other than Kakuzu and Sasori. Prior to this, Pain had solemnly entrusted them with a task. It was revealed that the Land of Bears had employed the Akatsuki organization, requesting them to unleash their destructive capabilities within the Land of Birds. Kakuzu's expression was one of indifference, as though nothing in the world could stir his emotions. He walked ahead with steady and resolute strides, his red cloud robe billowing gently in the night breeze, seemingly narrating his untamed spirit and cold demeanor. Sasori, on the other hand, quietly concealed himself within the massive Hiriko puppet, crawling at a leisurely pace behind Kakuzu. The shell of Hiriko scraped against the ground, producing a series of faint yet irksome friction sounds. "Hey, Sasori." Kakuzu suddenly halted, turning around. His furrowed brow resembled two intertwined centipedes. With a face full of impatience, he exclaimed, "Can't you stand up and walk? Look at your sluggish pace. It's south enough to drive anyone mad." His gaze unabashedly revealed a hint of disdain and dissatisfaction. As he spoke, his mouth opened and closed rapidly, the muscles in his face twitching slightly in a struggle to contain his rising ire. Yet Sasori, ensconced within the Hiriko puppet, appeared utterly unfazed by Kakuzu's words. He continued his slow crawl, seemingly oblivious to Kakuzu's reprimand. Suddenly, without warning, he launched an attack. The Hiriko erupted like a wild beast provoked to fury, exuding an astonishing aura. In an instant, it whipped its metallic tail, glimmering with a chilling light, with breathtaking speed. The tail struck through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, akin to a deathly whip. Like a bolt of lightning, it surged towards Kakuzu with an unstoppable force. Observing this, Kakuzu's expression darkened instantly, as if clouds had gathered ominously overhead. His reflexes were as swift as lightning. He propelled himself off the ground with powerful, rapid strides. In a daring maneuver, he leaped upward, narrowly evading the fierce attack. His form was remarkably agile in the air, his feet slightly curled, and his face reflected an expression of utmost gravity. "Sasori, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Upon landing, Kakuzu furrowed his brow tightly, angrily chiding. "I merely pointed out that you walk too slowly. I want to wait for you." Meanwhile, in the Land of Grass, a thick haze of smoke enveloped the surroundings, with scorching dust swirling in the air. Asuma Saratobi stood there, poised amidst the chaos. His gaze revealed a hint of determination. With a sudden clench of his teeth, he ignited the flame. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, smoke and dust erupted once more, obscuring the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. In an instant, all those on the battlefield were reduced to mere flesh in the wake of the violent blast. Meanwhile, Asuma's mind wandered, lost in thought. I wonder how you are faring now. Are you happy with your master?" His face was etched with longing and concern. His brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes sparkled with a complex light. On the other side, Orochimaru summoned a colossal yellow serpent. The great snake opened its gaping maw, greedily devouring the half-cooked corpses on the battlefield. Orochimaru's elongated eyes glanced at Asuma, and he coldly remarked, "Hey, Asuma, don't get distracted. If someone were to seize the opportunity to ambush, you'd be finished." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly produced a soldier pill, flicking it with his bony finger. The pill shot towards Naruto Uzumaki's mouth like a speeding bullet. Without hesitation, Naruto opened wide and swallowed the soldier pill whole. Resembling a well-trained dog, he smacked his lips in anticipation and eagerly asked, "Uncle Orochimaru, is there more to eat?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a hint of eagerness graced his face as he licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. Orochimaru's shadowy eyes fixated intently on Naruto, and memories of Minato Namikaze involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as he had once been a rival. Though he was not particularly obsessed with the position of Hokage, the sting of his defeat lingered within him, leaving a sense of unresolved frustration. Slowly, Orochimaru extended his hand, gently stroking Naruto's head, akin to caressing a docile pet. A faint smirk played upon his lips as he mockingly asked, "Do you wish for more?" With that, he once again flicked out another soldier pill at an astonishing speed. Naruto, exhilarated, leaped up with his mouth wide open, perfectly swallowing the pill. Orochimaru's face broke into a peculiar yet triumphant smile, and he emitted a strange cackling laugh. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Naruto's head tightly, resembling someone playing with a beloved pet. As he tousled Naruto's hair, he incessantly murmured, "Such a good boy. Such a good boy." At that moment, the air around them seemed to twist unnaturally due to Orochimaru's bizarre actions, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. "Orochimaru-sensei, let us depart." Asuma Sarutobi shouted loudly, striding forward with a hint of irritation etched across his face. The night was shrouded in darkness, mirroring his troubled mood. Approaching, Asuma raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick toward Naruto Uzumaki. The force was restrained, causing Naruto to stumble precariously, almost losing his balance. Teeth clenched, Asuma's eyes flickered with fury. He had never assumed the role of a teacher before. His demeanor diverged from the archetype portrayed in comics. In a fit of rage, he unleashed all his pent-up frustrations upon the innocent child, Naruto. With a menacing glare directed at him, he barked, "Behave yourself." He then turned to face Orochimaru, donning a mask of respect as he said, "Orochimaru-senpai, let us depart swiftly." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the scene unfold with a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He spoke languidly, "Asuma, such impatience is unwise. You have interrupted my amusement." His voice dripped with an unsettling chill, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. Asuma quickly bowed his head, somewhat flustered, and replied, "I apologize, Orochimaru-senpai. I merely feel we are wasting too much time here." Orochimaru scoffed lightly, remarking, "Humph, the youth cannot contain their restlessness." He cast another inscrutable glance at Naruto, adding, "Let us proceed, for time is of the essence." With that, Orochimaru took a step forward, prompting Asuma to hastily follow suit, though he frequently glanced back, casting a scowl at the still-dazed Naruto. Chapter 55. The Battle of Lutien against the leader of the Hidden River Village the following day, as dawn broke. Sunlight cascaded like golden threads upon the estate of the feudal lord in the Land of Rivers. The majestic structure, bathed in sunlight, appeared to don a cloak of golden splendor. Rays filtered through the lofty eaves, casting dappled reflections upon the stone floor, enhancing the aura of mystery and authority. Standing tall as a pine, Lutien took his position in the center of the estate's courtyard. A triumphant smile graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with the light of a victor. He gazed down at the leader of the Hidden River Village and the despondent feudal lord, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "Did you ever imagine? When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who reaps the rewards." Lutien's voice was sharp and clear. The feudal lord's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lutien, spewing a torrent of vile curses. You scoundrel! Even in death, I shall not spare you." His voice trembled with fury, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up wrath. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hidden River Village, whose face was usually calm and composed, now bore the stormy countenance of impending turmoil. His teeth ground together audibly, as if he were trying to consolidate all his anger into that single moment. The fierce glint in his eyes resembled a sharp blade, piercing directly towards Lutien, as if intent on devouring him whole. Suddenly, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Each movement was as rapid as a tempest, dazzling to behold. In an instant, he unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Lutien trembled violently, as if torn apart by an invisible force. In the next moment, the earth transformed into a mass of soft soil, surging forth like a violent torrent, raising waves of mud in an attempt to forcibly sweep Lutien away. The leader of Chuanin Village, having landed a successful strike, did not pause for a moment. His hands danced once more with haste. He executed the water release, exploding water colliding waves. A tremendous torrent gushed from his mouth, its pressure overwhelming, akin to a dam bursting. The water intertwined with the soil, rapidly forming colossal mudslides, laden with numerous stones. Like a rampaging dragon, they roared with deafening thunder, charging towards Lu Tian with unstoppable force. In the face of this surging mudslide, Lu Tian remained remarkably composed. He stood his ground, his feet seemingly rooted deep within the soft earth, as if he had fused with the very land itself. With a disdainful snort, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, mocking the impending assault. Just as the mudslide coalesced, about to strike Lu Tian, he abruptly activated his Yin release chakra mode. A powerful surge of Yin release chakra erupted from within him, enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Lu Tian appeared to don an ebony battle attire, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance, as if forged from the depths of the underworld. He unfurled the 4 wings from his back with a sudden flourish. These wings, vast and obsidian, emanated a piercing aura. With a mighty flap, he soared into the air like a released arrow, ascending towards the heavens with ease. Effortlessly, he evaded the subsequent ferocious mudslides, as if dancing with the forces of nature. At that moment, Lu Tian resembled a majestic black eagle, soaring amidst the storm. He gazed down upon everything below, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. He appeared as a sovereign in command of all, capable of deftly navigating any adversity. The leader of Chuanin village and his followers could only look up, their hearts heavy with shock and fear, as they beheld Lu Tian's elevated form. "Since you are so ungrateful, allow me to escort you to where you belong." A cold light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. In an instant, a sphere resembling a black hole coalesced in his palm, a vortex seemingly devouring all. With a swift motion, he hurled the dark sphere into the air, watching as it rapidly expanded. A terrifying force was unleashed, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. In an instant, everything in the Great Ming Prefecture was drawn into this power, all being absorbed into Lu Tian's realm of paradise. The entire area seemed to be torn apart, ultimately forming a colossal pit, resembling a gaping wound in the earth, both grotesque and fearsome. Yet amidst this chaos, a figure flickered, swiftly burrowing underground. He attempted to escape this dreadful place via the subterranean river. Leader of Chuanin village? As the leader, how can you lack such resolve? Thinking only of your own survival? Why not fight me to the bitter end? Lu Tian remarked with a cold smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the chakra in his hand coalesced into a black spear, its tip glimmering with a fierce light, akin to a fisherman's fork piercing the waters. With a mighty throw, the spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, elongating in the air as if it aimed to penetrate the very earth itself. It accurately struck the leader of Chuanin village beneath the surface. Has the battle concluded? Has your majesty captured the leader of Chuanin village? Just as the crowd believed the leader had been impaled by the spear, a new development emerged. The ground trembled violently, and a massive figure erupted from the earth. It was the leader of Chuanin village, now transformed into a colossal mud and stone giant. The thick clumps of earth and rock appeared menacing and terrifying. He swung his enormous arms, lunging fiercely at Lu Tian. Those arms seemed capable of tearing everything asunder, imbued with boundless might and power. Lu Tian's expression grew serious. He recognized that the leader of Chuanin village was no weakling. "You wish to slay me? Let us see if you possess the capability." Lu Tian's eyes glinted with a fierce light, as if he intended to consume the very world itself. He inhaled sharply, his figure instantly dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from sight. The air was thick with tension and an aura of impending doom. Like a specter, Lu Tian suddenly materialized behind the leader of Chuanin village. His form was agile, his movements grand and powerful, exuding strength and authority. With his fists clenched tightly, muscles taut and veins bulging, Lu Tian delivered a thunderous punch towards the giant's massive head. As his fist passed through the air, it seemed to tear the very atmosphere apart. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled as if the heavens themselves quaked. The leader of Chuanin village wobbled slightly under the force of the blow, clearly having endured a tremendous impact. The entire capital of the land of rivers quaked under this overwhelming force, as if it could not withstand such terror. Buildings shook, the ground cracked, and people screamed in horror, scattering in all directions. The leader of Chuanin village let out a thunderous roar, reverberating with the might of a tempest. As his massive form abruptly turned around, before Lu Tian, the immense eyes blazed with fury, akin to a consuming flame, threatening to incinerate all in its path. The chieftain of Chuanin village brandished his colossal arms, reminiscent of mountains, exuding boundless might as he launched a fierce assault against Lu Tian once more. Fragments of debris swirled through the air, swiftly coalescing into terrifying tempests that swept across the entire capital of Chuan. Yet, in that very moment, a shocking event unfolded. The seemingly indomitable mudslide giant now resembled an ancient stone tablet, eroded by the passage of time. Numerous fissures marred its surface, spreading like a spider's web and fragmenting its form into disjointed pieces. Observing this, Lu Tian's eyes glinted with derision. In an instant, he appeared before the chieftain, fists clenched, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to the already shattered giant. With a resounding crash, the very heavens seemed to tremble. Under the weight of such formidable force, the mudslide giant collapsed entirely, disintegrating into a heap of rubble and soil. Lu Tian seized the chieftain by the neck, lifting him high. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, a smirk playing upon his lips. Coldly, he uttered, "You wish to live, do you not? Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Will you seize it? Then grasp it well." The chieftain, intimidated by Lu Tian's overwhelming presence, felt a flicker of terror. Trembling, he stammered, "What do you want? What is your intention?" Lu Tian's smile deepened, his eyes glinting with mockery. "At your age, have you married? Let me see your wife. Do you have a daughter? A niece? Surely, there are young women in your household?" The chieftain's face flushed with embarrassment as he stuttered, I have none of what you speak of." Upon hearing this, a profound disappointment and disdain flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. He regarded the chieftain with utter disillusionment. Beneath his furrowed brow, his sharp gaze shimmered with an icy light, as if capable of penetrating the very soul. Alas, how unfortunate! Such a pity, Lu Tian sighed softly, a sardonic smile curving his lips. "I had hoped to find some amusement in you." His stare bore into the chieftain, his voice as frigid as the winter wind. "It appears you are utterly devoid of even that utility. Thus, you are of no further use to me." Without hesitation, Lu Tian inwardly commanded, "System, retrieve all those within the blessed realm and those in my possession." An unseen force enveloped the individuals within the realm, and they vanished in an instant. Only an expanse of emptiness remained, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. Lu Tian acquired a considerable amount of system points, and a satisfied smile graced his lips as he gently applauded, celebrating his own decision. The soldiers' cheers echoed in waves. Their eyes filled with admiration as they directed their gazes towards Lu Tian, turning to face the jubilant warriors of the great Han Empire. A radiant joy of victory illuminated his countenance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tian proclaimed with resounding fervor, "Warriors, we are victorious. The kingdom of Chuan has fallen." With a hairstyle parted down the middle, Uchiha Tiehu resembled a fierce gale cutting through the air. He approached Lu Tian with formidable presence, each stride perfectly in tune with the rhythm of time, both agile and graceful. Sunlight cascaded upon his resolute visage, reflecting the steadfast light that sparkled in his eyes. "Long live your majesty. News has reached us from the homeland. The traitor Abito dares to openly challenge your authority and has attacked our capital." Uchiha Tiehu knelt on one knee, hands clenched tightly. His voice resonated with strength, akin to the clash of iron and stone, as he declared, "The palace has been reduced to ruins by wood release techniques, leaving devastation in its wake." Lu Tian lifted his gaze slightly, a glint of icy determination flickering in his eyes, as if it could freeze the very air around him. He regarded Tiehu calmly, though his voice was not raised. It exuded boundless authority and confidence. "It matters not. I was already aware of this," he replied, his words imbued with a serene composure, as if nothing in this world could sway his resolve. Lu Tian's gaze shifted to a figure not far away, Uchiha Inawo, a man with flowing hair, standing tall under the sun, casting a slender shadow that accentuated his stature. His eyes were profound and sharp, as if they could perceive all the secrets of the world. "Inawo, it is time to demonstrate your capabilities. I command you to immediately depart and capture all young men from the kingdom of Chuan and bring them to the concentration camp." Lu Tian approached Inawo slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "I intend to completely eradicate the living forces of the kingdom of Chuan, ensuring they can never pose a threat to us again." Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in Uchiha Inawo's eyes. He straightened his back sharply, bowing respectfully, his voice booming and resolute. "As you command, your majesty. Inawo shall exert every effort to meet your expectations." Several dozen minutes later, Lu Tian strode steadily into a vast encampment. It resembled a treasure trove, filled with innumerable precious items collected from the capital of the kingdom of Chuan, gleaming enticingly. Sunlight filtered through the seams of the tents, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the array of treasures. Lu Tian's gaze slowly swept across this bounty, as if he could perceive the stories hidden behind each item. Not far away stood a robust figure, Uchiha Nyosho. He was busily directing his subordinates to organize the spoils of war. Upon the arrival of Lu Tian, he immediately ceased his tasks and approached with utmost respect. The gleam of astuteness flickered in Uchiha Nyosho's eyes. He paid his respects to Lu Tian and said, "Your Majesty, all the spoils have been collected. How shall we proceed with the treasures?" Lu Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He replied calmly, "Since everything has been gathered, let us adhere to the established protocol. These treasures shall be distributed among the troops, while the remainder will be sealed for future use." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight passed through Uchiha Nyosho's eyes. He promptly bowed and responded in a resounding voice, "As you command, Your Majesty. We shall ensure the proper handling of these spoils, living up to your expectations." With Uchiha Nyosho's departure, the camp once again buzzed with activity. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Uchiha Daohua appeared before Lu Tian in a flash, his face bearing signs of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He bowed to Lu Tian, pride resonating in his voice. "Your Majesty, the mission has been accomplished. All the young men of the land of Chuan have been successfully brought to the concentration camp." Lu Tian nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his features. He turned towards the direction of the camp, followed closely by Uchiha Daohua and a cadre of loyal guards. Chapter 57. The discovery of Bailuhu and Gyalyuo. The makeshift concentration camp was abuzz with activity. Tens of thousands of men from the land of Chuan were imprisoned here, their faces etched with terror and unease. Lu Tian entered the camp, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within him. Each of these men from the land of Chuan poses a potential threat. To eliminate future troubles, they must all be reclaimed. As he pondered, he clenched his fists, a steely resolve flashing in his eyes. In his heart, he mused, "These little lives are utterly detestable. Let them all transform into system points." As he issued the command to the system, an imperceptible wave spread through the crowd. Those once filled with fear and anxiety seemed to be drawn by an irresistible force. Their forms began to blur, as if gradually dissolving into the air. The system's feedback arrived in an instant, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky, awakening joy within him. A torrent of system points surged into his account, filling him with profound satisfaction and delight. Lu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, a flicker of contentment in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw every ounce of joy into his being. Yet, he was not content with the status quo. Lu Tian swiftly accessed the system interface, allocating all his system points to his comprehension. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his soul had once again transcended. His thoughts raced with extraordinary speed. Lu Tian keenly detected an unusual fluctuation in the air. He quickly turned, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. His focus locked onto a particular direction, where a secret of unspeakable nature seemed to lurk. There, he spotted something resembling a Venus flytrap. Its eerie form sent a shiver down his spine. Lu Tian immediately sensed a hint of danger. In a swift motion, he relocated to another position. Just as he did, a powerful wave emanated from his previous location. Upon his arrival, he found the area utterly deserted. Clearly, someone had already fled the scene. Could it be Baiju? That form resembling a flytrap. I cannot be mistaken. It has to be that fellow. Anger flickered across Lu Tian's face, his teeth clenched. He was acutely aware that the presence of such beings was an incessant nuisance, posing a significant threat to his plans. After a moment of contemplation, he struck the nearby tree with a forceful punch. The trunk splintered instantly. A figure, entirely clad in white, was seized from the crack. The individual struggled to escape, but Lu Tian firmly grasped his neck. It was none other than a manifestation of Baiju. The being writhed in an attempt to break free from Lu Tian's grip, but the disparity in strength rendered it helpless. Lu Tian regarded it coldly, stating, "Indeed, there is something here. However, the crucial entity has managed to flee." Without hesitation, he snapped the neck of the Baiju manifestation, eradicating it entirely. He then commanded the system to extract cells from the manifestation's body, transforming them into a concentrated essence. Gazing at the large test tube filled with the essence in his hand, excitement glimmered in his eyes. Cells of the chakra god tree? This is quite a splendid material. It appears this encounter was not in vain. Lu Tian's perception was akin to that of a radar, continuously scanning his surroundings for hidden threats. In an instant, his senses captured another unusual fluctuation emanating from the opposite end of the forest. His eyes narrowed. In a flash, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself at the forest's edge, his gaze fixed upon a white-haired man wrapped in bandages. The man seemed to sense Lu Tian's presence. He trembled slightly but quickly regained his composure. He raised his gaze towards Lu Tian, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by madness. Lu Tian regarded him coldly, a faint, sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. The forbidden technique, Ninja by Luo? I never anticipated crossing paths with you here. Your forbidden art, Ghost Bud Luo, piques my interest. I shall graciously accept it. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, a hint of panic crossed by Luo's visage. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, shouting fervently, you wish to possess my forbidden technique? Then merge with me. Become my power. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Luhu swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, several uniquely shaped ninja beasts were summoned forth, roaring as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Bai Luhu's form flickered, rapidly merging with these beasts. The resultant Bai Luhu appeared as a grotesque chimera, a nightmarish amalgamation. His body twisted and warped, neither human nor demon, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. Tentacle-like limbs writhed in the air, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire forest. A surge of dark power erupted from him, akin to a tempest of black whirlwinds, rushing towards Lu Tian. Observing this, a glint of coldness appeared in Lu Tian's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed. His figure moved with the grace of a specter, effortlessly evading Bai Luo's onslaught. With a mocking laugh, Lu Tian vanished once more, only to reappear behind Bai Luo. He launched a powerful punch, his fist aglow with brilliant light, as though it contained boundless strength. With a resounding crash, the force collided fiercely with Bai Luo's form. Bai Luo soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself grievously wounded by the overwhelming force. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. Bai Luo lifted his gaze towards Lu Tian, his eyes filled with dread and disbelief. How is this possible? How can you possess such immense power? Lu Tian regarded him with an icy stare, his expression devoid of any tumult. In the face of absolute strength, all forbidden techniques are futile. Bai Luo, I shall claim your ghost Bud Luo, and you shall cease to exist. Suddenly, Lu Tian's hands emanated a profound black energy, resembling a black hole in the night sky, consuming all surrounding light. This energy was potent and enigmatic, inducing an involuntary shiver in Bai Luo's heart. He launched an offensive with both hands, his strikes fierce and unyielding, as if to tear apart the very fabric of space. Bai Luo, sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations, wore a visage of terror. He attempted to rise, but that force had him firmly ensnared. Helplessly, he watched as the wave of energy surged towards him. His heart filled with despair. Biliu's body was instantly struck by this force, rendering him akin to a vegetative state. He collapsed onto the ground, while the surrounding trees swayed precariously under the influence of the energy wave, as if they might topple at any moment. Chapter 58. Lu Tian's fierce battle with Uchiha Hannya. Through the meticulous extraction of the system, Lu Tian ultimately succeeded in obtaining the forbidden technique, Ghost Bud Luo. Yet, at that very moment, an eerie echo resonated within his mind. Return my body to me, you vile fiend from beyond. I, Uchiha Hannya, shall never yield to you. The voice was imbued with fury and defiance, as if it sought to rend Lu Tian's very soul. Furrowing his brow, Lu Tian forcefully tapped his head, attempting to dispel the strange voice. However, it only grew clearer, demanding his attention. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a formidable power of yin-yang release. Before him, a shadowy figure gradually materialized, swiftly transforming into a complete human form. This was the body Lu Tian had conjured using yin-yang release, a flawless vessel. He carefully extracted the precious sap of the divine tree, gently infusing it into this new body. With his hands firmly gripping the head of the new form, he concentrated intently on guiding the amalgamation of the divine tree sap in the body. At that moment, a wave of intense dizziness surged forth, crashing against Lu Tian's nerves. His body involuntarily swayed, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, completing the final steps. As Lu Tian fell, the new body slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were extraordinary, revealing a pair of purple Rinnegan with 6 tomo. They shimmered with a mysterious and profound light, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. Haha, I have indeed succeeded, Lu Tian exclaimed with elation, his face radiating an unmistakable excitement and pride. Sage body, sage eyes. Is this the bloodline limit? Remarkable. Just as he reveled in the joy of his achievement, an unforeseen circumstance unfolded. The body of Uchiha Hanya, which should have succumbed to silence, gradually opened its eyes as well. Those eyes brimmed with hostility and vigilance, seemingly poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Uchiha Hanya struggled to sit upright, his gaze fixated intensely on Lu Tian's new body. His complexion was pale and grotesque, as if he were enduring immense agony and torment. Yet, his eyes were resolute and unwavering, filled with loathing and animosity towards Lu Tian. You vile fiend from beyond. Uchiha Hanya rasped, his voice hoarse and trembling. I have reclaimed my body. Prepare to meet your demise. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Lu Tian displayed not a trace of panic. In stark contrast, his gaze shimmered with calmness and confidence. He inhaled deeply, instantly entering the sage mode of the 6 paths. The transformation in his aura was nothing short of revolutionary. At that moment, Lu Tian donned a form-fitting black robe, seemingly merging with the shadows. 9 orbs of truth floated behind him, rotating slowly, as if imbued with boundless mysteries and power. Uchiha Hanya, do you believe you can escape my grasp? Did you think I would remain unguarded? Lu Tian uttered coldly, his voice emanating an undeniable authority. The 9 orbs behind him simultaneously emitted a blinding black radiance, transforming into sharp, piercing beams that surged towards Uchiha Hanya. These beams traced brilliant arcs through the air, as if intent on piercing Uchiha Hanya's very being. Yet, Uchiha Hanya was no ordinary adversary. In a flash, he vanished from sight, causing the beams to strike nothing but air, erupting with a shrill sound of displacement. In the next instant, Uchiha Hanya materialized behind Lu Tian, his hands gathering chakra, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, Lu Tian appeared to have anticipated this move. With a swift motion, he too vanished, reappearing behind Uchiha Hanya. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding bang, Lu Tian's fist collided forcefully with Uchiha Hanya's body, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that reverberated through the air, causing it to hum ominously. Uchiha Hanya was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself ensnared by an invisible force. It was the orbs of truth, manifesting as shackles upon Uchiha Hanya. Lu Tian approached Uchiha Hanya with deliberate slowness, looking down upon him with disdain and mockery evident in his eyes. Do you truly believe my rudimentary techniques hold any sway over me? Ultimately, your understanding of chakra and martial arts is woefully shallow. Rudimentary? You dare refer to us, the inhabitants of this land, in such a manner? Anger flickered in Uchiha Hanya's eyes as he struggled to stand, his voice resolute. You are indeed a malevolent entity from beyond, having never genuinely respected this land or its people. Lu Tian chuckled coldly, unmoved by Uchiha Hanya's fury. Extending a finger, he gently touched the air, as if gathering some enigmatic force. Suddenly, he thrust it forward, his fingertip striking precisely at Uchiha Hanya's forehead. A surge of potent chakra coursed into Uchiha Hanya's body, binding him tightly. Under the influence of this overwhelming power, Uchiha Hanya's form seemed to lose all vitality. His entire being had become rigid. Just as Uchiha Hanya was on the verge of losing all ability to resist, a remarkable transformation occurred within him. The Manjiki Sharingan Susanoo. The entire forest was instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of Susanoo, replaced by the towering figure of a giant over 200 meters tall. This colossal being was clad in heavy armor and wielded a massive sword, exuding both majesty and terror. Uchiha Hanya materialized at the center of Susanoo's forehead, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. Faced with his former self and such a formidable adversary, Lu Tian gasped in disbelief as his body rapidly expanded. The power of the Dharma realm surged violently within him, transforming him into a giant exceeding 900 meters in height. Lu Tian extended his enormous palm, firmly grasping Uchiha Hanya's Susanoo. With immense force, he relentlessly crushed the diminutive giant, each impact accompanied by a deafening roar and intense tremors, as if even the heavens and earth were quaking in response. Embrace your demise, you wretched being that disrupts my peace, Lu Tian bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder across the skies. He intensified his grip, continuing to mercilessly crush Susanoo. Under Lu Tian's overwhelming might, Cracks began to form in Susanu's armor. Although Uchiha Kanya exerted every ounce of strength to resist, he appeared so small and helpless in the face of this force. After a few agonizing seconds of struggle, Susanoo shattered under Lu Tian's unstoppable power, swiftly disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Uchiha Kanya's body plummeted to the ground, landing heavily. He struggled to rise, but his body had sustained grave injuries, rendering him immobile. Having subdued Uchiha Kanya, Lu Tian's figure rapidly diminished, returning to his original appearance. He slowly bent down, his hands gripping Uchiha Kanya's neck like iron pincers. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into silence, with only Lu Tian's cold and resolute voice echoing. You should have perished long ago. Chapter 59. The Inyang Duplicate's Journey to Various Nations. Uchiha Kanya was nearly suffocated by Lu Tian's grip. He laboriously lifted his head to meet Lu Tian's indifferent and profound gaze. The anger and resentment in his eyes intertwined, ultimately giving rise to an indescribable despair. Lu Tian continued, "Had it not been for me, you would have been slain by Uchiha Itachi long ago. I saved your life. Yet you show no gratitude and seek to kill me. Thus, I shall now reclaim your life." As he spoke, Lu Tian once again tightened his grip. A deep bruise immediately appeared on Uchiha Kanya's neck. He sensed his life slipping away rapidly, yet he was powerless to resist. The air around seemed to solidify, with only Lu Tian's indifferent voice echoing incessantly. Uchiha Hanya's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his eyes filled with despair. He understood that his demise was likely imminent today. Yet, a flicker of reluctance and fury lingered within him. He could not fathom why he had met such a fate. "System, are you still there? Retrieve him for me." Lu Tian thundered in his mind, his voice reverberating like thunderclaps in his consciousness. But all that responded to him was an eerie silence. The system appeared to have vanished, offering no reaction whatsoever. Lu Tian furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion and unease gracing his features. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within, he called out again, "System, are you still there? I require your power. Bring him back." Still, there was no response. Lu Tian realized a crucial truth. The system seemed tethered solely to his original body, and now that he had swapped bodies, the connection was severed. It appeared the system was bound to this new form. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. A glint of resolve flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He no longer placed hope in the system, but instead prepared to take matters into his own hands. With increasing intensity, he channeled chakra into his palms, culminating in a formidable surge of power. A visible radiance of chakra burst forth, accompanied by a sharp crack. Under the might of Lu Tian's chakra, Uchiha Hanya's neck was instantaneously crushed. His head separated from his torso, rolling a distance across the ground, as blood gushed forth, staining the earth crimson. As Lu Tian gazed upon the headless corpse sprawled on the ground, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. He was finally liberated. This most troublesome foe, who had incessantly tormented him, had at long last been vanquished by his own hand. He threw his head back and howled in ecstasy, his voice brimming with joy and madness. "Marvelous! I am finally freed. Ha ha ha!" His laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, as if to release all his worries and anguish into the ether. The ominous clouds above began to dissipate, revealing brilliant sunlight. Lu Tian clapped his hands suddenly. His figure, like an apparition, began to fragment. Numerous clones emerged from his being, a testament to his pride in the Inyang release, clone technique. These clones, akin to wraiths awakening from a dream, ascended silently into the sky, soaring heavenward. They pierced through the dense clouds, ultimately reaching the stratosphere. There, they scattered like dandelion seeds across the vast expanse of the sky, each heading towards the various nations of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's true self remained grounded. Gazing upward with a determined expression, he inhaled deeply, as if to absorb the very essence of the universe into himself. His voice thundered like a resounding clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the land of rivers. With his roar, a formidable chakra erupted from his being, surging forth like an unstoppable flood. This chakra swiftly disseminated his voice, echoing across the entire territory. Every inch of land, every tree, every river seemed to resonate with the existence of this immense power. "Ina, Tetsu, come forth to meet me." Lu Tian's voice was imbued with authority and might. At his command, a searing black flame erupted from his form, as if intent on incinerating the very heavens and earth. The intertwining of this chakra fire with natural energy culminated in a unique force, evoking an unprecedented sense of awe and oppression. Minutes later, two figures raced towards him like the wind, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu. They halted, breathless, their gazes fixed upon the towering figure of Lu Tian. In that moment, Lu Tian was no longer the familiar figure they had known. His new form was tall and slender, seemingly infused with boundless energy. The sinister aura irradiating from him instilled a chilling fear, yet was accompanied by an ineffable majesty. Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise and trepidation passing between them. Though they were aware of Lu Tian's strength, the current presence of Lu Tian enveloped them in an unprecedented sense of pressure. Lu Tian turned to face the two members of the Uchiha clan. I have transcended to a new realm. This is the level of power akin to that of the legendary sage of six paths. This is the essence of true strength. A faint smile graced his face. He extended a hand toward them, beckoning, "Come here, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu revealed expressions of astonishment. They were aware of Lu Tian's relentless pursuit of greater power, yet they had not anticipated that he would truly reach such heights. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately resolved to trust Lu Tian. Cautiously, they approached him, ready to receive his gift of enlightenment. Lu Tian began to summon the chakra within him. Waves of potent energy manifested in his hands, flowing through the air as if tangible. As Lu Tian moved, an overwhelming force surged forth like a torrential current, enveloping Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu in an instant. Their bodies trembled under the impact of this force, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, they gritted their teeth, resolutely holding on. Their hands clenched tightly, their eyes shimmering with determination. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They understood that this was a boon bestowed upon them by Lord Lu Tian. This power was the very essence of their deepest aspirations, the strength they had longed for. They shall not relent. They will persevere until they have fully absorbed this formidable power. Throughout this transmission of skill, Lu Tian's expression grew increasingly grave. His brows furrowed as if engaged in a profound communion with an enigmatic force. The air around him began to swirl, rapidly forming delicate vortices. These vortices were infused with boundless energy, as though they sought to consume everything in their path. Under Lu Tian's guidance, this energy flowed obediently into the bodies of Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Taehyuo. As the transmission concluded, a powerful aura erupted from the two Uchiha clan members, transforming their physiques as if they had been reborn. Every cell within them brimmed with vigor. Their gazes sharpened and deepened, as if they could pierce through all illusions. Lu Tian regarded the two Uchiha kin before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face, a smile that conveyed both gratitude and pride. He patted their shoulders and proclaimed, "Excellent. You have successfully received my power. Go forth. Use this strength to conquer the ninja world. Let all know the might of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Taehyuo nodded eagerly, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 60. Lu Tian's destruction of the ninja countries in the tranquil lands of the Land of Grass. Lu Tian's Yin-Yang doppelganger had silently arrived. He found himself amidst a dense forest, his gaze penetrating the layers of foliage to distant figures, including Orochimaru. Lu Tian stepped forth from the woods, his strides steady and powerful, each footfall seeming to resonate through the very fabric of time. Approaching Orochimaru, his eyes radiated an undeniable authority. "Little serpent," he began, a cold smirk gracing his lips, "your covert mission ends here. I shall now initiate the fourth great ninja war in its entirety." A flicker of dread crossed Orochimaru's eyes. He had never encountered Lu Tian's demeanor so frigid. It was as if he stood before a volcano on the brink of eruption, teeming with cataclysmic power. "Yes, my lord." Orochimaru bowed his head, responding with reverence. He realized he could not oppose Lu Tian's will and could only comply with his commands. As Lu Tian declared, he was set to unleash the fourth great ninja war, and his first target was the Land of Grass. He led Orochimaru and the other two towards the capital. In that bustling metropolis, the streets thrummed with life. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility lay the tempest that was about to erupt. Lu Tian, accompanied by his three companions, stealthily approached the heart of the city, his gaze scanning the surrounding structures and throngs of people, already devising a plan in his mind. He turned around to face Orochimaru and the others, stating, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, is indeed quite obedient. I can spare his life, but he must serve my purposes." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and the others were taken aback. A hint of amusement flickered across Lu Tian's face, as if he were savoring the drama about to unfold. Slowly, he raised his hand, and a formidable power began to coalesce within his palm. "Let us commence this game," Lu Tian murmured, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards Naruto Uzumaki, his fist carrying the force of thunder as it struck Naruto's abdomen with tremendous impact. This blow resonated like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. Naruto felt an unprecedented force propelling him backward involuntarily. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from his mouth, the sealed power of the Nine-Tails fox within him unleashed. With Lu Tian's crushing punch, the Nine-Tails chakra was forcibly expelled, rapidly coalescing into a colossal fox form. The Nine-Tails roared, its immense body thrashing within the capital of the land of grass. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, as if it sought to consume all in its path. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror, screaming as they fled in all directions. Its form was unparalleled in size, its fur shimmering with a luster, and its eyes ablaze with a furious flame. Innocent people scattered in fright, desperately attempting to escape this impending devastation. Yet, in the face of the Nine-Tails' power, their struggles appeared utterly insignificant. They were small and powerless. Lu Tian stood aloft, surveying the chaos below. A sly smile played upon his lips, as if he were relishing the disaster about to unfold. "Little lives suffer and perish," he declared, his heart brimming with ecstasy and exhilaration. In that moment, he envisioned the entire ninja world bowing before him. The Nine-Tails continued to roar, its claws and tail thrashing through the air, each strike capable of obliterating a building. Meanwhile, in the capital of the land of birds, another of Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelgangers descended from the heavens. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it bore the force of destruction, directly crashing into the daimyo's mansion. With a deafening roar, the mansion was instantly reduced to ruins, debris and dust scattering in all directions. As Lu Tian landed, an eruption of power ensued. Under the influence of the heavenly law, he grew immensely, resembling a deity descending from the sky, gazing down upon the terrified city. His expression was devoid of emotion, cold and resolute. The blade in his hand shimmered with a chilling light, as if it could sever anything. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed his might. The glimmer of the blade sliced through the air, reducing an edifice to mere powder beneath its edge. The surrounding residents screamed in terror, having never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. Some attempted to flee, yet in the face of such overwhelming power, they appeared utterly powerless. Lu Tian paid no heed to their cries and wails. His gaze was solely fixed on cold indifference and slaughter. With each swing of his knife, buildings crumbled to the ground, his movements light and graceful, as if he were performing a macabre dance of death. "Today marks your demise," Lu Tian uttered coldly, his voice reverberating through the air, laced with disdain and mockery, as if the fate of this city had long been sealed. Under his blade, the capital of the land of birds swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin. The former splendor and beauty disintegrated into ashes, leaving behind only endless dread and despair. The land of rain was also engulfed in chaos with the arrival of Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelganger. The dark clouds that once shrouded the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, akin to being shattered by a ferocious beast, revealing the long-lost azure sky. The incessant rain appeared to be retracted by divine intervention, ceasing abruptly. Before Lu Tian's doppelganger even touched the ground, a sphere resembling a black hole abruptly materialized beside him, emanating a disquieting gravitational pull. It was the renegade's Deva path. The dust suspended in the air, like marionettes under control, was drawn towards the black hole, beginning to coalesce. The debris on the ground seemed to be tethered by invisible ropes, lifting from the earth and converging towards the black void above. A colossal sphere of rock rapidly formed, ensnaring Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelganger as if countless monstrous beasts roared, attempting to crush him. The figure of Pain from the Six Paths of Pain appeared above the capital of the land of rain, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his renegade glowing with a chilling light. "Arrogant fool, let me seal you." Pain's voice echoed across the skies of the capital, tinged with mockery and derision. Yet, Lu Tian's doppelganger remained unbound by fear. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palms together, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. The next moment, he cried out, "Law of heaven and earth." As the words left his mouth, Lu Tian's form began to swell rapidly, as if countless forces surged into his being. The immense rock sphere had yet to fully take shape when his expanding body distorted it. The rocks began to shatter, producing a deafening cacophony of fractures. Pain's expression shifted as he witnessed this. He had not anticipated that this sudden adversary would be so formidable, able to so effortlessly counter his Deva path, planetary devastation. With a cold snort, he formed hand seals, preparing to unleash an even more potent assault. Chapter 61. Effortlessly defeating Deva Path Pain. Deva Path Pain's hands clapped together with a resounding force, akin to two iron plates colliding, producing a crisp echo. It seemed as though he was summoning some cataclysmic power. As he spread his hands apart, they formed a triangular gesture. His Rinnegan eyes focused intently on the airborne Lu Tian through the triangular space created by his hands. At that moment, the very air around them appeared to congeal. An invisible pressure emanating from Deva Path Pain, causing the surrounding atmosphere to quiver. Everything around them seemed to blur, as if only the figures of Deva Path Pain and Lu Tian were distinctly visible. Deva Path Pain's gaze was cold and resolute, as if all things in the world lay within his dominion. With a sudden clenching of his teeth, an immense repulsive force erupted through his hands. This was the linear attack known as Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force, radiant and resplendent, blazed forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtling directly towards Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelganger. Boom! With a thunderous crash that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, Lu Tian's doppelganger was struck by this overwhelming force, sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer. His body traced a long arc through the air, ultimately crashing into the mountains at the border of the Land of Rain, stirring up a cloud of dust. How intriguing! The force is indeed considerable. Lu Tian emerged from the swirling dust, unscathed. The visible chakra cloak enveloping him surged with renewed intensity, akin to a blazing inferno. A confident smile graced his lips as he extended a hand towards the distant Deva Path Pain. Chakra rapidly coalesced into a massive hand, shimmering with brilliant light, seemingly wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a sudden grasp, Lu Tian sent the chakra hand, resembling a mighty dragon, lunging towards Deva Path Pain. Yet, Deva Path Pain once again invoked Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion erupted from him, instantaneously dispersing the chakra hand. Deva Path Pain moved with swiftness, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Lu Tian. A cold, predatory light flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to completely devour Lu Tian. In response, Lu Tian displayed a mocking glint in his gaze. Mid-flight, Deva Path Pain formed the triangular gesture anew, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. This time, he augmented his chakra output, evidently preparing to unleash an even more ferocious assault. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain bellowed, his voice laden with authority and dominance. As he thrust his hands forward, a brilliant light erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards Lu Tian like a ferocious tornado. The radiance was dazzling, causing even the heavens and the earth to tremble in its wake. Sensing this formidable power, Lu Tian's expression shifted ever so slightly. He swiftly gathered his chakra, attempting to withstand the impending strike. However, the force of the impact was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly propelling him away. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing once more into the mountains at the border of the Land of Rain. The mountains crumbled under the force of the collision, massive rocks scattering in all directions, enveloping the sky in dust and debris. As the haze dissipated, Lu Tian's silhouette emerged on the other side of the mountains. Now at the boundary of the Land of Wind, surrounded by ruins, he bore no visible wounds, yet the immense shockwave left him slightly breathless. Is the control range of Nagato's Rinnegan truly this vast? It seems he is in remarkably good form. Lu Tian inhaled deeply, stabilizing himself as he raised his gaze toward the distant figure of Pain, the Deva Path, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Suspended in the air, Deva Path gazed down at Lu Tian with an air of indifference. His Rinnegan glimmered with profound light, as if it could pierce through all illusions. He formed a triangular hand sign once more, preparing to unleash his next assault. Seeing this, Lu Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood that at this moment, Deva Path was even more formidable than he would be a decade later during the invasion of Konoha. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the debilitating weakness that would come later. After all, there was a gap of more than 10 years. The current Nagato had yet to be drained by the outer path. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Tian propelled himself off the ground. With a resounding crack, the hardened earth shattered beneath him. He shot upwards like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. His figure cleaved through the air with an unstoppable force, traversing the towering Majestic mountains that loomed above, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. Lu Tian swiftly approached Devapath, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity, his expression chillingly stoic. His right arm swelled with muscle, exuding a cataclysmic aura as he unleashed a devastating punch. Devapath's demeanor darkened upon witnessing this. A flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes as he quickly activated Shinra Tensei, attempting to counter Lu Tian's ferocious blow. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated through the air, the overwhelming force rendering Devapath incapable of withstanding it. He was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Suspended in the air, Lu Tian looked down with a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with mockery. Humph. Nagato, you rely too heavily on your Rinnegan. Look at me. After engaging you for so long, I have not utilized the Rinnegan at all. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Tian's Rinnegan. He activated the universal pull of the Rinnegan, and the powerful gravitational force instantly drew Devapath, who had just landed on the ground, back toward him. Tian Dao Pain was taken aback, unable to react before Lu Tian unleashed another punch. Bang! This blow struck Tian Dao Pain squarely, and under the impact of such formidable force, his body shattered into countless fragments, scattering like dry leaves in the wind. Humph, this is indeed unsatisfactory. Your current state is far too poor. A mix of reluctance and arrogance danced across Lu Tian's face, his eyes shimmering with a fervent light as he gazed intently towards the direction of Amigakure. At that moment, Amigakure remained shrouded under a gloomy sky, with dark clouds looming like a suffocating veil. Lu Tian's gaze seemed capable of piercing through all, possessing a vision akin to the Byakugan that granted him extraordinary long-range insight. He directly spotted Nagato, who resided in Amigakure. A slight smirk graced Lu Tian's lips, tinged with disdain. He proclaimed loudly, "Haha, Nagato, in your current crippled state, you are enduring the prolonged absorption by the Outer Path's demonic statue. You cannot muster your full strength to fight me. Come now, let us engage in a thrilling battle." With that, a powerful aura surged from Lu Tian. The chakra cloak enveloping him rustled in the wind, sprouting 3 pairs of wings. With a swift flap, he soared towards Amigakure like a bolt of lightning. Lu Tian's speed was astonishing, leaving a long afterimage in the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 62. Restoring Nagato's injuries. Lu Tian arrived at Amigakure like a tempest, the sound of sonic booms echoing in his wake. His expression was stern, tightly gripping a white Zetsu clone in his hand. Like a cannonball, he crashed through the wall of the room where Nagato was located. Bricks scattered like raindrops as a massive hole was revealed in the wall. Through the swirling dust, Lu Tian spotted Nagato seated upon a portable toilet, with a vigilant Conan at his side, bracing for an encounter. Unfazed, Lu Tian strode forward, each step resonating with a heavy force that seemed to tremble the ground beneath him. He came to a halt directly before Nagato, tilting his head slightly, his eyes brimming with an arrogant defiance. A roguish smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth as he sneered, "Humph. Nagato, you are truly unfortunate. Having your chakra drained by the Outer Path's demonic statue for so long, you appear to be nothing but a shell of your former self. However, I have no desire to bully the disabled." As he spoke, Lu Tian tightened his grip on the white Zetsu clone, as if he were crushing a feeble ant. A fervent light flickered in his eyes, as if he sought to shatter all constraints in this world. Suddenly, he exerted a tremendous force, and the power in his hand erupted like a volcanic explosion. Before the overwhelming force, White Absolute's clone instantly became feeble and fragile. It seemed to dissolve into mere dust scattered by a tempest, swiftly transforming into a cluster of minuscule cells. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's chakra surged within him like a raging torrent, enveloping him in an ethereal aura. A powerful presence rapidly permeated the surroundings. Xiao Nan, standing beside the vortex of Nagato, whose expression had been as tranquil as still water, now resembled a flower blighted by frost, losing all color in an instant. Witnessing Lu Tian's impending reckless act, she hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, as she took a step forward, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized her firmly. That tumultuous chakra bore down on her like a colossal boulder, pinning her in place. Xiao Nan's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting Lu Tian's visage alongside that terrifying power. She struggled with all her might, yet her body felt ensnared by unseen chains, utterly immobilized. Her form trembled incessantly like leaves in a chilling wind, unable to regain composure. Despair filled her heart, as if she were swept into an endless abyss by an icy current. In that moment, she suddenly sensed a warm liquid trickling down her thigh, causing her to blush profusely. A bitter smile crossed her mind. Lu Tian is too powerful. Even I am terrified of him. How embarrassing. Lu Tian's movements were as swift as a tempest. With a gentle flick of his hand, it was as if he commanded the very fate of the world. The cluster of cells traced a brilliant trajectory through the air, akin to a shooting star cleaving the night sky, imbued with boundless momentum and velocity, rapidly merging into Nagato's form. At that moment, Nagato's countenance darkened, resembling the ominous clouds before a torrential downpour, heavy and oppressive. He clenched his teeth, his eyes glinting with a cold, piercing light, as if he aimed to freeze everything around him. Locking his gaze on Lu Tian, he spoke in a voice as frigid as ancient ice, enunciating each word with precision. Lu Tian, what do you intend to accomplish? Why infuse this cluster of cells into my body? Lu Tian erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. His mirth reverberated through the room, causing the air to tremble in response. With arms crossed, a derisive smirk played upon his lips, exuding utmost arrogance. He provocatively replied, I merely wish to engage in a thrilling battle with you. What? Even you, the so-called god, find yourself frightened? Seated upon his mobile throne, Nagato's gaze was rife with malevolence. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he sought to consolidate all his strength in that singular moment. Fixing his icy stare upon Lu Tian, he coldly declared, Lu Tian, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. Though the ninja world is vast, it shall never tolerate a madman like you. Lu Tian, upon hearing this, disdainfully curled his lips, a mocking smile gracing his features. He scoffed, let us wait and see. The stage of the ninja world is far too small, accommodating only me. If you can achieve that, I shall eagerly anticipate the moment. However, before that, let us engage in a true contest. Suddenly, Uzumaki Nagato felt a warm current surging within him, reminiscent of the sun's rays bathing him in a comforting glow, rendering his body exquisitely at ease. This sensation was far more intense and penetrating than his previous experience within Conan's body. To his astonishment, he found himself able to rise with ease. His legs, somewhat stiff from prolonged inactivity, were nevertheless capable of supporting his weight. Slowly, he distanced himself from the mobile toilet that had accompanied him for many years, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Though he could now stand, his legs still felt unaccustomed to the act. He moved with a certain clumsiness, akin to a child who has just learned to walk. He attempted a few steps, but soon found himself swaying due to an unstable center of gravity. At that moment, he recalled his possession of the powers of pain. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon that strength. As his mind focused, his body unexpectedly began to levitate. Suspended in the air as if he had transcended into a true deity. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him. Uzumaki Nagato's heart brimmed with indomitable spirit, his gaze shimmering with resolute brilliance. He inhaled sharply, his voice imbued with an ineffable authority and confidence. Audacious rogue Lu Tian, he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the room, seemingly penetrating the very souls of those present. I warned you that you would regret this. Before he could finish his sentence, an astonishing force erupted forth. His Rinnegan ignited with dazzling light, akin to two stars exploding in the night sky. A powerful repulsion emanated from his eyes. This was Shinra Tensei. Nagato's body leaned forward, as though pouring every ounce of his power into this singular strike. His eyes reflected determination and ruthlessness, intent on utterly obliterating Lu Tian. The intense repulsion rapidly coalesced, radiating a destructive might straight toward Lu Tian. Observing this, Lu Tian swiftly reined in his previously careless demeanor. He quickly summoned the chakra residing in his eyes, ready to unleash his own Shinra Tensei. His eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, resembling two resplendent stars blooming in the night sky. The two formidable forces converged, akin to two artillery shells colliding with devastating impact. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading outward from the two central figures. The rooftop suddenly collapsed, sending debris and dust flying, as if the entire room had been obliterated. Xiaonan, standing nearby, was shaken by the unexpected shockwave, her body swaying unsteadily. In a moment of terror, she let out a piercing scream and instinctively recoiled, having previously soiled herself in fright. The shockwave caused the remnants of her embarrassment to scatter about, exposing her disheveled state. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, attempting to mask her humiliation. Yet, in the midst of this cataclysmic battle, her minor predicament seemed trivial. Chapter 63. Continuously countering Nagato's techniques at the highest point of the Hidden Rain village, Nagato's chamber lay in ruins. The once sturdy roof had been torn asunder, the walls crumbled, leaving only an endless expanse of sky and the howling wind. "We can fight, but let us leave the Hidden Rain village first," Nagato's voice thundered, resonating throughout the vastness. He moved with the grace of a great bird soaring skyward. Lu Tian, amidst the rubble, gazed intently at Nagato's ascending form, a roguish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I do enjoy your spirit. Go wash up, and later, I shall have my fun with you," he remarked. With those words, Lu Tian shot upwards like a meteor, pursuing Nagato. The two engaged in a breathtaking clash above the Hidden Rain village. The sky darkened, as if heralding a thunderstorm. Lu Tian and Nagato exchanged blows, each impact resonating with thunderous sounds. Their figures weaved through the clouds, moving with such speed that it was almost dizzying. Moments later, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Lu Tian was mercilessly struck away by Nagato's Shinra Tensei, his body hurtling like a broken arrow towards a distant hill. The hill crumbled under the force of Lu Tian's powerful impact, as if crushed by an invisible giant's hand. Rocks flew in all directions, and dust obscured the sun, enveloping the sky in a shroud of gray. Gradually, Lu Tian's figure emerged, struggling to rise from the rubble. Remarkably, he bore no scars or blood, as if the cataclysmic blow had inflicted no harm upon him. His eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, radiating unwavering resolve, seemingly capable of piercing through the swirling dust to confront Nagato in the heavens. Lu Tian looked up, where Nagato coldly regarded him, his form partially obscured by the dust, resembling an insurmountable mountain that exuded a formidable sense of oppression. "Is this truly your power? It is hardly impressive." Lu Tian's voice reverberated through the haze, laced with disdain and provocation. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk of irreverence, as if he regarded the prowess of Nagato with disdain. Yet, Nagato was not incensed by Lu Tian's provocation. His expression remained calm. His physical condition had returned to its zenith, rendering him fearless. He began to weave hand signs, each movement fluid and powerful. In the distance, a colossal alien meteorite was drawn forth, hurtling towards Lu Tian with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tian's gaze sharpened. He understood that this time, he must approach the encounter with utmost seriousness. As Nagato intensified his technique, the atmosphere overhead became palpably tense. The meteorite, seemingly imbued with the power of annihilation, accelerated furiously towards Lu Tian with the force of a tempest. "Humph, I shall see just how formidable this meteorite truly is. Let me test your mettle." Lu Tian faced the lethal onslaught, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration rather than trepidation. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and struck out with ferocity. As the meteorite drew near, Lu Tian unleashed his right hand, his chakra coalescing into a titanic fist, colliding forcefully with the meteorite. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled, as if the very heavens quaked. Lu Tian's chakra-formed fist clashed violently with the meteorite, the explosion resonating like thunder, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The meteorite shattered instantly under Lu Tian's assault, disintegrating into countless fragments and dust that spread across the sky, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. "Huh. Is that all you've got, Nagato?" Lu Tian laughed heartily, his figure flickering amidst the remnants of the explosion. He gazed at Nagato in the sky, his eyes brimming with provocation and combat fervor. "Earth Explosion Star." Nagato coldly articulated these 4 words, as if heralding Lu Tian's doom. He initiated his technique once more, and the ground began to tremble violently, with a multitude of debris rising up, coalescing into immense stones. These stones fell like raindrops upon Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian moved with agility, weaving through the barrage of boulders like a dragon in flight. With each punch he delivered, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the boulders shattered under his strikes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Nagato resumed forming hand signs, directing his palm towards the boundless cosmos. In an instant, numerous meteorites seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, hurtling towards the rain village. "Humph, do you think this will defeat me?" Such naivety. Lu Tian regarded the approaching swarm of meteorites with eyes alight with eagerness. He inhaled deeply, consolidating all his strength into both fists. "Come forth. Let me witness the might of your meteor shower," Lu Tian bellowed, charging into the endless barrage of meteors. His figure darted through the celestial onslaught, each punch accompanied by a resounding crash that shattered the meteors into fragments. The clash between the two warriors escalated to a fever pitch, each attack infused with cataclysmic force. Lu Tian gazed at the figure of Nagato, the vortex of power before him, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. What other techniques do you possess? Feel free to unleash them. I grant you ample opportunity. Lu Tian's words dripped with provocation, yet his gaze betrayed a recognition of Nagato's prowess. Upon hearing this, Nagato's countenance darkened. He sensed that he was perceived as a mere plaything to be manipulated at will, a humiliation that stung deeply. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly quelled the fury bubbling within, and his hands swiftly formed seals once more. Humph, do you believe I will relent? I declared that I am a god. Nagato coldly retorted, his words slicing through the air like icy blades. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, yet a spark of interest failed to ignite within him. Nagato's hands moved with remarkable speed, a potent energy coalescing within him. His gaze sharpened, as if he intended to consume the very world itself. As he completed his seals, a colossal outer path golem materialized amidst a swirl of smoke. He summoned the outer path golem, yet it was futile. Lu Tian shook his head in disappointment, and without hesitation, he struck. With a gentle wave, an unseen force propelled the golem into the vastness of outer space. Futile. Have you exhausted your techniques? Then it is my turn. Lu Tian's expression bore a hint of disappointment, yet a playful smile danced upon his lips. He suddenly acted, his hand grasping as he drew Nagato closer. Nagato struggled against the pull, but all his efforts seemed feeble in the face of Lu Tian's overwhelming strength. Lu Tian regarded him with a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I offered you a chance, yet you proved inadequate. Lu Tian sighed softly, extending his other hand to gently press against Nagato's chest. A mysterious energy surged from his palm, enveloping Nagato entirely. He employed the special ninjutsu of Yin-Yang Release Body Transformation. Chapter 64. The Journey of Three and the Arrival of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Nagato felt as though his body was enveloped in a warm current, all his injuries healing instantaneously. As confusion washed over him, he began to undergo a transformation. His skin became delicate and smooth, his figure more rounded, petite, and exquisite. He stared in astonishment at his altered form, his eyes brimming with incredulity and rage. What have you done? Vortex Nagato roared, his voice trembling with fury. He seemed to struggle against the binds imposed by Lu Tian, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Lu Tian gazed at Vortex Nagato, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a taunting tone, he remarked, I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Therefore, allow me to present you with a surprise. You wretched worm. Vortex Nagato bellowed in anger, but he was rendered impotent. He could only watch helplessly as his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Lu Tian observed the metamorphosis with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He released his grip, allowing Vortex Nagato to collapse to the ground. At that moment, Vortex Nagato had transformed into a voluptuous and alluring woman, her eyes brimming with rage and defiance. The surroundings were alive with verdant grass, growing wildly as if the earth itself was breathing. Each blade of grass narrated tales of vibrant life. They intertwined rapidly, coalescing into a vast green ocean, resembling a colossal mattress, soft and springy. Lu Tian stood upon this grassy expanse, his gaze radiating concern as he turned to Vortex Nagato, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Nagato, now, let me examine your body to see if you have recovered. Before he finished speaking, he lunged towards her. Though his actions were somewhat brusque, they were harmonious, each movement infused with genuine care for a friend. He meticulously scrutinized every inch of Vortex Nagato's form, his eyes focused and earnest, as if searching for the miracle of life. Once concluded, Lu Tian turned his attention to Conan in the distance, an invisible force drawing her gently closer to him. He placed her beside a pool of water, where the clear liquid surged forth, enveloping her body to cleanse away the impurities. Lu Tian regarded her softly. Conan, weren't you supposed to clean yourself? Truly, you do not take cleanliness to heart, but fear not. I shall ensure you are thoroughly washed. Understanding the wisdom in the saying, in a group of three, one is bound to be my teacher. Lu Tian was committed to this principle. At that moment, they seemed to inhabit a serene and beautiful dream. The fragrance of fresh grass filled the air, invigorating the spirit. Amidst this grand harmony of life, both Vortex Nagato and Conan emitted melodious sounds. A gentle breeze caressed them, stirring the hem of their garments. Conan, you now have an important task. Teach Nagato how to embrace life as a true woman, Lu Tian said, his gaze upon Conan filled with complex emotions. He spoke with solemnity. It seems she is still trapped in her past as a man, struggling to adapt to her new existence. Conan's eyes widened in surprise and confusion at his words, her brow furrowing as she endeavored to comprehend this sudden revelation. What? This woman is Nagato. A flicker of doubt passed through her eyes as she softly inquired. How did Nagato suddenly transform into a woman? I recall her being frail in stature, yet her strength was formidable. Xiao Nan, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept. Nonetheless, the truth remains, Nagato is now a woman. Lu Tian gently patted Xiao Nan's shoulder, offering a soft reassurance. I hope you both can coexist harmoniously and become good sisters. Let not your conflicts arise because of me. Xiao Nan slightly nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing her face as she turned her gaze toward Nagato. At that moment, Nagato had her head bowed, her hands clenched tightly, seemingly striving to suppress her emotions. I understand, she whispered, but do not be too disheartened, Nagato. Your dream has now been realized. After the unification of the ninja world, there shall be no more war. However, before she could finish her thought, Nagato abruptly lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. With a trembling voice, she confessed, I truly do not know what to do. I have become a woman, and I feel as if I have transformed into an entirely different person. Seeing her in such distress, Lu Tian immediately activated his abilities. He subtly employed the powers of the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Nagato, do not be afraid. You are now a woman, and you should feel joy in that. He gently grasped her hand, speaking tenderly. You possess greater possibilities now. You can embark on endeavors you once could not have imagined. You may bear children, and you can experience the profound essence of motherhood. Nagato's eyes flickered with confusion as she gazed at Lu Tian, seemingly endeavoring to comprehend his words. She nodded slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she declared, I will strive to adapt to this new identity. Lu Tian observed Nagato's tear-streaked visage, a playful smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He softly said, Nagato, please do not cry. Your tears ignite a fire within my heart, stirring an excitement I can hardly contain. Upon hearing this, Nagato's face flushed crimson, yet her tears flowed even more fiercely. She looked to Xiao Nan beside her, her eyes pleading for assistance, her voice trembling as she implored, do not come closer. I only need Xiao Nan's company. Xiao Nan, recognizing the turmoil and helplessness engulfing Nagato, sighed in resignation. She gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. Nagato, it is all right. We will all be here to support you and help you adapt to this new identity. This grand harmony of life seemed to weave an invisible bond, tightly connecting the three of them. Time appeared to halt in that moment, stretching for over an hour. Meanwhile, far away, Lu Tian's true self was returning to the capital of the Dahan Empire, traversing the borders of the Land of Fire through the lush woodland. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air resonated from above. Lu Tian looked up to see three figures descending from the sky, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Himawari, and Sasuke. Upon encountering Lu Tian, Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes glimmered with a hint of avarice. He swiftly cast his fishing rod, attempting to ensnare the chakra within Lu Tian's body with the delicate fishing line. The line traced an elegant arc through the air, aimed directly at Lu Tian. Observing this, Lu Tian's eyes flickered with disdain. He extended a hand and effortlessly grasped the slender fishing line. With a forceful tug, he endeavored to draw Otsutsuki Pushi closer to him. Feeling a powerful force emanating from the line, Otsutsuki Pushi was taken aback. He exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize himself, yet ultimately found himself drawn nearer to Lu Tian. How is it possible that you can grasp my fishing line? Pull me over? What are your intentions? The expression on Otsutsuki Pushi's face shifted dramatically as he recognized the precariousness of his situation. Acting decisively, he forcefully swung his hand, causing the fishing rod to snap instantly, leaving the line to flutter in the air like a kite severed from its string, spiraling out of control. A look of determination flashed across his face, clearly prepared for retreat. Activating the abilities of his Rinnegan, a black fissure suddenly materialized beside him, gaping open like the maw of a demon, consuming everything in its vicinity. Thinking you can ambush me and simply escape? Such fortune is not to be had in this world. Lu Tian sneered, a flicker of scorn evident in his gaze. In a blink, he appeared before Otsutsuki Pushi, gathering formidable chakra in his palm, poised to deliver a lethal blow. However, Otsutsuki Pushi swiftly vanished into the black fissure, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only the echo of a haughty laugh. Lu Tian, today is merely a meeting. We have time ahead of us. Do not be so arrogant. I shall assuredly take your life in the future. Not far away stood two figures, 12-year-old Himawari and 32-year-old Sasuke. They quietly observed the breathtaking spectacle that had just unfolded, both rendered speechless by the astonishing events, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Himawari's face was a canvas of disbelief, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration. She gazed at Lu Tian, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed, "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. That Otsutsuki Pushi was so powerful, yet he appeared so feeble before you, as if you were toying with him." Lu Tian turned his head slightly, his gaze settling on Himawari's youthful visage. He recognized her as the daughter of Naruto Uzumaki, who had traversed from the future. A softness graced Lu Tian's eyes as he offered a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Himawari's hair. "Little one, you are still young. The road ahead is long. As long as you diligently cultivate your skills, you will undoubtedly become as formidable as I am in the future." Beside them, Sasuke wore a solemn expression. She gazed at Lu Tian and spoke in a low voice. "Your Majesty, your strength is unfathomable. Our escape from the pursuit of Otsutsuki Pushi was made possible by your timely intervention and assistance." Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. He recognized this individual as the future Sasuke. He replied, "There is no need for gratitude, Sasuke. The pressing issue now is that Otsutsuki Pushi has fled, and we must apprehend him. However, before we proceed, I wish to hear your tale. How did you traverse from the future to this place? Why were you pursued by Otsutsuki Pushi?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Himawari and Sasuke fell into silence. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something unspoken. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who broke the silence. She said, "As your Majesty has surmised, we hail from the future. That Otsutsuki Pushi utilized a turtle capable of transcending time and space." As she spoke, she slowly produced a pink turtle from her bosom. This turtle emitted a faint glow, as if harboring boundless mysteries. She continued, "We are uncertain of Pushi's intentions, but given his ability to traverse time with this turtle, his ambitions must be considerable. To thwart him, we engaged in battle." Lu Tian listened intently, his gaze shifting between Sasuke and Himawari. He nodded, indicating that he comprehended everything they had conveyed. "I understand," he stated. Then, he turned his attention to Himawari, his expression filled with concern and seriousness. "Himawari, is there something in the palm of your hand?" Lu Tian gently lifted her left hand. Indeed, there was a peculiar mark in her palm, seemingly etched deep within her soul. Lu Tian's voice grew serious as he spoke. "This mark is known as the Otsutsuki wedge. It signifies a potent force, but it also indicates that you are possessed by an Otsutsuki. If this continues unchecked, you will inevitably be consumed by this power, losing your very self." Upon hearing this, Himawari's complexion paled further. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes shimmering with fear and anxiety. Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched her fists, as if rallying support for Himawari. Observing this, Lu Tian gently patted Himawari's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, Himawari. I have a solution. You must trust me and also believe in yourself. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be resolved." Himawari looked up at Lu Tian, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She nodded, as if having made a resolute decision. Lu Tian's gaze shifted away from the wedge mark on Himawari's palm and turned towards Sasuke, standing nearby. Before me stood Sasuke, his countenance still cool and aloof. Yet a hint of softness and allure graced his features. Lu Tian paused momentarily, then a playful smile curled upon his lips as he regarded Sasuke with a discerning gaze. He noticed an undeniable femininity in Sasuke's form. Clearing his throat lightly, he teased, "Sasuke, have you undergone a transformation? You appear rather effeminate." Upon hearing these words, a faint blush crept across Sasuke's face. She gently nodded, her voice imbued with warmth. "Indeed, your Majesty. In the future, you altered my body, granting me the opportunity to choose my own path in life." She hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of happiness illuminating her eyes as she continued. "I now go by the name of Suyue. Furthermore, I have borne you a child in the future." The former Sasuke had now embraced her new identity as Suyue, her cheeks blooming like a blossoming peach flower. Lu Tian's face radiated surprise and delight. He approached Suyue, tenderly taking her hand, his gaze filled with affection. How wonderful, Suyue. You have sacrificed so much for me, and I am truly grateful. Suyue lifted her gaze to meet Lu Tian's profound eyes, a warm tide swelling within her heart. She softly replied, Your Majesty, it is my duty. Bringing your child into the world is the greatest joy of my life. Lu Tian gently patted the back of Suyue's hand, caressing it with tenderness, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. What name have you given our child? A blissful smile spread across Suyue's face as she whispered, Your Majesty, we have named him Lu Zhengyang. May he grow to be a powerful yet gentle person, just like you. Hearing the name, Lu Tian couldn't help but smile with contentment, nodding thoughtfully as he imagined the child he had yet to meet. However, in that moment, Suyue spoke words that took him by surprise. 2.5 years after the establishment of the Han Empire, Your Majesty's true form suddenly vanished. A flicker of concern crossed Suyue's eyes as she continued, The Yin-Yang clone has informed me that it can no longer sense your presence. Chapter 66. Annihilation of the Second Hokage and dust release. As Suyue became immersed in her memories, an eerie aura began to permeate the air, swirling dust particles around them. Suddenly, a bald man appeared abruptly before their eyes. Adorned with a vividly depicted dragon tattoo on his scalp, its claws ominously shadowing his eyes. He emanated an unsettling and perilous vibe. His appearance was unremarkable, even exuding a somewhat slovenly demeanor. Yet, upon his arrival, an undeniable sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. Lu Tian furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He instantly recognized the man before him, the second Hokage, shaman. A hint of astonishment colored Lu Tian's voice as he inquired, How is it that you find yourself here? Were you not a long-dead specter? The shaman approached slowly, accompanied by a throng of puppets, with a serpentine river of sand flowing beside him, akin to a colossal dragon meandering through the air. His gaze was frigid and merciless, as if intent on devouring all in his path. Lu Tian, you are the scourge of the shinobi world, the shaman declared, his voice rife with animosity. Your very existence has plunged this realm into chaos. You must perish here. Sand and puppets? Huh. Such trivialities cannot possibly threaten me, Lu Tian retorted, standing resolutely with a look of contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, his form began to contort in an extraordinary manner, as though being torn apart by an invisible force. From within him emerged a brand new Yin-Yang doppelganger, manifesting as if birthed from the void, standing quietly beside Lu Tian. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lu Tian's lips as he disdainfully surveyed his surroundings. The Yin-Yang doppelganger slowly raised an arm, fingers flicking delicately. A dazzling bolt of lightning, radiant as the stars, instantaneously coalesced, hurtling towards the shaman with an imperceptible velocity, bearing the might to annihilate worlds. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated as the bolt struck the shaman, sending a plume of dust skyward. When the debris finally settled, the shaman had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground strewn with rubble. Humph! Merely a sand doppelganger. Bring forth your best. Let me witness your repertoire. Lu Tian sneered, his gaze brimming with disdain and scorn. At that moment, the surrounding debris began to writhe as if infused with life, swiftly coalescing into replicas of the previous shaman. Their eyes glinted with a chilling light, seemingly poised to devour Lu Tian. Do you question my abilities? The shaman's voice echoed from all directions, resonating across the battlefield cloaked in rubble. Each sand doppelganger appeared as his very essence. His tone dripped with mockery and challenge as he proclaimed, Humph! Let us see if you can truly withstand my power. Before his words had fully dissipated, all the sand doppelgangers and puppets surged toward Lu Tian like a tempest, transforming into indistinct silhouettes, akin to a torrential sandstorm. They emanated an inescapable sense of oppression, as though intent on engulfing Lu Tian in an endless deluge. Yet, in the face of this seemingly insurmountable onslaught, Lu Tian remained remarkably composed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk of derision playing on his lips, as if he had already deciphered their intentions. Do you think to overwhelm me with sheer numbers? The folly of the weak is truly laughable. Lu Tian scoffed. His Yin-Yang doppelganger surged forward towards the sand doppelgangers and puppets, radiating an immense gravitational force that drew them in. It was as if an invisible force was drawing everything around it. This force swiftly attracted all the sand clones and puppets, binding them tightly together. In the next moment, a formidable repulsive force erupted from within Lu Tian's shadow clone. This power surged forth with the intensity of an unseen tempest, instantly shattering the bound sand clones and puppets. The sound of collisions echoed, bang, Bang, bang. All the sand clones and puppets were effortlessly overwhelmed by this repulsion. The air was filled with a flurry of sand, scattering in all directions. The battlefield appeared to have endured the ravages of a sandstorm, leaving it in utter disarray. Lu Tian observed coldly, watching with a quiet confidence and arrogance as everything his clone had constructed came to fruition. He slightly lifted his chin, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if deriding the incompetence of his opponent. Do you see? This is the chasm that lies between us. Lu Tian scoffed. I need not lift a finger, and you have already faltered. Allow me to remind you, I have discerned the location of your true self. Do you truly believe you can escape? Each word he uttered was imbued with power and dominance. Is this your essence? Transforming your body into sand through your sandification technique. Lu Tian's original form slowly extended a hand. The surrounding grains of sand appeared to respond to some mysterious summon, gradually coalescing into his palm. These grains intertwined and spiraled in the air, swiftly forming tiny whirlpools, ultimately coalescing into a vague silhouette. The figure of the Sandmaster gradually became clearer, yet his complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He struggled to flee, but his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Lu Tian gazed coldly at the Sandmaster, a glint of icy light flickering in his eyes. The Sandmaster's soul was ruthlessly extracted by Lu Tian. He felt as though he were being torn apart by an overwhelming force, writhing in agony, struggling vehemently, yet ultimately unable to escape Lu Tian's grasp. The Sandmaster once again faced the dread of death. His soul seemed to endure the most harrowing torment imaginable within Lu Tian's palm. He resembled a gravely ill patient, drooling and losing control of his bodily functions. He sensed his life ebbing away, his soul growing increasingly frail. Lu Tian clutched the Sandmaster's soul tightly, attuning himself to its fluctuations. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he had uncovered something unusual. So it is true, the Six-Path Sage is indeed meddling. Lu Tian murmured to himself. Though his tone was calm, it was laced with shock and fury. He seemed to have grasped the entire sequence of events and the identity of the mysterious puppeteer behind it all. Suddenly, without warning, a translucent square barrier materialized around both of them, resembling a luminous cage. A faint white glow enveloped Lu Tian and Sha Min, casting an ethereal aura around them. In his hazy consciousness, Sha Min experienced a flicker of terror as he recognized the origin of this barrier. He mumbled incoherently, "Dust release." Once the dust release barrier was established, it had the power to disintegrate foes into atomic particles, reducing them to ashes, and could even trigger widespread explosions. Yet, Sha Min observed Lu Tian's composure amidst the chaos. "Hungry ghost path," Lu Tian intoned, his voice imbued with authority and dominance. In the face of this formidable gravitational force, the dust release barrier seemed to wane in strength. The luminous square barrier began to tremble and distort, ultimately transforming into streams of chakra that Lu Tian absorbed into his being. As the chakra dissipated, the dust release barrier gradually faded away. Sha Min stood in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. You actually absorbed the chakra of dust release." His voice quivered with fear and astonishment as he exclaimed, "How is this even possible?" Chapter 67. The thunderous technique of the first Hokage. In a certain point high above, a vague silhouette abruptly appeared, descending upon the battlefield. This figure resembled an ethereal specter, gradually revealing its true form. It was none other than the one hailed as the second Hokage, Mu. His entire body was tightly wrapped in bandages, reminiscent of a warrior emerging from ancient epics. Beneath the bindings, his features were entirely concealed, rendering his emotions inscrutable. However, the eyes hidden beneath the bandages glimmered with a sharpness akin to blades, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. He hovered midair, appearing as though he had become one with the very essence of this realm. Within his palm, a square barrier began to coalesce slowly, emanating a profound radiance, akin to a small sun of pure white light capable of illuminating everything. Any object approaching it would be mercilessly disassembled, dissolving into nothingness. Dust release, technique of separation. The barrier surged towards Lu Tian and Sha Min. At the moment of contact, it expanded violently, attempting to engulf everything in its vicinity. Yet, just as the dust release was about to unleash its terrifying power, Lu Tian once again displayed his astonishing prowess. He utilized the abilities of the Rinnegan to absorb the surrounding chakra into himself, effectively consuming the dust release barrier conjured by the second Hokage. The same trick is ineffective against me. Lu Tian scoffed derisively at the second Hokage, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Moreover, you have never succeeded in this before. Any further attempts on your part are utterly futile. With that, Lu Tian abruptly raised his hand and hurled Sha Min towards the second Hokage. Instinctively, the second Hokage reached out to catch Sha Min. The moment he made contact, he felt a surge of potent curse seal energy emanating from Sha Min, swiftly invading his body. Self-bound puppet curse seal. Lu Tian coldly uttered this term, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied excitement. He proclaimed, "Now, you too shall be bound by this curse seal. You shall become my puppet." As the power of the seal erupted, both the second Hokage and the Sandman simultaneously lost control. They plummeted from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater that sent dust swirling into the air. Lu Tian stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at the disheveled forms of the second Hokage and the Sandman, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his gaze to the vast, boundless sky, his eyes gleaming with ambition and arrogance. Who could possibly defeat me? I fear no one, not even the Sage of Six Paths. After all, this stage of the ninja world is far too small and cramped for me. Just as Lu Tian reveled in his triumph, the sky suddenly darkened. The previously clear heavens began to weep with a gentle rain. However, this rain was not ordinary. Lu Tian keenly sensed the chakra fluctuations within it. He realized it was not a natural downpour, but rather a harbinger of some jutsu. In the next moment, the sky appeared to be torn asunder, thunder roaring and lightning crackling. The deafening sound of thunder rolled through the clouds, heralding an impending storm. A tempest of lightning surged forth, rampaging through the sky like a colossal dragon. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, unerringly hitting Lu Tian's two forms. His body quivered slightly amidst the electric onslaught. A sealing technique? How intriguing, he mused, feeling a powerful force attempting to seal away his chakra and movement. This lightning seemed like an endless sealing technique, incessantly eroding his strength. Just then, amidst the rain and thunder, a figure slowly emerged, clad in armor of lightning and wielding the hammer of the Thunder God. He appeared as a deity descended from the heavens. Lu Tian recognized this unexpected visitor as the First Hokage. The First Hokage's gaze was icy and piercing as he stared at Lu Tian, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. "Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power is." With that, the First Hokage moved, merging with the thunderous barrier. He swung the hammer of the Thunder God, summoning the surrounding lightning to launch a ferocious assault on Lu Tian. In a heartbeat, a tempest erupted on the battlefield, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Silver bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, intertwining to form a network of thunder that enveloped the entire battleground, swiftly creating a terrifying realm of lightning. In the midst of this tempest, Lu Tian resembled a drifting leaf, teetering precariously amidst the electric chaos. His figure flickered in and out of view amid the flashes of lightning, each strike threatening to shatter his form. Is this the power of the First Hokage? Impressive. Lu Tian struggled to speak, his eyes brimming with resentment and despair. His voice, faint and trembling amidst the thunderous roars, was nonetheless imbued with boundless anger and strife. Just when everyone presumed Lu Tian was on the brink of defeat, his expression suddenly morphed into one of absurdity. He grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and proclaimed, "Useless. Ninjutsu is merely sustenance to me. No matter how much you unleash, I shall consume it all." His rinnegan shimmered with an eerie light illuminated by the lightning. At that moment, Lu Tian summoned the power of his rinnegan once more, devouring everything around him. The proud thunder release barrier of the First Hokage began to dissipate slowly under the voracious appetite of the rinnegan. The sky gradually cleared, and the lightning retreated. As the last remnants of thunder vanished, Lu Tian stood resolutely on the battlefield, his wounds mysteriously healed as if the preceding chaos had been naught but an illusion. Standing tall, he surveyed his surroundings, asserting dominion over the battlefield. He declared loudly, "I have spoken. I am an invincible entity. Regardless of how many of you there are, or how many jutsu you employ, you shall never defeat me." As his words echoed, a rift in space suddenly tore open behind Lu Tian, revealing a cerulean portal that rapidly materialized. Through its ethereal glow, one could glimpse the capital of the Dahan Empire. its outlines seeming to shimmer in and out of existence, as if a single step would lead one into that opulent metropolis. The air surrounding the portal appeared distorted by a mysterious force, emitting faint, eerie whispers. Lu Tian turned around, his gaze piercing and unwavering, fixated on Zuiyu and Sunflower. In his eyes lay a profound concern and a protective instinct, as if he intended to shield them closely. With a gentle wave of his hand, the portal seemed to gain a life of its own, swiftly moving towards Zuiyu and Sunflower like a nimble behemoth. The two were rendered speechless, awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. They watched in trepidation as the portal drew nearer, anxiety and uncertainty swelling within them. The cerulean light emanating from the portal seemed to possess a captivating power, inducing a wave of dizziness that overwhelmed them. Chapter 68. The Sage of Six Paths in a frenzied recruitment. Just as the two hesitated, a formidable force of attraction suddenly emanated from the portal. Zuiyu and Sunflower felt their bodies lighten, as if swept away by a mighty current, swiftly crossing through the portal. When they regained their footing, they discovered themselves outside the capital of the Dahan Empire. Turning back, they beheld the portal still ajar, its cerulean glow pulsating. Through that luminescence, they felt they could glimpse Lu Tian's steadfast figure and confident gaze. A resounding voice emanated from the spatial gate. This level of combat is far too perilous for you. Just observe as I handle them. The voice was imbued with confidence and authority, as if a warm current surged into the hearts of Zuiyu and Sunflower. On the other side of the gate, a figure descended like a bolt of black lightning, shattering the surrounding silence. It was a man with a striking African visage, his robust physique exuding an aura of muscularity, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. He was the formidable second-generation Hokage, a trusted lieutenant of the original Hokage, who had mastered the bloodline technique known as lightning release. He was as powerful as his predecessor, clad in a black battle robe adorned with a pattern of storm clouds, exuding an imposing presence. In his hands, he wielded a massive thunderous blade, its edge shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, as if capable of cleaving through all obstacles. With a low growl, the air around him seemed to freeze, a potent force of thunder coalescing swiftly in his vicinity. He and the original Hokage unleashed lightning release simultaneously, their powers intertwining to conjure a tempestuous barrier of thunderstorm. Lightning crackled and flashed, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space. In the face of this formidable onslaught, Lu Tian merely smiled faintly. Activating his Rinnegan, he swiftly absorbed the thunderstorm barrier entirely. Once the tempest dissipated, Lu Tian stood there, as if nothing had transpired. He lifted his gaze towards the second and original Hokage, a hint of disdain gracing his features. So, this is the lightning release of the bloodline technique? Is that all you have? Bring more. His voice dripped with confidence and mockery, as if deriding the impotence of his adversaries. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, seeming to penetrate the veil of illusion. Both the second and original Hokage were left fuming, their faces paling at Lu Tian's words. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of the ninja realm, a mysterious being was casting powerful spells. It was the Sage of Six Paths, standing in serene harmony with the sanctified space, his garments billowing as if merging with the sanctum itself. His gaze was profound and resolute, capable of perceiving every corner of the ninja realm and the sanctum. The sage understood that the fate of the ninja realm was intricately linked with the sanctum, necessitating his intervention in this unforeseen conflict. As he exerted his will, the air around him began to warp, a mysterious force gathering around his form, not far from Lu Tian and the others. In a forest untouched by the battle-esque chaos, a figure emerged. It was the original Mizukage, Hakuren. Though he had long since faded from the annals of ninja history, he was now resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths. The moment Hakuren manifested, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. He caught sight of a few individuals not far away, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute determination. With a clap of his hands, Bai Lian transformed into a swirling mass of scalding steam. This was his bloodline technique, the steam release. He possessed the ability to manipulate water vapor and convert it into a means of high-temperature assault. As Bai Lian underwent this metamorphosis, the surrounding air ignited with an extraordinary heat. A substantial volume of steam materialized out of thin air, coalescing into white clouds that exuded a suffocating warmth. These vaporous formations drifted through the air, as if intent on enveloping the entire sanctum in a wave of heat. At that moment, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the atmosphere once more. The figure of the second Mizukage, Gato Mangetsu, materialized. His striking yellow hair was slicked back, and he donned a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black silk ribbon, complemented by a green undershirt that radiated both elegance and authority. His face, devoid of eyebrows, was adorned with a distinctive mustache, lending him an air of whimsical charm. He appeared beside the recently resurrected Bai Lian. "Do not rush, my dear First Lord. Since the Sage of the Six Paths has chosen to revive us, there must be profound intent behind it. It is indeed our mission to save the ninja world and eliminate Liu Tian, yet combat is no trivial matter. We require strategy and the patience to await the opportune moment. Thus, let us bide our time." As he spoke, Gato Mangetsu playfully winked, showcasing his characteristic humor. His voice was gentle yet firm, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Bai Lian, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, a look of understanding gracing his countenance. He recognized that although Gato Mangetsu was often humorous, he possessed the ability to remain composed in critical moments, providing the most sensible counsel. No sooner had he finished speaking than another ripple coursed through the space beside them. Gradually, the figure of the first Tsuchikage, Shurhei, manifested. He stood like a towering mountain, exuding stability and solemnity. Renowned for his unique sense of humor during his lifetime, Shurhei maintained that innate wit even in the face of life and death. Now resurrected, a teasing smile adorned his face, as if the surrounding tension and solemnity held little relevance to him. His gaze swept around, and upon resting on the second Tsuchikage nearby, he tilted his head slightly, a mischievous curve gracing his lips. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if concocting some intriguing scheme. "Dear Mizukage, do you know what the second Tsuchikage looks like without his bandages?" Shurhei's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, laced with playful curiosity. Gato Mangetsu raised an eyebrow at this, a playful smile crossing his face as he glanced at the second Tsuchikage before turning back to Shurhei, exclaiming, "Why, of course, I do. After all, it was I who had inflicted grievous burns upon his entire body, leaving him to rely solely on bandages for survival, and thus rendering him unable to procreate." In his words, Zuki Mangetsu exhibited a glimmer of pride and satisfaction, as if boasting of his own achievements. Upon witnessing this, Shurha couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter akin to a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the tense atmosphere that enveloped them. He patted Zuki Mangetsu on the shoulder and remarked, "The jest ends here. We must now fulfill the task assigned by Sage of the Six Paths, rather than dwell on past events." With that, Shurha's smile faded, and his demeanor turned grave. Yet, in the next moment, another individual was resurrected. Chapter 69. The successive resurrection of the five Kage. The ambience within the forest shifted once more. A tumultuous wave of energy surged through the space, as if an invisible force was fervently stirring, sending rippling waves that expanded with increasing ferocity. To everyone's astonishment, the first wind shadow, Retsud, was suddenly brought back to life. Clad in a pristine white robe, which fluttered gently in the breeze, it seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras. Beneath it, he wore a snug black bodysuit, tightly enveloping his neck and chin, as if he sought to isolate himself completely from the outside world. An ineffable aura of coldness emanated from him. His piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scanned the surroundings with an air of icy authority. When his eyes finally settled on Hakurin and Shurha, a slight furrow formed on his brow. A look of astonishment washed over Retsud's face, his lips quivering slightly as he spoke. "Were you also resurrected by the Sage of the Six Paths?" He mentioned this is an ethereal creation of Yin-Yang release. I never imagined that the mastery of Yin-Yang release could reach such an unfathomable level, capable of resurrecting the deceased. As he spoke, disbelief etched across his features, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing phenomenon in existence. Gradually, he extended a hand, gently stroking his chin, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he were striving to unravel the mysteries at play. Beside him, Hakurin nodded slightly, his expression grave, resembling a cold stone. He replied, "Indeed, it was the Sage of the Six Paths who resurrected us. The ninja world now faces a tremendous crisis." Floating in midair, Shurha crossed his arms over his chest, his visage profound, akin to a bottomless lake. He spoke in a low, somber tone. "Regardless, since we have been revived, we must accomplish the task entrusted to us by the Sage of the Six Paths." His brow was furrowed in deep thought, contemplating their next course of action. Upon hearing their words, Retsud's eyes flashed with determination. He bore a grudge, his countenance dark and foreboding. he uttered in a low growl, "Humph." To my astonishment, I find myself compelled to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Previously, you threatened me, declaring that the 4 great ninja villages would unite to attack my sand village. Humph. I remember it well. Bai Lian's expression darkened, and with a hint of indignation, he retorted, was it not merely talk during the 5 Kage summit? We have not laid a finger on you. Indeed, he had once stated that the other 4 nations could effortlessly extinguish your wind country. Yet, he remained obstinate at that moment. With his neck held high, he glared at Lai Do and bellowed, "Do you wish to challenge us individually? We refrained from striking you before, but we are certainly capable of doing so now." As he spoke, fury flickered in Bai Lian's eyes, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. The first Hokage placed his hands on his hips, his face contorted with rage, and thundered, "Lai Do, that was unequivocally your fault. You were practically engaging in a game of deception. Should we not criticize you?" Reflecting on the previous 5 Kage summit, Senju Hashirama had explicitly mentioned selling tailed beasts. Yet, through Lai Do's rhetoric, it morphed into an assertion that Konoha would provide the tailed beasts to him. However, because he had no need for them, he audaciously demanded that Konoha grant him the adjacent land. What does this signify? It is nothing short of a no-risk transaction. The Wind Country acquires tailed beasts without expenditure, while the other 3 nations are required to pay. Furthermore, he brazenly proclaimed a tax of 30%. What is this? It is the epitome of shamelessness. At this moment, the figure of Ghost Lantern Huan Yue emerged, wearing an expression of mockery. He shrugged and remarked, "Hee, I was not present at the time, but I certainly heard about it." Lord Lai Do exemplifies capitalism at its finest. As he spoke, he gestured with his finger and wore a sardonic smile. Just as tensions escalated and a fierce conflict seemed imminent, an extraordinarily potent wave of energy suddenly surged from the surrounding space. This wave resembled a tumultuous tide, causing the very air around to ripple. To everyone's astonishment, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, had been revived. He stood there, exuding an imposing aura, clad in vibrant, flame-like red armor, the intricate patterns on the armor illuminated by a brilliant glow. His authoritative visage first displayed a flicker of astonishment, followed by a swift survey of the gathered crowd. With an anxious expression, Senju Hashirama urgently shouted, "Everyone, please do not fight. Grant me this favor." In his eagerness, he appeared ready to kneel and bow deeply. His face was etched with sincerity, his brow furrowed tightly, and his hands outstretched in frantic appeal, as if he feared the others would disregard his plea. Just at this critical juncture, another peculiar wave of energy manifested nearby. In the blink of an eye, his brother, the formidable second Hokage Senjitobarama, was also revived. In the midst of the wind, Senju Hashirama's silver hair danced freely. However, his expression swiftly darkened, revealing a countenance filled with discontent. With a decisive stride, he advanced and firmly grasped his brother's arm. His eyes were ablaze with a mix of anger and helplessness as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, refrain from kneeling so recklessly." At that moment, Bai Lian interjected with a grave demeanor, stating, "The first Hokage, who fought over there, once proclaimed that a person destined to bring peace to a chaotic world should not kneel indiscriminately." As he spoke, a flicker of doubt and scrutiny crossed Bai Lian's face. He paused momentarily before continuing, his gaze fixed intently on Senju Hashirama. "Thus, it would be prudent for you to temper your humility. You must understand that others often perceive ulterior motives in your actions." Just then, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was astonishingly resurrected. He materialized before the crowd, still bearing the appearance of a man in his 60s. His weathered visage was etched with the marks of time. As he appeared, his lips parted slightly as though he were about to speak, yet no sound escaped him. The third Mizukage, adorned with lustrous black hair, was also revived. His long, glossy locks floated gently in the air, while his imposing countenance bore a hint of sternness. His presence seemed to make the very atmosphere tremble. Standing silently, he surveyed his surroundings with a cold, indifferent gaze, resting not far from his mentor, Bai Lian. The previously serene expression on Bai Lian's face was suddenly overtaken by a surge of anger, prompting him to raise his voice in reprimand. With furrowed brows and wide-open eyes filled with ire, Bai Lian pointed at him and shouted, "Hey, you squinting rascal! How many times have I told you, when observing others? Could you perhaps open your eyes wider? Stop squinting. That lecherous demeanor is utterly disgraceful." As he spoke, Bai Lian's body trembled slightly with indignation, one hand gesturing animatedly in the air, as if he longed to deliver a slap to the third Mizukage. His expression was one of stern disapproval. akin to that of a teacher witnessing their most inept pupil committing an unforgivable error. Chapter 70. Lu Tian confronts the five Kages. The third Mizukage's previously calm expression shattered like a tranquil lake disturbed by a sudden boulder, replaced by a visage of profound embarrassment. His brows furrowed, appearing capable of crushing a fly, while his lips twitched awkwardly, revealing his discomfort. With a hint of bashfulness, he responded, "Teacher, look. I assure you, my eyes are truly wide open." As he spoke, his eyes widened in earnest, resembling copper bells, and he instinctively blinked rapidly. He seemed eager to prove his point to Bai Lian, gently scratching the back of his head, his face a portrait of resignation. He resembled a child awaiting punishment for a misdeed. Moreover, there are so many outsiders present, it is rather inappropriate for you to speak of me in their presence. The third Mizukage, while speaking, cast a pleading glance at Hakuren. However, Hakuren remained unmoved, exhibiting a fierce determination to unleash the pent-up anger within. "I am your teacher. How can it be wrong for me to reprimand you?" he insisted, his expression radiating the intensity of a storm. "Have you, with your newfound wings, truly abandoned the teachings I painstakingly imparted regarding the bloodline elimination and the art of vapor release?" Hakuren pointed a finger at the third Mizukage, leaning slightly forward, as if to expel every ounce of his discontent. "Master, I am genuinely ashamed," the third Mizukage confessed, his face betraying a bitter sorrow. He bowed his head, resembling a wayward child unable to meet the gaze of his teacher. "I have selected many, yet none have been able to master the vapor release. I have allowed your esteemed techniques to become obsolete," he lamented, shaking his head gently, his countenance steeped in disappointment, an image that evoked sympathy from those who beheld it. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had initially refrained from interjecting, could no longer contain himself. His expression turned grave, akin to an approaching tempest. He took a small step forward, his demeanor serious as he proclaimed, "Third Mizukage, do not deceive yourself. You ushered in the iron-fisted era of the Hidden Mist Village, known as the Land of Blood Mist." His eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity, as if he sought to penetrate the very heart of the third Mizukage. Pausing briefly, he continued, "It was precisely because of this that you recklessly took lives, ultimately meeting your demise at the hands of your own subordinates. How dare you, Sarutobi Hiruzen?" The third Mizukage erupted, his countenance transforming into that of a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, his fury palpable. His eyes widened, almost bulging from their sockets, and his hair seemed to bristle with indignation. "You appear rather aged, Hiruzen. Pray tell, did you die of natural causes?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily faltered, his body stiffening. In that instant, memories of the moment he was swiftly vanquished at the Uchiha clan's abode flooded his mind, casting a shadow over his expression. The third Mizukage, noticing his reaction, allowed a cold smirk to dance upon his lips as he taunted, "Your expression reveals all. You too were overthrown by your own subordinates." At this juncture, Senju Tobarama could no longer restrain himself. His brows furrowed, and his eyes brimmed with confusion and inquiry. "Monkey, what is the meaning of this? You do not appear to be a youth any longer. How could you have been usurped? What on earth have you done?" As he spoke, Senju Tobarama clenched his fists tightly, his body leaning slightly forward, as if he could hardly contain his eagerness for the answer. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flickered, attempting to deflect the inquiry. He awkwardly chuckled, saying, "No way. How could the teacher be so flustered?" At that moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to have a revelation. His expression shifted, and he let out a heavy sigh. "Let us not dig too deep, Tobarama. The matter concerning the monkey is something to be dealt with after our demise. Let it go." Senju Hashirama shook his head helplessly, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, seemingly burdened by their conversation. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. The second Tsuchikage and the second Kazekage were hurled toward them like mere sandbags. The tremendous force of their impact shattered several sturdy trees, which toppled over in disarray, their leaves fluttering down like autumn whispers. "I've been watching you for quite some time. Your incessant chatter is unbearable." Lu Tian's face displayed clear impatience. As he spoke loudly, he violently tossed the second Raikage aside, as if discarding refuse. In that moment, he resembled an invincible war deity. Gripping the first Raikage firmly in his right hand, he slightly raised his chin, his gaze filled with disdain and arrogance, proclaiming, "Hurry up and come forth. Don't waste my precious time." As he uttered these words, his brow furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with those before him. The surrounding air seemed to grow even more oppressive and tense in response to his words and actions. Saratobi Hizashi's gaze slowly fell upon Lu Tian, filled with confusion and contemplation, as if he were desperately rummaging through his mind for memories of this individual. He furrowed his brow, his expression grave, muttering to himself, "Why does this person seem so familiar, yet I cannot recall who he is?" After a moment of silence, he appeared to uncover something astonishing. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Tian, exclaiming, "Those eyes are the Rinnegan. Who exactly are you?" Lu Tian, upon witnessing the resurrected Saratobi Hizashi, initially displayed a hint of surprise. Soon, however, his expression morphed into one of amusement, as if he had stumbled upon something quite humorous. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Have you forgotten who I am?" As he spoke, his visage began to undergo a remarkable transformation, gradually revealing the form of Uchiha Kanyi amidst swirling mists. He tilted his head slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and continued, "Surely, you haven't forgotten this face?" Senju Tobarama's keen gaze remained fixed on Lu Tian. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual aura. His expression darkened as he exuded an air of vigilance and suspicion. After a moment of silence, Senju Tobarama seemed to recall something of great significance. His eyes widened in surprise as he eagerly inquired, "Young man, I have heard of you from the Sage of Six Paths, a scourge upon the ninja world. What connection do you have with my student?" Chapter 71. The dialogue between Lu Tian and Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing their words, Lu Tian's expression transformed into one of exquisite amusement. It was a complex blend of mockery, derision, and triumph, as if he had witnessed something profoundly amusing. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile, and he languidly remarked, "Do you wish to hear? Do you truly wish to know? Huh, I fear that after you listen, you might suffer a heart attack." As he spoke, he deliberately raised an eyebrow, his gaze brimming with provocation. Saratobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, was instantly flustered, panic and urgency etched upon his face. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Teacher, do not listen to his nonsense. He is sowing discord." In that moment, beads of sweat formed on Saratobi's forehead, his eyes radiating tension. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama stepped forward with a grave demeanor, each stride seemingly laden with an oppressive weight. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Tian and declared, "Young man, what are your intentions? To disrupt the ninja nations and establish your empire? Humph. I suspect your ambitions extend far beyond that." As he spoke, Hashirama's towering figure stood tall and unyielding, emanating an aura of inviolable authority. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, as if their conversation had thickened the very air. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust that danced slowly in the air. Lu Tian's previously indifferent expression suddenly took on an intriguing quality. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a peculiar glint sparkled in his eyes. He tilted his head back slightly, a mix of disdain and mockery evident in his demeanor. He proclaimed loudly, "Senju Hashirama, humph. If we are to speak of origins of evil, it is you who stands at the center. Were it not for you, how could the conflicts in the ninja world have escalated to such chaos?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Hashirama, his expression growing more animated. He continued, "Do you realize? After your demise, the ninja continent has endured 3 horrific ninja wars. And now, we find ourselves in the midst of the 4th. Pausing momentarily, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. The wind seemed to resonate with the gravity of his words, beginning to howl and rustle the leaves. Lu Tian crossed his arms resolutely, his gaze filled with determination and fervor. He shouted, "However, this time will be different. I shall swiftly put an end to all wars. I will unify this ninja continent, ensuring that this land knows no more strife." Upon hearing these words, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened, shimmering like stars. Deep within his pupils, a fierce fire seemed to ignite, his facial muscles tensed, and waves of fury surged forth like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists tightly and bellowed, "Your words are utterly absurd. They lack any semblance of truth. Humph, how could I, Senju Hashirama, ever be swayed by your nonsensical rhetoric?" Yet, Lu Tian remained remarkably composed. He casually toyed with the first raikage in his hands, as if it were a trivial plaything. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to that of a hawk. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Senju Hashirama and spoke slowly, "Oh, do I, Lu Tian, require the approval of mere ants like you to carry out my affairs? You, Senju Hashirama, are exceedingly arrogant. Each of Lu Tian's words pierced Senju Hashirama's heart like a razor-sharp blade. The fury that once painted Senju Hashirama's face was now tinged with a profound depth. His trembling hands were clenched tightly together, as if he were striving to rein in his emotions. With a lowered head, he inhaled deeply, then gradually raised it, as if bearing a hint of supplication. Lu Tian, I bow before you, pleading for you to relent and spare the nations of the ninja world. Upon hearing this, a playful smile flickered across Lu Tian's face. Yet, his voice was as frigid as a winter's breeze, cutting and icy. Senju Hashirama, when did you become so weak and easily deceived? If it were your descendants unifying the ninja continent, rather than me, Lu Tian, you would likely be overjoyed and filled with pride, would you not? At these words, Senju Hashirama's complexion turned pale as parchment. A flash of anger and unwillingness crossed his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, determination shining within his gaze as if he were making one final stand. Lu Tian, though I, Senju Hashirama, am not invincible, I shall never easily bow to you. If it is a battle you seek, then let it be a battle. Lu Tian's smile grew even more triumphant. His hands glided over the first Hokage, as though he were playing an unvoiced symphony. As his fingers danced, the once formidable figure of the first Hokage began to undergo a peculiar transformation. His physique softened, the muscular contours replaced by a graceful curvature. In an instant, the middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, metamorphosed into a young woman in her early 20s. She possessed a delicate visage and bright eyes that seemed to shimmer with the radiance of youth. Lu Tian gazed upon his creation with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with pride, akin to an artist admiring a flawless masterpiece. Turning his attention toward Senju Hashirama and the others, he wore a provocative smile. Senju Hashirama, let me open your eyes. This is my latest technique. I can alter anyone's gender, age, and physique at will. Senju Hashirama was taken aback by the spectacle before him, his face reflecting disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring at the appearance of the young woman as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then spoke in a low voice. Lu Tian, you truly are a genius. But what exactly is your purpose in doing this? Lu Tian smiled faintly and replied, Senju Hashirama, I find that you have diverted the topic. What I intended to discuss was the actions of the Third Hokage. His tone grew serious, as if recounting a heavy historical narrative. Before we commence our battle, allow me to express my thoughts clearly. Please refrain from interrupting my discourse. He sought to embellish with his own fabricated content. He continued, Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the surface, he presents himself as a just and selfless individual, yet in reality, he is a cunning and deceitful hypocrite. The glimmer in Lu Tian's eyes was sharp, his voice resonating with anger and discontent. He clandestinely manipulated the entire shinobi world, resorting to unscrupulous means for his own gain. His actions had incited the dissatisfaction and ire of countless individuals. His emotions had become exceedingly agitated. His hands clenched into fists as he continued, Senju Hashirama, you are a legendary figure in the shinobi world, yet you have been blinded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fixating on Hashirama's eyes, he continued, you believe he is striving for the peace of the entire shinobi realm, but in truth, he is merely paving the way for his own ambitions. I cannot stand idly by while such a person governs the entirety of the shinobi world. Hashirama was taken aback by Lu Tian's words, revealing a complex expression on his face, evidently skeptical of Lu Tian's outlandish claims. He paused momentarily, inhaled deeply, and said, Lu Tian, your words are shocking to me. However, I will investigate the matter concerning the monkey myself. If what you say is true, I will not turn a blind eye. Chapter 72. Lu Tian exposes the secrets of Otsutsuki. Senju Tobarama approached with steady strides, exuding an undeniable authority. His face bearing a hint of coldness and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He slightly raised his head, locking eyes with Lu Tian, his voice tinged with mockery. He stated, Brother, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. The Uchiha clan is a naturally malevolent race. Their ambitions have long been laid bare. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He shot a cold glare at Tobarama and retorted, Do you know how others perceive you? Tobarama Senju. Your ambition and malevolence have led many to label you as the inherently evil Tobarama Senju. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tobarama trembled slightly. It was as if an invisible force had struck him, sending him soaring into the air. He tumbled through the air before landing awkwardly on the ground, his face a mask of resentment and fury. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, the five Kage eyeing Lu Tian warily. Yet Hashirama raised a hand, signaling the five Kage not to act rashly. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if capable of quelling all discord. He turned to Lu Tian, his voice low and powerful. Did you just claim that I am the source of all evil? What do you mean by that? Lu Tian let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with provocation. Are you truly concerned about that title? Then allow me to elaborate. If it weren't for you, the ninja world may not have descended into such chaos. Although the Warring States period was rife with conflict, the scale of warfare at that time pales in comparison to the present. After the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, wars became more intense and expansive. Do you realize? The death toll in the 20 years of the Warring States period never matched the casualties of a single ninja world war. All of this is due to you, Senju Hashirama. Lu Tian's voice grew increasingly fervent, his expression becoming quite comical, as if mocking Senju Hashirama's ineptitude. Yet, his words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Hashirama's heart. After a moment of silence, Senju Hashirama slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute and profound. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a deep and powerful tone. Perhaps you are right, but I have never relinquished my quest for a path to peace. Though war is brutal, as long as we hold steadfast beliefs and persistence in our hearts, we shall one day glimpse the dawn of peace. As Senju Hashirama spoke, the air around them seemed to solidify. Lu Tian wore a mocking smile, his eyes scanning every individual present, especially resting on Hashirama's face. He smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with a challenging light, as if he had already secured victory in his grasp. He continued, "The light of peace you speak of, in my eyes, is none other than myself." His voice rang out powerfully, imbued with an irresistible charm that drew the attention of all present. His words exuded a potent mix of confidence and ambition, as if he envisioned the glorious future of unifying the ninja world. As long as I unify the ninja world, there will be no more strife in this realm, Lu Tian declared emphatically, his eyes shimmering with fervent light, as if he could already envision that peaceful world. Therefore, those of you who stand in my way, including the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, behind you. As soon as Lu Tian's words fell, his gaze shifted to the 5 Kage, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Not long before your appearance, an outsider emerged. He is none other than Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a relative of the Sage of 6 Paths. Lu Tian's voice rose gradually, as if he intended to engrave this revelation into the hearts of everyone present. He paused, surveying the crowd, and noted the shock etched on their faces. Satisfied, he continued, "Aren't you curious why he chose not to send Kinshiki to confront me, but instead sent you to deal with me?" A triumphant smile spread across his face, as if he had unraveled the thoughts of the crowd. He continued, "That is because I drove Kinshiki away. You are merely tools to buy time." As the words left his lips, an ephemeral silence enveloped the battlefield. The expressions on the faces of the 5 shadows reflected sheer astonishment, for they found it hard to fathom that Lu Tian could possibly defeat an unparalleled powerhouse like Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seemingly pleased with his performance, Lu Tian continued, "That Otsutsuki Kagaya is likely in search of allies. Do you know whom she will seek? It is none other than her partner, Otsutsuki Ishiki, the mother of Otsutsuki Kagaya." "Who precisely is this individual you speak of?" Senju Hashirama inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone imbued with both seriousness and confusion. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Tian, attempting to glean a hint of clarity from his eyes. A sly smile graced Lu Tian's lips, and a glint of cunning flickered in his gaze. He stepped forward deliberately, as if each stride weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. "This is the blind spot in your understanding," he declared with gravitas. "A millennium ago, and even earlier, 2 celestial beings streaked across the heavens like meteors and descended upon this planet. Prior to that moment, there was no existence of chakra on this world, only natural energy." Lu Tian continued, his eyes shimmering with profound insight, as if he could pierce through the barriers of time and witness that ancient epoch. "It was only when Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki planted the god tree that discord arose between them." Lu Tian shifted the focus of his narrative, pausing to glance at the 5 shadows, as if allowing them to digest this astonishing revelation. "Do you know what the necessary condition for planting the god tree is?" he queried again, his gaze alight with inquisitiveness. The 5 shadows exchanged glances, clearly troubled by the question. Lu Tian inhaled deeply and continued, "The prerequisite is the sacrifice of a living Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kagaya was the sacrificial offering, yet she ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, and compelled him to feed the 10 tails. As his words echoed, the battlefield fell into a momentary hush. The 5 shadows wore expressions of shock, unable to comprehend this staggering secret. Senju Hashirama, as the leader among the 5 shadows, was the first to regain his composure. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Is Tsutsuki Ishiki dead? Did you not just say Tsutsuki Kagaya went to seek him? How can she seek assistance from a deceased individual?" Lu Tian chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. That is the peculiarity of the Tsutsuki. They possess the ability to replicate themselves and digitize their essence, subsequently embedding themselves within a host. A black diamond-shaped mark appears on the palm of the host as a signifier. That mark is the crest. The Tsutsuki can use it to assume control and resurrect. They transcend the confines of death. A chilling and ruthless tone pervaded Lu Tian's words, as if he had laid bare the secrets of the Tsutsuki. Chapter 73. Inciting conflict between the 5 shadows and the Sage of 6 Paths. A fierce wind surged, and the clouds in the sky churned ominously, heralding the impending storm. Lu Tian stood before the 5 shadows with an air of nonchalance, his tall figure exuding an aura of cunning and provocation. He resembled a master strategist, manipulating the chessboard while the 5 shadows acted as mere pawns, poised to be toyed with at his whim. With a slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a smug smile, he slowly began, thus. This is the reason the Sage of 6 Paths sought to resurrect you. He has inscribed a mark, known as the wedge, within your very beings. His voice, low and chilling, echoed like a cold wind from the depths of the abyss, piercing the hearts of the 5 shadows. The sudden revelation left them in a state of shock, exchanging bewildered glances filled with uncertainty. They opened their palms, scrutinizing them, yet found no trace of the diamond-shaped mark. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the 5 shadows, was the first to regain his composure. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lu Tian, declaring in a somber tone, "There is no mark at all. You lie to us." His voice brimmed with anger and skepticism, as if determined to shatter Lu Tian's words completely. Senju Tobarama stood beside him, equally sharp-eyed. Clenching his fists, a hint of displeasure seeped into his voice as he retorted. What he said before must also be a fabrication. Brother, do not be deceived. His demeanor was resolute, prepared for a confrontation with Lu Tian. Ishikawa, the inaugural Earth Shadow of Awagakure, expressed his discontent more directly. With wide eyes, he glared at Lu Tian, his voice resonating with authority. "Young man, do you think us foolish? Do you believe mere words can compel us to accept your deceit?" Observing their reactions, Lu Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he had anticipated their responses. A glint of mischief danced in his eyes. With a subtle wave of his finger, an invisible force enveloped the first Hokage, effortlessly tearing asunder her garments. The gaze of the 5 shadows converged upon the exposed back of the first Hokage, revealing a striking diamond-shaped mark. Glowing ominously, an indelible curse etched into her spine. The remaining 4 shadows gasped in unison, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over them. In that moment, tumultuous waves surged within their hearts, disbelief coursing through them as they grappled with the reality of being mere vessels for the Sage of 6 Paths. Lu Tian's triumphant laughter rang out, laced with provocation. "Do you now wish to believe my words?" Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the forest, akin to lightning illuminating the night sky. As the brilliance faded, the figure of the Sage of 6 Paths materialized before them, descending with an air of majesty and solemnity. He floated in midair, seated in meditation, draped in a robe as pure and white as freshly fallen snow. The robe shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if it harbored boundless mysteries. His eyes sparkled with profound light, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. His presence rendered the entire forest in a state of stillness. The once blowing wind appeared to be intimidated by his majesty, daring not to stir even a whisper. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, leaving only the steady breath of the Sage of 6 Paths, akin to a mountain, flowing slowly. The Sage of 6 Paths regarded the uncertain expressions of the 5 shadows, a flicker of anxiety and anger crossing his countenance. His brows furrowed tightly, as if 2 sword-like brows were about to converge, his gaze fierce, seemingly able to penetrate the doubts and unease within the 5 shadows. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, his voice echoed through the woods like thunder. He proclaimed, "You ignorant fools! As the Sage of 6 Paths in the ninja world, I possess boundless power and wisdom. If I can resurrect you, why would I need to seize your bodies? Is that not redundant, a self-inflicted dilemma?" His voice surged like a torrential flood, compelling the five shadows to retreat a few steps. Yet, only Senju Hashirama remained steadfast, unmoving. The five shadows widened their eyes. Gazing at the Sage of Six Paths' angered and imposing visage, their hearts brimming with awe and trepidation. The sage's gaze swept over the five shadows, as if scrutinizing their innermost thoughts. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his fury. Humph, why the urgency then? Lu Tian remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing at his lips. He cast a cold glance at the sage, as if he were observing a farcical spectacle. Raising his head slightly, he gazed at the clouds scattered by the wind above. With a note of sarcasm in his voice, he remarked, "It is quite amusing how you become so agitated over a few words." Lu Tian turned his attention to the five shadows, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. "That is because your time of demise in the ninja world has been far too prolonged, rendering your powers significantly diminished. You can no longer wield control over this world by yourself. Thus, you need the five shadows as your stepping stones to re-enter this realm in your prime." Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened to a shade of iron. His eyes widened in fury, as if he were about to unleash flames. Trembling, he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Tian, his voice shaking with rage. "You speak nonsense. Remove your garments. Look for yourselves. I have left no such marks upon you." The five shadows were momentarily stunned by the sage's words. They exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes. Yet, in this critical moment, they chose to trust the Sage of Six Paths. Slowly, they began to disrobe, layer after layer, until their bodies stood completely exposed to the air. As the garments gradually fell away, the five shadows' forms appeared notably pale under the sunlight. To their astonishment, no diamond-shaped marks, as Lu Tian had claimed, emerged upon their skin. Their skin was as smooth as jade, devoid of any blemish. In that moment, the five shadows finally grasped Lu Tian's sinister plot. A flash of anger ignited in their eyes, and their gazes turned cold and piercing as they looked at Lu Tian. They clenched their fists tightly, as if channeling their fury into strength, determined to vanquish this detestable foe in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing their reaction, a smirk crept across Lu Tian's lips. It seemed he had anticipated this turn of events, his eyes twinkling with cunning and provocation. As the five shadows glared at him with indignation, he slowly raised his hand, as if preparing to make a move. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly struck. A powerful force erupted from him, sending Lu Tian hurtling through the air. "You shameless wretch! Cease your deceitful words." The Sage of Six Paths roared, his voice echoing through the forest like rolling thunder, shaking the very souls of everyone present. His face flushed crimson, and his renegade eyes blazed with the flames of fury, as if intent on incinerating the sly adversary before him. The five shadows, stirred by the sage's wrath, tightened their fists, their faces reflecting anger and determination. Yet, the truth was far more intricate than they had imagined. Although Lu Tian had deceived them, the Sage of Six Paths was equally complicit in concealing some truths. Chapter 74. A twist and the wedges positioned. The wind in the forest howled, lifting the robes of the five shadows in a tumultuous wave, as if unveiling the layers of mystery that shrouded them. Though Lu Tian had been propelled away by the sage's formidable power, a barely perceptible smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the five shadows. Mischief sparkled in his eyes, as if he awaited a particular outcome. The five shadows had yet to recover from their previous shock when they heard the sage's ethereal and enigmatic voice. Turning to look, they beheld the sage, his form suspended in midair, increasingly indistinct, shrouded in a faint mist, as if he might dissipate at any moment. The power he had projected into the shinobi world, having just sent Lu Tian flying, seemed to be dwindling. His figure swayed in the wind, appearing as if it might vanish with a gust. His gaze swept over the five shadows, imbued with a sense of resignation and resolve, as if he was entrusting all hope to them. Taking a deep breath, his chest heaved, as if he were gathering every ounce of strength for this moment. He spoke slowly, his voice laden with the weight of ages. "The heavy responsibility of protecting the shinobi world is now entrusted to you." Each word struck the five shadows like a hammer on an anvil, instilling within them a profound sense of gravity and duty. With that, the sage's form began to fade gradually. His silhouette became increasingly blurred, ultimately transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the air. His voice gradually faded away, leaving behind a profound silence and the silhouettes of the five shadows, who exchanged bewildered glances. Within their hearts, a tempest of confusion and unease surged, as dark clouds loomed over their thoughts. They gazed into each other's equally perplexed eyes, seeking a glimmer of enlightenment. Yet, they discovered that each pair of eyes resembled unfathomable lakes, brimming with bewilderment and incomprehension. At that moment, Lu Tian rose from the ground like a specter. He brushed off the dust from his attire, a triumphant smile gracing his face, as if everything that had transpired had been anticipated by him. With a measured gait, he approached the 5 shadows, each step resonating like a drumbeat upon their hearts, quickening their pulses. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth curved into a sly arc, reminiscent of a sage who wielded dominion over all. His gaze sparkled with a chilling intensity, piercing through the very depths of their fears. "Do you know?" he intoned, his voice deep and frosty, echoing through the air. Each word seemed to crystallize into a sharp blade, stabbing at the quintet's hearts. His voice slithered like a cold serpent's tongue, sending involuntary shivers down their spines. "The so-called imprint of the wedge is inscribed upon the surface of your hearts," Lu Tian continued, his eyes glinting with an eerie light, as if he were the master of the unfolding reality. At his revelation, the 5 shadows were enveloped in shock. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of the Fire Nation, was the first to voice his skepticism. "This is impossible. We have never sensed any anomaly. Moreover, how could you possibly know of such hidden matters?" The first Wind Shadow, Redo, followed suit, his brow furrowed, eyes shimmering with doubt. "Lu Tian, what evidence do you possess?" This assertion is utterly preposterous. Yet Lu Tian remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Evidence? My eyes can pierce through all. I have seen the wedge upon the surface of your hearts," he declared. "An engraving on the hand can be severed with assistance, but one inscribed upon the heart cannot be so easily extricated." The other 5 shadows from different nations felt a tempest arise within them at his words. They instinctively clutched their chests, as if sensing the invisible mark pulsating upon the surface of their hearts, sending waves of chill coursing through them. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. They had never imagined that the wedge would conceal itself in such a perilous location. This secret loomed like a vast black hole, devouring their trust and sense of security. Confusion and disarray filled the hearts of the 5 shadows. They were unsure of whom to believe or how to confront this sudden truth. Observing the terror etched upon their faces, Lu Tian felt a surge of delight within him. He continued to sneer, stating, "The reason the Sage of 6 Paths has not revealed the truth to you is that he understands that once you uncover this secret, doubt will take root in your hearts. And now, he lacks the strength to uphold this deception." In the tranquil and solemn Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya's previously peaceful visage darkened with fury upon hearing Lu Tian's words. A tempestuous light flickered in his eyes, as if he sought to ignite the very essence of the Pure Land itself. He had not anticipated that despite his monumental efforts, he would still be unable to seize control of the situation. Clenching his fists, the joints of his fingers emitted a crisp sound, narrating the resentment and anger boiling within him. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, he resolved to employ the contingency plan he had long prepared. He would safeguard the tranquility of the ninja world in his own manner. In the forest, Senju Hashirama regarded Lu Tian's words with skepticism. As a legendary ninja of the Land of Fire, he possessed keen insight and judgment. Revived by the Sage of 6 Paths, he had been enhanced to the point where hand seals were unnecessary. He could manipulate the surrounding flora with mere thought. The once serene woods and blooming flora instantly transformed into his weapons. As Hashirama concentrated, the surrounding plants seemed to respond to an unseen call, rushing towards Lu Tian. The verdant foliage coiled around him like ethereal serpents, restraining his movements, while robust branches resembled monstrous tentacles, tightly enveloping him as if intent on suffocating him. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Lu Tian's face contorted in exaggerated struggle. He attempted to break free from the vines and branches, only to realize his strength paled in comparison to these plants. A look of terror crossed his features, as he had not anticipated Hashirama's formidable abilities. "Do you enjoy playing pretend so much? Then I shall take your life." Hashirama coldly observed Lu Tian, his gaze brimming with contempt and disdain. "Lu Tian, do you truly believe your lies can deceive everyone? I, Senju Hashirama, am not so easily fooled." With that, he waved his hands once more, and the surrounding flora, receiving a renewed command, began to launch a frenzied assault on Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled mockingly, retorting, "You claim not to be a fool, yet your attack. Do you believe it is your own volition?" Chapter 75. The 5 Kage unite to assault Lu Tian. Suddenly, Hashirama erupted with an overwhelming presence. He inhaled deeply and gradually, A mysterious and imposing visage emerged upon his face, a symbol of the sage mode. The environment around him pulsated with the rhythm of his breath. The seemingly ordinary flora and branches that once entwined around Lu Tian now appeared to be imbued with life. They grew wildly, twisting and ultimately coalescing into a magnificent green dragon. This dragon writhed in the air, its scales shimmering with an ethereal green light, each scale seemingly harboring boundless power. The constraining force of the dragon was so immense that it felt suffocating, as if it sought to dominate everything in its vicinity. Its body continuously emanated a peculiar wave, capable of absorbing all chakra around it, whether from foes or allies alike. Yet, Lu Tian was no ordinary opponent. He too possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, a thrilling tug-of-war ensued between the two. Lu Tian stood firm against the wooden dragon, a vortex of chakra swirling around him. Whenever the wooden dragon attempted to siphon off Lu Tian's chakra, he would, with his formidable will and skill, reverse the flow, reclaiming the chakra. "Do you truly think you can ensnare me?" Lu Tian smirked, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like two fire dragons dancing in the sky. "Let us play a little. Taste this," Lu Tian bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield like thunder. In an instant, the two flames morphed into roaring fire dragons, charging directly at the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive form twisting violently in an attempt to devour the fire dragons. However, the fire dragons moved with a life of their own, skillfully weaving through the air, each contact seemingly draining the wooden dragon's chakra. Not far away, Senju Hashirama observed the unfolding spectacle with a grave expression. He understood that if this continued, the wooden dragon's chakra would soon be completely depleted by Lu Tian. He could not remain idle. The battle needed to end swiftly. Taking a deep breath, the chakra around him surged more violently. He pressed his palms together and intoned. Senjutsu would release true thousand-handed cannon. With his mighty declaration, a colossal statue of cannon with 1,000 arms erupted behind him. This statue dwarfed even the Nine Tails, being dozens of times larger. Had the Nine Tails been present, it could have been easily grasped by a single hand of this divine figure. It radiated a golden light, as if capable of illuminating the entire battlefield. Countless enormous arms extended from the statue, towering like ancient trees, blocking out the sun. These arms launched a simultaneous assault on Lu Tian, seeking to overwhelm him in one decisive strike. Thousands of massive fists descended, each strike resonating as if to shake the very heavens. Yet, Lu Tian remained unfazed. He transformed into a swirling mass of black flames, incinerating the wooden dragon beside him into ashes in an instant. Subsequently, he conjured a colossal black flame shield, effortlessly deflecting the assaults of the Guanyin statue. "Is this the extent of your prowess, Senju Tobarama?" Lu Tian's eyes shimmered with disdain as he readied himself for a counterattack, resembling a leopard poised to pounce upon its prey. In that fleeting moment, Senju Tobarama made his move. His eyes glimmered with a sharpness akin to the stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the encompassing darkness. With a clap of his hands, he inhaled sharply, unleashing a high-pressure jet of water, a technique known as the water release, water break wave. This column of water resembled a silver sort of light, dazzling and imbued with an endless chill and ferocity. It carved a flawless line through the air, slicing towards Lu Tian. The water rippled, and the atmosphere was saturated with a humid essence. The destructive force was utterly terrifying, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this power. Even the surrounding air was drawn into this force, producing a subtle sound of shattering. Lu Tian's expression shifted to one of gravity. He had just adjusted his stance to evade this lethal strike. Yet, in the next moment, the speed of the water break wave was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, drawing perilously close to him once more. A sudden gale erupted in the air. Fiersto clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of powerful wind-released chakra from within. This was his pride, the bloodline limit, hurricane release. Under his command, the tempest roared forth, sweeping towards Lu Tian. The wind was laced with countless sharp blades, swirling and whirling through the air, emitting a piercing sound as if even space itself were being sliced apart by this ferocious gale. Lu Tian sensed the simultaneous approach of two formidable forces. Yet, he remained unfazed, growing even more composed. He flickered like a wraith, darting between the tempest and the water wave. Each flash was accompanied by a thunderous sound and a blinding radiance, as Lu Tian etched brilliant trails through the darkness. He deftly evaded all assaults, as if everything were under his dominion. Lu Tian, let us see how you withstand my double onslaught. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely, Fiersto bellowed, his voice brimming with confidence and authority. However, Lu Tian remained unperturbed. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing mere meters in front of Senju Tobarama. His palm was raised high, as if poised to deliver a decisive strike. Yet, Senju Tobarama did not falter. He disappeared in a flash, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. When he reappeared, it was a few meters behind Lu Tian. He had long been prepared, with markers of the Flying Thunder God surrounding him. In a swift motion, Senju Tobarama conjured a swirling vortex of water, condensing it into a spear of liquid. With all his might, he hurled it forth. The water spear spun erratically through the air, resembling a resplendent silver lotus in full bloom. Upon contact with its target, it would instantaneously unleash a colossal water vortex. A display of magnificent and overwhelming power. Lu Tian sensed an oppressive force approaching from behind, akin to a heavy hammer striking his heart. He yearned to evade once more, yet his feet felt as though ensnared by invisible chains, heavy and immovable. In astonishment, he glanced down, discovering that the ground beneath him had transformed from mere soil into elongated tendrils, as if imbued with life. These tendrils coiled tightly around his feet, akin to seaweed clinging to him in the depths of the ocean. A tremendous force surged from below, as if a torrent sought to engulf him. Lu Tian attempted to break free, but the weight of that power was like a mountain, rendering him as immovable as a piece of iron drawn inexorably to a magnet. He raised his gaze to the figure hovering above, Shinichi Tsuchikage Ishikawa. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of serene composure, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Tian. He spoke slowly. Lu Tian, stand there obediently. Before me, there is no escape for you. Chapter 76. The Sage of Six Paths unleashes his final gambit. Lu Tian transformed into a blazing inferno of black flames. Within the fierce blaze, it seemed as though countless malevolent spirits danced wildly. This black fire tore through the heavens, propelled by boundless might and fury, racing toward the infinite sky. The atmosphere itself appeared to be rent asunder by this conflagration, with the surrounding air warped by intense heat, crackling with explosive sounds. He shattered the layers of restraint. Neither the barriers of space nor the shackles of time could impede his advance. Lu Tian let out a resounding roar midair, a sound akin to the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, reverberating with profound impact. His face was alight with madness and exhilaration, as if the turmoil and bloodshed surrounding him were merely an exhilarating game. Ha! Ha ha! How delightful! Lu Tian laughed, his eyes gleaming with mockery. You lot are truly amusing. I almost feel reluctant to slay you. His words dripped with scorn and disdain, as if his foes were mere ants, unworthy of his full strength. Just as his voice echoed, his gaze sharpened, locking onto a figure in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, one stood apart. Lu Tian's tone turned cold, laced with murderous intent. That one is you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes glinted with an icy radiance, as if intent on freezing Hiruzen in place. As he spoke, the black flames surged once more, becoming even more ferocious. Lu Tian surged forth like a colossal arrow, imbued with the destructive force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, hurtling towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with astonishing speed. His velocity seemed to transcend the very limits of space, rendering evasion utterly impossible. Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of grave concern, as he sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. With a steely gaze, he swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling sharply before abruptly opening his mouth. In that fleeting moment, a sphere of purple lightning coalesced within his lips, manifesting as a colossal purple dragon that roared forward to confront the oncoming Lu Tian. This was the formidable technique of the In release, lightning style, which he had surreptitiously acquired from Uchiha Madara. Yet, Lu Tian remained unfazed in the face of this cataclysmic assault. His embodiment of black flames writhed in the air, akin to an arrow ignited by the fires of darkness. It cleaved through the heavens, propelled by the momentum of utter obliteration, and directly surged towards the purple dragon. The dragon, in its thunderous fury, endeavored to withstand the encroaching tide of black flames. However, before this arrow, fortified by the essence of darkness, the purple dragon was swiftly ignited, transforming into a dazzling array of sparks before dissipating into the boundless void. Saratobi was left with nothing, not even a trace of his presence. This spectacle left all present in sheer astonishment. They could scarcely believe the magnitude of Lu Tian's power, which rendered even Saratobi's ultimate skill utterly ineffective. "You audacious monkey! How dare you slay him?" Senju Hashirama roared in a fit of rage. His voice reverberated through the air like thunder, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. In an instant, the ground beneath Lu Tian began to tremble violently. Massive wooden hands erupted from the earth, resembling gigantic tendrils that sought to ensnare him. These wooden appendages exuded a vibrant life force, as if intent on engulfing Lu Tian entirely. Yet, Lu Tian remained indifferent. The black flames enveloping him flared even more fiercely, as if they sought to ignite the entire world. Upon contact with the black flames, the wooden hands were reduced to ashes, vanishing into the ether. Coldly regarding the assembly before him, Lu Tian curled his lips into a sardonic smile and proclaimed, "Could you not form a queue and allow me to deal with you one by one? Must you insist on a coordinated assault? If that is the case, I shall cease this game." The black flames surged once more, threatening to consume the very fabric of reality. Stone River, the first Third Hokage, narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Youngster, how dare you underestimate the 5 Kage? Today, you shall witness the pinnacle of the shinobi world." With a flourish, he formed hand seals and unleashed his signature technique. The bloodline elimination, earth release. Surrounding Lu Tian, the earth writhed and transformed, giving rise to lifelike mud figures armed with weapons, converging to attack from multiple directions. The clay figures exuded a heavy scent of earth, as if intent on binding Lu Tian thoroughly within the soil. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Tian's eyes. In an instant, he glided through the clay figures like a wraith. However, he soon discerned that these figures were not mere tricks. The earth-style ninjutsu they unleashed caused a slight delay in his chakra flow. "Is it this technique again? How utterly tedious." Lu Tian let out a cold chuckle, his body suddenly convulsing, releasing a powerful surge of black flames that erupted from within him. The clay figures surrounding him rapidly cracked and eventually disintegrated into a puddle of mud under the scorching heat of the flames. Just as Lu Tian prepared to press his advantage, he felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him. The air around him sank under this immense weight. As if transformed into a viscous liquid, Lu Tian's movements faltered, preventing him from traversing with the same ease as before. The earth-style, gravity-crush technique. The voice of the third Hokage resonated in the air above the battlefield. Suspended in midair, he clasped his hands together, his gaze piercing. The soil surrounding the battlefield seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, swiftly converging upon Lu Tian's location. The ground trembled as if it were about to tear open, creating a vast void. Under this intense pressure, the black flames enveloping Lu Tian flickered like a candle in a tempest, threatening to extinguish at any moment. He felt the weight of gravity pressing in from all sides, akin to countless mountains, suffocating him and forcing him to collapse onto the ground. Lu Tian struggled to rise, but each attempt felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the others were not merely spectating. Lido floated high above, taking a deep breath as he swiftly formed hand seals. In that instant, a fierce wind howled around him, rapidly shaping into sharp blades of wind. Accelerated by gravity, these blades multiplied in power, slicing toward Lu Tian like razor-sharp edges. The three water shadows joined forces to unleash their ninjutsu. Bai Lian clasped his hands together, releasing a jet of white steam that surged toward Lu Tian's head. The third water shadow employed the same technique. Meanwhile, Ghost Lantern Huanyue leapt into the air, opening his mouth wide to unleash a massive column of water. Senju Tobarama also formed hand seals, expelling torrents of water-style ninjutsu. His water column intertwined with Ghost Lantern Huanyue's, swiftly forming a colossal curtain of water. From behind Senju Hashirama, the thousand-handed cannon activated once more as countless massive hands surged toward Lu Tian like a tidal wave. These gigantic hands emanated a formidable power of wood release, each swing capable of shaking the very heavens. At that moment, a mysterious light suddenly erupted from the five shadows, enveloping the entire battlefield. This is the contingency plan of the Sage of Six Paths, as a formidable sealing force surged towards Lu Tian. In the face of such power, all of Lu Tian's struggles became utterly futile. He sensed his body being drawn by an invisible force, ultimately vanishing from his original location. Have you exerted yourselves so greatly merely to seal away my corporeal form? Furthermore, you have underestimated me. Chapter 77. The arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki at this moment. In the desolate plains of the northwest wind country, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, foreboding an impending storm. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a figure flickered like a specter, Otsutsuki Urashiki, frantically fleeing. His eyes gleamed with fury and disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. In this barren expanse, Urashiki sensed a disturbance beneath the earth. He discovered Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had taken residence within the body of Jigen. After shrinking his incomplete upper body, he parasitically inhabited Jigen's mind. At that moment, Jigen, adorned in a white feathered robe, bore Roman numerals beneath his left eye and a wedge-shaped mark upon his chin. Exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance, he savored a meal and exquisite red wine. Confronted by the sudden arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki, he engaged in a standoff through Jigen's body. "Look at your current state, barely clinging to life, Ishiki," Urashiki taunted, his voice echoing through the subterranean cavern, laced with mockery and pride. "You have been ambushed by your own subordinate, left in such a pitiable condition. What a disgrace to our name. I share your rank, and I find this utterly humiliating." Urashiki's words struck Otsutsuki Ishiki like a sharp blade, piercing deep into his heart. Yet, Ishiki remained unfazed. Through Jigen's body, he continued to sip his wine. "If your intention is merely to deride me, there is no need. If you seek to reclaim the divine tree, then do so promptly. Do not squander our time. I have come here for 3 significant matters. At this moment, my priority is to teach a lesson to the traitor." Urashiki's cold voice reverberated in the vast underground cavern. He swiftly opened the portal to the Yellow Springs, akin to a profound black hole, consuming all in its vicinity. Stepping through this gateway, Urashiki's figure vanished in an instant. He descended into the primordial space of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This realm resembled an ancient sanctuary forgotten by time, suffused with an intense chakra aura, where the very air brimmed with boundless energy. Ancient runes slowly flowed within the space, whispering secrets unknown to man. As Urashiki entered this domain, a scornful smile blossomed upon his face. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the frail figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the corner. With a swift movement, he appeared before Kagaya like a wraith. He extended his long, pale fingers, gently grasping the disheveled hair of Kagaya Tsutsuki, as if toying with a helpless kitten. The bloodline technique, rabbit hair needle. Kagaya's hair transformed into countless thousand blades, launching an assault against Tsutsuki. Faced with such an onslaught, a flicker of impatience crossed Tsutsuki's eyes as he abruptly struck Kagaya across the face. The crisp sound reverberated through the space, as if time itself had come to a halt. Kagaya's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Tsutsuki crouched down, leaping onto Kagaya's back, repeatedly applying pressure. A fire of rage blazed within Tsutsuki's eyes, ready to erupt, his voice brimming with anger and contempt. "You treacherous waste, defeated by your own son and sealed away for so many years. And now, you dare to resist me? It is utterly laughable." Kagaya struggled in agony, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength to break free from Tsutsuki's grasp. Her fists clenched tightly, as if to conjure the final remnants of power for a counterattack. Bloodline technique, 80 God's airstrike. But Tsutsuki denied her that opportunity. With a thunderous kick, he sent her soaring through the air once more, her body crashing violently to the ground. She rolled several times, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Struggling to lift her head, Kagaya's eyes still sparkled with indomitable spirit. She looked up at Tsutsuki and, though her voice was weak, it remained resolute. "I will not submit to you." Tsutsuki let out a cold laugh and stood tall. With a sudden sweep of his hand, a powerful force yanked Kagaya toward him. He gazed down at her disheveled form, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision. Then, with a swift motion, he callously hurled her into the portal of the underworld. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world was engulfed in darkness. Her body traced a tragic arc through the air, like a withering leaf, before crashing heavily at the feet of Tsutsuki. Her hair was in disarray, her clothes tattered, yet within her eyes burned an unyielding flame, a manifestation of her defiance, resolution, and boundless indignation. As her former superior, Tsutsuki now regarded her through the body of Kagaya with cold indifference. His gaze flickered with complex emotions, rage at Kagaya's betrayal intertwined with an appreciation for her resilience. However, Sutsuki's anger soon morphed into a twisted desire. He slowly approached Kagaya, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. You have borne 3 children, and they have caused me considerable trouble. Why not give me one more? As his words hung in the air, Otsutsuki Ishiki extended his hand, brutally tearing apart Kagaya's tattered garments. Kagaya struggled in vain, attempting to resist, but her body felt as if it had been paralyzed, rendering her immobile. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, yet more prominently, they reflected her unwavering dignity. This place was the confluence of the land of wind, the land of rain, and the land of bears. Lu Tian possessed a physical form nearby, closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations of chakra around him. He sprang to his feet, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Upon entering the mysterious underground cavern, the scene before him ignited a raging fury within him. He beheld Kagaya Otsutsuki, once a magnificent presence a millennium ago, now lying on the ground like a discarded doll, battered and disheveled. Lu Tian's gaze shifted to the 2 Otsutsuki engaged in their nefarious deeds. His eyes blazed crimson, fists clenched tightly, chakra swirling violently around him. You shameless wretches! Lu Tian bellowed in indignation. How dare you commit such despicable acts? With his roar, the entire underground chamber seemed to tremble. Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki simultaneously lifted their heads to regard this unexpected intruder. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces, but it was quickly overshadowed by disdain and contempt. However, Lu Tian offered them no opportunity to react. In an instant, he reappeared before Otsutsuki Ishiki, unleashing a powerful punch fueled by boundless fury directly into his chest. With a resounding crash, Otsutsuki Ishiki was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully with the cavern's stone wall, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Lu Tian did not relent. He vanished once more, reappearing before Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as his fist struck once again. This time, he obliterated Otsutsuki Momoshiki's form, reducing it to naught but emptiness. Chapter 78. Lu Tian versus the 2 Otsutsuki. Your performance has come to an end, but do not presume that I shall merely sit idly by. Lu Tian declared coldly within the forest, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. Before him stood 10 exquisite stone chairs, emanating a faint glow. The past Hokages were drawn by an invisible force, compelled to take their seats. They attempted to move, only to discover themselves ensnared by an overwhelming power, immovable. Spare your efforts. This is my self-entanglement puppet seal, Lu Tian stated indifferently. The faces of the 5 shadows displayed expressions akin to deathly pallor, as if they were witnessing their own demise. At that moment, a colossal screen gradually unfurled before them. The imagery it revealed left everyone in a state of shock. It depicted Lu Tian engaged in a fierce battle in another realm. Within the dim confines of an underground cavern, an invisible force seemed to surge. 3 figures of the Otsutsuki clan stood out prominently, 2 men and 1 woman, each exuding an aura of immense power, as if capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. The gaze of the 5 shadows fixated on Otsutsuki Kagaya, the once dominant ruler of the ninja world, now reduced to a pitiful state. Her garments lay tattered, her fair skin marred by numerous wounds, and her eyes reflected an abyss of pain and despair. This scene stirred within the 5 shadows a profound sense of sorrow and indignation, evoking pity for the former sovereign. Conversely, on the other side of the cavern, Lu Tian stood resolute, akin to a valiant warrior. Confronting the 2 formidable Otsutsuki, he exhibited no fear. His form darted swiftly through the cavern, each strike imbued with the force of a tempest, as if he intended to rend the very cave asunder. The 5 shadows watched, spellbound, their hearts brimming with awe and admiration for Lu Tian. Is this truly the extent of Lu Tian's power? Muttered Senju Hashirama, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. He had never envisioned that humanity could wield such formidable strength, transcending all his expectations. We are, in fact, opposed to him. A look of terror crossed Shura's face, his voice trembling as he grappled with the stark reality. They had always believed themselves to be the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. Yet now it seemed the chasm between them and Lu Tian was insurmountable. The battle depicted on the screen was far from over. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Otsutsuki Momoshiki appeared not to have succumbed entirely. Struggling to rise, he consumed all the chakra from the basket of fish. Yet, even that immense energy seemed insufficient to satiate him. In a frenzied roar, he devoured both of his Rinnegan eyes as well. as he consumed the chakra and Rinnegan. An astonishing transformation overtook Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His already towering physique grew even more formidable, resembling an unyielding mountain. His skin turned as white as jade, seemingly cloaked in a divine radiance. Upon his forehead, a golden Rinnegan slowly opened, emanating a blinding brilliance. His visage was adorned with black runes, akin to footprints left by a heavy tread, exuding a peculiar and potent aura. Simultaneously, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had possessed the body of Tsukuyami, began his own metamorphosis. He underwent a transformation into the wedge form, adorned with numerous runes. These runes slithered across his body like serpents, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. On the right side of his head, a sharp horn emerged, emanating a chilling radiance. His gaze turned frigid and ruthless, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The hands of Otsutsuki Purushi waved incessantly, and with each motion, purple energy orbs streaked across the night sky like meteors, ceaselessly shooting forth from his palms. Standing not far away, Lu Tian's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He endeavored to harness the power of his Rinnegan, aspiring to absorb these purple energy orbs. However, he soon discovered that these energy spheres possessed a unique attribute that rendered them impervious to his absorption. A surge of alarm coursed through him, yet he remained composed, swiftly recalibrating his strategy to adopt a defensive stance. With a thunderous clap, Lu Tian felt a powerful impact reverberate through him. He staggered slightly but quickly regained his balance. Beyond launching these energy spheres, what other abilities have you acquired? Has your physique merely strengthened? Lu Tian regarded Otsutsuki Purushi, curiosity flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki prepared to strike Lu Tian. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his hand, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from within him. Countless black cubes emerged from a dimension beyond, cascading towards Lu Tian like torrential rain. These ominous cubes exuded an eerie aura that sent a shiver down Lu Tian's spine. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the impending assault. Bang! 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 The black cubes relentlessly collided with Lu Tian, producing deafening roars. Yet, he seemed to transform into an unyielding barrier, impervious to the ferocious onslaught of the cubes, which could not budge him in the slightest. After enduring countless impacts, Lu Tian shattered each and every one of the black cubes. Standing firm, his eyes glinted with a cold intensity. Otsutsuki Ishiki, observing Lu Tian before him, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Tian's strength to be so formidable that even his divine techniques could inflict no substantial harm. Yet he did not yield. Instead, he raised his hands once more, poised to unleash a more ferocious attack. Otsutsuki Purushi released another barrage of purple energy orbs. These energies flickered like stars, transforming into lethal projectiles that hurtled towards Lu Tian at astonishing speed. Each discharge of energy was accompanied by violent tremors in the air and the tearing of the night sky, as if the very cosmos trembled in response. The purple luminescence illuminated all surroundings, casting the underground cavern into a realm engulfed by violet flames. Otsutsuki Purushi fixed his gaze on Lu Tian, a glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes. He turned to Otsutsuki Ishiki on the other side, exclaiming, "This guy is incredibly strong." His voice reverberated through the subterranean chamber, laden with a sense of urgency. He declared, "Join me in battle. I am about to unleash my ultimate move." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tian, standing amidst the purple rain of energy orbs, wore a look of disdain. His gaze was calm and resolute, as if these assaults were nothing more than trivial playthings to him. He lifted his head to regard the disheveled Kagaya Tsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world. "Do not worry, I shall soon eradicate them." Lu Tian spoke with an air of confidence. In an instant, Lu Tian felt an unusual presence. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a diminutive entity attempting to burrow into his ear from his shoulder. Startled, he quickly recognized it as the divine technique of Tsutsuki Ishiki, the diminutive form of Daikokutten. With a cold huff, Lu Tian resolved not to let Tsutsuki Ishiki succeed. He swiftly extended a hand, executing a remarkably agile countergrab, effectively seizing the shrunken Tsutsuki. "The disparity between us is insurmountable," Lu Tian sneered, clutching Tsutsuki Ishiki with disdain. "Your trivial tricks cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon me." Chapter 79. The Farewell of Kagaya Tsutsuki. After an intense battle, the underground cavern was utterly transformed. The once solid rocks crumbled under the impact of energy, their collapse echoing like the earth's furious roar. A massive void, several yards in diameter, opened at the cavern's ceiling, leading directly to the surface. Sunlight cascaded through the opening, illuminating the chaos within. Lu Tian stood amidst the ruins, firmly grasping two incapacitated Tsutsuki, Ishiki and Kinshiki. Their garments lay in tatters, and their expressions were filled with terror and despair. Lu Tian regarded them with contempt and scorn. You are akin to indestructible cockroaches, no matter how I strike. You manage to cling to life. It is truly exhausting. His voice echoed in the vast cavern, laced with mockery and derision. With that, he raised his hands, lifting the two Tsutsuki high as if showcasing his trophies. Since you are so tenacious, I shall honor your customs and obliterate you completely. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Gradually, he opened his mouth, and the two Tsutsuki began to compress within his grasp. They struggled and cried out, yet their efforts proved futile. Bathed in sunlight, Lu Tian's figure appeared increasingly imposing and majestic. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if nothing could impede his advance. The two Tsutsuki had become his sustenance. Delicious. Lu Tian inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and joy, as if the enemies he had just consumed were the most exquisite delicacies in the world. He felt the surging power within him, each thread and strand seemingly imbued with boundless energy, sending a tremor through his very soul. I sense the strength boiling within me. I have grown stronger. Lu Tian swung his fists, reveling in the torrent of power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In that moment, he felt as though he had become an invincible entity, rendering any foe before him utterly powerless. He turned his gaze, piercing and intense, towards the distant figure of Kaguya Tsutsuki. In the sunlight, her silhouette appeared even more graceful and enchanting. Lu Tian approached her, a gentle smile adorning his features. Congratulations, Kaguya. You have finally liberated yourself from the shackles imposed by your two wayward sons. His voice was both soft and commanding, akin to a comforting spring breeze. He extended his hand, lightly patting Kaguya's shoulder, as if offering her encouragement and solace. Kaguya Tsutsuki was momentarily taken aback. The once fierce intensity of her gaze softened at Lu Tian's words. Slowly, she lifted her head to regard the man who had just rescued her. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes, an amalgam of wariness towards the unknown and a barely perceptible gratitude. Once an invincible being, her power had been mercilessly restrained during her years of confinement, her spirit trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. With the breaking of her bonds and the return of freedom, her heart surged with a tumult of emotions. She had not anticipated Lu Tian's gesture of congratulations and concern at such a moment. This sudden kindness left her somewhat startled and at a loss. Yet soon, a grateful smile blossomed on her face, radiant as the warm sun of early spring. Kaguya's smile revealed an innocent purity, reminiscent of a child just emerging from the shadows. Filled with hope and yearning for the future, such a sight stirred Lu Tian's heart. He understood that despite Kaguya's formidable power, her inner self resembled that of a Na'vi child. Her innocence and kindness were precisely what had enabled Naruto and Sasuke to seal her. Had her character been otherwise, the outcome of their conflict might have diverged significantly. Kaguya, could you summon your third son? Lu Tian inquired, a slight furrow in his brow, his gaze penetrating and profound. His tone carried an undeniable authority. Kaguya's eyes shimmered, as if she could pierce through the very fabric of time and space. She nodded gently, her demeanor composed, replying, I sense his chakra. He is already on his way. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the Dahan Empire's forest, Lu Tian had completed his masterpiece, standing amidst a clearing. Surrounded by a dense forest, sunlight cascades through the gaps in the leaves, enveloping him in a golden halo. Before him sit 10 former titans of the Five Shadows, who, while watching a film, have transformed into delicate and enchanting young maidens. Their once-fitting garments now appear ill-suited, and their faces are adorned with expressions of bashfulness and astonishment. As if they can scarcely believe their own metamorphosis, Lu Tian gazes upon these beauties with satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He reaches out, gently caressing the cheek of Senju Tobarama, and tenderly proclaims, Ladies, this marks your rebirth. The shackles of your former selves have been eradicated. Be sure to express your gratitude. The transformed Senju Tobarama, once stern in demeanor, now possesses a delicate visage. She bites her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with tears of humiliation. Raising her gaze, She meets Lu Tian's eyes with her clear yet defiant expression, trembling as she utters, "Just kill me." Observing her resolute demeanor, Lu Tian feels an inexplicable surge of emotion. He remarks, "Your defiance excites me." Yet, with a playful twist, a hint of mockery dances in his eyes as he adds, "However, I am not a lustful fool like Uchiha Kinya. Let us continue watching the film." His words convey a light-heartedness and teasing tone, instantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The five shadows, guided by his remarks, redirect their attention to the screen. There, a black and white creature resembling a Venus flytrap emerges slowly from the ground. Its body, composed of black and white hues, appears both eerie and enigmatic. Upon spotting Kagaya Otsutsuki, its eyes widen with excitement, as if on the verge of tears. With a trembling voice, it exclaims, "Mother, have you broken free from your seal?" Its voice is laden with anticipation and exhilaration, as though it has awaited this moment for an eternity. Kagaya Otsutsuki regards the creature with a complex expression, nodding slightly as she responds, "I have regained my freedom." Though her tone is calm, the power behind her words is undeniable. Upon hearing this, the creature leaps with joy, twisting in midair as if to release all its exuberance. It exuberantly declares, "Wonderful. Mother, we can finally resume the Divine Tree Project." Its voice resonates with confidence and determination, as if it has already glimpsed the promise of the future. At that moment, the five shadows outside the screen are deeply moved by the unfolding scene, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. They yearn to uncover what will transpire next, and what schemes Kagaya Otsutsuki and the black and white creature might concoct. Chapter 80. The Resurrection of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, within the pure land of the ninja realm, a soft luminescence of souls permeates the air, resembling an ethereal dreamscape. Standing at the heart of the sanctum is the Sage of Six Paths, draped in an ancient robe. His gaze is profound and enigmatic, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence. He slowly extends his hand, and a radiant orb of light begins to materialize within his palm. Within that luminescence lies an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual power. He inhales deeply, as if seeking to draw in the souls of the entire Pure Land. With each breath, the souls of the lower ninjas and ordinary people converge like a flowing river. They whirl and coalesce within the palm of the Sage of Six Paths, ultimately devoured by him. The Otsutsuki aliens are creatures that consume souls, and the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is no exception to this understanding. Once he has feasted on the souls, the intensity of his gaze sharpens, as if flames are igniting within. A formidable aura erupts from him, sweeping across the Pure Land like a tempest, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Having satiated his hunger and restored his strength to its zenith, the Sage of Six Paths gradually extends his hand, seemingly capable of touching the edge of the universe. His palm radiates a soft, golden glow, embodying the purest power of the ninja world and symbolizing his own strength. With a gentle wave, a brilliant beam of light streaks across the void, soaring towards the heavens. The brilliance is so intense that it is nearly blinding. As the light dissipates, the soul of Uchiha Madara miraculously materializes. His figure flickers in and out of visibility within the radiance, exuding an indomitable pride. Initially, a flicker of surprise flashes in Madara's eyes, but he swiftly suppresses it, reverting to his usual indifference. He coldly scrutinizes the Sage of Six Paths, his gaze filled with wariness and suspicion. "Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" Madara's voice is low and frigid, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. The Sage of Six Paths smiles faintly, a smile imbued with mystery and depth. His eyes appear to penetrate Madara's innermost thoughts, rendering him unable to conceal himself. "I am the Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world currently faces an unprecedented crisis. I require your strength. Let us together safeguard the world that we both cherish." The sage's voice resonates with conviction and anticipation. As soon as he finishes speaking, Madara finds himself departing from the Pure Land, arriving in an unfamiliar place. He surveys his surroundings, observing the figures of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu, and others swirling before him. Their gazes are fixed upon him, as if he has become the focal point of this world. Upon seeing Madara, Lu Tian's eyes widen in surprise, his gaze appraising Madara from top to bottom. Could this be yet another scheme of Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Lu Tian murmured to himself, "This power seems to be yin-yang release." Yet Uchiha Madara did not respond to his inquiry. He felt the immense force surging within him, as if it were intent on tearing him apart. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a low growl, imbued with excitement and anticipation. However, he soon discovered that he could not control his own body. The will of the Sage of Six Paths began to encroach upon him, causing his eyes to grow dim and unfocused. Through his lips, the sage spoke softly. This is the Yin-Yang release, the reincarnation of the mortal realm. As long as the soul has not dissipated, I can resurrect it anywhere within the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara, you shall become my formidable aid in safeguarding this world. What? You dare to attempt to control me? Uchiha Madara's voice was laced with fury and indignation. He struggled to break free from the sage's grasp, yet the power clamped down upon him like an iron vice. All of this is for the shinobi world. Endure this slight for now. The Sage of Six Paths replied coolly. Subsequently, Madara's voice vanished entirely. His body appeared to be manipulated by an unseen force, rendered rigid and cold. The brilliance that once illuminated his gaze was replaced by an emptiness that was both hollow and bewildered. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only the echo of the sage's voice resonating in the atmosphere. His gaze swept over everyone present, as if proclaiming his dominion over this world, while Uchiha Madara stood there like a soulless shell, the most lamentable existence in this realm. He resembled a jester. His visage transformed to mirror that of the Sage of Six Paths. The sage's eyes were profound as the stars in the night sky. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the clouds, seemingly capable of perceiving the flow of time and the remnants of the past. He slowly turned to Lu Tian, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his deep-set eyes. He nodded gravely and said, Lu Tian, your insight is indeed sharp. I have not truly perished, however. My true form is confined to the Pure Land, and my power can only descend upon the shinobi world in the form of a projection. As he spoke, the sage's gaze shot forth like an arrow towards Kagaya Tsutsuki, filled with complex emotions. He spoke in a deep tone, Mother, your former power was far too tremendous, posing a latent threat to the shinobi world. For the sake of peace and tranquility, I must seal you once more. Upon hearing these words, Kagaya's complexion instantly paled to that of paper. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes, soon followed by profound sorrow. The gaze that once brimmed with maternal love was now filled with confusion and disappointment, as if a brilliant star had suddenly lost its radiance. Observing this, Lu Tian's lips curled into a sardonic smirk. Seizing the moment, he interjected, his voice rife with dissatisfaction and anger. What threat to the shinobi world are you speaking of? Your ambition is clearly at play. In your quest to monopolize the ninja world, you have even turned against your own mother. You once attempted to take her life, but upon realizing her immortality, you resorted to the method of sealing her away. His agitation grew, his voice rising in intensity. He continued, after sealing your mother, you have marginalized your own brother, pushing him away from the ninja world. Everything you have done is merely to satiate your selfish desires, to claim the entire ninja realm for yourself. Upon hearing these words, the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow deeply, his visage contorting with rage. He clenched his fists, as though he were about to unleash the fury within him. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. In a low voice, he retorted, You insolent fool, Luton, do not distort the truth. All my actions are for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki could no longer contain her emotions. 2 streams of tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, resembling pearls that had slipped from a broken string. Trembling, she asked, Is this truly the case, Yui? Have you really summoned Uchiha and the others? Her voice quavered, faint as if a mere breeze could disperse it. Her gaze was filled with despair and sorrow, as if the very world were collapsing around her at that moment. Witnessing his mother in such a state inflicted a sharp pain in the Sage of Six Paths' heart. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Hidden within his eyes lay traces of performance, masquerading as a dutiful son. He spoke, Mother, I have indeed made some mistakes. But please believe me, all I have done is for the sake of peace and tranquility in the ninja world. I hope you can understand my intentions. Chapter 81. The 5 Kage watched the drama and discussed just as words slipped away, actions surged forth. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to transform into the very eye of a storm, his aura swelling mightily. His eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. In the palms of his hands, the marks of Yin and Yang swirled like 2 dragons, intertwining and releasing an overwhelming pressure. He was poised to unleash the 6 Paths, heavenly star. But Luton moved swiftly, appearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki like a specter. His fists were tightly clenched, muscles taut, seemingly brimming with infinite power. Chakra Martial Arts Life Magnetic Field, 100, 000 horses. Luton suddenly unleashed his fists. The sound of air being torn apart accompanying the force that sent the Sage of Six Paths hurtling away. The sage's figure traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise. Shock and defiance etched across his face as he glared at Luton with fury. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu swiftly detached from White Zetsu's body, morphing into a shadow that hurriedly slipped into Kagaya's sleeve. Peering out, he urged, "Mother, we must leave this place. Luton's power is unfathomable. It is unwise for us to linger." Kagaya hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes. She glanced at the Sage of Six Paths, then at Luton. Her heart engulfed in turmoil and conflict. Ultimately, she chose to heed the counsel of Kurizetsu. With a gentle nod, she prepared to open the gate to the Yellow Springs. In that fleeting moment, Lu Tian abruptly turned around. His gaze pierced through the air like a sharpened arrow aimed at Kagaya Otsutsuki. A wry smile graced his lips, revealing a blend of disdain and mockery towards the unfolding scene. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word was imbued with enchantment. "There is no need for such formality. Both Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki have been consumed by me. Their powers, their wisdom, now reside within me. The likes of Otsutsuki Kagaya are but mere jesters in my eyes, easily extinguished." His voice echoed across the desolate battlefield, brimming with confidence and arrogance. In that moment, he appeared to be the sovereign of this world, as if everything lay within his dominion. Nearby, the Sage of Six Paths felt a profound shift at these words, his expression darkening instantly. His eyes widened in fury, seemingly ablaze. His aura surged forth like a tempest, causing the very air around him to tremble under its weight. Meanwhile, Kagaya Otsutsuki bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions, shock at Lu Tian's prowess and wariness towards him. She scrutinized him deeply, contemplating her strategy. In the forests of the Great Han Empire, the five Kage stood as silent spectators, absorbing the epic confrontation before them. Their minds were captivated by the magnitude of the battle, gradually dulled by the overwhelming information. Among them, the original Tsukage, Ishikawa, now a silver-haired maiden, wore a grave expression. Her brow furrowed. She gazed at the images on the large screen, disbelief etched across her face. "I never imagined that the legendary goddess of the moon would turn out to be the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. The intricacies of this situation are even more complex than I had envisioned." Her voice was laced with astonishment and confusion, as if the revelations had transcended her comprehension. Unconsciously, her hands clenched into fists, as if seeking strength within. The other Kage were equally drawn in by Ishikawa's words, their gazes shifting towards her. Their faces reflected a mixture of surprise and bewilderment, each pondering the enigma at hand. The original Wind Kage, Retsudo, whose demeanor was typically composed, now bore an expression of shock. Her eyes widened, striving to grasp the battlefield more clearly. Clenching her fists, her voice trembled as she remarked, "I never expected the Sage of Six Paths to be such a person." Disappointment and anger flickered across Retsudo's face, as if a cherished belief had crumbled in that instant. She turned her gaze towards Hashirama Senju. She spoke with unwavering determination. "Hashirama, at this moment, my perception of him has utterly collapsed. Such a rebellious son does not deserve my respect." Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze revealing a profound contemplation. He endeavored to console his old friend, saying, "Ryudo, do not speak so. Perhaps the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. He may have his own burdens." Seated nearby, the first Mizukage, Hakurin, let out a derisive snort, her brows knitted tightly, her expression tinged with disdain. She cast a sidelong glance at Hashirama and retorted coldly, "Burden? What sort of burden could he possibly have? He just launched a surprise attack. Such actions are inexcusable." Suddenly, Ryudo's voice erupted like thunder, shattering the fervent discussion among the five Kages. His sharp gaze swept over the assembly, a hint of impatience etched upon his features. "Can we not maintain a semblance of quiet while watching the film?" he declared coldly, his tone imbued with authority that brooked no dissent. The five Kages were momentarily taken aback by his reprimand, their voices falling silent as expressions of embarrassment crossed their faces. They exchanged glances, seemingly seeking validation of their mutual awkwardness. The first Hokage was the first to recover, clearing her throat in an attempt to alleviate the tension. She slightly bowed her head in deference to Ryudo, signaling to the others as well. Observing this, the five Kages followed suit, lowering their heads and refraining from further comment. They redirected their focus to the large screen, resuming their observation of the unfolding battle. Before them, the elegant sleeves of Kagaya Otsutsuki fluttered ever so slightly, from which a dark shadow writhed, the hidden black zetsu. Like a stealthy tendril, it crept toward Kagaya's ear. A glimmer of vigilance shone in Black Zetsu's eyes as it approached, whispering in a low, mysterious tone, "Mother, I sense that Ryudo is not to be trusted. His aura is fraught with uncertainty and danger. It would be prudent for us to remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Kagaya's eyes. Her deep gaze seemingly filled with boundless wisdom and resolve. She gently nodded, as if to acknowledge Black Zetsu's sentiment. Finding reassurance in her response, Black Zetsu felt a measure of relief, yet its watchful demeanor persisted. It seamlessly melded back into Kagaya's sleeve, ever prepared for any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, Ryudo's perception was as penetrating as an all-seeing wind. Unbeknownst to him, he had caught the hushed exchange between Black Zetsu and Kagaya. He slightly turned his head, feigning to listen to the distant whispers of the wind, yet a glint of disdain sparkled in his eyes. Ryudo let out a derisive laugh, the sound reverberating across the battlefield, laced with mockery and provocation. He pivoted, fixing his gaze directly upon Kagaya, his lips curling into a scornful smirk. He remarked, "There is no need to be wary of me. Your defenses are child's play to me. No matter how vigilant you are, you will ultimately remain within the grasp of my perception. Thus, it is truly unnecessary." Chapter 82. The Sage of Six Paths seeks to harness the dragon veins. The clash between Lu Tian and the Sage of Six Paths appeared deceptively simple, yet it embodied the profound power of returning to one's essence. Each punch was a direct collision of strength, rendering any trickery superfluous. Lu Tian moved with both swiftness and precision. He seized the wrist of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering him immobile. His other hand descended upon the sage's face like a torrent of raindrops, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. "O wretched and unfilial descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, you insolent fool!" Lu Tian bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes blazed with fury and disdain as he declared, "How dare you summon Tsutsuki Kinshiki and launch a surprise attack on your own mother? You are utterly audacious." With Lu Tian's furious outcry, his assaults intensified. The Sage of Six Paths' visage gradually shattered under the relentless barrage, revealing the hidden form of Uchiha Obito beneath. Terror and despair flickered in his gaze, as if he had already foreseen his impending defeat. The very air around them seemed to warp from the ferocity of the battle, reverberating with a cacophony of sound. The opening in the ground continued to expand under the onslaught of Lu Tian's tempestuous strikes. At last, the body of Uchiha Obito, possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, could bear no more. It disintegrated into a mass of shattered cellular tissue. Meanwhile, within that pure land, the true form of the Sage of Six Paths was engaged in an even more horrifying act of consumption. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, as if he were ravenously devouring everything in his vicinity. His voice echoed through the sanctum, filled with wrath and madness. "Curse you, Lu Tian! Once I have consumed all the ch-nin of this pure land, I shall return to the shinobi world. Await my arrival." The ch-nin within the pure land cried out in terror, their souls gradually vanishing under the sage's insatiable hunger. His expression was a grotesque mask of horror, no longer resembling the revered Sage of Six Paths of yore. His eyes brimmed with boundless greed and insanity. Meanwhile, at the side of Tsutsuki Kagaya in the shinobi world, the atmosphere felt palpably tense. After concluding his battle, Lu Tian gently brushed off his garments, as if arranging his attire, showcasing his unflappable demeanor. He fixed his gaze upon Tsutsuki Kagaya, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Goddess of the moon, Tsutsuki Kagaya, I invite you to the capital of the great Han Empire. It should not merely be within my world." As he spoke, a portal of space opened, revealing a breathtaking vista of an entirely different realm, brimming with mystery and tranquility. Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed at the spatial gate before her, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity dancing in her eyes. She appeared to be profoundly moved by the power displayed by Lu Tian, simultaneously developing a deep interest in the unknown realm he promised. Observing her reaction, Lu Tian's lips curled into a confident smile as he continued, "To safeguard my nation from potential ambushes, I have relocated all occupied territories and everything above ground to this celestial abode. It is both my domain and the wellspring of my strength. Devised as a precaution against individuals like Obito, his other selves are already in motion. His empire has been transferred to my sanctuary. Kagaya, influenced by his formidable presence, felt a surge of respect and anticipation. Meanwhile, the five Kage, unwittingly, had also found themselves transported to this celestial haven. Just as Kagaya was about to step through the spatial gate into Lu Tian's sanctum, a voice emerged from her sleeve, Black Zetsu's voice. Mother, he is deceiving you. His intentions are not pure. You must not trust him. Do not be fooled. He desires you to bear his offspring. She lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes drifting toward the source of the voice within her sleeve. A complex emotion shimmered in her profound eyes, as if she were weighing her options. After a moment's deliberation, Kagaya slowly raised her head, her gaze refocusing on Lu Tian. A glimmer of vigilance and scrutiny passed through her eyes. She furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating Black Zetsu's words while simultaneously observing Lu Tian's reaction. Lu Tian, noticing her change in demeanor, wore an amused smile. He appeared unfazed by Black Zetsu's warnings. His resolve only strengthened. He took a few steps forward, standing face to face with Kagaya, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Kagaya, I understand you may harbor doubts about me, Lu Tian began, his tone gentle. However, my invitation to my celestial abode is not born of malice. It is a beautiful and mysterious world, one I believe you shall come to appreciate. Kagaya remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Lu Tian. Her heart was a battlefield of conflicting emotions. On one hand, her curiosity and longing for this unknown world were palpable. On the other, she harbored concerns about Lu Tian's true intentions. Once more, Black Zetsu's voice echoed from her sleeve, more urgent this time. Do not believe him. Mother, he is exploiting your curiosity and kindness. You cannot go. Taking a deep breath, Kagaya seemed to arrive at a resolution. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on Lu Tian. Lu Tian, I accept your invitation, but I warn you, should I wish to leave, you shall not impede my departure. Lu Tian smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by Kagaya's response. Welcome to my celestial abode, he said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Kagaya Otsutsuki inhaled deeply, stepping forward into the realm of the unknown. Meanwhile, in the vast and boundless deserts of the Land of Wind, the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan stood silently, as if forgotten by time. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged from the depths of the ruins, shaking the surrounding sea of sand. A warrior from the Warring States period was resurrected. Clad in archaic battle armor and wielding a long spear, his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the pulsating power of the dragon vein. A flicker of greed and desire crossed his face, for he understood that this power could elevate him to his former glory, even surpassing his past self. Through his lips, the Sage of Six Paths spoke softly. You are merely a tool for me to unlock the dragon vein. Do not harbor grand illusions. A flash of reluctance crossed the warrior's face. Yet he recognized the unfathomable strength of the Sage of Six Paths and realized he could not resist. He was compelled to surrender control of his body to the sage. There is no other way. My mother has been taken. I am left with no choice. As the Sage of Six Paths drew nearer, the sands surrounding the dragon vein began to tremble violently, as if something was about to awaken. At that moment, Lu Tian, who remained in the Land of Wind with his Yin-Yang doppelganger, sensed this anomaly. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original location, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. He traversed the desert rapidly, heading towards the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Upon his arrival, he found the entire site transformed beyond recognition. The sea of sand roiled as if a colossal beast were bellowing within. Chapter 83, 3 eras merging into one in that instant. The world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The distortion of the surrounding space intensified, and Lu Tian's heartbeat resonated as the soul melody, echoing through the desolate and eerie desert. His eyes widened, a blend of astonishment and confusion swirling into chaos, as if he yearned to penetrate the veil of this warped world. The sky above the desert became a riot of colors, with hues dancing and swirling through the air like a frenzied ballet. Lu Tian felt as though he were ensconced within a colossal kaleidoscope, each turn revealing a new spectacle, yet leaving him dizzy and disoriented. His features seemed to lose their original shape amidst this distortion. He attempted to touch his face, only to find his fingers passing through an invisible barrier, unable to reach the essence of his true self. This sensation instilled an unprecedented fear within him, as if he were gradually losing his grasp on reality. He beheld strange plants emerging around the desert, twisted and bizarre, as if they had sprouted from another realm. Their branches and leaves contorted into various shapes, seemingly conveying an incomprehensible language to Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes widened as he endeavored to glean a hint from the peculiar flora surrounding him. Yet his thoughts were utterly captivated by the bizarre spectacle. He felt as though everything around him had become blurred and abstract. Attempting to find something to anchor himself, he discovered that there was nothing to rely upon in his vicinity. He could only surrender to the disorienting whirlpool of this distorted desert, sinking deeper, as if forever trapped without a path to salvation. At that moment, a blinding light pierced through, liberating him from the twisted expanse. Lu Tian squeezed his eyes shut, striving to shield himself from its intense radiance. When he dared to open his eyes again, he found that the strange phenomena had vanished. Panting, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He surveyed his surroundings, and the earlier distortions and oddities had completely dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell the tumult within him. What had transpired in those abstract visions? What had the Six Paths Sage done? Lu Tian murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion and bewilderment. He understood that he must seek answers. Otherwise, the eerie imagery would continue to haunt him. Cold sweat, akin to pearls strung on a broken thread, cascaded from his brow, saturating his garments and soaking his inner trepidation. Lu Tian felt as though he were ensconced in an uncharted domain, every cell within him clamoring for danger. The disappearance of the aberrations offered no solace. Rather, it deepened his unease. He glanced around once more, realizing that the desert's periphery seemed boundless. The once familiar dunes and landmarks now appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, rendered indistinct and distant. Lu Tian inhaled sharply, striving to quell the fear brewing within him. He recognized the necessity of remaining composed. Otherwise, he would be ill-prepared to confront whatever may come next. Slowly lifting his gaze toward the infinite sky, a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, it was as if he sought to consolidate all his strength in that singular moment. Suddenly, Lu Tian leaped, his body shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Ascending into the heavens, the fierce winds howled, whipping his hair and garments, yet he remained undaunted, propelled forward with even greater determination. As he ascended higher, Lu Tian eventually reached the precipice of the stratosphere. Gazing down, the vast desert unfolded beneath him, its endless expanse seemingly intent on engulfing all. He fixed his gaze upon the distant capital of the Wind Nation, his eyes brimming with confusion and perplexity. His brow furrowed, as though he sought to unravel the enigma before him. He strained to stabilize his emotions, yet the tumult within surged like a tempest. The capital, which he had once laid to waste with his own hands, had seen its edifices and grounds consumed by his own dominion. Yet at this moment, it stood there unscathed, even more magnificent than before. The resplendent palace shimmered in the sunlight, as if mocking Lu Tian's impotence. With a sudden flourish of his arms, Lu Tian appeared to attempt to disperse this bizarre phenomenon. However, the capital of the Wind Kingdom remained intact. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to meld with the surrounding environment. He felt the caress of the wind and the flow of sand, as if he could hear the distant city whispering its secrets. Lu Tian did not hesitate for long. With a flash, he soared into this enigmatic capital. His arrival was akin to a tempest, instantly inciting panic among the gathered crowd. People looked up in unison, witnessing a figure streak across the sky like a meteor, eventually landing gracefully on the ground. Lu Tian scanned the crowd, and suddenly, his gaze fixated on an individual adorned in the attire of the Wind Kingdom's noble class. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. He remembered vividly that the noble of the Wind Kingdom had been assassinated by the Fourth Wind Shadow. Who, then, was this person clad in noble garb? Lu Tian approached, eager to uncover the truth. As he drew near, he realized the attire of the people around him was exceedingly chaotic. Some wore outdated, tattered garments, as if they had traversed from decades past, while others donned avant-garde outfits, seemingly hailing from a futuristic realm. The stark contrast of this disjunction left Lu Tian with a sense of psychological discomfort, just as he surveyed his surroundings. Attempting to comprehend this anomaly, a group of warriors suddenly materialized beside him. Armed with long swords and bearing serious expressions, they encircled Lu Tian. "Who are you?" the leader of the warriors demanded in a stern voice. His gaze was piercing, as if he sought to penetrate Lu Tian's very essence. Lu Tian did not respond. He merely cast a dispassionate glance at the warriors. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as though these warriors were no more significant than mere ants. Once again, Lu Tian turned his attention to the individual dressed in the noble attire of the Wind Kingdom. He spoke slowly. Could you enlighten me as to what era this is? The person hesitated for a moment, failing to immediately answer Lu Tian's query. However, one of the surrounding warriors replied, Our Wind Shadow is Lord Retsudo. No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice eagerly interjected, What are you saying? Lord Retsudo is merely a legend now. The current Wind Shadow is undoubtedly Lord Aero. The conflicting responses deepened Lu Tian's confusion. He furrowed his brow, a glimmer of uncertainty dancing in his eyes. Lu Tian began to question whether his suspicions were indeed correct, that a fusion of parallel worlds had transpired here. He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. Could someone elucidate for me what has transpired here? Chapter 84. The struggle for power between Rado and Gaara. A seemingly elder warrior stepped forward, his countenance etched with gravity and solemnity. He remarked, It appears you are not from this world. Indeed, our land of wind has recently experienced some inexplicable phenomena. The entire city seems to have undergone a reset, and the memories of the populace have become muddled. Some recall the first Wind Shadow, Lord Rado, while others remember the current Wind Shadow, Lord Gaara. More significantly, it seems we have two feudal lords present. Upon hearing this, Luton felt a surge of astonishment within him. He finally grasped the nature of the events that had unfolded, the very scenario he had previously conjectured, the convergence of parallel worlds. I understand now. I shall temporarily spare you. With that, Luton ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight. He realized he must swiftly devise a solution to this predicament, lest this chaotic world become even more unpredictable. The root of the issue lay with the Sage of Six Paths, in the boundless Pure Land. The once serene and dignified atmosphere experienced a cataclysmic transformation. The singular Sage of Six Paths now appeared to have undergone a peculiar fusion. The three distinct sages from parallel realms, under the influence of some mysterious force, had merged into one. The number of souls within the Pure Land surged, as if drawn from all directions. They encircled this newly formed Sage of Six Paths, akin to worshippers in reverence and awe. The sage emanated an unprecedented aura of power, capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly able to perceive all that exists. He reveled in this newfound strength, a satisfied smile gracing his visage. Remarkable, the sage exclaimed, his voice imbued with excitement and fervor. He extended his hands, sensing the flow of this power, as if he could command all. I am progressively comprehending everything, he continued, his tone brimming with confidence. It seemed he had glimpsed the mysteries of the cosmos, understanding the essence of all things. My power surpasses that of the past, he reiterated, as if to instill conviction within himself. He felt each molecular fragment of his being teeming with strength, capable of annihilating everything effortlessly. The Sage of Six Paths did not pause to ponder other matters. His mind was singularly focused on the continuous fusion of parallel universes. He believed that as long as this merging persisted, his power would grow even more formidable, perhaps even eclipsing that of the Otsutsuki deity. Meanwhile, Luton had reached the skies above Sunagakure. He gazed down at the tumultuous scene below, where two factions stood poised for confrontation, their fierce demeanor suggesting an imminent clash. To his left, at the forefront of one group, stood a figure of imposing authority, an individual clad in ancient battle armor, wielding a formidable long knife. This was none other than the first Kazakage, Rado of Sunagakure. Beside him stood a young man who, while not yet the second Kazakage, already exuded an exceptional presence. He was none other than Shaman. Behind them were the young Chiyo and the loyal bodyguards, including the steadfast Suki. Opposing them was the faction led by the fifth Kazakage, Gaara, dressed in the distinctive white robes of his office. His gaze was sharp and unyielding. Surrounding him were a cadre of ninjas clad in modern attire, armed with an array of ninja tools, standing ready for action. As Lu Tian surveyed these two groups, he became acutely aware of the underlying issue. Two different eras of ninjas were converging before his eyes. This was the era of the founding of the ninja villages. Lu Tian murmured, his gaze oscillating between the first Kazakage and Gaara, perceiving the distinct auras emanating from them. On the other side, Gaara represents the era of Baruto, he remarked. Suddenly, a piercing gaze bore down on Lu Tian, emanating from Rado, who lifted his head to meet Lu Tian's eyes. A flicker of confusion and caution passed through his expression. Who are you? Why do you appear here? This is the super light heavy rock technique. Who are you from the Ishikawa? Reto's voice was deep and authoritative, as though it could penetrate the clouds and reach the depths of Lu Tian's soul. In response, Lu Tian smiled slightly and replied, "You are mistaken. This is not the super light heavy rock technique of Ishikawa. Furthermore, you need not quarrel any longer. This place belongs to me." Prior to Lu Tian's arrival, the atmosphere between the two factions had reached a boiling point. As the founder of Sunagakure, Reto's eyes shimmered with undeniable authority and resolve, as if he were poised to unleash a devastating jutsu at any moment. There was no way he would relinquish power to Gaara, despite Gaara being the future successor. The fifth Kazekage, however, stood equally resolute, undaunted by Reto's imposing presence. Lu Tian's emergence shattered this tense atmosphere, uniting them in a moment of unexpected solidarity. "I advise you to comply, or else someone may perish." Lu Tian's voice was cold and merciless. Each word seemed to carry the chill of a biting wind, instilling a sense of dread. His gaze flickered between Reto and Gaara, radiating an enthralling intensity. Upon hearing this, Reto's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. As the founder of Sunagakure, when had he ever been subjected to such a threat? However, upon encountering the icy gaze of Lu Tian, the fury that simmered within him dissipated somewhat. He recognized that the seemingly youthful man before him was undoubtedly a formidable force, far beyond his ability to confront easily. Gaara, too, was taken aback by Lu Tian's words. He had never imagined that someone would dare to display such audacity on the territory of Sunagakure. Captured by the Akatsuki in his youth, that had been a source of humiliation for him. Yet, times had changed. As he beheld Lu Tian's imperious demeanor, his heart brimmed with indignation. As the fifth Kazekage, entrusted with the future of Sunagakure, how could he tolerate such provocation? In light of their fury, Lu Tian spoke once more, declaring, "I understand that you are vying for power, but there is no need for competition now. You shall serve as obedient subordinates." The moment his words fell, Lu Tian's chakra erupted like a tidal wave. That formidable life force surged, its power reaching an astonishing magnitude of 100,000 horses. An invisible force seemed to envelop the entirety of Sunagakure, the air compressed to a point where breathing became a challenge. The weight of his presence bore down like a mountain, creating a suffocating sensation that many villagers could hardly endure. Even powerful figures like Reto and Gaara felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies appeared ensnared by an unseen force, their knees buckling as if they were on the brink of submission to this overwhelming power. Yet, Reto and Gaara were the pride of Sunagakure. Their resolve refused to yield easily. Reto closed his eyes tightly, drawing deep breaths in an attempt to counteract the immense pressure. Veins throbbed on his forehead, clearly indicating his struggle against the force. Gaara gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as though he sought to crush this power itself. Other elite shinobi also fought to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 85. Lu Tian's ambition to conquer the ninja world. The onlookers had already knelt or prostrated themselves. In the face of this overwhelming power, they appeared insignificantly small. However, Reto, Gaara, and their companions remained steadfast, their silhouettes towering against the backdrop of the setting sun. Observing these unyielding figures, Lu Tian's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. He nodded slightly, stating, "The more you resist, the more intrigued I become. I shall tame you." Meanwhile, Lu Tian's realm of tranquility retained its enigmatic serenity. In this nearly isolated dimension, he sat upon the grand bed of his chamber. The opulent decor highlighted his somewhat pallid complexion, his brow furrowed, as though bearing an immense burden upon his heart. A flicker of restlessness and unease danced in his profound gaze. Surrounding him, mist swirled, creating an ethereal ambience. In the midst of the mist, exotic flowers and rare plants flicker in and out of view, exuding a delicate fragrance. Yet, to Lu Tian, the splendor of the scenery and the beauty beside him had lost their luster, as his thoughts drifted far away. Recalling a recent biology class with the 5 shadows of various eras, a wave of helplessness surged within him. The Yin-Yang clones felt to him like mere avatars in a video game, capable of experiencing everything, yet paradoxically, they were both him and not him. The Lu Tian clone located in Lulan had endured the violent upheaval of a world merging. That agonizing, tearing pain seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, transmitting directly to all incarnations of Lu Tian. At that moment, he felt an excruciating headache, as though countless blades were churning within his mind, compelling him to emit a painful groan. This was unbearable. Lu Tian pressed his temples forcefully, attempting to alleviate the indescribable torment. His complexion turned pale, and a flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. "Damn you, Otsutsuki Kagaya! What have you done?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly. He struck his fist against the nearby jade table, which, with a resounding crash, shattered into dust under the weight of his fury. The air within the palace seemed to freeze, resonating only with Lu Tian's furious breaths. "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" Uchiha Makoto's voice was gentle and filled with concern. Clad in nothing but her natural beauty, she exuded an essence of purity and grace. Unburdened by modesty, she descended softly from the dragon throne and approached Lu Tian, her hands gliding along his spine in a soothing manner. Attempting to offer him comfort in her own way, Lu Tian turned slightly to gaze at Uchiha Makoto, whose eyes brimmed with worry and compassion. Her enchanting presence managing to soothe his agitation, if only a little. Nevertheless, Lu Tian's spirit still felt unsettled, rendering him listless. "I'm fine," he forced a smile, striving to reassure Uchiha Makoto, though his voice came out hoarse and weak, clearly a facade. Noticing this, Uchiha Makoto's concern deepened. She tenderly caressed Lu Tian's cheek and softly said, "Your Majesty, please do not overexert yourself. I know you have been under great strain lately, but you must take care of your health." Lu Tian nodded slightly, yet a sense of helplessness washed over him. He thought to himself, "Otsutsuki Kagaya, this feels like an assault on me through the dragon veins. If it were merely a world merging, why would I feel such distress?" Suddenly, Uchiha Makoto leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Your Majesty, I will always be by your side." A warm current surged within Lu Tian as he gazed upon Uchiha Makoto, her eyes brimming with affection and unwavering resolve. He felt a slight lift in his spirits, as if an unseen force was bolstering him. Extending his arms, he enveloped Uchiha Makoto in a tender embrace. The two remained in tranquil silence, savoring each other's presence and warmth. In Sunagakure, it was not merely the two Kazekage. Other formidable figures of the Shadow Realm also knelt before Lu Tian, bowing in submission. Lu Tian stood tall and imposing, yet a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes. The surrounding shadow-level warriors regarded him with reverence. With a subtle nod, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze ultimately resting upon the distant desert. He inhaled deeply, struggling against an unsettling sensation deep within his soul, before turning to depart. "Master Lu Tian, where are you headed?" The youthful Chiyo could no longer contain her curiosity, her voice tinged with concern and respect. Lu Tian paused, glancing back at her and calmly replied, "I must continue reclaiming my territory. You shall manage things here." Though his tone was composed, it conveyed an undeniable authority. As Lu Tian's formidable figure swiftly vanished into the horizon, Rito finally emerged from his profound reverence. Rising slowly, his gaze was resolute, as if flames burned within his eyes. He turned to face Gaara, the newly appointed leader of Sunagakure, his expression marked by an unprecedented seriousness. "Gaara, the stewardship of Sunagakure is entrusted to you." Rito's voice resonated powerfully, each word akin to a pledge birthed from his very core. He placed a reassuring hand upon Gaara's shoulder, a gesture embodying the trust and expectations of a mentor. Gaara lowered his gaze slightly, his crimson locks shimmering softly in the twilight. Raising his head, determination sparkled in his eyes. "Yes, Lord Rito, I will do everything in my power to protect Sunagakure." Though youthful, his voice was imbued with resolve and courage. He understood this was Rito's faith in him, as well as his own commitment. Rito nodded with satisfaction, a warm smile gracing his face as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. "I must train, I must grow stronger. I will keep pace with Master Lu Tian." Rito's voice echoed across the vast plaza, a declaration of intent and determination. He recognized that only through greater strength could he better safeguard Sunagakure and fulfill Master Lu Tian's expectations. Meanwhile, Lu Tian had already crossed into the territory of the Land of Fire. Descending from the clouds, he appeared as a god of war descending from the heavens. In an instant upon landing, he melded into the earth, vanishing without a trace. He entered an underground palace. The dim light illuminated the mottled stone walls, and the air was suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura. Lu Tian navigated through the intricate passages, each step resolute and vigorous. He swiftly arrived at the place where Uchiha Kei was sealed, the seal having been deliberately reinforced by Senju Hashirama. The seal's runes flickered with a ghostly luminescence, emanating a formidable power. Standing before the seal, Lu Tian felt the surge of that potent force, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, gently touching the seal's runes. A chilling and powerful energy surged into his body in an instant. Lu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, but determination soon flickered in his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength and struck the seal with a fierce palm. Chapter 86. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with a resounding bang. The seal shattered under Lu Tian's overwhelming force. A beam of light burst forth from the broken seal, illuminating the entire underground palace. Lu Tian raised his gaze, and there, suspended in midair, was a transparent vessel containing the yet-to-be fully developed Uchiha Hokage. Uchiha Hokage struggled within the vessel, her eyes flickering with terror and defiance. A cold smirk tugged at Lu Tian's lips as he looked upon her. He reached out, gently touching the surface of the vessel, and in that moment, it shattered. "Become my power," Lu Tian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As the seal fractured, Uchiha Hokage finally broke free from her restraints, struggling out of the shattered vessel. "Who are you? What do you intend to do to me?" Uchiha Hokage's voice echoed through the vast underground palace, tinged with tremors. Lu Tian smiled slightly, approaching her with an air of composure. He gazed at Uchiha Hokage, his eyes alight with zeal and anticipation. "I am Lu Tian." His voice was deep and commanding, as if imbued with an enchantment that compelled obedience. "Become my power. Together, we shall conquer this world." Lu Tian extended his arms, powerful energy radiating from his palms. Uchiha Hokage regarded him, a flicker of struggle crossing her features. She was aware of her own formidable and perilous strength, yet Lu Tian before her seemed even more powerful. Deep within, she yearned for freedom while fearing domination. I do not wish to be bound." Uchiha Hokage's voice was faint and quivering. Lu Tian smiled faintly, a glint of disdain in his eyes. He reached out, gently grasping her wrist, an overwhelming force surging into Uchiha Hokage's being. "Bound? No, this is liberation. You shall possess even greater power and a broader stage. Become my strength. Together, let us forge our own legend." Lu Tian's voice was filled with allure and seduction. Under the weight of this powerful force, Uchiha Hokage gradually relinquished her resistance. She felt a powerful force surging within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. A complex glimmer shone in her eyes, a blend of fear and anticipation. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head and softly spoke, "I am willing to become your strength." Meanwhile, the Hokage rock of the Hidden Leaf Village shimmered brilliantly under the sun, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. Two figures stood atop the carved Hokage rock, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, standing side by side, their robes appearing resolute in the gentle breeze. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Turning to Senju Hashirama, he inquired in a grave tone, "Hashirama, do you truly believe this position is too burdensome? Why do you choose to relinquish the title of Hokage?" Senju Hashirama offered a faint smile, his gaze revealing a sense of transcendence and nonchalance. He looked into the distance towards the Hokage office, where a 30-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was diligently attending to his duties. He sighed softly and replied, "Madara, we are more aware than anyone of the toil and responsibility this role entails. It indeed demands immense effort and sacrifice, but more importantly, it requires a heart unwavering in its commitment to the village and to peace. I believe that under Naruto's leadership, the Leaf will embrace an even brighter future." Hashirama's voice was filled with trust and hope. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment, contemplating, "Surely, it is merely a ploy to avoid labor." "Absolutely." He gazed into Senju Hashirama's profound and resolute eyes, concealing his thoughts deep within. Gradually, he nodded and stated, "Hashirama, your vision has always been exceptional. Since you place such trust in Naruto, I too am willing to believe in him. However, I hope you understand that regardless of how the future unfolds, the bond of friendship and connection between us will never waver." Senju Hashirama, observing Uchiha Madara's steadfast gaze, felt a surge of warmth within. He extended his hand and patted Madara's shoulder, smiling, "Indeed, Madara, we are lifelong friends and rivals. No matter what the future holds, I shall cherish this bond." "Then let us find another place to spar," Madara suggested, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes as he looked toward the distant waterfall. It was said that this was the site of their ultimate battle. That valley would bear witness to their clash in the future, with every droplet of water and every breath of wind seemingly carrying their memories and glories. Upon hearing this, a spark of battle spirit ignited in Hashirama's eyes. He nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Very well. Since we have some leisure time, let us reunite on the battlefield and witness each other's progress. As the words left his lips, both figures vanished in an instant, transforming into two gusts of wind, racing towards the valley where the waterfall lay. Their speed was so swift that it seemed even the wind could not keep pace with their footsteps. In the valley, waterfalls cascade down in a tumultuous roar, resembling a grand symphony of nature. Two figures stand upon their respective pedestals, akin to deities descending to the mortal realm. Senju Hashirama inhaled deeply, clapping his hands together. A surge of formidable energy erupted from within him, enveloping the entire valley in a lush, verdant embrace. The wood release, forest domain has descended. With a powerful shout, Senju Hashirama launched his signature attack. Countless robust branches erupted from the earth, sweeping toward Uchiha Madara like a multitude of tentacles. Wherever these branches passed, the very mountains trembled, and the flora quaked in fear. Observing this, Uchiha Madara tightened his grip on his long sword. In a flash, he plunged into this realm woven from branches. His sword carved through the air, tracing fierce trajectories, with each swing severing multiple branches. "Susanoo!" Madara exclaimed with a low voice. In an instant, his form was enveloped in a crimson glow. A colossal figure clad in red armor manifested, encasing his being. This giant wielding a long sword cleaved through even more branches with each strike. The collisions resounded like the earth shattering, causing the entire valley to tremble. The winds within the valley seemed to freeze, leaving only the sounds of their battle echoing through the air. Senju Hashirama gazed at Uchiha Madara before him, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He recognized that his old friend was no longer the same Uchiha Madara of yore. His strength and wisdom had ascended to unprecedented heights. Likewise, Uchiha Madara held profound respect for Senju Hashirama. He understood that the man before him was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced, as well as his closest companion. Their conflict transcended mere physical confrontation. It was a communion of souls. The battle persisted for an extended duration, both warriors utterly fatigued. Yet, their eyes sparkled with exhilaration and anticipation. They were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and the true contest lay ahead. This valley once more stood as a testament to their friendship and glory. Chapter 87. The offspring older than their forebears in the land of lightning. Amidst the clouds atop a towering mountain, the hidden cloud village thrived with exuberance. The air was imbued with a sense of joy and excitement, as if even the clouds above had been touched by this fervor, becoming jubilant. The fourth Hokage stood in the village's central square, his face radiating indescribable delight. His gaze was fixed intently upon two individuals, the living embodiments of the first Hokage and the yet-to-be second Hokage. Their presence reignited the village's history, invigorating every citizen of the land of lightning. What thrilled the fourth Hokage even more was the sight of his father, who appeared to be only a few years old. In his memories, his father had long since departed from this world. In dreams, he could only encounter his father. The visage of his father had begun to fade from his memory. Yet, at this moment, he beheld him with his own eyes. The youthful countenance, the innocent gaze, stirred within him a torrent of emotions, causing tears to brim in his eyes. He approached, grasping his father's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion as he uttered, "Father, I have finally seen you again." His eyes sparkled with crystalline tears, a poignant blend of longing and joy at their reunion. The young father gazed at the towering figure of his son, his eyes filled with pride and contentment. He gently patted the shoulder of the fourth Hokage, saying, "Child, you have grown. You have truly become a Hokage. I am proud of you." Upon hearing this, the fourth Hokage was overwhelmed with emotion. He embraced his father tightly, as if seeking to encapsulate all his yearning and gratitude within that hug. Those around them were equally moved, erupting in applause and cheers for their reunion. One must admit, this scene was excessively theatrical in its abstraction. The first and second Hokages stood quietly to the side, witnesses to this touching encounter between the fourth Hokage and his youthful father. The first Hokage let out a soft sigh, as if pouring all his sentiments into that single exhalation. His gaze was profound and luminous, akin to the stars twinkling in the night sky, radiating wisdom. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, akin to the rumble of thunder. "The stage of the future belongs to the youth. They shall be the hope of our land of lightning, the beacon of our future. Let the new generation of Hokages shine forth." As he finished, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, a testament to his hopes for the future, as well as a heartfelt encouragement for the younger generation. The second Hokage, standing beside the first, bore a similar expression of sentiment. He nodded in acknowledgement, as if responding to the words of the first Hokage. His gaze brimmed with admiration and appreciation for the youth, as though he could already envision the glorious future they would bring to the Land of Lightning. Indeed, although our era has yet to truly commence, it has already become a part of the past, he proclaimed. Seeing these young individuals brimming with vitality fills me with immense solace. They will carry our hopes and blessings, guiding the Land of Lightning toward an even more brilliant future. At that moment, their eyes met, an unspoken dialogue flowing between them. Their gazes radiated mutual respect and trust, as well as a shared aspiration for the future of the Land of Lightning. The first Hokage turned to face the fifth Hokage, Darui. His eyes shimmered with encouragement and anticipation, as if wishing to impart all his hopes and strength to him. Young one, the future lies within your grasp. Strive diligently, and lead the Land of Lightning toward an even more resplendent tomorrow. He smiled warmly, adding, we shall not compete for this position. Instead, we will devote ourselves to our training. Upon hearing the words of the first Hokage, Darui felt a warm surge within his heart. He bowed deeply and respectfully proclaimed, indeed, I shall strive diligently to meet the expectations of my esteemed predecessors. A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already envision the heavy responsibilities upon his shoulders and the promising future of the Land of Lightning. The first Hokage nodded in satisfaction, then turned to leave the square with the second Hokage. Their figures gradually receded into the twilight, merging into the distant clouds and thunderous valleys. In the Land of Earth, the Wagakure stood serene and dignified. Sunlight filtered through the ancient crevices of the rocks, casting mottled rays upon every corner of the village, adding warmth to this ancient and mysterious land. The fourth Hokage, Kuratsuchi, stood within a room steeped in history. Her gentle gaze rested upon a figure ahead, resembling a mere 10-year-old boy, her grandfather, Yama. At this moment, he appeared youthful, brimming with the vitality of youth and sparkling with aspirations for the future. Kuratsuchi, affectionately dubbed Leg Shadow, approached softly. Her fingers lightly brushed through Yama's hair, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased, you old rascal. You were quite handsome in your youth. Her voice resonated with jest and warmth, as though conversing with a long-lost friend. Yama felt Kuratsuchi's hands upon his head, and with a slight frown, he swiftly swatted her hands away. Though his actions were quick and decisive, they bore an air of indulgence. How utterly uncouth. After all, I am your grandfather, he chided, his tone tinged with reproach, yet filled more with the affection and leniency of an elder towards a younger kin. Kuratsuchi recoiled, feigning pain as she rubbed her wrist, a mischievous smile illuminating her face. Ouch! You're so stubborn even at such a young age. It seems your character was set from the start, and you do love to put on airs. Her words were laced with playful mockery, but they also conveyed a deep affection for her kin. Their dialogue transcended the boundaries of time, and in that moment, Kuratsuchi seemed to glimpse the shadow of her grandfather, who had long since passed. In his youthful days, he who had devoted countless efforts and sweat to the Land of Earth and to Wagakure. Simultaneously, Yama appeared to envision his future descendants. His gaze traversed past Kuratsuchi to a tall, imposing middle-aged man beside her, his future son, Waikudo. Presently, Waikudo's eyes reflected steadiness and determination. Yama smiled slightly, a teasing expression gracing his features as he purposely adopted an elder's demeanor, beckoning Waikudo. Waikudo, come, give your father a back massage. I've heard that in the future, this old frame of mine is quite prone to back strains. Now, I bestow upon you the opportunity to fulfill your filial duties. Without the slightest hesitation, Waikudo strode over with purpose, crouching behind the young Noki. His hands rested gently upon the elder's waist as he began massaging with practiced ease. Each movement was tender yet firm, imbued with deep affection and reverence. Father, is this pressure suitable? Huangtu inquired softly during the massage, his voice brimming with filial respect and warmth. Quite good. Excellent. Noki nodded approvingly, a gratified smile gracing his weathered features. Though childless himself, in this moment, he basked in the illusion of familial bliss, savoring the tenderness of Huangtu's care as if already surrounded by descendants. He maintained his dignified posture, chin slightly raised, his gaze exuding authority and quiet confidence, eyes alight with visions of a prosperous future. Chapter 88. Clash of Ideals Across Generations. Kuratsuchi observed the scene with visible displeasure, her brow furrowed like gathering storm clouds, heralding a tempest within the household. She stepped forward, her tone stern yet laced with deference. Father, what are you doing? Don't indulge him like this. Her words rang sharply through the room. Noki glanced up, a knowing smile flickering across his face. Kuratsuchi, see how filial Huangtu is? I'm merely enjoying the joys of kinship, he replied serenely. Kuratsuchi shot him a reproachful glare, as if chastising his naivety. You're spoiling him, father. He is far too young for such coddling. What precedent does this set? Though her voice was firm, concern flickered in her eyes. Noki sighed, shaking his head. Kuratsuchi, I likely pampered you just the same at his age. Exasperation twisted Kuratsuchi's features. Her brows knitted tightly, hands planted on her hips as she addressed the youth before her. Oh, spare me. You're barely old enough to understand parenthood, yet you posture like some elder? Her tone dripped with mocking impatience, as if scolding an overambitious child. Then, a figure descended gracefully into the room, none other than the first Hokage, Ishikawa. His presence carried solemn mystique, trailed closely by the bandage-shrouded second Hokage, who observed in silent solemnity. The first Hokage's lips curled into a benevolent smile. Now, must the young quarrel over trifles? He chided gently, raising a placating hand. As heirs to the Hokage's legacy, why not simply regard me as your grandfather? Would that not settle matters? His voice, rich with sage-like kindness, seemed to dissolve tension effortlessly. He drifted before Noki and patted his shoulder, saying, Young Noki, don't waste your time here. Come with me, it's time to train. His tone was resolute and commanding, as though issuing an unyielding decree. Startled by the second Hokage's words, Noki looked up at him, a flicker of both reverence and defiance in his eyes. Yet when his gaze met the first Hokage's gentle smile, the resistance in his heart seemed to dissolve. With a silent nod, he followed the two Kage without another word. Land of water, Kirigakure. A veil of mist enshrouded the village, lending an air of mystique to the land. An elder of dignified bearing strode forward with measured steps. The first Mizukage, Byakuren. Behind him walked the third Mizukage, their strides steady and deliberate, as though treading upon the very threads of history. Byakuren's gaze settled on Chjr. His brow furrowed slightly, disappointment flashing in his eyes. To think the generations that followed would only grow weaker, he murmured, his voice heavy with resignation, echoing through the mist. Chjr, now past 30, paled at the words. His fists clenched tightly as he bowed his head in shame, shoulders trembling under the weight of his inadequacy. The third Mizukage remained silent, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Though his expression betrayed nothing, the depths of his gaze held an inscrutable emotion. Then, hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. May Taram, now middle-aged, arrived with swift strides, her face etched with displeasure. She met Byakuren's gaze squarely and challenged, Old man, you're well past your prime. What? Do you intend to reclaim the title? I've already retired, why can't you step aside? Her tone was sharp, laced with defiance. Byakuren chuckled softly and shook his head. To me, Kirigakure is still in its infancy. But you're right, age does warrant retirement. His voice carried an effortless calm, as though power held no sway over him. He paused, then continued. Personally, it matters little to me. But the title of Mizukage cannot be entrusted to the weak. I intend for Genjutsu to assume the position. After all, in your history, he too was Mizukage. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if searching for the man in question. And as though summoned by fate, a figure emerged from the mist, Zuki Genjutsu. A confident smile played upon his lips, as though he had long been prepared for this moment. He approached Byakuren and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for your trust, Lord Byakuren. I will not disappoint you, nor will I let everyone down. The mist swirled, obscuring the surrounding scenery, yet it could not conceal the tension thick in the air. May Taram stood before Byakuren and the third Mizukage. Her brows furrowed as if she wished to speak, but an invisible force seemed to suppress her words. The third Mizukage cast a sidelong glance at May, his narrowed eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. A faint smirk played on his lips as he remarked in a casual tone, May, you're no longer young. Why don't you marry? Once you have children, you won't have time for idle thoughts. His words, dripping with blatant sexism, struck May like a sharp arrow to the heart. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with fury. Clenching her fists, she seemed on the verge of retorting, but forcibly restrained herself. The air grew heavy, every bystander holding their breath, awaiting May's response. At that moment, Chjr, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. He moved beside May and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, silently urging her not to act rashly. Raising his head, he faced Byakuren and the third Mizukage with a bitter yet resolute expression. Bowing deeply, he declared, My lords, The fault lies with me. I am too weak. I shall resign. Let there be no more conflict. Though his voice was calm, it carried an unwavering resolve. Mei looked at him, surprise and gratitude flickering in her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but CHJR stopped her with a faint smile. Don't say anything, Mei. I'll take a break for now. I'm exhausted. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure gradually fading into the mist. Zuki Jinjetsu observed Mei with a roguish grin. I hear Konoha is hosting the Nin exams, he remarked. Mei, care to accompany me? Mei blinked in surprise, but her expression quickly smoothed over. She studied him with a measured gaze. Oh, a mission? Or do you harbor improper intentions? You already have children, you know. Jinjetsu burst into laughter, waving a hand dismissively. You jest, but I wouldn't mind another wife. Chapter 89. Boruto's cheating exposed half a month later. Konoha was enveloped in a festive atmosphere as the Grand Nin exams neared their conclusion. Sunlight cascaded like golden silk over the arena, lending an air of solemnity and grandeur to the climactic battles. The shinobi's fighting spirits burned fiercely, each one battling for honor and dreams. Uzumaki Boruto, having fought his way through countless trials, at last, he stood upon the grand stage of the finals. His movements were agile, his gaze sharp as a panther poised to strike. Though his opponent was formidable, in his eyes, they seemed but a trivial obstacle. With Rock Lee's resounding announcement, Uzumaki Boruto is victorious. He claims first place. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. The spectators roared with cheers, their voices rising in a thunderous crescendo, applause surging like tidal waves. Boruto's friends were overwhelmed with exhilaration, embracing one another, exchanging triumphant high fives, their faces alight with joy and pride. Among them, Uzumaki Himawari was the most jubilant, waving her small hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She turned to her mother and exclaimed, Big brother won. He's number one. Her voice, clear and melodious, brimmed with childlike delight. Yet amidst this jubilation, Uzumaki Hinata stood apart. Her brow furrowed, her gaze complex as she watched Boruto in the arena. A shadow of worry lingered in her eyes. With a soft sigh, she murmured, So it is. Her voice carried a trace of resignation and sorrow. On the battlefield, Boruto slowly rose to his feet, surveying the cheering crowd. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face. Rather than basking in the triumph, he seemed unsettled, as if grappling with the weight of it all. Nearby, Uchiha Sarada clutched her injured arm, struggling to stand. Though pain contorted her features, she managed a thumbs up, offering Boruto a congratulatory smile. Boruto paused, then broke into a radiant grin. Raising his right hand high, he declared to the entire arena, I won. In that moment, he became the center of attention once more. Every gaze fixed upon him. His voice, brimming with confidence and fervor, seemed capable of igniting the very air. From the Kage seating, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was grave. His piercing gaze locked onto his son in the arena. Emotions churned within him like a tempest, too tangled to unravel. He rose slowly, each step heavy as though bearing an invisible burden. The fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, observed Naruto with curiosity. Tilting her head slightly, she turned to Darui beside her and remarked, What's with the Hokage? Shouldn't he be overjoyed that his son took first place? Why that expression? Darui, equally perplexed, cleared his throat lightly, attempting to diffuse the tension. Perhaps he's simply too moved for words. After all, seeing one's own child rise to the top in such a pivotal tournament, anyone would be overwhelmed. Yet Gaara, the Kazekage, wore an inscrutable expression, his thoughts unreadable. Amidst the crowd's speculation, Naruto Uzumaki descended onto the dueling arena like a bolt of lightning. His strides were resolute and powerful, each step causing the ground to tremble faintly, as though he were marching toward an unknown destiny. Step by step, he approached his son, the radiant youth standing triumphantly in the arena. At that moment, Boruto Uzumaki remained oblivious to his father's transformation. Overjoyed, he dashed toward Naruto, his face alight with the glow of victory. Raising his hand high, he shouted with unbridled pride and elation, Dad, did you see that? I won. I'm number one. But as Naruto's gaze fell upon Boruto's wrist, his eyes sharpened into a cold, piercing glare. Extending his hand as if to meet his son's fist in celebration, he instead seized Boruto's wrist with an iron grip, the same hand that had saved the shinobi world countless times. With that single motion, something was exposed. A seemingly ordinary yet profoundly deceptive device, a scientific ninja tool, lay bare before the crowd. Small and intricate, it pulsed with an ominous, immeasurable power. Naruto stared at it, his expression darkening with fury and disillusionment. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through the device, unraveling the hidden truth behind it. Lifting his gaze to meet Boruto's, his voice dropped to a low, stern timbre. "What is this? Why are you using a forbidden item?" Each word struck like a hammer, crushing Boruto's breath beneath its weight. The air itself seemed to freeze. The entire arena plunged into silence, broken only by the faint echoes of held breaths. Every eye fixed upon Boruto, awaiting his response to this sudden, damning accusation. Pale-faced, Boruto glanced down at the faintly glowing scientific tool on his wrist, confusion and panic flickering in his eyes. He struggled to speak, but his voice faltered, reduced to feeble stammers. Witnessing his son's hesitation, Naruto's disappointment surged like a tidal wave. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly released Boruto's wrist. Then, in a voice both firm and resonant, he declared, "This is a scientific ninja tool." His words, forged with unshakable conviction, reverberated through the arena like a gavel strike. Instantly, an uproar erupted. The crowd buzzed with shock, disbelief, and murmurs of betrayal. Boruto's friends exchanged stunned glances, their whispers rising in waves. How could this be? Boruto, cheated? A scientific ninja tool? Do those even exist? This is utterly disappointing. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Uzumaki Naruto continued his calm explanation with unwavering authority. This ninja equipment allows the user to perform jutsu without consuming their own chakra, even replicating others' techniques. Such gear completely violates the fundamental principle of the Chunin exams to showcase a ninja's true capabilities. As his resonant voice faded, the hall gradually fell silent. All eyes turned to Uzumaki Boruto, who stood with bowed head and trembling shoulders, bearing the weight of immense pressure. Naruto drew a deep breath before solemnly declaring, "Therefore, I declare Uzumaki Boruto disqualified from this competition." Each word reverberated through the venue like a hammer blow, striking painfully at Boruto's heart. Tears glistened in Boruto's eyes as he lifted his gaze, desperately seeking solace in his father's expression, only to find stern disappointment. Naruto's heart churned with conflicting emotions. While knowing this would devastate his son, he believed the ordeal would forge greater resilience. Turning to Rock Lee with resolve, he stated, "Lee, we'll review the previous match results separately." Lee nodded in understanding, recognizing both the gravity of this moment for the Hokage and the necessary lesson for his son. Chapter 90. Becoming the scientific ninja tool spokesperson in the stands. Uzumaki Himawari clutched her mother's hand, her youthful face etched with concern. "Mommy," she quavered, "what's wrong with brother? Did he do something bad? Why is everyone so angry?" Hinata stroked her daughter's hair gently, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. "Don't worry, dear. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is learning from them." Yet from the Kage seating, Kuratsuchi couldn't resist a venomous jab. "So this is the Hokage's foolish son?" She sneered, her voice dripping with icy contempt. "What a disgrace to his father's legacy. The great Hokage's reputation will be ruined by this brat." Though spoken softly, her words detonated like thunder in the hushed arena. The spectators' whispers swelled into a roaring tide of condemnation. "Cheater! Get out! Pathetic, trying to steal victory through deception. What a shame upon Konoha." These cruel barbs pierced Boruto like a volley of arrows, each more merciless than the last. His face was as pale as parchment, his eyes brimming with terror and unease. His fists clenched tightly, as though seeking some semblance of strength, yet finding only helplessness. Suddenly, he tore the forehead protector from his head with violent force. Uzumaki Naruto stared intently at his son, his gaze flickering with disappointment and fury. His voice was low and stern as he uttered, "You are unworthy of being a ninja." The words struck Uzumaki Boruto like a hammer to the chest, his body shuddering violently, as if all strength had abandoned him. He lifted his head, meeting his father's disillusioned gaze, and felt his heart tear asunder. His lips parted, but no sound emerged. His throat was choked with unspoken words. Naruto, witnessing his son's anguish, felt a pang of sorrow in his own heart. Yet he knew Boruto must confront his mistakes. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, his tone softened slightly. "Leave. Don't disgrace yourself further here. We'll discuss this properly later." At those words, Boruto's fury erupted like a volcano. He could no longer suppress his emotions. With a violent motion, he slapped Naruto's hand away from his shoulder. His eyes burned with defiance, as if piercing through his father's conflicted soul. "Later? Do you even have time for that, Dad?" Boruto roared, his voice echoing through the empty hall, thick with bitterness and rage. His fists trembled, veins bulging, his entire body quivering as if to expel every ounce of emotion. Tears glistened in his eyes, but he stubbornly tilted his head back, refusing to let them fall. Naruto was stunned by his son's outburst. His pupils trembled slightly, as though witnessing something incomprehensible. If you had just treated me right, if you had cared more, understood me more, none of this would have happened. Boruto's shouts grew louder, his voice a torrent of pin-up grievances and fury. He gesticulated wildly, his agitation unrestrained, as if determined to unleash every ounce of resentment. His eyes reddened, tears welling but held at bay by sheer will. Faced with his son's tirade, Naruto fell silent. He studied that expression, so full of anger and pain, and an indescribable emotion surged within him. He realized, perhaps too late, that he had indeed neglected his son's feelings, failed to offer him the care and understanding he deserved. Naruto drew in several deep breaths, steadying himself. He reached out again, attempting to touch Boruto's shoulder, but the boy recoiled, rejecting any semblance of comfort. I know I was wrong. Naruto Uzumaki spoke in a low, solemn tone, his voice laced with resignation and disappointment. Gazing directly into Boruto's eyes, he continued, but as your father, I too am deeply disappointed. I had hoped you would become a true shinobi, not someone who relies on deceit to achieve victory. His eyes burned with a mixture of expectation and resolve, silently conveying that even in failure, redemption was possible if one acknowledged their mistakes and sought to amend them. At that moment, a figure approached with hurried steps, Katasuke, the developer of scientific ninja tools. His eyes gleamed with fervent zeal, as though he had stumbled upon the perfect opportunity to showcase his creations. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience with impassioned fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify something. Though Boruto Uzumaki was ultimately defeated, his progress to this stage was entirely due to our latest scientific ninja tools. His voice swelled with enthusiasm, his gestures animated as if to infect the crowd with his own fervor. His expression radiated unwavering confidence in his inventions, as though they were the very essence of his existence. Yet this sudden proclamation drew a sharp frown from Naruto, his piercing gaze locked on Katasuke, a smoldering fury rising within him. Unable to contain himself, he barked, Katasuke, silence. This is neither the time nor the place for your sales pitch. Startled by Naruto's outburst, Katasuke turned, momentarily flustered by the intensity of his glare. But his zeal quickly resurfaced, overriding any sense of propriety. Addressing Boruto directly, he declared, young master, this is the ideal stage, and you, the perfect test subject. I'm merely promoting our products, don't blame me. His voice grew louder, his expression twisting into something almost manic, as if channeling all his frustrations into this moment, heedless of Boruto's feelings. Beside them, Boruto stood rigid, his face darkening, eyes blazing with fury, his fists clenched, his body trembling with suppressed rage. Lifting his gaze to Katasuke, he spat, I never asked for this. How dare you exploit me, turning my struggles into your business opportunity? His voice cracked with indignation and betrayal, every word dripping with defiance. His eyes shone with unyielding resolve, refusing to accept such manipulation. Katasuke recoiled momentarily, stunned by Boruto's outburst. Before his lips curled into a sneer, young master, he retorted coldly, you are our ambassador. You reaped the benefits of scientific ninja tools. Now you must bear the consequences. His tone dripped with provocation, as though deliberately stoking Boruto's anger. Yet, Uzumaki Boruto remained unmoved by his words, resolutely affirming his stance. He proclaimed loudly, I have never sought such an endorsement. I merely wish to demonstrate my prowess, not to be exploited as a mere tool for your profit. Chapter 91. Tsutsuki Kinshiki's destructive hand. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A formidable surge of chakra descended like a tempest, engulfing the entire venue. This power was so immense that it seemed to distort the very air, causing the space around it to tremble violently. The audience, unable to withstand the pressure, felt as though they were drawn into a surreal dream. Everything before their eyes twisted and inverted, as vibrant colors were consumed by an enigmatic force, leaving only a stark interplay of black and white, as though they had entered a realm utterly divergent from reality. Under the impact of this force, many weaker individuals collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, their bodies rendered powerless, as if struck down by an unseen might. Uzumaki Naruto lifted his gaze, his eyes aflame with determination, fixed upon the two figures in the sky. There stood Tsutsuki Kinshiki, firmly supporting a figure on his shoulder, none other than Tsutsuki Momoshiki. They resembled celestial messengers descending from another world, exuding an ineffable aura of authority and mystery. Momoshiki was adorned in resplendent attire that gleamed with brilliance. A hint of disdain curled upon his lips, as if he regarded all in this world with contempt. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those around him. "At last, I have found you." Momoshiki's voice reverberated through the air, laden with scorn and challenge. It was deep and magnetic, imbued with an enchanting power that demanded the attention of all. His piercing gaze fixed upon Uzumaki Naruto, as if attempting to see through him. He lifted his chin slightly, as if to issue a challenge. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with vigilance and fury. He understood that these two otherworldly beings were anything but ordinary adversaries. Their arrival heralded an unprecedented crisis for Konohagakure. Tsutsuki Kinshiki descended like a feather, gracefully floating from the heights. His figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, adding an air of ominousness to the tense battlefield. He landed steadily, and Tsutsuki Momoshiki leapt lightly from his shoulder, his movements as elegant as a dancing child. Yet his voice sent chills down the spines of all present. This stark contrast between his grace and the chilling resonance of his voice instilled an unparalleled sense of tension and oppression among everyone in attendance. A thin veil adorned Momoshiki's head, billowing gently with the breeze. The sheer fabric shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a delicate luster, as if it were a mystical veil that added an air of enigma to him. His gaze was profound and unyielding, as though he could see through all facades and falsehoods. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes brimmed with vigilance and concern. He swiftly shielded Boruto behind him, his hands clenched into fists, muscles taut, poised to confront the impending battle. In a hushed tone, he instructed Boruto, "Stay behind me, don't move. When the opportunity arises, leave this place swiftly. Do you understand?" Although Naruto's voice was low, it resonated with unwavering resolve and determination, revealing his confidence in safeguarding his family against any adversity. Boruto observed his father's anxious yet resolute demeanor. Though fear flickered within him, it was eclipsed by a profound trust and admiration for his father. He nodded, signaling his willingness to heed Naruto's guidance. Simultaneously, Rock Lee had readied himself for combat, standing beside Naruto, his gaze fixed intently on Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His fists were clenched, muscles coiled, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit and determination, as if prepared to sacrifice everything to protect his homeland and comrades. In the arena of the Five Kage, the previously serene atmosphere suddenly became taut, as if a curtain had been torn asunder. Gaara rose slowly, a flicker of deep reminiscence passing through his eyes. Images of his confrontation with Otsutsuki Urashiki flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. He focused intently on Otsutsuki Momoshiki below. The veins around Momoshiki's eyes bulged ominously, as if countless serpents writhed beneath his skin, striving to break free from their confines. His Byakugan gleamed with an intense, ghostly light, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps. The chilling intensity of his gaze instilled an inexplicable dread in Uzumaki Boruto. He instinctively retreated a few steps, fists clenched, as if seeking solace. Observing this, Naruto once again shielded Boruto protectively behind him, his eyes fixed on Momoshiki, filled with vigilance and determination. Naruto solemnly inquired, "Is that the Byakugan? Are you of the same lineage as the Otsutsuki Kage?" His voice echoed across the expansive arena, laced with inquiry and scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if regarding a trivial insect. His tone dripped with arrogance and contempt as he remarked, "Humph. There are indeed many bothersome lower beings around. Quite an eyesore." This statement struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned to meet Momoshiki's gaze, excitement flickering in his eyes, as though he could already envision the impending spectacle of battle. He nodded slightly, as if signaling to Momoshiki, and added, "Shall we clean up first?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki replied impatiently, his tone laced with both disdain and exasperation, as if this confrontation were merely a trivial interlude. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a figure abruptly entered their line of sight. It was Kinshiki, who approached them fearlessly, proclaiming loudly, "Who are you? This arena is my stage." His voice resonated with firmness and strength, as though declaring his resolve to the world. Upon witnessing this development, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently call out, "Stop. Don't go any closer." His voice was rife with anxiety and concern, fearing that Kinshiki might unwittingly become embroiled in an unwarranted catastrophe. Yet, Kinshiki appeared oblivious to Naruto's warning, continuing his advance. In that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's right hand suddenly emitted a visible surge of crimson energy, ablaze like fire and illuminating the entire arena in a fiery glow. With a swift motion, Kinshiki struck the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. The force of the shockwave resembled a ferocious beast, sweeping away all that stood in its path. "Everyone, be careful. Stay safe," Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Boruto and enveloping him protectively in his embrace. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if to convey that he would safeguard his family against any peril. Meanwhile, Kinshiki and his companion were struck by the unforeseen shockwave, sent hurtling through the air until they crashed against the wall, struggling to regain their footing. Their faces were etched with pain and disbelief. The scene descended into chaos, with dust swirling about. Naruto clutched Boruto tightly, his gaze aflame with both fury and concern. He looked up at Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. He understood that this battle was now inevitable. Chapter 92, Sasuke vs. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The fissures in the ground spread like the wild fangs of a monstrous beast, rampaging with reckless abandon, as if intent on tearing the very world asunder. Above, the roof of the spectator's stands trembled perilously, on the verge of collapse, threatening to engulf the audience above without mercy. The surrounding structures appeared fragile in the face of this inexorable force, resembling mere toys crafted from paper. The tower that housed the 5 Kage's seats suffered catastrophic damage. Almost entirely obliterated, leaving behind a desolate ruin, the former splendor and majesty now utterly vanished. The grand emblem of the will of fire lost its luster. Plummeting from above like a mournful cry, heralding the onset of calamity, Kakashi stood in a corner of the stands, his gaze fixed intently on the two Otsutsuki below. Could those two be? He pondered, his brow furrowed as he wrestled with strategies, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of suspicion and concern. In the face of impending disaster, a distressed ninja beside him anxiously inquired about the examination, his voice trembling with evident fear. Kakashi inhaled deeply, turning to the ninja with a glint of resolve in his eyes. He spoke in a firm, resonant tone, urging, "Forget the examination for now. We must swiftly organize an evacuation." His words resonated like a warm current, guiding the crowd amidst turmoil. Meanwhile, Sakura Uchiha moved with the grace of a panther. With a powerful punch, she struck the impending debris of the collapsing roof, shattering it into a cascade of rubble. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, embodying the spirit to protect her comrades against any adversity. Temari, equally undaunted, wielded her large iron fan, unleashing a fierce gust that sent fragments of the roof swirling in all directions. Her movements were both elegant and forceful, as if she were performing a grand ballet, joining Sakura in forging a path to safety. Yet, the supporting pillars of the platform could no longer endure the strain, collapsing one after another. The roofs in other regions teetered dangerously, threatening to crush the spectators below. Chaos erupted, panic and despair sweeping through the crowd like wildfire. At this critical juncture, Gaara sprang into action. With clenched fists, he seemed to summon the very forces of the earth. In an instant, torrents of sand surged upward, swirling like a mighty dragon in the air, ultimately forming a solid barrier to shield against the impending wreckage. "Quick, everyone, run this way." Kakashi's commanding voice boomed through the chaos. Standing atop a relatively stable rock, he called out, guiding the masses toward safety. His gaze was resolute and powerful, cutting through the swirling dust to reach the hearts of the frightened crowd, dispelling their fears. Amidst this tumultuous scene, Shinji, Gaara's adopted son, slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the chaotic landscape around him snapped him to attention. Dust swirled violently, and the deafening roar of collapsing structures filled the air as people fled in terror. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if the world itself were spinning. "Shinji," a familiar and anxious voice pierced through the clamor. He looked up to see Gaara not far away, propping up the crumbling roof with sand. His gaze was piercing, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the confusion in Shinji's heart. Upon noticing Shinji's awakening, Gaara's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, yet his expression remained grave. He solemnly warned, "Do not underestimate the enemy's fighting prowess. This is not a foe you can confront." His voice was deep and resolute, as if cautioning Maki against reckless actions. Hearing this, a surge of warmth flooded Maki's heart. He understood his father's concern and care. as well as his own helplessness in this battle. Drawing a deep breath, he struggled to his feet, knowing he must not burden his father or become a liability to others. Evacuating the civilians is our priority now, Gaara added, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Maki nodded. Aware of his duty, he began assisting the surrounding shinobi in guiding the panicked civilians towards safety. Yet chaos still reigned. Amid the dust and debris, shinobi darted like valiant warriors on a battlefield, their figures flickering as they rescued the injured. The civilians, faces etched with terror, scrambled in disarray. Among the ruins, Sarada Uchiha dashed frantically like a lost lamb, her eyes scanning desperately for that familiar figure, her pillar of strength, her anchor in this turbulent world. But the surrounding turmoil pressed upon her like a suffocating tide, leaving her drowning in anxiety and helplessness. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. A colossal shadow loomed above her, casting an oppressive weight that froze her in place. Tilting her head, she saw the hulking form of Kinshiki Tsutsuki leaping toward her. His twisted face contorted into a cruel grin, as if reveling in her fear. Sarada's heart plummeted. She was trapped in a life-or-death crisis. Though her body trembled, she refused to surrender. She had to find that familiar presence, the one who could bring her hope. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a dark figure streaked forth like lightning through the night. It was him, her father, Sasuke Uchiha. He seized Saranda in a protective embrace, swiftly leaping away from Kinshiki's fatal strike. Sasuke's gaze was steely and composed as he shielded her, his piercing eyes locking onto Kinshiki like blades poised to shatter the enemy's arrogance. "You bastard, don't you dare lay a hand on my daughter." Sasuke's voice, low yet thunderous, resonated through the ruins with commanding authority. Kinshiki faltered momentarily under Sasuke's imposing aura, but soon his cruel smirk returned. "Do you truly believe you can protect her?" He sneered. "I am Tsutsuki Kinshiki, while you are merely an inferior being." Uchiha Sasuke remained unfazed and continued. "Do you wish for your horns to be even shorter? I recall the last time you were thoroughly vanquished by me." His voice brimmed with provocation and derision, seemingly designed to incite Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Angered by Sasuke's words, Kinshiki's visage contorted further in rage. With a thunderous roar, he launched a ferocious assault upon Uchiha Sasuke. His crimson eyes blazed as if they could unleash flames. Wielding a colossal red axe, forged from concentrated chakra, each swing seemed capable of rending the very air. He charged at Sasuke once more, his speed akin to lightning cleaving through the heavens. Chapter 93. Naruto Uzumaki is sent flying by a kick. Kinshiki's axe cleaved through the air in a ruthless arc, accompanied by the sound of slicing through space, aimed directly at Uchiha Sasuke. The axe appeared to carry an insatiable fury, intent on engulfing both Sasuke and Sarada. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute and composed. It was as if he could perceive every movement and intention of Kinshiki. He did not flinch or evade, merely standing still, awaiting the onslaught. Suddenly, both figures vanished from sight simultaneously. Kinshiki's axe struck nothing but air, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He swiftly turned, searching for the silhouettes of Sasuke and his daughter, but was met only with a desolate expanse of ruins and swirling dust. In the next instant, Uchiha Sasuke reappeared at a distance, cradling his daughter in his arms. They seemed to materialize out of thin air, catching Kinshiki off guard. Sasuke regarded Kinshiki coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes brimming with contempt and challenge. Kinshiki, incensed by Sasuke's derision, swung his axe once more and charged forward. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke was prepared. He evaded Kinshiki's attack with a deft movement and retaliated swiftly, bringing his Kusanagi sword down upon the horn atop Kinshiki's head. Amidst the fervor of battle, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, Lutien. His rinnegan glimmered with an ethereal light, as if capable of perceiving all that transpires in this realm. In recent times, he had emulated the Sage of Six Paths, devouring numerous souls in an attempt to mend his own spiritual wounds. Cloaked in black, Lutien concealed himself within the crevices of space. A chilling and cruel glint shone in his gaze, reminiscent of a predator lying in wait, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Despite having consumed many souls, Lutien's condition had improved somewhat. Yet, the discomfort deep within his soul lingered like a persistent shadow. He understood that the healing of his spiritual affliction would not come swiftly and would require an even greater bounty of souls to nurture his recovery. At this moment, he had no intention of acting rashly. Lutien quietly observed the battlefield where Uchiha Sasuke and Otsutsuki Kinshiki clashed. He chose to wait, anticipating the perfect moment. A peculiar smile crept across Lu Tian's lips as a plan formed in his mind. He intended to strike suddenly while Sasuke and Kinshiki were locked in fierce combat, swiftly overpowering both. Then, he would consume their chakra fruits, restoring the wounds within his soul, hidden in the shadows. Lu Tian patiently awaited the fatigue and negligence of his prey, his eyes brimming with expectation and desire, as if he could already envision the moment he would devour the chakra fruits. Meanwhile, the dust began to settle like dissipating smoke, revealing the ravaged ground below. Fragments of stone littered the area, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder amidst the ruins. Otsutsuki Momoshiki faced off against Uzumaki Naruto, their gazes clashing like sharpened blades. Uzumaki Baruto, standing behind his father, surveyed the scene with a face full of shock and confusion. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly, and asked, "What on earth is happening?" Upon hearing his son's voice, Naruto's heart tightened. He turned his head, his expression grave and filled with concern. "Son, it's dangerous here. Quickly, go to everyone else and keep yourself safe." Baruto, noticing his father's serious demeanor, felt an intensifying unease within him. Yet, he understood he could not become a burden to his father, so he nodded in agreement. Naruto turned back, refocusing his gaze on Momoshiki's position. To his astonishment, Momoshiki's figure had vanished without a trace. "How is this possible?" Naruto muttered, furrowing his brow, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing his eyes. Just then, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped him, accompanied by a delightful scent of peaches, as if wafting from an orchard. Naruto's heart raced. He immediately recognized this as Momoshiki's attack. He swiftly turned around, only to see a massive foot rushing towards him with such speed it was almost beyond reaction. Naruto's pupils constricted, a surge of intense danger flooding his senses. With a thunderous crash, Naruto was violently kicked away, soaring through the air like a kite with severed strings. His body arced through the sky before crashing heavily against a crumbling wall. The impact caused the wall to shatter, debris flying in all directions amidst a cloud of dust. Naruto felt an immense force strike his back, as if attempting to tear his body apart. He could not suppress a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Coughing, Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, wiping away the blood. His eyes flashed with anger and determination as he declared, "You bastard! Don't you dare harm my son." As Tsutsuki Kinshiki gracefully descended to the ground, Vortex Baruto was positioned closely beside him, the proximity so intimate that they could almost feel each other's breath. At that moment, Baruto trembled all over, his eyes brimming with fear and unease as he desperately crawled backward, attempting to escape from this fearsome adversary. However, Tsutsuki Kinshiki appeared entirely indifferent to Baruto's trepidation, not sparing him a glance as he strode past, as if Baruto were nothing more than an insignificant ant. "Stop right there." Baruto summoned his courage and shouted. Though his voice quaked, it resonated with unwavering resolve. Kinshiki halted his steps, slowly turning around. His gaze lingered on Baruto for a moment before noticing the boy's hands forming seals. "Oh, you little brat still wish to resist?" A mocking smile curled at the corners of Kinshiki's lips, as though he were witnessing an amusing spectacle. Baruto took a deep breath, fully aware that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Yet he could not afford to surrender. He had to protect himself and his father. In haste, he activated his scientific ninja tool. "Fire release, fireball," Baruto shouted, simultaneously pressing the button on the tool. A burst of flames erupted forth, surging toward Kinshiki. But Kinshiki merely extended his right hand, revealing a crimson rinnegan in his palm that effortlessly absorbed the flames. He actually absorbed it, Baruto exclaimed, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. He could hardly believe his eyes. This enemy's power was astonishingly formidable. Nevertheless, Baruto did not relent. He launched another assault, unleashing a water bullet. In response, Kinshiki displayed that same mocking smile, easily absorbing the water attack. Grinding his teeth, Baruto resolved to strike once more. He unleashed a lightning release technique, bolts of lightning shooting forth from the scientific ninja tool. Yet no matter how fervently he fought, Kinshiki effortlessly absorbed each of his assaults. "My veil is ruined. You truly are an ill-mannered child," Kinshiki remarked coldly, pulling down his veil and carelessly discarding it aside before advancing step by step towards Baruto. Baruto's complexion paled. He realized there was no retreat left. Yet he clung tightly to his scientific ninja tool, preparing for a final stand. He understood he might not overcome this powerful foe, but he had to protect himself and his father. Even in the face of despair, he could not yield. Chapter 94. Sasuke and Naruto successfully reunite amidst the ruins of the upper platform. Mitsuki pushed aside the concrete that had pinned him down, rising to his feet. A steadfast gleam sparkled in his eyes. A wave of green chakra coursed around his body, a manifestation of the life force within him surging forth, vibrant like the lushness of a thriving forest. As the moon rose high, he inhaled deeply, moving gracefully atop the ruins. He endeavored to harness the currents and his speed, stealthily maneuvering to position himself behind the formidable Tsutsuki Kinshiki. He was acutely aware that only by catching his opponent off guard could he pose a semblance of threat to this powerful adversary. Just as he was on the verge of success, a sharp fishing line suddenly shot forth, striking like a silver bolt of lightning, piercing through his form in an instant. He jolted violently, disbelief etched upon his face, his body rendered immobile. This utilization of chakra was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. A cold voice echoed from a short distance. He lifted his gaze to behold Tsutsuki Urashiki standing nearby, gripping the other end of the fishing line. A mocking smile adorning his visage. Such a perilous power, I cannot allow you to wield it. Tsutsuki Urashiki declared icily. As a force tugged at the fishing line, he emitted a pained groan. The green chakra within him was forcefully extracted, as if his very vitality was being stripped away. He felt utterly drained, struggling to call out Boruto's name, yet his voice faltered, weak and trembling. Helplessly, he watched as his chakra was absorbed by Urashiki, despair flooding his heart. He understood that he could offer no further assistance to Boruto. Below, Tsutsuki Kinshiki remained motionless, taunting the young Uzumaki. A comical expression danced across Urashiki's face, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. He carefully deposited the extracted chakra into a fishing basket, murmuring to himself, "This is truly remarkable. A power unseen in our techniques." Indeed, the life forms of this planet are filled with the unknown and the astonishing. He skipped over to see Yu's side, poised to land when suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Beneath him, the once solid ground erupted, a torrent of sand surging forth as if to engulf him. Tsutsuki Urashiki executed a swift roll in midair, nimbly evading the oncoming deluge, landing deftly behind. He brushed off the dust from his attire, his eyes reflecting a blend of caution and astonishment. "So it is truly you. I thought this chakra felt so familiar." His gaze once more locked onto the spot where Siyu had previously stood. There, three figures emerged. Leading the charge was a figure clad in a crimson battle robe, Gaara. Flanking him were two equally imposing ninjas, Kahaku and Terumime. Gaara coldly regarded Tsutsuki Urashiki, his eyes betraying a sense of resolve and determination. "It seems you possess a knack for ambushes." As Gaara spoke, his tone abruptly shifted, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze piercing like a blade directed at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. His voice dripped with disdain and contempt, as though mocking Kinshiki's incompetence. "But you are not adept at dealing with ambushes, are you?" Kinshiki's expression altered slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. With a cold retort, he replied, "Have you coated your tongue in honey? You certainly have a way with words." His voice resonated with sarcasm and scorn, seemingly ridiculing Gaara's arrogance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Boruto Uzumaki continued to wield scientific ninja tools, yet it was evident that he was beginning to falter. His face was etched with anxiety, and a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Having exhausted his reserves of ninjutsu, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. At that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki approached slowly, his steps steady and powerful, each stride echoing in Boruto's heart. He regarded Boruto with cold disdain, his voice laced with mockery. "Are you finished? Is this the end for you?" Boruto's complexion turned ashen, a wave of intense despair washing over him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Naruto Uzumaki. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes. However, this seemingly flawless ambush did not yield the anticipated result. Momoshiki effortlessly sidestepped, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, causing Naruto's attack to miss its mark. A smirk of derision appeared on Momoshiki's face, as though taunting Naruto for his lack of speed. Startled, Naruto did not relent. He understood the urgency of the moment. He needed to escape this perilous situation with Boruto as swiftly as possible. Quickly adjusting his stance, he scooped up his son and leaped away towards the distance. Momoshiki's cold voice rang out once more. "You shall not escape." His gaze shifted towards another part of the battlefield. where Otsutsuki Kinshiki was still engaged in fierce combat with Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, agile and nimble, clutched his daughter tightly, deftly weaving through the fray. In contrast, Kinshiki raged like a wild beast, launching relentless assaults in an attempt to corner Sasuke. You all carry children. How utterly dull. Otsutsuki Momoshiki coldly derided. He extended his palm, preparing to unleash a more ferocious attack. Yet, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a mass of black shadows quietly expanding from beneath his feet, ensnaring his body like a colossal spider's web. The shadows writhed incessantly, seemingly siphoning away his strength. What is this? Momoshiki attempted to struggle, but his body was frozen, immobile as if bound by an unseen force. Meanwhile, the physical form of Kagaya's descendant, Kinshiki Otsutsuki, was similarly affected. A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, intensifying the sharpness of his blade. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an assault aimed at the vital points of Kinshiki. "Father, be careful. This adversary is formidable," exclaimed Sarada Uchiha, her youthful voice laced with concern as she clung to him. Sasuke glanced back at his daughter. A tender glimmer appeared in his gaze. He gently patted her head, offering reassurance. "Do not fear, for I am here." At that moment, Kinshiki's comrade, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, exhibited a fierce gleam in his eyes. The crimson rinnegan in his possession seemed to pulsate with life, spinning wildly. The shadow that bound him began to vanish at an alarming rate, as if being consumed by a black hole, drawn into the rinnegan's gravitational pull. A tiresome trick. Momoshiki scoffed disdainfully, his tone dripping with contempt. Shikamaru Nara's ninjutsu was effortlessly absorbed, as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of the shadow, the two Otsutsuki regained their agility and strength, moving with renewed vigor. Sasuke was pushed back several steps, but managed to steady himself before leaping beside Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 95. Luton awaits his moment. Sasuke's gaze seemed to pierce through to the very essence of the truth. His eyes were sharp and profound, fixated on the two Otsutsuki in the distance. His words carried an undeniable certainty and a heavy sense of responsibility. "These are the individuals I spoke of earlier. They are recorded in the scroll of Kagaya Otsutsuki." Upon hearing this, Naruto's brow furrowed like a mountain range, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He spoke with unwavering conviction. Kagaya Otsutsuki created the White Zetsu specifically to defend against these unwelcome guests, did she not? Indeed, Sasuke replied with a subtle nod, his focus unwavering on the two Otsutsuki. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of emotions. Their objective is the chakra fruit, specifically the chakra of the tailed beast within you, Kurama. Kinshiki gradually descended beside Momoshiki, exuding an air of solemnity and might that could not be underestimated. The latter let out a haughty snort, declaring, "It seems you possess considerable knowledge about us." "I am Momoshiki Otsutsuki, kin of Kagaya. I am her guardian," Kinshiki added, his tone steady yet brimming with latent power. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression grew more serious. His gaze sharpened, cutting to the heart of the matter as he asked, "What is your true purpose for coming here?" Without a hint of concealment, Momoshiki candidly responded. He remarked, "You are already aware, so why ask knowingly? You possess the most formidable chakra within this seedbed. Once we reclaim it, we can replant the divine tree." The astonishment on Naruto's face was unmistakable, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Are you referring to the legendary divine tree?" "Indeed." In Momoshiki's eyes flickered a nostalgic remembrance of past glories as he stated, "Our mission is to inherit Kagaya's unfinished legacy, to gather the scattered chakra fruits." Sasuke Uchiha's deep black eyes revealed an intimate familiarity with ancient tales as he proclaimed, "The divine tree, the source of chakra, the wellspring of Kagaya's power. It is a tree that bears countless legends." Meanwhile, Sarada Uchiha and Boruto Uzumaki stood not far away, engaged in hushed conversation. Sarada's tone bore a hint of reverence as she said, "It is said that Kagaya obtained the chakra fruit from the divine tree, which led to the birth of ninjas, and then that very tree vanished." Boruto nodded, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Indeed." Sasuke interjected into their dialogue, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the two Otsutsuki before him, demanding, "What is your intention in awakening this ancient myth?" "Is that even a question?" Momoshiki retorted, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He continued, "Naturally, it is to harvest chakra and refine it into elixirs." Kinshiki then chimed in, his tone laced with yearning, "Eternal life. Extraordinary power. all within reach with just a single pill. Naruto furrowed his brows, pressing, "Are you referring to some kind of medication?" Kinshiki displayed a look of appreciation. "Your comprehension is commendable. You can surely envision the astonishing nature of such a treasure." Momoshiki delicately toyed with the elixir in his hand. The dark red orb, akin to a cherry, spun lightly on his fingertip, seemingly embodying unparalleled authority. "With this elixir, I can effortlessly obtain immense power," he smirked, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Boruto, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of shock, his eyes narrowing with disbelief. He recalled his own use of scientific ninja tools to cheat, and sensed that Momoshiki was insinuating something about him. What merit is there in power gained through pills? Those who are accustomed to shortcuts will ultimately go nowhere. Naruto scoffed, his disdain evident. His gaze was resolute as he declared, "True strength can only be forged through sweat and effort, tempered in adversity, not reliant on the illusory power bestowed by any drug." Momoshiki's laughter grew more boisterous in response. He seemed amused by Naruto's words, stating, "What a foolish logic from a lowly creature. Power is meant to be wielded by me, regardless of the means of acquisition. As long as the outcome meets my expectations, the means are of no consequence." Naruto's eyes widened in fury, his presence suddenly intensified, causing the very air around him to tremble with his wrath. "You shall never comprehend that the true essence of power lies in protection, not in conquest or plunder." His words resonated with authority, each syllable ringing true. It was a steadfast adherence to his beliefs, simultaneously serving as a grave warning to his adversary. At that moment, in the celestial realm of Lutien, an ethereal beauty surrounded him, transcending the mundane world. Wisps of spiritual mist danced, enveloped in an aura of divinity, as if every breath could cleanse the soul. Lutien's gaze was fixed on the screen suspended in the air, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. He concentrated on the distant battlefield, where two opposing forces faced off in a tense standoff. His brow furrowed, betraying his impatience and anxiety. There was a palpable urgency to witness the impending storm, mingled with a sense of helplessness regarding the current stalemate. Why are these fools still hesitating? What are they waiting for? Lutien's expression turned uncomfortable, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction, a wry smile playing on his lips. "At this rate, even the mosquitoes will be asleep. Can't they be more decisive and resolve this swiftly?" He grumbled, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, clearly plotting some scheme in his mind. "Alas, if only I were in better condition, I would have caught them off guard long ago, sparing myself this anxious wait." Lutien shook his head, as if to dispel his restlessness. He then leaned closer to the void barrier, narrowing his eyes into a slit, continuing to keenly observe the dynamics of the ninja world. He silently mused, "Just a bit longer. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. Once the moment arrives, I shall devour a great Otsutsuki." Lutien turned his attention to another screen beside him, showcasing a different battlefield. Otsutsuki Pusher soared into the air like an eagle, landing gracefully in the adjacent dense forest. Gaara, Ghost Lantern Huanyu, and Terumi Mei followed closely behind. Their steps were steady, encroaching with an air of imminent confrontation. Ghost Lantern Huanyu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. He remarked, "This guy, he actually sensed our assault in advance." Otsutsuki Pusher halted and activated his Byakugan. Veins around his eyes bulged, as if containing the secrets of omniscience. A smirk graced his lips, tinged with amusement, as he declared, "I am well aware, including you, Gaara. I am fully cognizant of the traps you have laid with sand beneath the ground." Gaara's gaze sharpened, his voice steady. "What are you implying?" Otsutsuki Pusher beamed with a clever glimmer in his eyes. "Investigation is my forte. I am thoroughly prepared, while you possess no chance of victory." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his fishing rod, the chakra-formed line shooting forth like a venomous serpent, darting straight for Gaara.